The zombie virus has swept the world, 90% of humans have become zombies, the doomsday has come, and human civilization is on the verge of destruction. In this despair, I accidentally awakened the strongest bloodline system, activated the power of giants, transformed into a towering giant, and vowed to rebuild order and create a new civilization. The host has opened the Tyrant Series. Tyrant armor is loading. The host has unlocked the storm sequence. The heart of the storm is activating. The host enters the sun sequence. The sun sword gradually awakens. I am Li Ju, the giant king of doomsday. I will bring new hope to this ruin. At this time, Yahai City, one of the most prosperous cities in Xia country, is like a shining pearl inlaid on the eastern coast. It has a population of over 10 million and is known as the Sea City. My name is Li Ju. I'm 22 years old this year, a recent graduate from Yahai University of Finance and Economics, currently working as a grassroots planner in a company, and can be called a social animal. Today is Sunday, but even though it is a day off, I still have to sit in front of the computer and type away on the keyboard, working overtime for fear of falling short of my KPI. Suddenly, a buzzing sound broke the silence. My phone vibrated, and I glanced at it. It was a WeChat message reminder. I picked up my phone and unlocked it. It was a message from Luo Kai in the university roommate group. Luo Kai brothers! Have you watched the news broadcast? I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Who still watches the news broadcast? For our generation, the news broadcast is like an antique from the last century. Most of the real information comes from apps like TikTok and Facebook. Wan Hao, my dad said that a new type of influenza has broken out in Jinling City. The number of infected people is frightening, and there is currently no vaccine. Jinling? It's only a few hours' drive from Yahai. If the virus spreads to Yahai, the situation may be bad. I stared at the news, and I was a little alert. Suddenly, Luo Kai sent me a video, and I clicked it with an idea in my mind. The video begins with a scene in the corridor of a hospital in Jinling, which is crowded with people and the floor is littered with stretchers and groaning patients. The camera was focused on one of the patients, whose face and arms were covered with rotten ulcers, even with blood and flesh exposed. There was a sudden commotion not far away. A patient in hospital gowns suddenly threw down the nurse who was changing the dressing. Then other patients began to get up from their beds like crazy and rushed towards the medical staff. The picture shook violently at the end, and it was obvious that the person taking the photo was running away. When the video ended, my heartbeat quickened and a word flashed through my mind: zombies. Yes, those slow-moving but deadly zombies that appear in novels and movies. Although I didn't quite believe it, I still felt a chill in my heart. Is there really a zombie virus? I laughed at myself, but eventually put my phone down and walked out to find food. I live in an old residential area, and my monthly rent is 1,200 yuan. I just graduated and my money is tight, so I live in a simple place. I found a fast food restaurant and ordered a bowl of braised pork rice. While eating, I listened to the customers around me talking about the virus in Jinling. Some said it was a conspiracy of the free country, while others said it was media hype. After eating and paying the bill, I was bored and started to browse TikTok. As expected, TikTok was almost full of videos related to the Jinling virus. My heart grew heavier and heavier, and I became more and more frightened the more I brushed, until I returned home without realizing it. When I woke up, it was already afternoon, and suddenly I heard a loud shouting outside the window. I walked to the window and looked down, but the scene before me was so shocking that a chill ran down my heart. In the alley of the community, several men were chasing a middle-aged woman crookedly. Her clothes were torn and her body was covered with blood, and she was obviously injured. The community security guard, Lao Lu, who was in his 60s but strong, tried to stop the strange men with an explosion-proof fork and a shield. "What are you crazy about?" Old Lu roared, but the men opposite him didn't listen at all and pounced on him directly. Old Lu managed to hold on, but he didn't last long before he was thrown to the ground. The three men leaned over like hungry wolves and began to bite his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and Old Lu's screams resounded throughout the community, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. A few minutes later, Lao Lu stopped struggling and the men stood up with blood on their faces. What was even more suffocating was that Lao Lu actually slowly got up from the ground. His eyes were empty, his skin was pale and lifeless. He had also become one of them. I was trembling all over, thinking back to the patient I had seen in the video before. I was almost certain that this was a zombie. Screams and sounds of people running away were heard throughout the community, and fear spread. I quickly locked the doors and windows, my mind in a mess. At this moment, I can no longer laugh at those zombie virus remarks, because the end of the world has really come. What the hell is going on? I took a few steps back in a daze, my legs went weak and I fell to the ground. My head was a mess, but the phone notification ringing in my ear continued beep beep, like the death knell of the end of the world. I took out my phone and looked at the WeChat group, company group, university group. All the major group chats exploded. Everyone is discussing the man-eating monsters in the community. Before I could type a reply, a bright red warning message suddenly popped up on the screen. Red alert, new virus outbreak. Everyone please isolate at home immediately and don't go out. New virus? I swallowed, thinking of the video Luo Kai had sent me, and the group of monsters I had seen crawling out of hell in the neighborhood. I couldn't help but curse. What the hell is a virus? These are clearly zombies. After a moment of panic, I took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Without my family to worry about, my top priority was to protect myself. I didn't want to become the dinner of those monsters, and I didn't want to become one of those rotten and terrifying zombies. He dragged the old sofa in the living room over to prop up the door, and filled the kettle and beverage bottles with water for later use. Then I locked the windows and prepared food. I moved all the snacks and dry food to the bedroom and locked the bedroom door. By the time everything was ready, it had already darkened outside, dusk was looming over the sky, and the entire community was shrouded in an eerie silence. I stood in front of the window and glanced downstairs in the remaining sunset. There are several times more monsters in the community than in the afternoon. I roughly counted them and there are at least 30 or 40 of them. Some of them even have vaguely familiar faces. They might be the neighbors of this building. As the last ray of light disappeared, night fell completely. There were only a few lights left in the neighborhood without street lights. Many houses had already turned off the lights and remained silent, while the group of zombies were wandering in the darkness. My stomach growled in protest, and I realized I hadn't eaten for a day. Look at the food on hand: 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of milk, a few bags of biscuits and some snacks, and some fruit drinks in the refrigerator. Then I boiled a pot of hot water, soaked a packet of instant noodles, and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. After my stomach settled a little, I picked up my phone again and started checking the messages. Luo Kai brothers, how are things going over there? Me, not good. There are monsters all over the area, probably about 30 or 40 of them. Wanhao, I was at the mall this afternoon when a virus suddenly broke out. The scene was like hell. At least hundreds of people were infected and turned into monsters. Fortunately, I hid quickly and was hiding in the warehouse of the mall. Zhao Liang, this virus? What a bullshit virus! These are zombies. The law enforcement agency near my home has been breached. Zombies are not afraid of guns at all. Even a bullet to the head can't kill them. What? I couldn't help but feel nervous. Bullets to the head didn't work. These zombies are more ferocious than those in movies and TV shows. This is not a virus, it's clearly the end of the world. Just as I was about to reply to the message, I suddenly heard a bang bang sound coming from outside the door, accompanied by the unique growl of zombies. My heartbeat instantly accelerated, and I leaned close to the bedroom door to listen to the movement outside. The old sofa was firmly pressed against the door, and there was no sign of loosening for the time being, but I still didn't dare to be careless. I gently closed the bedroom door, leaned against the door panel, and held my breath. They are probably just passing by. I comforted myself, but my heart was beating uncontrollably. The knocking outside the door didn't stop, but became more intense. Each knock became louder than the last, as if it was going to break my heart. Damn, they found me? I was shocked and kept wondering if I had accidentally exposed my tracks. Suddenly, I realized a serious problem: the bedroom light was still on. Damn it! I cursed in my heart. I didn't notice it when the light was bright in the afternoon, but in this dark night, my light clearly became a bright light that attracted zombies. I quickly turned off the lights, but it seemed too late. The roar of the zombies outside became more and more intense. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from a lighted window in the building opposite. I turned around and saw a young man about my age banging on the window with both hands. 2 zombies had already pounced on him from behind and dragged him to the ground. I looked at his eyes, which changed from fear to despair, and finally disappeared in the bloody bite. A living life became a meal for the monster. Before I could recover from the shock, the door lock of the living room clicked, like a call of death. I suppressed my fear, turned around, walked to the window and looked down, and found that most of the zombies were gathering downstairs, and it seemed that they could rush in at any time. What should I do? What should I do? I can't die here! My mind was full of thoughts of escape. Thinking of the neighbors who had been eaten to death, I felt a chill in my heart. I clenched the chair in my hands, and cold sweat oozed from my palms. Suddenly, with a bang, the bedroom door shook violently and was about to fall down. I stared at the door, my heart almost jumping out of my chest. The door panel could no longer hold up, and a rotting hand emerged from the crack, emitting a foul odor. The next second, the door panel cracked with a click, and 4 or 5 zombies rushed into the room and swarmed towards me. Come on, die! Facing death, my desire to survive reached its peak, adrenaline surged, and every nerve in my body was tense. I gritted my teeth, swung the chair in my hand and smashed it at the zombie in front. Bang! The chair hit the zombie, but the zombie was hardly hurt. Instead, it grabbed my arm more fiercely and opened its bloody mouth to bite it. Let me go! The severe pain swept over me and I struggled desperately. So I punched the zombie hard on the head. But the zombies remained unmoved. Instead, they bit tighter and tighter, with blood gushing out. I felt my strength rapidly draining away, and the second and third zombies pounced on me and pinned me to the ground. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a monster. I was almost suffocated by the despair and fear. The zombies in front of me had hideous faces, and their rotten faces were covered with bloody debris. That scene will be forever engraved in my mind. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. The host's strong desire to survive has been detected. The strongest bloodline system has been activated, and the host's bloodline has begun to be detected. Test completed. Host hidden bloodline unlocked. Giant bloodline. System activated. Successfully activated. Awake, giant that shakes the world. As soon as the sudden voice in my head disappeared, a surge of heat surged through my body, and I felt the sound of rushing rivers and seas in my ears. Then, my chest heaved like thunder, and my heartbeat exploded in the empty bedroom, as powerful as a drum. Before I could fully react, I felt an unknown switch in my body that was involuntarily triggered. A tearing pain swept through my body, 1,000 times more violent than a zombie's bite, and even my bones seemed to be reshaped. My body began to swell violently. My original height of 1.75 meters grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, I had become a 3-meter-tall giant, with my head almost touching the ceiling. The 3 zombies that were fighting before suddenly became small in my eyes, like 3 little children. I looked down and saw that the wounds caused by their bites were healing quickly, with only a few drops of blood remaining. I have become so strong? I couldn't help but be surprised, but then I raised my hand and gently pushed the zombies close to me, and they flew backwards like scarecrows. I stood up, and my 3-meter height made the entire bedroom seem extremely narrow. When the zombies saw my drastic change in body shape, they didn't show any fear at all and still pounced towards me frantically. Get out of here! I was furious and kicked the zombie hard. The zombie was immediately kicked away and embedded into the sofa in the living room. Looking at the remaining 2 zombies, I stretched out my hands, grabbed their necks respectively, and lifted them into the air. These rotten faces once looked like humans. I was touched, but then my face turned cold. No, they are no longer human. These are monsters. When I thought about how I was almost torn to pieces by them just now, I twisted hard without hesitation and broke the necks of the 2 zombies in an instant. I threw them on the ground, turned and walked into the living room, looking at the zombie embedded in the sofa. Its body was twisted and deformed, and the ground was covered with blood, but it was still struggling and roaring at me. I sighed, reached out and crushed its head, finally making it quiet down. After finishing everything, I looked at the broken door and faintly heard a low growl coming from the corridor. After turning off the bedroom light, I moved the zombie body out of the bedroom and sat back on the bed. I touched the mysterious power again by feeling, and the changes in my body gradually subsided, and my 3-meter-tall body slowly shrank back to its original size. The only difference was that my previous height of 1.75 meters had now become a stronger 1.80 meters. At this moment, that voice sounded in my mind again. The host has awakened the giant bloodline. The strongest bloodline system is at your service. Giant bloodline system? I was stunned for a moment, then relieved. As a senior novel fan, I am not unfamiliar with the system, which has become my greatest reliance in the apocalypse. System, can you introduce your functions? I asked tentatively. The strongest bloodline system, born from the world's bloodline, has the ability to catalyze the host's bloodline. The host's strong will awakens the system, and the system will provide assistance to the host, assisting the host to sublimate the bloodline and evolve the essence of life. After listening to the introduction, a group of information suddenly appeared in front of me. Host, Li Ju, bloodline, primary giant bloodline, 1 out of 100 strength, 11, giant form, 55, agility, 9, giant form, 35, perception, 10, giant bloodline, 40, spirituality, 6, giant bloodline, 20. Note, the average value of ordinary humans is 5. And the human body limit is 10. Breaking the limit will gain special abilities. I looked at the data of the giant form and couldn't help but shrink my pupils. This is just the primary giant bloodline. If I upgrade to a higher level in the future, my power will be unimaginable. But just as I was full of anticipation, a strong feeling of hunger suddenly hit me, as if my body was hollowed out, and I felt like I could swallow a cow at this moment. Because the energy level of the current world is too low to support the existence of the giant bloodline. Each time you enter the giant form, you need to consume a lot of energy. The longer you maintain it, the greater the energy consumption. Before replenishing energy, you cannot enter the giant form again. Then, the system dinged and sent another message. Giant bloodline is immune to foreign gene invasion. The host will not be infected by zombies. I felt relieved after hearing the system's prompt. Even if I didn't enter the giant form, I wasn't afraid of infection. I was like a walking zombie serum. The protest from my stomach prompted me to stop thinking and take out the stored food and start wolfing it down. After a while, I had almost used up half of my reserves. When my body was full of strength again and I felt that the giant form was ready to be activated at any time, I finally lay down tiredly and prepared to take a nap. As the sky grew darker, the roars of the zombies still echoed in my ears. My spirit was still high from the battle during the day, and I gradually fell asleep until the dawn light shone through the curtains. When I woke up again, it was already 10 a.m. I picked up my phone and found that I had lost signal, so I had to take out my backpack and pack up the necessary supplies, clothes, and food. Then I smashed open the fire extinguisher box in the stairwell and took out a fire axe as a weapon for self-defense. This process attracted several zombies, and I beheaded them one by one without mercy. The axe chopped off the rotten neck without hesitation, cleanly and neatly. Do you want to go to other floors to check the situation? I looked upstairs and hesitated for a moment. Although many people in the community have been infected and turned into zombies, there are still survivors trapped in the house, waiting for rescue. If I could help them out, maybe I could get them to collect supplies for me. After deciding on the plan, I put on my backpack, took my fire axe and walked out of the house, ready to explore upwards from the 8th floor. The doors of the 2 households on the 9th floor were violently broken open, and the inside was in a mess, with blood and flesh everywhere, but no zombies. As I was searching around, a photo frame caught my attention. The man in the photo turned out to be the zombie who attacked me last night, and the woman had also become a zombie. I looked at their child in the photo, a little boy about 5 or 6 years old. My heart sank slightly, and I sighed secretly. After taking some food, I marked the door and continued to the 10th floor. The door on the 10th floor was intact. I knocked on it, and heard a slight noise when I put my ear close to it. I knocked on the door again and introduced myself. I'm Li Ju, a resident on the 8th floor. Is anyone inside? A faint female voice came from inside the door. Li Ju? The door finally opened slowly, and a woman in her 30s poked half of her face out. She was my neighbor Lin Rui, a middle school teacher. After confirming that I was alive, Lin Rui invited me into the room, her eyes full of fear and worry. "Mr. Lee, what on earth happened outside? There were some terrible noises coming from downstairs last night." Lin Rui's slightly hoarse voice was filled with a hint of uneasiness. "Teacher Lin, zombies did enter the community last night, and some residents were infected," I explained as calmly as possible. "I used a fire axe to clear the zombies on the 9th floor, but the situation in the community is still not optimistic. In fact, last night's fight nearly cost me my life, and I can't help but lament that if I didn't have my giant bloodline, I might not be here now." A trace of sadness flashed in Lin Rui's eyes. "The Han couple on the 9th floor, have they also turned into zombies?" I nodded and said as calmly as I could, "They were infected and I have taken care of them." I immediately proposed my plan to Lin Rui. I planned to gather the survivors in the community together, set up a camp, help each other, and wait for rescue. Lin Rui was stunned. This young man in his early 20s actually took on the responsibility of protecting the residents of the community in the end times. She smiled with a touch of emotion. "Mr. Lee, you are such a kind person." I nodded modestly and pointed outside the door. "Teacher Lin, what about the family opposite you?" "They are a young couple. They went out early yesterday morning and haven't come back yet. I hope they are okay." Lin Rui's tone was filled with worry. I said goodbye to her, walked out the door, and continued exploring downstairs. As for Lin Rui, I asked her to go to the 9th floor and move the usable supplies to her room in case of emergency. Walking down the stairs, the air was filled with the smell of decay, and the walls still bore traces of yesterday's bloody battle. I cleaned each floor in turn, and I basically dealt with all the zombies on the 7th floor. There were some surprises on the 6th floor. I found a little boy in a closet. After briefly explaining the situation to him, I sent him to the 10th floor to meet Teacher Lin. After cleaning up all the way, I found an elderly man who was a retired soldier living in room 601 on the 4th floor. After learning about my plan, he expressed his willingness to help me collect more survivors. Looking at his determined eyes, I suddenly felt admiration in my heart, but for safety reasons, I asked him to go back to the house to prepare supplies. The residents below the 5th floor were basically all killed. The doors of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors were violently broken open, and broken limbs were scattered throughout the rooms. There were only 1 or 2 zombies wandering in the blood, and I beheaded them one by one. "It's worse than I thought," I sighed inwardly. The search of the entire building yielded disappointing results. There were only 3 survivors as expected, and the once vibrant community had almost become a dead zone. When I arrived at the main door on the ground floor, I saw the scene outside through the window. Several zombies were wandering in the sun, their faces rotten and bloody, and their growls echoed in the empty neighborhood. Looking at this group of mindless monsters, I was about to go out with a fire axe to clean them up, but I accidentally discovered something strange. The clothes one of the zombies was wearing made me recognize him instantly. It was Lao Lu, the old security guard of the community. His whole body was stained with dark red blood, and his twisted flesh was exposed, as if he was completely infected. Suddenly, a taller zombie approached him. It was an extremely sturdy zombie, at least 2 meters tall, with muscles so obvious that they almost burst the tights on his body. "Is this Coach Wu?" I frowned, shocked. Coach Wu is a senior fitness trainer who lives in my neighborhood and often asks me to exercise more. Even though he has become a zombie, his size is still hard to ignore. Seeing the mutant zombie approaching step by step, the zombie Lao Lu did not react at all, until Coach Wu suddenly made a move, grabbed his neck and twisted it hard. Lao Lu's head was twisted off. Then, Coach Wu actually lowered his head and sucked the black brain. The other zombies didn't seem to be aware of the danger, and were hunted down one by Coach Wu and became his meal. This weird scene made me take a step back. Just as I was shocked, Coach Wu's body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye he had become taller, 2 meters and 2 meters tall, and his skin turned pale. As the bone spurs protruded from his spine, Coach Wu's appearance became more and more hideous. "Is this evolution?" I whispered to myself, feeling a surge of fear and vigilance in my heart. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, "Unknown mutant zombies discovered, recording completed." Looking at Coach Wu in front of me, a name popped up in my mind. Tyrant. Yes, this form completely fits the title of Tyrant. I snorted coldly, tightened my grip on the fire axe, and moved closer to the tyrant. As soon as I showed up, the survivors upstairs and downstairs noticed me, their eyes filled with confusion and expectation. The tyrant stared at me with his empty eyes, and pounced on me with a growl. "Take my axe!" I swung the axe quickly and chopped it at the tyrant's chest. The sound of metal rubbing against rotten flesh was teeth-grinding, and the axe barely left a crack on the tyrant's chest, as if it was chopping on stone. The tyrant immediately closed his hands in an attempt to hold me. I crouched down, nimbly rolled sideways to the tyrant's side, swung my axe at his waist, and then kicked him hard to distance myself from him. The tyrant roared angrily and pounced again. I simply threw the axe away and rushed forward. Then, our bodies collided violently like two high-speed trains. Bang! The impact made me take several steps back, but the tyrant's hands hit nothing. At this moment, the system analysis data instantly appeared in my mind. Level 5 mutant zombie tyrant, strength, 16, agility, 8, perception, 9, spirit, 0. 16 points of strength? I took a deep breath inwardly. No wonder my strength is not as good as its. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be torn to pieces in one round. Zombies have such power when they evolve to level 5. When they reach level 10 or 20, they will be monsters from nightmares. But even so, my giant form can still crush it. However, there are still many survivors watching around, and exposing the giant form will undoubtedly attract too much attention. I must find a way to lead the tyrant to an uninhabited area. I took a quick look at the terrain of the neighborhood and decided to retreat quickly. After looking behind me, I turned around and ran to a secluded place in the community. As expected, the tyrant chased me regardless of everything. Lin Rui and Tang Hu upstairs watched me silently. Lin Rui whispered, "Mr. Li, I hope you come back safely." Next to Lin Rui was the retired soldier named Tang Hu. Tang Hu looked at the little boy who was a survivor from the 6th floor sleeping on the sofa, and said with a firm look, "I believe that the authorities will definitely organize an army to rescue us. Brother Li is such a good person, nothing will happen to him." Under the illumination of white lights, Xia Country's top biological laboratory was bustling with activity. Soldiers were guarding the elevator entrance, and scientists were shuttling back and forth between experimental data. Lieutenant General Qingjin Song and top biologist Wang Donghai walked out of the elevator and headed towards the zombie laboratory together. Through the special glass, Qingjin Song looked at the dozen or so imprisoned zombies and asked, "What's the situation?" Wang Donghai took the experimental record, flipped through it quickly, raised his head and said, "There are signs of evolution. Last night, several zombies began to eat the brains of other zombies. 2 of them underwent significant changes, with bodies swelling and bone spurs growing. The characteristics have reached level 5, and there are even signs of cell activity recovery. We believe that the cells of this mutant zombie may be the key to developing a serum." Qingjin Song frowned and his eyes were heavy. "The external situation is not optimistic, and the infection rate has reached 90%. The wireless signal was disconnected this morning, and we have completely lost contact with other cities. Currently, we can only rely on wired power to communicate with the Yunhai City troops. Rescue operations is difficult, especially with the new threats posed by mutant zombies. Not long ago, one of our search and rescue teams fought against mutant zombies and suffered heavy losses." Before he finished speaking, a harsh red alarm suddenly sounded in the base, and the entire laboratory fell into chaos. Warnings that the first line of defense outside the laboratory gate had been breached came one after another. Qingjin Song's face changed and he quickly took the soldiers out of the underground laboratory. At this moment, I stood quietly in the open-air parking lot of the community, watching the tyrant zombie approach. The view here is blocked, so it's a good place to transform. I closed my eyes and touched a giant heart in my body. With the sound of crackling, of bones exploding, my body quickly expanded into a little giant over 3 meters tall, and my muscles burst out with great power like rocks. "Come on, let's see who is stronger!" I sneered and walked towards the tyrant. The tyrant obviously had no intelligence, and was not afraid of the giant me in front of him. He rushed forward and hugged my waist, trying to crush me with brute force. However, in giant form, I felt that the opponent's strength was just SOSO. I snorted coldly and punched the tyrant hard on the head. Bang! The tyrant's head exploded instantly, and black brain matter splattered everywhere. Then I threw away the tyrant's body and released my giant form. The brief battle just now did not make me feel tired. Instead, I noticed a red light in the tyrant's head. I bent down and picked up the pentahedral crystal that was sparkling with red luster. Just as I was wondering, the system prompt sounded. Evolution crystal detected. Using evolution crystal can catalyze the host's bloodline, and there is a chance to obtain the special abilities of the Tyrant Series. Evolution crystal? I was stunned for a moment, and thought of a bold guess what would happen if ordinary people used evolution crystal. Would they gain power like me, or would they turn into zombies? Without an answer, I put aside my doubts and focused on strengthening myself. I asked the system how to use crystals. The system prompts: create a wound on the skin and place the evolution crystal close to the wound for gene infusion. I looked at the crystal full of black brain matter with disgust, but considering that this was the end of the world, I didn't care about that. I took out a knife and cut my index finger, and bright red blood oozed out. Just as I was about to use it, I noticed that the wound on my index finger healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I couldn't help but speculate that perhaps it had gained the ability to heal quickly after breaking through the limits of the human body. I placed the evolution crystal close to the wound, and instantly felt a burning energy flowing into my body through the wound, and my limbs seemed to be injected with new strength. Evolutionary gene infusion in progress. Primary giant bloodline catalyzed. Compiled successfully. Tyrant Series, welcome you, host. Host, Li Ju, page, Junior Giant Bloodline, 6 out of 100, gene sequence, Tyrant, strength, 12, giant form, 56, agility, 10, giant form, 36, perception, 11, giant form, 50, spirituality, 6, giant form, 20, tip. The average value of various human beings is 5, and the human body limit is 10. Breaking through the limit will unlock special abilities. My strength, agility, and perception all increased a bit. Especially the perception has broken through to 11, breaking the limit of the human body. In the giant form, this increase is especially significant. Strength limit brings high-speed healing, but what ability does perception limit bring? I stared at the system interface, and my eyes fell on the gene sequence, Tyrant column. Once you focus your attention, this column of data will expand to reveal more information. Sequence Ability 1, Strength Growth, one of the evolutionary directions of the Tyrant series, focusing on the improvement of strength, extremely consistent with the giant bloodline. Sequence Ability 2, Bone Strengthening, another evolutionary direction of the Tyrant series, enhancing the strength and density of bones to withstand greater forces. After reading these ability descriptions, I have a preliminary understanding of sequence ability. Coming back from the system, I noticed that I was covered in black liquid, all splattered from the explosion of the tyrant's head. This clothes is ruined. I shook my head with a wry smile, but I was not in a hurry to change clothes. The battle was not over yet, and I still needed to search the 4 residential buildings one by one. As planned, I returned to the original route and systematically searched the remaining 4 buildings. What surprised me was that compared to the building where I lived, there were quite a few survivors in these 4 buildings, a total of 31 people. After a brief explanation, I successfully brought all 31 survivors back to Building 1, where I lived. At this time, night was gradually falling. 2015. I looked at the faint light on my phone. Although the signal was still missing, it could still be used as a timer. To prevent the zombies from invading, I and several young survivors temporarily blocked the damaged large iron door on the ground floor with various sundries. Although we couldn't completely stop them, we could at least provide some cover. At this moment, there were a total of 35 survivors in the building, all gathered on the rooftop of building number 1, talking in low voices, and occasionally looking up at me standing in front of them. I looked at the survivors who were struggling to survive in the apocalypse, secretly exhaled, and sorted out my thoughts. Everyone, the disaster suddenly struck since yesterday afternoon. You may have witnessed the miserable situation of security guard Lao Lu. I looked around. Then I lowered my voice and said, "What I know is not just our community. This disaster has spread to the entire Yunhai city, the entire Xia country, and even the world. This is the end of the world, the zombie end of the world." Their expressions gradually became complicated, with fear, anxiety, and even a hint of uneasy anticipation. I continued. I have gathered everyone here because we cannot fight the apocalypse alone. Strength lies in numbers, and this truth has never changed. In this situation, we can only survive this disaster by uniting together. As soon as he finished speaking, a low conversation was heard among the crowd. Then, the yellow-haired young man Lu Meng raised his hand and questioned, his voice full of disdain. Brotherly, you are indeed good at fighting zombies, but do you have the ability to manage us? Can the camp be built just like that? Who will manage the food and distribute the shelter? Who will protect everyone? Can you guarantee that nothing will happen to us? Lu Meng's words resonated with many people, and they nodded one after another with some doubt and vigilance. I looked at him in silence for a moment, then took out my phone, opened the video of the Jinling zombie virus outbreak, and passed it to the person next to me to watch. Then I slowly said, "This video was shot a week ago, when Jinling City was already infected by zombies." Then I calmly explained, "The zombie virus did not break out in Yahai City until yesterday. It's been a whole week since then. Didn't you notice the time difference? A week has passed, and Jinling is still occupied and completely disconnected from the outside world. Why haven't we heard any news about Jinling? It's just like our cell phone signal suddenly disappeared." After watching the video, everyone's faces became gradually solemn. I continued, "I guess the rescue in Nanjing is not going smoothly, and the army's task is very difficult. In other words, we can't expect rescue to arrive in time. Before that, we must find a way to survive." I looked at Lu Meng straight in the eye, with a hint of coldness in my tone. "The purpose of establishing a survivor camp is not to manage everyone, but to better protect each of us. Only by being together can we exert our greatest strength." After a pause, I continued, "We can organize the division of labor. Some people will be responsible for exploring the outside world and collecting supplies. Some will be responsible for guarding safety and preventing zombie invasions, and some will be needed to manage supplies to ensure that everyone's needs are met." Then I added, "This is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, but a protracted battle. The death caused by zombie infection is more terrible than any kind of disease, and it can even make people worse than death. I calmly scanned the crowd and finally said slowly, "Those who agree now can stay, those who disagree can choose to leave. Tomorrow morning, I will not stop anyone." At this time, Lu Meng snorted coldly, turned and walked towards the stairs, as if planning to leave tomorrow morning. However, just as Lu Meng was about to step onto the stairs, none of the survivors around him followed him. After a moment of silence, Lin Rui spoke first. "I support the establishment of the camp." Then, retired soldier Tang Hu also said in a sonorous voice, "I support it too. At times like this, only by uniting together can we go further." "I support it too." One voice sounded after another, and the entire rooftop was gradually filled with shouts of support. Except for Lu Meng, everyone chose to stay. Seeing this, Lu Meng's expression changed slightly. He looked at everyone, and finally hesitated for a moment, and stopped going downstairs. "Very good," I nodded. "From now on, our camp will be called Redemption Camp. This is not only our refuge, but also our hope for survival." There was a hint of solemnity in everyone's eyes, but also a bit of expectation and hope. November 6, 2034, the third day of the zombie apocalypse. Last night, with a vote from all survivors, the Redemption Camp was officially established. As the founder of the camp and also the most powerful person here, I was naturally elected as the manager of the camp. After some discussion, I decided to let Lin Rui be responsible for managing supplies and distributing food in a fixed quantity every day. Since the disaster in Yahai City had just begun, everyone's mentality had not yet completely changed, and some survivors were reluctant to hand over the food they brought with them. However, this is not a problem. The materials collected subsequently will belong to the camp and will be distributed by Lin Rui. Su Wei, a middle-aged man from a construction company, and I discussed and decided to set up the 10th floor of building number 1 as a material storage area and the 9th floor as my independent rest area. The other survivors lived on the 5th to 8th floors, with 4 households on each floor, sharing an average of 4 survivors. No one had any objection to my exclusive use of the 1st floor as a living area. After all, in this last days, virtue has long been equated with power and status, and this tacit understanding seems to have been deeply rooted in people's hearts. 7:10 a.m. I checked the time on my phone, put on my backpack, and walked from the 9th floor to the 4th floor. This floor is temporarily set up as the public activity area of the camp. In addition to me, there are 6 survivors waiting the material exploration team selected last night, 5 men and 2 women. Everyone, today's mission is to explore outside the community, and give priority to finding food and water. If you encounter other survivors, try to bring them back to the camp. I looked around at everyone and raised the fire axe in my hand. Are you all ready? With Brotherly here, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Meng, with blonde hair, responded with a smile, holding a fire axe in his hand. Last night, he wanted to leave the camp, but when no one responded, he had to retreat in disappointment and expressed his support. I didn't care about this little thing and smiled. This gave Lu Meng a strange sense of respect, the kind of chivalrous spirit, something that an old man always yearned for. Okay, let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, I nodded and said, Don't be so nervous, it's like you're going to a battlefield. These zombies are not invincible. As long as we work together, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a few of them. Haha, that makes sense. Yeah, with Brotherly here, we're not afraid. Everyone relaxed a little, and the atmosphere was no longer so tense. Everyone had seen me kill zombies alone, and fighting 2 or 3 at once was commonplace. Well, let's start from the north gate. I led the team out of the 4th floor and walked down. At the gate of building number 1, Su Wei and several survivors were reinforcing the iron gate, which was the most basic line of defense of the camp. They were also responsible for patrolling the camp. Are you ready to go? Su Wei greeted us. Yes, how are you doing? I responded. Although the zombies in the community have been cleared, zombies from outside may still wander in. Fortunately, this iron gate is just a little twisted. It can still be used after repair. I will reinforce it to make sure it can block a small number of zombies. Su Wei pointed outside the door. It was still early in the day, and a few old street lamps flickered, casting a faint light. Then I'll leave it to you, I said solemnly and stepped out of the door first. Lu Meng followed closely behind, and seeing this, the others also plucked up the courage to follow. The topographic map of the community emerged clearly in my mind. The north gate was closer to Building 1, while the south gate was in the direction of Building 5. The team formed a straight line, and I took the lead and slowly moved towards the north gate. Roar! Suddenly, a roar broke the silence. The sudden sound made the team members nervous, and some even turned around and ran away a few steps. I saw a female zombie jumping out from the green belt and rushing towards me. Poochie! I raised my axe and the headless body of the female zombie rushed forward a few steps and then fell to the ground. I threw its head away in one smooth motion. I looked back at everyone's reactions, and seeing that they had regained their composure, I continued walking forward. Keep up, we have a lot of tasks to do, I explained simply. The exploration team nodded silently and followed again. When passing by the corpse of a zombie, Lu Meng did not forget to kick it. Hey, this zombie is nothing more than this. After leaving the north gate, we soon saw a lot of zombies wandering on the road. Some were squatting on the ground gnawing on something, and some were even holding the steering wheel and biting it. I also saw a few zombies discover us, and they immediately roared and pounced on us as if they saw prey. This time, the exploration team was calmer. Under my command, the exploration team quickly hid in the nearby shops, piled up obstacles, and used the terrain advantage to confront the zombies. Die for me! Lu Meng seized the opportunity and chopped a zombie on the neck with an axe. However, Lu Meng was a little nervous, and the axe deviated and hit his shoulder. Seeing that the zombie was about to catch Lu Meng, I pushed him away in time and killed the zombie with an axe. Zombies are not alive, but their threat is very real. Be careful when fighting zombies and don't get caught. Their teeth, claws, and blood all carry the zombie virus. Once infected, you may also become a zombie, I reminded everyone. It was observed that the claws of these zombies had begun to become sharp. Apparently, the zombies' infectivity was increasing over time. Thank you, Brotherly, for saving my life. Lu Meng breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the tables and chairs on the ground, and smashed the heads of the remaining zombies. At this moment, I suddenly felt something strange. My sense of breaking through the limit reminded me that something seemed to be watching us from a distance. I squinted my eyes, thinking. With the coordinated cooperation of the exploration team, we quickly dealt with several zombies. After experiencing this battle, the team members have obviously changed. The fear has dissipated a lot, and their eyes have become more determined. The business we were in was a convenience store that I frequented frequently. Fortunately, the zombie virus broke out suddenly and we set out early, so the supplies in this convenience store were quite abundant. A simple estimate shows that it would take at least 7 people to make 3 round trips to move all these supplies. "Brotherly, there is a cart here," Huang Xiaoyu waved to me. "That's great. It will be much easier to move with a cart." I nodded. After a rough estimate, I said to her, "You and Li Shui should load the important supplies onto the cart first, and take food that can fill your stomach first. There is still a water source in the camp for the time being, so keep the water for now." "Okay, brotherly," Huang Xiaoyu responded without hesitation. Although we were of similar age, she still called me brotherly, and trusted me very much. After some intense preparation, I asked 2 male team members to return to the camp first with Huang Xiaoyu and Li Shui. I took the remaining 2 people to a nearby pharmacy. Food, water, and medicine are the basic guarantees for our survival, and none of them can be missing. As soon as I walked out of the convenience store, the weird feeling of being watched appeared again, and I subconsciously stopped. "Brotherly, what's wrong?" Lu Meng noticed that something was wrong with me and immediately looked around vigilantly, but saw no trace of zombies. "Something is targeting us." I frowned. I had sensed its presence before at the convenience store, although it was not very obvious, but this time it was much clearer. The malicious intent seemed to come at me, without any concealment. "It's not a zombie, it's something else," I said solemnly. "The ordinary zombies and the mutant tyrants before didn't give me this feeling. Maybe it was another mutant creature." "So should we go to the pharmacy or go back to the camp first?" Lu Meng tightened the fire axe in his hand, without doubting my judgment at all. "You and Qian Tong go to the pharmacy first. If you encounter zombies, retreat immediately and don't get infected," I warned. "What about you, brotherly?" he asked anxiously. "I'll go see what that thing is. It would be great if we can get rid of it. Otherwise, leaving it here will be a hidden danger to the entire camp." After saying that, I walked across the street, where there was a corner of an intersection. Seeing me leave, Lu Meng and Qian Tong looked at each other and cautiously moved towards the pharmacy. Without my escort, their steps became cautious. Following the guidance of my senses, I moved forward step by step, and the surrounding environment was quite familiar to me. Gradually, I discovered that the road ahead led to a pet shop. The strange feeling of being watched became stronger, and a faint fishy smell lingered in the air, making me sick. "It looks like this is it." I stopped and saw a pet shop called Shai Chong. The glass of the shop door was broken, and there was a dead silence in the darkness. On the ground was dried black blood mixed with fresh red blood, as well as animal excrement and hair, giving off a rancid smell. This scene was chilling. At this moment, 2 scarlet lights lit up in the darkness deep in the pet shop, locking onto me with cold malice. "It's it!" My pupils shrank slightly. This red gaze was the source of the feeling of being watched. "Woo woo woo!" A low roar came from the darkness, and 2 red lights became brighter and brighter, like crimson stars in the night. I could vaguely see a huge figure slowly emerging and a rotten dog head gradually appearing. On the head, which was about the size of 2 basketballs, black and red blood was oozing from the rotten flesh, and the dirty fur was clumped into spots. "This is an Alaskan dog that has mutated into a zombie. You can call it a zombie dog." Roar! The zombie dog walked out of the darkness completely. Its huge body, which was 3 meters tall, was like a small car, bringing a strong sense of oppression. The green saliva of the zombie dog dripped onto the ground, making a hissing, corrosive sound and emitting bursts of white smoke, which was obviously highly corrosive. Unknown mutant zombie discovered. Recording started. Recording completed. Level 10 mutant zombie, zombie dog, strength, unknown, agility, unknown, perception, unknown, spirit, unknown. For detailed data, please fight with it. The system will collect actual data for judgment. We stared at each other silently, with a fighting spirit and a little excitement in my eyes. I have never met an opponent in my giant form, and I even killed the tyrant zombie easily before. It would be nice to have a hearty battle. "Woo woo woo!" The zombie dog growled in a low voice. Although dogs were domesticated by humans, their natural hunting instincts had never been erased. The mutation after being infected with the zombie virus obviously stimulated the wildness of the zombie dog. It seemed to be judging my strength, looking for opportunities to attack, and it might choose to retreat at any time. Do you think I'm your prey? I smiled faintly, raised the fire axe in my hand and threw it violently, stabbing the zombie dog hard. The axe drew an arc in the air at an extremely fast speed and instantly penetrated the zombie dog's shoulder. Roar! The zombie dog suddenly roared, its blood-red eyes became brighter and redder, revealing anger and madness. I looked at it fearlessly and whispered, "Come on, let's see who is the prey." Bang! 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 The sound of my heartbeat echoed in my chest, getting faster and louder, as if it were thunder. Adrenaline surges, the whole body feels hot, the giant heart is triggered, and the giant form descends. As I let out a low roar, my bones and muscles grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, I had turned into a giant 3 meters tall. The Tyrant sequence has mutated, catalyzing the giant bloodline, and started recording. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Along with the awakening of the giant form, the Tyrant series of abilities after absorbing the evolutionary crystallization of the mutant zombie tyrant finally appeared. White bones grew from the body, wrapping my fists and forearms, and a sense of oppression spread outward with me as the center, forming a confrontation with the momentum of the zombie dog. Bloodline catalysis completed, Tyrant armor, phase 1 in place. I looked down at my hands. The white bone armor was clinging to my skin, emitting a jade-colored luster. This power! I muttered to myself, feeling more powerful than ever before. Roar! The zombie dog could no longer hold back. The fire axe on its shoulder made it furious. It jumped suddenly, trying to crush me with its huge body. I didn't retreat but advanced, stretched out my hands, and grabbed its neck. The strength, speed, and perception of the giant form far exceeded that of the zombie dog. Although it was rated as a level 10 mutant, and its strength was above that of the tyrant, it was still not a concern in my eyes. Strength is being judged, judgment completed. I grabbed the zombie dog's neck with one hand and lifted it up. The zombie dog struggled frantically, kicking its limbs non-stop. Its rotten legs were covered in blood, revealing its white bones. Its mutated claws scratched the ground, leaving cracks. Swish! The sharp claws scratched my chest, leaving 3 white marks, and gradually pink blood beads appeared. The zombie dog's sharp claws actually cut through my defense. However, when it roared and tried to bite my hand, the corrosive saliva rose up white smoke on the bone armor, but it had no effect. This is the first appearance of the Tyrant armor, and the effect is amazing. Moreover, this is only the first stage. So what will happen in the next 2 and 3 stages? Thinking of this, my blood boils. This is the power brought by the strongest bloodline system. I didn't rush to deal with the zombie dog. Instead, I threw it out suddenly. Its huge body smashed down a nearby shop, turning it into ruins. The loud noise attracted the surrounding zombies. Hordes of zombies poured out from every corner, forming a small zombie tide, and rushed towards me together. The densely packed zombies bared their fangs and claws, staggering but approaching quickly. I sneered disdainfully. These low-level zombies were too weak. Even if I stood still, they couldn't bite through my skin. My connection with the Tyrant series has become closer. Faintly, a substantial pressure spreads from me, forming a circular field with me as the center. As the zombies entered this range, their speed immediately slowed down, as if they were suppressed by an invisible gravity, and their steps became heavier. Tyrant domain, deploy! I smiled slightly, and a little passion ignited in my heart. In the end times, I now have the strength to vent some of my ambitions, so what? Woo woo woo! The zombie dog stood up from the ruins, shaking its huge head, and its blood-red eyes locked on me. However, it did not rush to attack. Instead, it took a few steps back and circled around me, as if observing the situation, allowing the zombies to rush towards me. Scared? I asked in surprise. This zombie dog actually still had some intelligence, and knew how to judge the situation. Maybe it was considering the opportunity to escape. No, how could I let you get away? I slowly squatted down, gathered strength in my legs, suddenly jumped up, and flew up. Bang! The force of the jump created 2 deep pits on the ground. I instantly jumped dozens of meters and fell on the back of the zombie dog. The zombie dog had no time to react, and my mid-air kick broke its spine. Agility determination in progress. Determination completed. Target data acquisition completed. Host, please observe. Level 10 mutant zombie, zombie dog, strength, 25, agility, 14, perception, 18, spiritual, 5. The zombie dog stats are almost twice those of the tyrant, and 3 of them have exceeded the limits of the human body. Perhaps it has its own special abilities. However, in the face of absolute power, any special abilities are useless. Ouch! The zombie dog let out a mournful cry, then turned its head unwillingly and tried to bite my arm. Although it succeeded, its sharp teeth and corrosive saliva were unable to penetrate the tyrant's armor, just like biting into solid rock, with no effect. Die! I growled, raised my right fist high, and dropped it suddenly. The zombie dog's huge head exploded like a watermelon, and filthy flesh and blood splattered everywhere. In the sight, a bright red pentahedral crystal was shining brightly, the crystal of evolution. I put the crystal away, looked up at the still coming tide of zombies, and smiled coldly. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 11 Newcomers. After a devastating battle, the tide of zombies consisting of hundreds of zombies turned into all kinds of broken limbs and meat paste. Li Ju resolved the battle with absolute invincibility. In a well-preserved room, Li Ju had released his giant form and was now taking out food from his backpack and eating. This transformation took much longer than before, and the energy consumed was several times more than before. After eating for a while, Li Ju finally came back to his senses from the feeling of hunger. Call! Li Ju drank the mineral water in his hand and exhaled. It is certainly exciting to kill everyone in giant form, but the price is also equal. System, now that I'm in giant form, I can replenish the energy I consume by eating, but it will take a very long time just by eating. As I get stronger, I'll consume more and more energy. So, every time I end the giant form, do I have to eat for several days and nights to replenish my energy? Li Ju rubbed his brows and said to the system. The host's food has a low energy content, and is difficult to replenish the consumption of the giant form. Evolution crystals are a high-concentration energy aggregate. Absorbing evolution crystals can replenish a large amount of energy. There are currently no other ways to replenish energy. Please actively explore. The system will collect data to provide assistance. I understand. Li Ju nodded and took out the evolution crystal obtained from killing the zombie dog from his pocket. The blood-red pentahedral crystals produced by zombie dogs are much larger than those of tyrants, about twice the size of the former. Li Ju cut his finger skillfully and pressed the evolution crystal against the wound. As a faint suction force rose, the blood-red color in the evolution crystal poured into Li Ju's fingers and dissipated to his limbs and bones. A sense of fulfillment arose, a feeling different from the feeling of being full. It was the satisfaction that came from the heart of the giant, indicating that Li Ju could fight the next battle and could enter the giant form at any time and transform into a mythical giant to fight. Obtaining evolutionary genes. Failed to obtain, please provide more samples. A system prompt sounded in his mind. It was a pity that this time, absorbing the zombie dog's evolutionary crystallization did not obtain its unique evolutionary gene. However, it still catalyzed the growth rate of the giant bloodline, allowing Li Ju's 3 data to improve. After sorting out the supplies, since he didn't bring any extra clothes, Li Ju had to find a set of the original owner's clothes in the room and put them on temporarily to replace the dirty clothes that were stained with the blood and brains of the zombie dogs. For some unknown reason, when Li Ju entered the giant form, the clothes on his body also became larger, and did not explode like the Hulk. 2.25. Li Ju glanced at the time on his phone. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He had been exploring since 7 in the morning. Dealing with zombies, searching for supplies, and fighting zombie dogs were all time-consuming and laborious tasks. At present, the exploration of the redemption camp has just begun. They have initially explored the streets on one side of the north gate of the community, and killed dozens of zombies. Li Ju left the exploration team and went to the other side alone, where he hunted zombie dogs and a tide of hundreds of zombies. However, compared to the number of zombies, this is just a drop in the bucket. Xia country has a population of up to 3 billion, making it the most populous country in the world. With the zombie virus so contagious, it is hard for Li Ju to imagine how many people will turn into zombies. Let's go back to the camp first. After thinking for a moment, Li Ju decided to go back and rest for a while, and also check on the transportation of supplies by Lu Mang and his team. After making the decision, Li Ju picked up his backpack and started his return journey. Old residential area, building number 1, the headquarters of the Redemption Camp. From a distance, Li Ju noticed the changes at the bottom of the building. The previously damaged iron gate had been repaired. The inside of the iron fence was reinforced with various wooden boards. 3 door locks were connected in series at different angles, effectively improving the iron gate's ability to withstand pressure. On top of the iron gate, many iron wires were wrapped around it, forming a second layer of protection. When the people inside saw Li Ju coming back, they quickly opened the door, and it was Su Wei who came out to greet him. "Brotherly, you are finally back." Su Wei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and his shiny bald head made Li Ju take a few more glances. "I went to the other side and saw a lot of zombies there." Li Ju made up an excuse and asked Su Wei, "How is it? How has it been during the time I was away?" Lu Mang and his friends brought back a lot of food, which has been stored in the storage room on the 10th floor. Teacher Lin Rui has counted it. Su Wei paused, then said, "We slightly renovated each floor of the camp this morning. The first is the gate. Brotherly, you can see that we have made multiple layers of reinforcements for it. It is not a problem to resist a small number of zombies at all. Also, Lu Mang and his team brought back 2 survivors this morning. I know them. They run a fruit shop on the street outside the community. They are a middle-aged couple." "Are there new people?" Li Ju was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "This is a good thing. Our camp will become bigger and bigger, and more people will join our camp." Su Wei pursed his lips, his eyes flickered, as if he wanted to say something, but after some hesitation, Su Wei just pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and followed Li Ju upstairs. Bang! 2 members of the patrol team pulled the big iron gate and locked the 3 doors, cutting off the connection between the inside and the outside. This door is like a wall, separating 2 worlds. Outside the door, a zombie virus breaks out, doomsday is coming, countless monsters are rampant, and the survivors are struggling to survive. Inside the gate, a redemption camp was established with Li Ju in charge. The survivors cooperated with each other and managed to survive the doomsday. After Li Ju left, bursts of noises were heard from the pet shop named Jai Chong. In the darkness of the pet shop, faint, hee-hee-hee, laughter could be heard. The laughter was extremely hoarse and unpleasant, like the harsh sound of metal friction. Listening to it for a long time might lead to the risk of going crazy. After a moment, the laughter stopped, and 2 rotten and swollen feet stepped out of the darkness and landed on the ground. A big-headed zombie, only about 1.2 meters tall, staggered out of the pet shop. Its head, which was larger than its body, was purple in color and well preserved with no signs of decay. On the face of the big-headed zombie, there is only one eye that occupies 1/3 of the size of the head, and a mouth that is similar to a small hole. "That's strange," hee-hee, laugh came from the big-headed zombie's mouth. The big-headed zombie slowly walked to the zombie dog, and looking at the zombie dog's twisted body and broken head, the big-headed zombie let out an even more weird and rapid laugh. "Ah hee-hee! Awesome!" Chapter 12 Internal Issues. November 10th, 2034, the 7th day of the zombie apocalypse. Li Ju sat on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him was a detailed map of Yuhai City, which was one of the gains from his exploration in recent days. On the map, a large red circle is clearly visible. This is the location of the Redemption Camp. Overall, it is located in the southeast of Yuhai City, on the 4th Ring Road. With the Redemption Camp as the center, many lines extend outward, with hooks, crosses, circles or various symbols on the streets, which represent the information obtained by the exploration team during this period of exploration. Several main streets nearby have been explored. Except for the places where a large number of zombies gather, the other smaller numbers of zombies have been quietly eliminated. The Redemption Camp also welcomed 6 new people, which was not good news. The disaster had not happened for too long, only 7 days. According to Li Ju's idea, as long as the survivors hid at home, had enough food, were vigilant and took protective measures, it should not be a problem to survive for 2 weeks. The zombies' infection rate was faster and more rapid than Li Ju had imagined. By the way, starting from this morning, the power supply to the residential buildings has officially been stopped. The power plant that provides power to this area has already collapsed. Without workers to carry out maintenance, power outage is only a matter of time. Fortunately, the tap water was still usable, but Li Ju felt that it would not last long, so he led the exploration team out to look for supplies more frequently. The next place to explore. Li Ju picked up the marker and kept groping on the map. He kept thinking based on the existing situation and the memory in his mind and chose the most advantageous direction. Dian Mall. Li Ju's pen stopped at a place on the map, then he circled it and marked it with an exclamation mark. Dian Mall is the largest mall in this area. It is a large-scale integrated mall with almost all kinds of supplies. The only problem is that it is far from the redemption camp, about 5 or 6 kilometers away. At the speed of the exploration team walking, it takes at least 2 hours to go back and forth. If a large amount of supplies are obtained, the return speed will be even slower. It would be fine if the journey was smooth, but if they were unlucky enough to encounter a zombie tide, it would be troublesome. I glanced at the screen of my mobile phone and saw that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. If I set out now, I would most likely not be able to return to the camp today. A detailed plan is needed. Li Ju pondered in silence. As the exploration team had acquired a lot of supplies recently, they had already filled up a room on the 10th floor. This was enough to support the survival of more than 40 people in the camp for 1 or 2 months. Supplies are important, but Li Ju also needs to take the lives of others into consideration. As the leader and builder of the camp, he must take both into account before making a decision. After all, any wrong decision may put the camp into crisis. Li Ju is naturally not afraid of zombies. With the bloodline of giants, Li Ju is invincible in the doomsday. The only thing that limits Li Ju is the huge amount of energy required to enter the bloodline of giants. Boom, boom, boom! Brother Li! Brother Li! Suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door, and Li Ju knew it was Lu Meng's voice as soon as he heard it. Li Ju stood up from the sofa, opened the door, looked at Lu Meng with an embarrassed expression, and couldn't help but frown and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Are there zombies invading?" "Huh!" Lu Meng panted. He climbed up from the ground floor. The facilities in the community were very old. There was no elevator installed when it was built, so people had to climb stairs to go up and down. "It's not the zombie tide, it's Li Hu." "Li Hu? What happened to him?" Li Ju became even more confused after hearing this. This Li Hu was a survivor who joined the camp a few days ago. The exploration team found Li Hu in a hardware store. At that time, Li Hu was holding an iron rod and confronting 4 zombies. There were 2 corpses lying on the ground, obviously Li Hu's companions. It was extremely difficult for Li Hu to fight against 4 zombies alone. He was almost knocked down by the zombies several times. Fortunately, he relied on the complex environment in the hardware store to constantly change positions, and was able to hold on for a long time. However, it is only a matter of time before you are caught and infected by zombies. Especially after the 3 companions who fell to the ground were transformed into zombies and joined the team chasing Li Hu had no way to escape. However, the exploration team of the redemption camp arrived in time. Under the leadership of Li Ju, they quickly eliminated several zombies and rescued Li Hu. Li Hu wanted to go out and explore alone, but you said before that only you can lead the exploration team. Li Hu refused to accept this and is now fighting with Su Wei. There are several other people with Li Hu. Lu Meng quickly explained what happened below, and then growled angrily. Li Hu really doesn't know what's good for him. Brother Li didn't allow him to go out in order to protect everyone. Has he forgotten that he almost died in the zombie's mouth before? Upon hearing this, Li Ju felt that something was wrong, and immediately left the room with Lu Meng and rushed to the first floor. Su Wei, are you going to open the door or not? In front of the camp gate, 2 groups of people occupied each side and confronted each other. The 4 people on the inside kept approaching the gate. The burly man in the lead had a face full of flesh and a fierce look in his eyes. The 3 people on the outside were Su Wei and the patrol team on duty. The sturdy man looked extremely ferocious, with muscles all over his body. Compared with the thin Su Wei, the difference between them was like that between an adult and a child. Li Hu, Brother Li has already told you that you cannot go out without joining the exploration team. Even if you are a member of the exploration team, you can only go out under the leadership of Brother Li. You join the camp, and the camp provides you with free food. What do you want to do now? Are you going to break the rules of the camp? The white shirt on Suwei was stained with many stains and had wrinkles at the collar, which was obviously the result of a physical conflict. Rules? I don't care about these bullshit rules. I just want to go out and find food outside. Li Hu sneered and pointed at the 3 followers behind him and said, Fuck it, there is so much food, but I am only given so much for each meal, and there's not even cigarettes or alcohol. If you don't give it to me, I can find it myself, right? I tell you, if you don't open the door, I will. So what? A cold voice sounded from the stairs, interrupting Li Hu's words. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at the newcomer. Li Ju and Lu Mang walked out of the stairs and stopped in front of Li Hu. Facing Li Hu's provocative gaze, Li Ju was not afraid at all. He stared straight at Li Hu, and a faint sense of pressure seemed to emanate from him. This is the unique temperament of a person in power and a superior, and it is the effect of the Tyrant Series catalysis. Hey, Li kid, you are well informed. You came down so quickly. Li Hu grinned, and the ferocity in his eyes showed no sign of disappearing. Li Hu, the rules I set are the rules of the camp. Li Ju replied calmly, and glanced at everyone and said, This is all for the safety of the camp, for the safety of everyone. Your behavior is likely to bring disaster to the camp, so I don't allow you to go out alone. You can join the exploration team and go out with me next time. Fuck it. No one has ever dared to talk to me like this since I was a child. You are just a little brat, and now you want to ride on my head? Li Hu suddenly laughed twistedly and slapped Li Ju. Li Ju suddenly realized that if this problem was not handled properly, other similar or even more serious things would happen in the camp in the future, which would be a devastating blow to the camp. Chapter 13, Judgment of Exile. If a force wants to develop over a long period of time, it cannot do without many factors. Excellent leaders, complete rules and regulations, members who maintain power. The redemption camp was just built, the division of labor is still in its infancy, and the survivors are not united enough. This requires the leader to use violence and iron-blooded means to establish rules, firmly control the camp, and unite them. As the latter, Li Hu was inherently separated from the camp. At this moment, he openly challenged the rules and challenged Li Ju's authority as the leader. Then, Li Ju will naturally not show mercy. I'll use you as an example to scare the monkeys. Li Ju murmured in a low voice. He was not a white-headed person who knew nothing. Having grown up independently, he knew that if he could not understand the complexity of social interpersonal relationships, he would be eaten without leaving even a bone. Facing Li Hu's sudden attack, Li Ju stretched out his right hand at a faster speed, suddenly grabbed Li Hu's swinging fist and held it down firmly. You bastard, what did you eat to grow up so strong? Li Hu kept increasing the strength in his hands, trying to break free from Li Ju's restraints. But no matter how hard Li Hu tried until his face turned red, he still couldn't move Li Ju at all. Bah! I don't believe it! Li Hu's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he swung his other hand and punched Li Ju in the face. Bang! Li Ju still took the punch. Looking at Li Hu's flushed face, Li Ju had no expression on his face. He just kept increasing the strength in his hands, gradually making Li Hu's hands creak. Pa! With a crisp sound, both of Li Hu's hands were broken by Li Ju on the spot. Oh! The piercing pain of broken bones pierced Li Hu's whole body. The intense pain made Li Hu's brain go blank and he almost fainted. A scream like a pig being slaughtered came out of Li Hu's mouth, and his originally ferocious face turned pale in an instant, losing all its blood color. However, Li Hu was still ferocious. This attack did not make Li Hu lose his fighting ability instantly. Instead, it further stimulated Li Hu's ferocity and murderous intent. Enduring the pain, Li Hu raised his right leg and kicked towards Li Ju's crotch. Humph! Li Ju let go of Li Hu's hands, dodged Li Hu's kick by turning sideways, and then slapped Li Hu in the face. Li Ju restrained the strength in his hand, otherwise this slap would be enough to blow Li Hu's head apart, turning it into a popular fireworks show. Even so, Li Ju's slap still made Li Hu fall to the ground, and a clear slap mark immediately appeared on his fleshy face. Li Hu, who was beaten dazed, sat on the ground in a daze, his broken hand hanging limply to the ground. The surging pain made Li Hu lose all ability to fight back. Finally, Li Hu's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Watching Li Hu fall to the ground, Li Ju looked coldly at the other 3 survivors who followed Li Hu. 2 of them were rescued by Li Ju when he was cleaning the community, and the other one was rescued by the expedition team in the past few days. I didn't expect that one of our own would do such a thing. Looking at the 2 survivors, Li Ju said lightly. No, it's not like that, brotherly. We don't want to go out. We just came down with Li Hu to keep up appearances. We definitely didn't violate any camp rules. The 2 survivors hurriedly explained, but no matter how much they said, Li Ju just stared at them in silence with a cold expression. Lu Meng, go inform everyone to gather on the rooftop. I have an important announcement to make. Okay, brotherly, I'll go right away. After receiving Li Ju's instructions, Lu Meng immediately turned around and ran upstairs. Li brotherly. You 3 follow me. Li Ju pointed at Li Hu on the ground, then said to Li Hu's 3 followers. Lift him up while you're at it. Yes. Hearing Li Ju's words, the 3 survivors hurried forward, lifted Li Hu in a hurry, and followed Li Ju and others upstairs. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered on the rooftop. More than 40 survivors occupied most of the rooftop. Most of them had confused looks on their faces, not knowing what had happened. Li Ju stood in front of everyone, with Su Wei and Lu Meng beside him. Li Hu lay unconscious on the ground. Several of Li Hu's followers stood by, at a loss, filled with fear for their fate. Everyone. Li Ju looked at everyone and said the first sentence loudly. We are gathered here today to deal with a matter. Li Ju pointed at Li Hu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with a cold expression on his face. He continued, Li Hu, a member of the redemption camp, violated the camp rules, organized a group to threaten patrol members, and attacked me. His presence seriously endangered the order and safety of the camp. After resolution, disciplinary measures will be taken against Li Hu. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately exploded, all kinds of discussions could be heard, and different expressions appeared on everyone's face. Be it surprise, anger, gloom, or thought, all kinds of human hearts are clearly revealed at this moment. Li Ju did not interrupt the discussion, but watched quietly, taking in everyone's performance. Hiss! Li Hu, who was lying on the ground, was awakened by the noisy discussions. The moment he regained consciousness, Li Hu let out a painful hiss because of the pain in his hand. Li Hu came back to his senses and looked around, recalling what happened before he fell into a coma. At this moment, he didn't know what Li Ju would do to him next, and the ferocious look on his face still remained. After a while, the crowd gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at Li Ju quietly, waiting for Li Ju to announce the punishment. Resolution: exile Li Hu and drive him out of the redemption camp. Li Ju said this coldly. In the camp, the zombies have been eliminated and there is sufficient food supply. The survivors only need to complete the tasks in the camp to obtain food. Everyone is under the protection of Li Ju, waiting for rescue from the military. Outside the camp, zombies roamed rampantly, monsters that would devour anyone they chose. The survivors had all seen the ferocity of zombies, and leaving the camp meant almost certain death. Just as Li Ju said before, the camp unites the strength of everyone, and the exploration team relies on each other to go out and obtain supplies. Correspondingly, the exploration team members who bear the risk of death also have the right to enjoy more supplies. No, no! Brotherly! Let me go! I know I was wrong, please give me a chance, I promise I won't cause trouble again. When Li Hu heard this, he immediately got up from the ground, called out to Li Ju in a miserable state, and kept begging for mercy. Su Wei, call 2 people to take him out. Li Ju ignored Li Hu's wailing and just gave instructions to Su Wei on the side. Su Wei didn't say much. He called 2 patrol members and dragged Li Hu away. Li Ju, you bastard, you will die a horrible death. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, Li Hu instantly tore off his disguise and cursed Li Ju at the top of his lungs, using all the dirty words he could. The reason he wanted to go out and explore was because he had 3 people following him, and he was safe and sound. Now, Li Hu's hands are disabled and no one is following him. Once he is driven out of the camp, he will surely die without protection. Soon, the sound of an iron gate opening was heard from below. The survivors gathered around the rooftop fence and looked down, only to see Su Wei and 2 patrolmen dragging Li Hu out of the iron gate and throwing him into a flower bed in the distance. Afterwards, the 3 men returned, locked the iron door, and left Li Hu alone outside. Li Hu slumped on the ground, looked up at the rooftop of the camp, and kept cursing Li Ju. Li Hu's curses soon attracted several zombies. They pounced on Li Hu like sharks smelling blood and started eating him. Ah! Painful screams pierced the sky and blood splattered everywhere. In front of the survivors of the camp, Li Hu was devoured by 3 zombies, leaving only a bloody skeleton. He didn't even have a chance to transform into a zombie. Chapter 14, Exploring the Distance. November 11, 2034, the 8th day of the zombie apocalypse. Standing on the rooftop, Li Ju's figure blended into the night. As a red sun slowly rose in the distant sky, the bright and slightly warm sunlight shone on Li Ju, separating him from the darkness and revealing his figure. The warm winter sun dispelled the chill, but it could not dispel the zombies roaming in every corner of Yahai City. They wandered aimlessly in every corner of Yahai City, relying on their instincts to hunt and eat all food, even devouring each other, and constantly evolving. Li Ju looked into the distance. His super eyesight allowed him to observe many things. Unfortunately, the tall buildings around him blocked his vision, which meant that he could observe fewer things. Today's target is Dalian Shopping Mall. Li Ju narrowed his eyes slightly, and instead of returning from the rooftop, he jumped down from the rooftop. He jumped down from the 10th floor and landed directly in front of the iron gate at the bottom of the building. Bang! A dull crash was accompanied by rising smoke and dust, and Li Ju stood up, his body unharmed. The 2 patrol members inside the iron gate were stunned at first, but when they saw clearly that the person outside was the camp manager Li Ju, shock flashed in their eyes. The 2 looked at each other and confirmed that there was no sign of the big iron gate in front of them being opened. The 3 iron locks were intertwined with each other, and there was no sign of being damaged. Even the keys were kept well in their pockets. "Brotherly, could he have jumped from the building?" a patrolman said uncertainly. Gurgle. The 2 of them swallowed their saliva at the same time and said in unison, "Brotherly is really awesome." Hearing the movement behind him, Li Ju turned around, looked at the big iron gate, laughed twice and said, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen acrobats? You know those parkour masters from abroad? They climbed down from the upstairs through the various support points of the wall, and jumped down the last section. How about it? Isn't it handsome?" The 2 of them said, "Oh," at the same time, showing an expression of, "I see," but they were half believing and half doubting what Li Ju said in their hearts. The survivors in the redemption camp all speculated that Li Ju possessed special abilities, or in other words superpowers. Why is Li Ju not afraid of zombies? Why is it so easy for Li Ju to kill zombies? Why can Li Ju always return safely after exploring alone? The tyrant who had previously fought against Li Ju has not appeared again until now. Some survivors even speculated that Li Ju was actually a special talent trained by the military and came from a special department. There were various opinions and several speculations, but these things actually consolidated Li Ju's prestige in the camp and made Li Ju more adept at managing the camp. "Brother, open the door. We are ready to go out and explore with Brotherly." Just as the 2 patrol members were immersed in the question of how Li Ju appeared, a familiar voice came from behind them. I saw Lu Mang and 8 other members of the exploration team coming down from the stairs. They were each wearing tight clothing that was convenient for movement, gloves on their hands, and neck guards around their necks to protect and cover the exposed parts of their bodies as much as possible. At the same time, each of them carried a fairly large mountaineering bag on their back. The number of members of the exploration team has expanded to 15, but only 9 of them are going out with Li Ju this time. The remaining 6 will stay in the camp to help maintain order and safety in the camp. "Oh, brothers, are you going out to explore? Where are you going this time?" Patrolman Luo Daxiong came to his senses and hurriedly took out the key, and cooperated with another patrolman Luo Erxiong to open the 3-door locks. With a creaky sound, the big iron gate was opened, and the sunlight shone through the iron gate and into the building. "Dalian Shopping Mall is a long way away. For safety reasons, we will not return to the camp tonight." Li Ju nodded to Lu Mang, then turned around and left the camp first. Seeing this, Lu Mang and others didn't bother to greet Luo. They walked out of the door one after another and followed Li Ju. After everyone left, Luo Daxiong suddenly pounded his thigh with an excited look on his face. Brother Li is so cool! Brother, I also want to join the exploration team, Luo Erxiong echoed. Should we lock the iron door first? Yes, we are still part of the patrol team now. The two looked at each other, said "oh" at the same time, and hurriedly closed the big iron door and began to lock it. The camp had taken a lot of supplies from the surrounding areas, but they were definitely not completely exhausted. The main reason why Li Ju decided to go to Dayun Mall was to search and rescue the survivors there. Dayun Shopping Mall is the largest shopping mall in this area and one of the important nodes leading to the central urban area of Yunhai City. It has a very large flow of people, which means that more zombies are infected after the outbreak of the zombie virus. But correspondingly, there are also more survivors there. More zombies means a greater chance of mutant zombies appearing, and more opportunities to obtain evolution crystals. These are what Li Ju thought silently in his heart. There are no signs of mutant zombies appearing around the camp. Be careful, there are 3 zombies. Lu Mang suddenly gave a reminder, and everyone in the exploration team turned their heads and leaned towards the location Lu Mang indicated. I saw 3 zombies hiding on the side of a van. When they saw the many survivors, they immediately roared and started to pounce on everyone in an attempt to have a feast. Li Ju only took a look at the 3 zombies, but he had no intention of attacking them. With his strong perception, he had already discovered the 3 zombies, but Li Ju believed that the current exploration team was not afraid of these 3 zombies. As expected, with the cooperation of everyone, the 3 zombies quickly died, and their 3 rotten heads were chopped off and rolled to the ground. Compared with before, the bodies of these zombies are more thoroughly decayed. There are almost no good pieces of meat on their bodies. It is almost all rotten meat. With the naked eye, you can see dense white maggots moving in and out of the zombies' bodies, which is nauseating. After dealing with the 3 zombies, Li Ju was about to move on when he noticed a flash of blood-red light in the heads of the 3 zombies. The familiar color instantly attracted Li Ju's attention, making him stop. Taking 2 steps forward, Li Ju crushed the rotten zombie's head with 1 foot, and saw a blood-red pentahedral crystal in the mess. The crystallization of evolution. Even ordinary zombies have begun to possess evolutionary crystals? Li Ju's pupils shrank, and he had a bad guess in his mind. It's only been a few days? The horror of the zombie virus once again shocked Li Ju. As time goes by, the catastrophe will last longer and longer, and the zombies will continue to evolve. One day, those zombies will become extremely powerful, so powerful that humans will not be able to resist. Eventually, the whole world will fall completely and become a paradise for zombies, leaving humans to live. Chapter 15 New Opportunity. Just as Li Ju was lost in deep thought, the system's prompt sounded again, and the voice without any emotion echoed in Li Ju's mind. A new type of evolution crystal has been detected, and data is being collected. Collection completed, analysis started. Analysis completed. Is there anything special? Li Ju followed the same method, took out the evolution crystals of the other 2 zombies, and asked the system in his mind. After system testing and comparison, this type of evolution crystal and variant evolution crystal belong to the same type of energy aggregate on different sides. It has the functions of replenishing the host's giant form energy and improving the basic attributes of ordinary humans. With the help of evolution crystal, the host can catalyze the blood hidden in other humans through the strongest bloodline system. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Ju instantly understood the great strategic significance of the 3 blood-red pentahedral crystals in his hand. This is something that can cultivate talents, and even create a second giant. With their help and drawing on their power, ordinary people can also break through the limits of the human body and gain extraordinary abilities. This is humanity's chance to fight against zombies. That's right, zombies are evolving, and humans will naturally not stand still. In nature, the fittest survive. Since zombies can evolve, why can't humans? Thinking of this, Li Ju raised a smile and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. After that, kill the zombies and collect the blood-red crystals in their brains. Give them to me for safekeeping. I will tell you the functions of these crystals after we return to the camp. Li Ju put the 3 evolution crystals into a small compartment of the backpack and said to the exploration team, "It is very useful." After hearing what Li Ju said, Everyone nodded. As for why they didn't ask the reason immediately, it was because they knew very well that challenging the authority of the manager was an extremely irrational behavior, and Li Hu was an exception. Since Li Ju said that he would tell them when he returned to the camp, they should do their best now and try to return to the camp alive. Seeing that everyone understood, Li Ju turned around and continued walking forward, resuming his exploration progress. The next journey is to a completely new place that the exploration team has never explored before. The surrounding conditions, the distribution range of zombies, and whether there are survivors are all unknown. Everyone was on high alert, guarding against zombies that might appear at any time. Along the way, they either took the initiative to attack and eliminate lone zombies, or passively defended, using various buildings to fight against small zombie tides, and continued to move forward with difficulty. Naturally, the exploration also yielded a lot of gains, with a total of more than 40 evolution crystals. At this moment, those precious blood-red pentahedral crystals were placed in Li Ju's mountaineering bag. As time passed, it soon arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, everyone was hiding on the second floor of a building to rest. This happened to be a home furnishing store. After clearing out a few zombies, several sofas and beds became a great place for everyone to rest. The curtains on the huge floor-to-ceiling windows were drawn, and the door at the stairs was blocked tightly. In the slightly dark room, the exploration team members ate the food they brought with them, with obvious signs of fatigue on their faces. Divide into 5 groups. The first group will be on guard. The other 4 groups will rest. The next group will take over every half an hour. Li Ju took out a map from his bag, compared it with the current location of the exploration team, and decided to rest. Much slower than planned. Li Ju rubbed his brows. He set out from the camp at 7 in the morning. He thought that it would take at most 2 hours and he would arrive at Dayun Shopping Mall at 9 o'clock. However, he did not expect that he encountered too many zombies along the way, which greatly slowed down their progress. The long-term vigilance and multiple battles have exhausted everyone physically and mentally. If they continue to move forward, there is a high probability that there will be casualties. For safety reasons, Li Ju led the exploration team here to rest for a while. After the others fell asleep leaning on the sofa or lying on the bed, Li Ju and Lu Meng, as the first group, began to be on alert. In the dim room, the only sounds were the breathing of the exploration team members and the occasional roar of zombies from the outside world. "Brotherly, can you tell me first, what are those red stones used for?" Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Lu Meng, who had been patient for a long time, could not help but ask Li Ju a question. Looking into Lu Meng's eyes, Li Ju spoke softly. "Something that makes you stronger and pushes the limits of the human body." Lu Meng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body trembled involuntarily. His breathing instantly became low, and his voice trembled slightly. "Li brotherly, are you saying that these stones can make us as strong as you? Can we easily deal with zombies?" "Yes." Li Ju felt relieved. His unusual behavior was finally noticed, but Lu Meng only said part of it, so it didn't have much impact. "Brotherly!" Lu Meng grabbed Li Ju's arms excitedly and uttered a long string of words in a hurry. "I have always envied those immortals who can fly in the sky and hide in the ground in novels, or those who have the ability of perspective and mind reading. I used to think about it and forget about it. After all, novels are not reality, and those are all fictional things. But I didn't expect that the end of the world would come and this possibility would become possible. Brotherly, can you teach me how to use these stones?" Looking at Lu Meng, who was excited in front of him, Li Ju couldn't help but sigh. He is only 19 years old, normal. "I call these blood-red pentahedral crystals evolution crystals. Through rational use, we can absorb the energy contained in them and gain the opportunity to improve the human body. Unfortunately, this improvement only affects the improvement of physical fitness and does not give you the possibility of gaining superpowers." Li Ju whispered this cruel fact to Lu Meng, dispelling Lu Meng's fantasy. "Pa!" Lu Meng's expression froze, as if he heard a flash of lightning in his ears, which was the sound of his dream being shattered. Seeing Lu Meng's desolate face, Li Ju couldn't help but laugh. He was like that a few years ago, with his head full of fantasies, dreaming about things that seemed real but were not. It doesn't matter. After experiencing the beatings of society, all dreams have to be put aside and making money and living are the only goals. Although you can't gain superpowers, improving your physical fitness can make it easier for you to face zombies. Isn't this an extremely important matter? Li Ju smiled indifferently, patted Lu Meng on the shoulder, and said with a serious expression on his face. If you gain power, what will you do? Of course I will follow you, brotherly, and protect the camp. Although I hate some people in the camp, others respect me very much. They thank me for bringing back food after exploring. Lu Meng scratched his head in confusion, and the conspicuous yellow hair made Li Ju's mouth twitch. In that case, Li Ju took out an evolution crystal from his backpack and handed it to Lu Meng. Make a cut on your index finger and place it close to the evolution crystal. You will achieve your first evolution in this life. Chapter 16: The Survivors. According to Li Ju, Lu Meng took out a small knife that was not stained with zombie blood from the compartment on the side of the backpack. After gesturing with his teeth bared, he cut a wound on his finger. Bright red blood seeped out instantly, and Lu Meng placed the evolution crystal on the wound on his index finger. Suddenly, a faint suction force rose from the fingertips. Even if Lu Meng let go of the evolution crystal, the blood-red pentahedral crystal was still tightly attached to the wound. Evolutionary fluctuations detected. Recording started. Brotherly, why do I feel something is wrong? Lu Meng looked at the evolution crystal in his hand. The blood-red color slowly flowed into Lu Meng's fingers and flowed to every corner of the body with the blood circulation. But during this process, a terrifying change occurred on Lu Meng's face. The flesh and blood on Lu Meng's face was constantly surging, his eyes were rolling uncontrollably, and his skin was constantly rotting and then repairing, as if he was in the middle stage between human and zombie. What's the feeling? Li Ju was not careless. The evolution crystals contained the genes of zombies. In a sense, absorbing the evolution crystals was absorbing the genes of zombies, which was no different from being infected by zombies. However, direct infection by zombies is irreversible, while the transformation of evolutionary crystals is unstable. I feel very hungry, and have an inexplicable sense of mania. I really want to bite something. Lu Meng looked at Li Ju, unaware that he was still rolling his eyes. As Li Ju observed, Lu Meng's hands also underwent unstable changes. The nails on both hands became black, thick and long, like the claws of some wild beast, but they quickly broke and returned to human nails. Hoo! Heavy gasps came from Lu Meng's throat. The uncontrollable instinct made Lu Meng unable to help but scratch his body. Fortunately, he was controlled by Li Ju, preventing Lu Meng from harming his body. About 15 minutes later, Lu Meng suddenly stopped panting, and his face, which had been constantly changing, slowly stabilized, revealing normal human skin, and his eyes, which had been rolling up, also returned to normal. Lu Meng's yellow hair was soaked with sweat, and the hair was tangled into strands, hanging down on his forehead. Lu Meng's dry lips trembled, and he uttered a sentence. Brotherly, I seem to be a little different. Recording completed. Obtaining target data. Host please observe. Target, Lu Meng. Bloodline not activated. Gene sequence, Wanderer. Strength 6. Agility 7. Perception 7. Spirituality 2. Note: the average value of various data for ordinary humans is 5, and the limit value of the human body is 10. If you exceed the limit of the human body, you will gain special abilities. Brotherly, I feel that my vision and hearing seem to be much sharper, and my reaction speed is much better. My body is much better and more flexible. Lu Meng clenched his fists and expressed his feelings with some uncertainty. Wanderer? Is this the genetic sequence of an ordinary zombie? Li Ju nodded thoughtfully. Li Ju had previously observed various data of Lu Meng through the system. The 4 data were basically around 4 and 5. After absorbing the evolutionary crystal, there were significant changes. According to the system's criteria, Li Ju roughly judged his physical fitness to be in the range of 5 to 10 points. 5 points is the average value for ordinary humans, which refers to the stage that can be achieved by people with no physical disabilities and normal development and growth. 6 o'clock is the time for those who have a more comprehensive and healthy nutritional intake and a better physical fitness foundation. 7 points means that after a certain amount of exercise you have begun to have a good physique, and this point can be raised. After all, the length of time each person exercises is different. 8 points are equivalent to professional athletes who, after rigorous training, can participate in various competitions. People who have reached this stage have surpassed the vast majority of ordinary people. 9 points, comparable to top champion athletes, or similar special forces kings. 10 points, reaching the human limit, is the ceiling of the human body quality. Few people reach this stage. In addition to persistent training, they also need innate talent. A few world champions are at this stage, but they only meet the standard in one data. Just by using one evolution crystal, Lu Meng achieved improvements in almost all aspects. Next time you encounter zombies, you can try some specific changes. Li Ju glanced at the time and found that it was almost half an hour. He immediately signaled Lu Meng to wake up the second group of exploration team members to be on alert, while he leaned back on the sofa and fell into a light sleep. After Lu Meng absorbed the evolution crystal, although he was not physically tired and even became stronger, the mental fatigue forced him to fall into a deep sleep to recover. As the two fell asleep, the second group of explorers became alert, and silence returned to the room. 2 hours later, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After resting, the exploration team checked their backpacks and equipment, and left the furniture store under the leadership of Li Ju. At this moment, the sunlight outside has become somewhat dim. Li Ju looked at the sky and estimated that it would be dusk in more than an hour, and night would fall completely in another half an hour. Fortunately, the exploration team was not far from their destination, and it only took them a dozen minutes to reach Dalian Mall. With Li Ju taking the lead, everyone followed and began the final journey towards unknown danger. Roar! The roars of zombies were heard outside. In the dim warehouse, many survivors held their breath, fearing that the noise would attract the zombies to attack. This is a warehouse on the 3rd underground floor of Dalian Mall, and the zombies are wandering in from the parking lot on the 2nd underground floor. 15 survivors gathered in this warehouse. After a long time, the roars of zombies finally stopped coming from the outside world. The atmosphere in the warehouse suddenly relaxed and low voices of conversation could be heard. What day has it been? Hasn't the military sent troops to rescue us yet? Who knows how many days we have been trapped here? Ever since the chaos happened that day, we have been hiding in this dark place. We eat, drink, defecate, and urinate here. Do you have any food? Yes. Fuck these damn monsters. What exactly is going on? Why did such a disaster break out? Those bastards in the court of execution are usually more arrogant than each other, but when the apocalypse comes, they can't do anything. Shut up, everyone. If you don't want to die, stay here. Seeing that a quarrel was gradually breaking out among the survivors, a deep male voice sounded and stopped their conversation. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped talking and the dark warehouse fell silent again. After a moment, a suppressed cry was heard. It was a girl's voice. Wow, I don't want to die yet. My family is waiting for me to go back. The pessimistic mood infected all the survivors, and gradually some of them could not bear the pressure anymore and began to sob quietly along with the girl. Wait one more day. If there is no rescue after one day, we will try to break out and leave here. The deep male voice from before spoke again, and his words were like a reassuring hammer, calming everyone's uneasy minds. Chapter 17: Obtaining Arms. Be quiet. In the dilapidated coffee shop, 10 figures were half crouching on the ground. The leader whispered a warning to everyone, then stuck his head out and secretly observed the surrounding environment. Roar! There were many crashed cars on the street. These cars had long been turned off, and there were zombies tied up with seatbelts in the driver's seats. Dried bloodstains could be seen everywhere on the road, and the surroundings were in a mess. Almost every few meters, there were several zombies gathered together. At the entrance square of Dalian Shopping Mall, there was even a tide of zombies. A rough count showed that there were about 500 or 600 zombies. These zombies either came out of the shopping mall or gathered around it, while some wandered over from other places. For some reason, they gathered here and formed a large-scale zombie tide. There are too many zombies at the main gate. We can't get in. Let's go to the side gate. The people hiding in the coffee shop are naturally the exploration team of the redemption camp, and the person leading the exploration is Li Ju. Li Ju turned around and whispered to everyone. Lu Meng, take your men to go around and go west. There are no zombies over there. What about you, brotherly? Lu Meng nodded when he heard it, but then asked about Li Ju's plan. I'll go check out the law enforcement bureau over there. Li Ju pointed to a blue building not far from the tide of zombies. It was a branch office set up by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Before the Doomsday, the Law Enforcement Bureau was in charge of public security issues in this area. Go in through the side door, avoid the zombies, and search for survivors first, Li Ju said to Lu Meng with a serious look. On the premise of ensuring your own safety, selectively obtain supplies. When I was away, Lu Meng was the leader of the exploration team. Yes. Everyone responded and immediately followed Lu Meng, going out of the front door of the cafe, leaving without making any sound. Seeing everyone setting off, Li Ju did not delay any longer and quickly rushed out of the cafe and headed towards the building where the Law Enforcement Bureau was located. Because he didn't want to expose the fact that he was immune to the zombie virus and would not be infected, Li Ju was always very restrained when the exploration team was on action. This made Li Ju feel restricted when fighting zombies and very uncomfortable. Going to the Law Enforcement Bureau was, on the one hand, to temporarily get everyone away so that Li Ju would have space to act independently, and on the other hand, to investigate the situation within the Law Enforcement Bureau. The zombie virus broke out and the doomsday came. It has been 8 days since then. For 8 days, not only did the Law Enforcement Bureau not make any moves, but even the military had no news. The imagined rescue was delayed, which made Li Ju want to explore the idea of official organizations. Roll! A zombie attracted by Li Ju was about to open its mouth to roar, but was knocked to the ground by Li Ju's punch. Before the zombie could take the next step, a fire axe fell heavily, splitting the zombie's head and body in half. Noxian guillotine? This word popped up in Li Ju's mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He wanted to complain but didn't know who to tell. After breaking through the last section of distance, Li Ju stopped in front of the blue building of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The glass door in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau was shattered to the ground, and there were glass fragments everywhere. As we walked into the hall, we saw many zombie corpses lying all over the ground. Among them were not only ordinary people, but also many law enforcement officers wearing Law Enforcement Bureau uniforms. There were many bullet holes on the zombies' bodies, and it was obvious that they were shot to death by the law enforcement team. Bending down, Li Ju searched the bodies of several zombies wearing law enforcement uniforms, but found that they were not carrying guns. Was it recovered by the law enforcement team, or taken away by other survivors? This reason cannot be ruled out. Li Ju frowned and turned his gaze to the stairs leading to the second floor. At the entrance of the stairs, there were several zombie corpses lying, black blood flowing out of the zombie corpses, drying up on the steps of the stairs, forming a black solid. Li Ju did not hesitate. After searching in vain, he climbed the stairs and reached the second floor. What I saw was a spacious corridor with many offices on both sides. At this moment, the doors of these offices were broken open, revealing the scenes inside. There were 5 or 6 zombie corpses dressed in law enforcement uniforms lying on the floor of the corridor, holding black pistols in their hands. Several pistols were scattered on the ground, with obvious signs of having been picked up by someone. Li Ju picked up a pistol and, with the help of the scientific knowledge and skills learned in the short video, opened the magazine of the pistol and found that there was not a single bullet in it. Sure enough, someone has been here before. Li Ju sighed secretly. His idea of obtaining guns and weapons was shattered, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and continued to explore the remaining places. Entering one of the offices with a plaque that read, Deputy Director, there was nothing special about it, except that it was in a mess. It can be seen that a very fierce battle took place in the office. Clear yellow bullets were scattered all over the floor. Several zombies fell to the ground, their flesh and blood were completely rotten, and they emitted a disgusting smell. After leaving this office, Li Ju explored all the offices on both sides in turn, and finally stopped in front of the office with a plaque of the director. This was the only room that was not opened. Li Ju turned the door handle, but found that the door was locked from the inside. Is anyone in there? Li Ju asked through the crack in the door, while tightly gripping the fire axe in his hand, always alert to possible threats inside the door. A few minutes passed, and there was no response from inside. Li Ju was not in a hurry, and knocked on the door again. After confirming that there was no one inside, he raised his foot and kicked the door hard. Bang! The powerful force instantly kicked open the thick wooden door. The huge noise instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. 3 zombies appeared behind Li Ju from nowhere. With a swipe of the axe, 3 rotten zombie heads rolled to the ground, and 3 headless corpses fell to the ground with a thud, crushing their predecessors. Li Ju put away the fire axe and walked into the director's office, only to find that it was intact and there was no sign of a fight. There were many documents on the valuable mahogany desk. Li Ju came to the desk and picked up a document on the table. The title of the document made Li Ju's heart tremble. The infection rate of the unknown virus is as high as 90% and is now out of control. Law enforcement agencies in various places are ready to respond to the out of control caused by the virus outbreak at any time. The date of the signature is November 4, 2034, which is the first day of the zombie virus outbreak and the end of the world. Looking at the thin layer of dust on the table and thinking about the tightly closed door, this means that on the first day of the zombie virus outbreak, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau had already received this notice and left the Law Enforcement Bureau. Putting down the document in his hand, Li Ju checked the other documents again. After finding that they were unimportant things, he stopped wasting time and turned his attention to the drawer of the desk. Li Ju tried to pull out the drawer, and inside, besides a pile of miscellaneous items, there was only a long-handled key. After taking out the key, Li Ju lowered his head to search for a while, and soon saw a silver safe in the corner. Li Ju walked forward, inserted the key, and turned it tentatively. To his surprise, he found that the safe was opened. When he opened the door of the safe, he found nothing else inside but a black pistol with a silver handle and 3 magazines next to it. Chapter 18: Exploring the Mall. There are bullets! Li Ju was stunned. Although the corpses outside had guns on them, they had all used up their bullets in the fight against the zombies. Guns without bullets were just a pile of scrap metal and were completely useless. Unexpectedly, there was a pistol hidden in the safe of the director of the Enforcement Bureau's office, and it was equipped with 3 fully loaded magazines. The model of this pistol is completely different from the pistols outside. Unfortunately, Li Ju's knowledge of guns only stays on AK-47 and M416, and he doesn't understand this at all. However, this did not prevent Li Ju from putting away the pistol. Once he learned how to use it, it would be his trump card weapon. After checking the office again and making sure nothing was missing, Li Ju left the Law Enforcement Bureau. A quick look at the time on the phone showed that it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, which meant that the exploration team had been in Dayun Shopping Mall for half an hour. In order to prevent the exploration team from being in danger, Li Ju did not hesitate and quickly took a detour to the side door of Dayun Shopping Mall. At this time, we were on the 4th floor of Dayun Shopping Mall. Bang! 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 Roar! Damn it, we can't hold on for much longer. Qian Tong, bring some more things to block the door. Lu Mang and several members of the exploration team leaned against the wooden door with their bodies. Outside the door came the roar of zombies. About 20 zombies surrounded the wooden door, constantly banging on it, trying to break through the exploration team's defenses and get in to have a feast. The quality of this wooden door was not good. After several minutes of strong impact, it was already shaky and even cracks began to appear on the door. Lu Mang was very sure that after a while, the door would soon break under the pressure. At that time, the zombies outside the door will swarm in. With only 8 people like them, they will be completely insufficient to resist the zombies after losing the protection of the wooden door. Everything that can be moved has been moved here. There is nothing left that can be used here. Qian Tong's face was livid. He held an iron rod in his hand and looked out from the other side. He saw zombies surrounding the wooden door in circles. Some even came rushing over after hearing the noise, which seemed to be an endless stream. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago, when the exploration team had just arrived at the 4th floor. There's a watch shop over here. Lu Mang leaned forward and pointed to the shop in front of him. There were many exquisite watches displayed in the glass display cabinets in the shop. Go back with some watches. The camp has lost power. It will be very inconvenient without a timekeeping tool. Everyone nodded in agreement, and followed Lu Mang through the aisle and into the watch shop. Damn, is this watch so expensive? A male exploration team member pointed at the watch in the glass cabinet with an expression of disbelief on his face. Lu Mang looked in the direction he pointed and saw the 5 numbers. 28,888. marked on the white price tag. 28,000? Lu Meng kept repeating this number, his face full of emotion. You know, he only earns more than 3,000 yuan a month. If he wants to buy a watch like this, he needs to work for at least 10 months without eating or drinking. Now, the zombie virus has broken out and the end of the world has come. The shop assistants here are missing. Maybe they are hiding somewhere to survive, or they have been infected and turned into zombies, wandering around in an unknown place. These luxury goods that were once valuable are now like rubbish, lying here with no one interested in them. Take it quickly, be careful, and don't make any noise. Lu Meng did not forget the purpose of this trip and quickly asked everyone to obtain supplies. However, they soon discovered that these glass display cases were locked, and how to open them became a problem. Here are the keys. Qian Tong found a bunch of keys from the drawer of the cash register and solved the urgent problem. Fortunately, these keys and counters have corresponding numbers, which saves the exploration team time in experimenting with the locksmith shop, and soon everyone has cleared out all the keys in the watch shop. There are a total of 65 watches, with a total value of around 1 million. The most expensive watch among them costs as much as 180,000 yuan. Brother Lu, there is a door this way. Just as Lu Meng was about to lead everyone out of the watch shop, the male exploration team member who had spoken earlier stopped Lu Meng. What's wrong, Wang Lai? Because the exploration team member's voice was soft, Lu Meng did not hear clearly what he said, so he had to come to Wang Lai and ask again. Brother Lu, look here. Wang Lai pushed the wall in front of him and then knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. A crisp sound came from the wall, and Lu Meng instantly understood what Wang Lai meant. The back of this wall is hollow, and there is a space behind it. There is a keyhole here. Wang Lai pointed excitedly to a corner of the wall. The keyhole was covered by stickers on the wall, and it would be impossible to find it without careful observation. Brother Lu, shall we open it and take a look? Lu Meng hesitated for a moment, but before Lu Meng made a decision, Wang Lai picked up the keychain from the glass display case next to him and began to look for the corresponding key. Seeing this, Lu Meng acquiesced to Wang Lai's behavior. In fact, he was also curious about what was behind this door. Wang Lai is a camp survivor who has just joined the exploration team, and this is his first time going out for exploration. Why didn't Li Ju choose an experienced exploration team member? The main reason was that the Dayun Mall they were exploring was far away from the redemption camp, and several exploration team members were a little disgusted. For this reason, Li Ju didn't say much, but just chose Wang Lai, who was willing to take the initiative to join them. Found it! Wang Lai found a key without a label from the keychain, inserted it into the keyhole on the wall, and then turned it. Click! Accompanied by the sound of a door lock being unlocked, the locked door opened. Wang Lai pushed the door open, but it was pitch black inside and he could not see what was inside. What's that smell? Lu Meng smelled a pungent smell from inside the door. He instantly remembered that it was a mixture of dried blood and the rotting smell of zombies. Oh no! Wang Lai, get out of the way! A feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart, and Lu Meng yelled and tried to drag Wang Lai away. But it's too late. Roar! The moment the door was opened, more than a dozen zombies roared one after another. The next moment, 2 zombies jumped out from the darkness and overwhelmed Wang Lai. The zombies were wearing the clothes of watch shop clerks, and they were the employees working here. The clerk that the exploration team had previously guessed was behind this door, and had been infected and turned into a zombie. Yeah! A shrill scream came from Wang Lai's mouth. Faced with this sudden change, Wang Lai was completely unprepared. When he came to his senses, the 2 zombies had already begun to bite his body. One zombie bit Wang Lai's neck, and another zombie began to gnaw on Wang Lai's nose. Bright red instantly gushed out from Wang Lai's body, flowed onto the ground, and formed a pool of blood. Run! Run! Get out of here! Lu Meng's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned around and shouted to the exploration team, then left without looking back. Remember, once you're caught or bitten by a zombie, you're already infected. Don't try to save them. Li Ju's instructions echoed in Lu Meng's mind. Chapter 19, Timely Rescue. Roar! Seeing more and more zombies outside the door, many exploration team members began to become anxious, and there were vague signs of a riot. Just when Lu Meng was about to give up supporting the wooden door and make a desperate attempt, a loud gunshot was heard outside. Bang! Bang! The continuous gunshots attracted the attention of the zombies and the exploration team. Through the gap, Qian Tong saw the specific situation happening outside. It's Brother Li! Brother Li is back! Qian Tong said with surprise. His words were like a shot of adrenaline, stabilizing the unstable minds of all the exploration team members. Everyone's face showed a look of surviving a disaster. But how can Brother Li deal with so many zombies alone? The zombies outside the wooden door were attracted by the gunshots, and quickly gave up their attempt to continue besieging the exploration team. They roared and rushed towards Li Ju outside. Open the door, we'll go out and help! Lu Meng responded quickly and kicked the wooden door open. The wooden door opens outwards, making it difficult to come in but easy to go out. Everyone followed Lu Meng with their weapons and left the place, and came to the aisle of the mall. Soon, they saw nearly 30 zombies chasing Li Ju. Li Ju had a pistol in his hand and was running and shooting at the zombies. However, Li Ju's shooting skill was very poor. He emptied a magazine and only killed 3 zombies. Seeing that the efficiency of using a gun was not as good as that of a fire axe, Li Ju decisively put the pistol into his waist and pulled out the fire axe from his backpack. Seeing the right opportunity, Li Ju turned into an arcade, where the cluttered facilities effectively blocked the tide of zombies from chasing him. Puff! Li Ju swung his axe fiercely and beheaded the 2 zombies that were chasing him the closest, but soon, a steady stream of zombies caught up from behind, and the 2 headless corpses fell to the ground and were trampled upon. Relying on his speed advantage, Li Ju kept pulling in the video game arcade, and for a moment, all the zombies were restrained by Li Ju. The exploration team also followed, and Lu Meng grabbed a chair nearby and threw it at the tide of zombies. Roar! The 5 or 6 zombies hanging at the end of the zombie tide were quickly attracted by the noise made by the exploration team and turned around to attack. Prepare! Qian Tong shouted and raised the iron rod in his hand high. The zombies pounced on them without hesitation. In their eyes, there was no difference between Li Ju in front of them and these exploration team members. They were all fresh flesh and blood, and the ultimate delicacy. Hey! Lu Meng was in front and Qian Tong was behind. Seeing Lu Meng lift up a chair to block a zombie, Qian Tong quickly followed suit and knocked it down with a stick, hitting the zombie's head. With this blow of the stick, the zombie's head shattered into pieces, and black brain matter burst out, splashing all over Lu Meng's upper body. The bodies of zombies are in a constant process of decay, and their heads are no exception. The rotten heads appear more vulnerable to blows from blunt objects. Seeing this, the other members of the exploration team began to follow suit and quickly dealt with the several zombies that were chasing them. When everyone came to their senses and started looking for Li Ju, they saw this scene. Li Ju looked grim in the zombie crowd, swinging the fire axe in his hand continuously, and every swing could accurately harvest the lives of the zombies. His body and face were stained with the black blood of the zombies. When everyone came to their senses, the headless body of the last zombie fell down like a rag, and Li Ju stood among the corpses on the ground, invincible. Everyone fell silent. Facing the tide of zombies, the 8 of them had to hide in the room, relying on wooden doors to hide tightly. They were even faced with the tragedy of impending annihilation. As for Li Ju, it only took 10 minutes from the time he appeared to the time he attracted the zombies and then to the time he eliminated all the zombies. Not only did nothing happen to him, he also killed more than 20 zombies here. For a moment, everyone felt Li Ju's power. Among them, Lu Meng was the most shocked. Thinking about the afternoon when Li Ju led him to absorb the evolution crystals to gain evolution, Lu Meng had a bold guess in his mind. Li Ju must have used the evolution crystal, and his level of evolution is far above his own. Brother Li, you really are a hidden talent. But in this case, I have to work harder and not hold Brother Li back. Lu Meng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with admiration and respect for Li Ju, as well as a desire for power. Li Ju looked at the exploration team, called everyone over, pointed at the zombies on the ground and said, "Go dig out the crystals and take them back." Lu Meng, why is there one person missing? Is it Wang Lai? Hearing Wang Lai's name, Lu Meng's face showed some self-blame. He lowered his head and said, I made a mistake in judgment. When we were exploring a watch shop before, we opened a secret door. There were clerks hiding inside the door. Unexpectedly, all the clerks were infected and turned into zombies. Wang Lai didn't have time to hide and was infected by 2 zombies. I didn't go to save him. I took the other team members and hid over there. Fortunately, you arrived in time, brotherly, otherwise we would have been in great danger. Listening to Lu Meng's explanation, Li Ju nodded, sighed softly, then patted Lu Meng on the shoulder and said, "Don't blame yourself. Death is the norm in the apocalypse. After all, none of us knew that there was a large group of zombies hiding behind that door. You've done a great job, leading the others until I came back." "Yes, I understand." Lu Meng nodded, turned around and joined the team to dig for evolutionary crystals. Li Ju looked at everyone, calculated the possible evolution crystals that could be obtained, and decided to gather the members of the exploration team after returning. Let this group of people take the evolution crystals and start the first evolution. Zombies are evolving. If they always remain at the level of ordinary people, they will eventually lose their precious lives while going out to explore again and again. This is not what Li Ju wants to see. Li Ju's idea is to do his best to help all the survivors. Setting up a redemption camp is the beginning. If possible, Li Ju even wants to restore the chaotic order and let the world return to the past. Of course, as the promoter of this, Li Ju will also gain benefits for himself. After all, he is not a pushover. What he does is not just a one-sided contribution, but also an investment in another sense. Take back these thoughts. The most urgent task is to search for the survivors in Dayun shopping mall as soon as possible, and bring them back to the redemption camp. Li Ju took the evolution crystals that everyone had collected, put them together with the ones he had harvested before, and said to everyone, "How is your exploration going?" Qian Tong stood up from the ground, pointed downward and replied, "I walked through the 3 floors below and found no survivors except zombies. We had just started exploring the 4th floor when we were besieged by a tide of zombies." "That means only the 4th and 5th floors have not been explored?" Li Ju asked. "There is also a 3rd underground floor." Qian Tong thought about it and pointed out the possible omissions. Chapter 20: Danger lurks on every side. The 4th floor of Dayun shopping mall. Take a 10-minute break and tidy up. We'll go check out the 5th floor later. Li Ju wiped the black blood off his face, intending to make his face cleaner, but he didn't expect that this wipe would turn his entire face black. Puff! Lu Meng wanted to say something to Li Ju, but when he looked up and saw that Li Ju's face was black, he couldn't help but laugh. The other team members were attracted by Lu Meng's laughter and looked at Li Ju. After seeing Li Ju's face clearly, they all laughed out loud at the same time. "Huh! What are you laughing at? Is there something on my face?" Li Ju looked at everyone in confusion and wiped his face again. Now, Li Ju's face became even darker, as if it was covered with ink. "Ha ha ha, brotherly, take a look for yourself." Huang Xiaoyu took out her cell phone, took a picture of Li Ju, then held back her smile and handed the phone to Li Ju. Li Ju took Huang Xiaoyu's phone, opened the album, and then saw the photos Huang Xiaoyu had just taken. "My face in the photo is completely black and I can't see my facial features clearly." "Ha ha ha, does this count as me cosplaying as a black person?" Li Ju smiled and shook his head, then returned the phone to everyone. Seeing that Li Ju didn't mind this matter at all, the exploration team members had a deeper understanding of Li Ju's inner thoughts. Although Li Ju was usually a serious person and was mostly silent when going out to explore, he would make commands and decisions at critical moments, and save the day at critical moments. Not long ago, the thunderous method of judging Li Hu in the camp shocked everyone. In the eyes of everyone in the camp, Li Ju has always been seen as a calm, strong, and capable superior. This makes everyone obey him, but also creates a sense of alienation and estrangement. No one likes to have a close relationship with an indifferent boss. But the little incident that just happened made everyone feel that Li Ju was not actually difficult to get along with. It's not that he can't communicate. He can joke with everyone and blend in with the crowd. 10 minutes passed quickly, and everyone packed up their belongings and looked at Li Ju, waiting for the next step. "Have you all rested well? Let's go." Li Ju nodded to everyone and led the way to the escalator. The power supply of Dayun shopping mall had been cut off long ago, and the escalator had stopped running. The exploration team slowly climbed up to the 5th floor along the escalator. In everyone's vision, the scene of the 4 floors below came into view. In the lobby on the 1st floor, the doors of the damaged shops were wide open, and zombies wandered by from time to time. The situation was similar from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Only the 4th floor was relatively quiet, with no trace of zombies for the time being. This was because Li Ju had just slaughtered many zombies, and there were no zombies in this small area. Climbing to the top of the escalator, the exploration team arrived at the 5th floor of Daehan Mall. The main businesses on the 5th floor are a cinema, a doll town, and a bookstore. As soon as they arrived at the 5th floor, everyone saw 3 zombies lying at the entrance of the cinema. They were huddled together, gnawing on something. The arrival of the crowd attracted the attention of the zombies. They stopped eating and looked up at the exploration team. As the zombies' movements changed, Li Ju could see clearly what they were eating. It was a human corpse, and judging by the freshness of the blood, it was obvious that the person had died not long ago. This survivor was most likely attracted by the sounds of the exploration team's battle, especially the loud gunshot from Li Ju's shooting. The survivor thought that it was someone from law enforcement, or the military who came to rescue him, so he rushed out of his hiding place and tried to call for help from everyone. Unfortunately, not long after the survivor left his hiding place, 3 zombies found him, successfully captured him, and turned him into a delicious meal. Looking at the horrific bodies of the survivors being eaten, Li Ju realized that there was no chance that he would be infected and transformed into a zombie. Because his flesh and blood were almost completely eaten away, he was almost reduced to a pile of bones. There are certain conditions for zombies to infect and transform humans, which is that the infected human body needs to be kept in a relatively intact state. However, zombies are madly craving for flesh and blood, and often act in large groups of several of them. After capturing survivors, they will eat them frantically. Most of the time, the survivors are eaten without a trace left. Roar! The 3 zombies were still worried about not having enough flesh and blood from one human corpse, but the next moment they saw a large group of humans appear in front of them. They roared excitedly and immediately stopped eating, preparing to hunt for fresher food. But this time they hit a wall. Die! Li Ju suddenly pulled out the fire axe, and instead of advancing, he retreated and rushed towards the zombies. In a flash, Li Ju swung an axe to the left and right, and 2 zombie heads rolled to the ground, still with their mouths open and roaring before they died. 2 headless bodies also fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing that the 3rd zombie was about to pounce on him, in order to hide the fact that he was not afraid of being infected by the zombies, Li Ju suddenly kicked out with his right foot and kicked the zombie in the chest. Roar! The zombie opened its mouth and roared, then was kicked away by a huge force and hit the wall directly. Li Ju did not hold back his strength at all in this kick, he attacked with all his strength. This also resulted in the zombie exploding the moment it was kicked against the wall, and its head shattered into countless pieces the moment it touched the wall. Black blood and brain matter spilled everywhere, and a blood-red pentahedral crystal splashed out. Li Ju raised his hand and skillfully caught the flying evolution crystal. From discovering the zombies, starting the battle, to eliminating 3 zombies, it all happened within 2 minutes. A battle encounter was easily resolved by Li Ju. Everyone was silent, and felt Li Ju's power again. What makes them feel more at ease is that such a powerful survivor is not only their teammate, but also their protector who joined the camp. With such a powerful boss, a strong sense of pride and security arises naturally. Collect their crystallizations of evolution, we are going to enter the cinema, Li Ju said to Lu Meng beside him. Yes. Lu Meng nodded, crushed 2 zombie heads with 1 foot, and dug out 2 evolution crystals from the filth. Qian Tong hesitated for a moment and said to Li Ju, Brother Li, the zombie apocalypse happened to be on the weekend, so there must have been a lot of people coming to watch the movie. And with the zombie virus outbreak, there is almost no chance of survival in such a closed environment. I'm afraid there are a lot of zombies gathered in every room of the cinema. Qian Tong's words reminded Li Ju, which made Li Ju frown and start thinking about how to deal with this matter more reasonably. Chapter 21 Zombie Frenzy. What Qian Tong said makes sense. We should consider this issue. Li Ju touched his chin, narrowed his eyes, and began to think about countermeasures. If he had not led the exploration team but explored here alone, Li Ju would of course rush directly into the cinema. Anyway, Li Ju was not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus, and even if he was bitten or scratched, it would only be superficial injuries. The problem is, Li Ju was not alone on this exploration. On the one hand, if they met any survivors, it would be difficult for Li Ju to protect them alone and get them back to the redemption camp amidst the zombie swarms everywhere. On the other hand, the exploration team could collect food and other important supplies. There were many survivors in the camp, and although there were certain supplies, they still needed to go out and collect them constantly to ensure that they had enough supplies and were prepared for any eventuality. Perhaps this exploration may expose the problem that I am not afraid of zombie infection, Li Ju whispered silently, but this was also within his expectations. Li Ju wanted to temporarily conceal his specialness in order to avoid some unfavorable situations. But Li Ju had already prepared for the possibility of being exposed. There is no wall that is completely airtight. It is only a matter of time before it is discovered. Maybe we can secretly open the door of the cinema's private room, observe the situation inside, and then make a decision? Lu Meng proposed a plan. No, the private rooms in the cinema are all light-proof. Now the entire Dahyun shopping mall has lost power, so the cinema is naturally the same. Every room inside is in darkness. In this case, we can't see clearly what's going on in the room. Li Ju decisively rejected Lu Meng's idea. Then how about knocking on the door? If there are survivors inside, then they will definitely be able to communicate with us. On the contrary, if they are zombies, they will only roar and scream meaninglessly. Lu Meng suggested again. It's difficult to guarantee the number of zombies in the cinema. You know, the zombies have very sensitive hearing, and the slightest disturbance will attract a large number of zombies together. Qian Tong glanced at the dark door of the cinema. The darkness in the corridor was bottomless, making it impossible for everyone to see the scene inside clearly. For a moment, everyone in the exploration team fell into silence, unable to find a suitable way to explore this place. At present, it is extremely dangerous for the exploration team to explore such a place. After all, they are still in the category of ordinary humans and are afraid of the zombie virus. Once something goes wrong, it is very likely that the entire team will be wiped out. Or give up here? Just like Deputy Captain Qian said, the probability of there being survivors here is very low, or maybe they are all zombies. Another exploration team member spoke, and deep fear could be seen in his eyes. After assessing the current status of the exploration team, Li Ju finally decided to adopt a conservative tactic and temporarily give up the exploration of the cinema. Perhaps there are still survivors in the cinema, but Li Ju would never let the exploration team die for the sake of those illusory people. Retreat and give up exploration. Li Ju's low voice sounded, making the final decision. Seeing this, everyone stopped discussing and followed Li Ju to leave. However, just as Li Ju stepped onto the escalator, panicked cries for help were heard in the corridor of the cinema. Help! Help me! Then, the exploration team saw 3 girls in school uniforms running out of the corridor. They were unkempt and dirty, and their white uniforms were stained black with blood. Before everyone could come forward to inquire about the 3 people's specific situation, a series of roars rang out from the corridor of the cinema. Roar! Roar! Li Ju looked through the 3 girls and towards the corridor, only to see several zombies coming along with the zombies' roars. These zombies staggered, but their speed was not slow at all. They soon caught up with the 3 girls and were about to pounce on one of them. Bang! Qian Tong arrived in time, raised the iron rod in his hand and hit a zombie on the head. The rotten zombie's head exploded instantly, turning into countless pieces of rotten flesh flying everywhere. The rest of the exploration team also came to Qian Tong and worked together to deal with several zombies that were chasing them. How are you? Are you hurt? Huang Xiaoyu put down the weapon in his hand, comforted the 3 girls, and checked their bodies for signs of bites and scratches by zombies. Whoa! The only response Huang Xiaoyu got was the crying of the 3 people who had survived the disaster. No problem, he is not infected. Huang Xiaoyu did not continue asking questions, but told Li Ju the test results. Li Ju nodded and was about to speak, but suddenly turned around and looked towards the corridor of the cinema. Li Ju's extremely high perception allowed him to discover something unusual. In the corridor shrouded in darkness, it seemed that something was about to arrive. Without time to think, Li Ju shouted loudly. Everyone, follow me and evacuate quickly! Everyone looked at Li Ju, not understanding why Li Ju suddenly made such a decision. Before the exploration team could prepare for action, countless roars came from the corridor behind them. The next moment, another 5 or 6 zombies jumped out from the corridor. Just as the exploration team was about to repeat the same trick, several more zombies emerged from the darkness. Then, wave after wave of zombies appeared before everyone's eyes, and that wasn't the end. The dark corridor seemed to lead to the gate of hell, releasing countless demons. A steady stream of zombies filed out from the corridor of the cinema, forming a large tide of corpses in an instant. They screamed and roared madly, and their eyes were filled with desire for fresh flesh and blood and intense hunger. Zombie frenzy! Run! Li Ju shouted loudly, grabbed several exploration team members and drove them off the escalator, and went forward to meet Qian Tong and others who were closer to the tide of zombies. Several members of the exploration team helped the 3 female students up and quickly ran down the escalator. At this time, the zombie frenzy had gone wildly out of control and swallowed up Qian Tong in the blink of an eye before he had time to leave. Qian Tong's scream just sounded and stopped the next moment. He was pinned to the ground by countless zombies and turned into their food. In just a few seconds, Qian Tong turned into a pile of white bones with some fascia attached. Seeing this, Li Ju gritted his teeth, took out his pistol and fired indiscriminately at the tide of zombies. Bang, bang, bang! The huge gunshots attracted the attention of the tide of zombies. They locked onto Li Ju and rushed towards him desperately. This also created a glimmer of hope for several members of the exploration team who did not have time to leave. While the tide of zombies was attracted by Li Ju, they ran as fast as they could and left along the escalator. Brother Li! Lu Meng looked at Li Ju, who was facing the tide of zombies alone, and couldn't help but shout. You go first, don't worry about me. Li Ju didn't look back and raised the fire axe in his hand. Chapter 22 Speed of Life and Death, please recommend and collect. Lu Meng looked at Li Juzuren's back. Opposite him was a tide of hundreds of zombies. In the corridor that was always shrouded in darkness, zombies continued to pour out. Lu Meng gritted his teeth, and finally turned around and quickly escaped along the escalator. The roars of zombies continued to ring in his ears, and the heavy breathing and heartbeats resounded in Lu Meng's mind. Lu Meng looked at the exploration team members in front of him and cursed angrily. Damn it! Why are there so many zombies? Brotherly will be fine. Brotherly is someone who knows about evolution crystals. He must have evolved a long time ago. Brotherly is so strong, he won't be in danger. Damn it! I'm still too weak to help Brotherly. Lu Meng spat, then quickly fled from here with everyone else. In other places of Dayun Shopping Mall, those hidden and wandering zombies seemed to have sensed something unusual and started rioting, rushing towards the fleeing exploration team from all directions. First the 4th floor, then the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor. More and more zombies gathered together. The zombies that had disappeared in Dayun Shopping Mall before now showed their ferocious faces and launched a deadly hunt. One chasing and the other escaping, this is a life and death race. An explorer who slowed down due to exhaustion was quickly captured by zombies. In an instant, countless zombies swarmed over and devoured the explorer in just 1 minute. Some zombies that failed to grab food even became more violent. They started biting their companions and eating their own dead flesh. This horrifying scene stimulated the exploration team members and forced them to speed up their escape. Dayun Shopping Mall, 5th floor. After confirming that many exploration teams had left, Li Ju looked at the zombies calmly, sneered and said, The teammates who restricted my performance have left, so I don't have to hide my strength anymore. Everyone, come join my hunting game! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ju touched the giant's heart with his feeling. This was the key to enter the giant form. Li Ju could feel his heartbeat getting faster and faster, and louder and louder. After 5 or 6 beats, the sound of Li Ju's heartbeat turned into thunder, deafening. The sound of blood flowing like a river or sea echoed in Li Ju's ears. A feeling of depression accumulated in his chest and slowly condensed. Finally, the energy gathered to the extreme and exploded instantly. As Li Ju roared, a series of crackling, sounds came from Li Ju's body. Li Ju's body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant he turned into a giant more than 3 meters tall. Tyrant sequence loading. Tyrant sequence loaded, Tyrant armor, phase 1 in place. Tyrant sequence, at your service. White bones grew and spread from the giant's body, quickly covering Li Ju's fists and forearms. Unlike the first time the Tyrant Series was loaded, the Tyrant Series that absorbed the zombie dog evolution crystal was strengthened again. On Li Ju's chest, white bones spread out, forming a bone armor to protect his chest. An even more oppressive aura spread outwards, faintly forming an invisible air wave. The system's voices kept ringing in Li Ju's ears, which foreshadowed one thing. The killing is about to begin. The zombies were not afraid of the sudden change of Li Ju. For them, this was actually a good thing. The bigger Li Ju was, the more flesh and blood he could provide, and more zombies would have a feast. Roar! Looking at the zombie horde that was attacking him recklessly, Li Ju rushed into them and ran rampant. With every swing of his punch, all the zombies that were unfortunate enough to be hit were turned into broken limbs and died on the spot. After strangling a few zombies to death, Li Ju suddenly kicked out again, using his size advantage to crush the zombies. With one kick, several zombies were crushed into pulp. Another kick sent a large group of zombies flying out. On the other hand, the zombies, no matter how hard they tried, could not stop Li Ju from killing. Even if a dozen zombies hugged Li Ju's legs at the same time, they could not restrict Li Ju's movements. Even Li Ju only exerted a little force, and those zombies were thrown away, and then smashed into meat paste by Li Ju's fists. Smash! 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 Kick! 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 Step on it! Step on it! Step on it! Raw! Violent! Invincible! Wherever Li Ju is, no zombie can survive for more than 3 seconds. This is the bloodline of the giant. This is the invincible giant. This is just the primary giant bloodline. In the sea of blood and corpses, Li Ju spent half an hour killing all the zombies until there was no longer a single zombie in the cinema. The main thing that limits Li Ju's performance is that there are too many zombies. Li Ju lacks the ability to kill on a large scale and can only kill zombies in small numbers. Although no zombie could withstand Li Ju's punch, there were too many zombies. Feeling a vague sense of fatigue in his body, Li Ju touched the giant heart again and exited the giant form. Hungry! An intense feeling of hunger instantly swept through Li Ju's brain. Li Ju could feel that this was not hunger in his abdomen, but hunger in every cell in his body. That's the desire for energy. Resisting the hunger that was almost devouring his consciousness, Li Ju quickly took out a handful of evolution crystals, cut open the wound, and placed his index finger on it. A warm current flowed from the evolutionary crystal into Li Ju's body and began to slowly replenish the energy missing from the cells. But absorbing the evolution crystals in this way is too slow, like a drop in the bucket. Li Ju looked at the evolution crystal in his hand, suddenly opened his mouth, and swallowed the evolution crystal. Suddenly, a heat flow several times greater than before rose from the stomach and flowed to all parts of the body. The warm feeling made Li Ju feel comfortable all over, and the fatigue brought by the battle slowly dissipated, and the strong hunger was also relieved. Seeing that this was effective, Li Ju immediately swallowed another handful of evolution crystals. 10 minutes later, Li Ju finally recovered from his exhaustion. The power filling his body told Li Ju that his body had obviously evolved again. System, show me my personal data. Host, Li Ju. Bloodline, primary giant bloodline, 25 out of 100. Gene sequence, Tyrant. Strength, 16, giant form, 60. Agility, 14, giant form, 45. Perception, 15, giant bloodline, 58. Spiritual, 10, giant bloodline, 30. Note: the average value of each data of ordinary humans is 5, and the human limit is 10. Breaking through the human limit will gain special abilities. Li Ju took a quick look and found that all 4 of his values had increased. His agility had exceeded the human limit, and his spirituality had reached 10 points, reaching the human limit. After retrieving the system data, Li Ju found his backpack and fire axe from the pile of zombie corpses and quickly walked to the escalator. It's time to rescue them. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 23 Underground Meeting. This way! Lu Meng waved to everyone, indicating that they should follow him. The exploration team quickly moved closer to Lu Meng and soon followed Lu Meng into the underground level. As we all know, underground parking lots have direct access to the outside world. There are more and more zombies in Dayan Mall, and it is impossible to break through the side door from the inside. There are 500 or 600 zombies lurking outside the main entrance, and the situation is chaotic now. Maybe the number of zombies outside the main entrance has exceeded 4 digits. Entering the underground passage became the best option. In addition to the 5 floors above ground, Dayan Shopping Mall also has 3 floors underground. The first and second floors below ground are warehouses, and the third floor below ground is an underground parking lot. Everyone's target was the negative 3rd floor. Lu Meng led everyone to run downstairs, looking back from time to time to observe the situation of the zombies. When the exploration team set out, there were 9 people in total, excluding Li Ju. Wang Lai died while exploring the 4th floor of Dayan Shopping Mall, and Qian Tong was swallowed by a tide of zombies while preparing to evacuate the cinema. During the escape, one team member was unfortunately caught by zombies and also lost his life. At this moment, the fleeing team consisted of 6 camp exploration team members and 3 cinema survivors. They fled all the way and followed Lu Meng deep underground. Passing by the warehouse door on the underground floor, Lu Meng clearly saw that the door lock on the warehouse door was broken, revealing a gap of moderate size. A strong smell of decay and blood wafted out from the gap, and there was also the faint roar of zombies. Lu Meng stepped forward and slowly closed the warehouse door to prevent the crowd's voices from passing through the gap and attracting an unknown number of zombies hidden in the warehouse. Afterwards, Lu Meng continued to run down without any stopping, and soon led everyone to the escalator on the 2nd underground floor. However, Lu Meng stopped on the escalator platform and did not take the next step. Lu Meng, why don't you run away? The zombies behind are catching up. Huan Xiaoyu looked at Lu Meng, who was standing still, and asked in confusion. Ah! At this moment, a female student screamed, covered her mouth tightly with her hands, and her eyes were full of fear. Huan Xiaoyu was startled and looked in the direction the girl student was looking. She saw about 20 zombies wandering around at the end of the escalator leading to the 2nd underground floor. The female student's scream instantly attracted the attention of the zombies. They all turned their heads and looked at the exploration team, then raised their heads and roared. Roar! The tide of zombies was like sharks smelling blood. They became violent in an instant and rushed onto the escalator in all kinds of twisted postures, running towards the crowd. For a time, the exploration team was caught in a desperate situation of being attacked from both sides. Damn it! Lu Meng's hands couldn't stop shaking because of excitement and fear. Panic was his only thought at the moment. What should I do? What should I do? If Brother Li were here, what would he do? Lu Meng's lips turned dry and white, and cold sweat soaked his chest and back. Lu Meng looked at the zombies rushing down below, and then looked back at more and more zombies rushing towards the escalator. Lu Meng knew that he had to make a choice. Break out! Charge forward! Lu Meng roared and took the lead to rush down. Although there are zombies on the road leading to the 2nd underground floor, their number is relatively small, far outnumbered by the zombie tide behind. Running backwards is a dead end, and only by moving forward courageously can there be a glimmer of hope. When 2 brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. After receiving Lu Meng's command, everyone followed Lu Meng and sprinted down. Lu Meng, who was in the leading position, took the brunt of the attack and faced the zombies head-on. Hey ha, die! Lu Meng raised the fire axe in his hand and swung it hard. Thanks to the previous use of evolution crystals, Lu Meng's physical fitness has been strengthened, and it is relatively easy to deal with a few zombies at this moment. The fire axe pierced through the zombie's face and half of its head fell to the ground. However, the zombie with only half a head left did not die. Instead, it sped up its running speed and pounced on Lu Meng. These zombies living underground have stronger vitality than ordinary zombies. In other words, these zombies have mutated to a higher degree and have evolved to a new level. The zombie grabbed Lu Meng's shoulders, leaned down, and the rotten lips on half of its head opened up, revealing the fangs and black tongue covered with suction cups. Seeing that the zombie was about to bite Lu Meng, Huang Xiaoyu behind him stretched out an iron rod and stuffed it into the zombie's mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Meng shook off the zombie's hands, kicked the zombie to the ground, and then swung an axe to kill it. After this fight, the zombies behind them moved a little closer, and the last member of the exploration team had already started fighting with the zombies that were chasing them. Although Lu Meng dealt with a zombie, another zombie soon took his place below and tried to grab Lu Meng again. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and blinding flames lit up from the second underground floor, illuminating the dark space. Hearing the gunshots, the exploration team members all showed joy on their faces. In this situation, the only possible person with a gun was Li Ju. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, and the flames brought by each shooting were extremely conspicuous. In the fleeting light, Li Ju's cold face appeared. Brother Li! It's the captain! The appearance of Li Ju undoubtedly brought hope to the exploration team. Although they were puzzled as to how Li Ju appeared on the second underground floor, the current situation did not allow them to think too much. Li Ju quickly emptied a magazine, dealt with several zombies below, and attracted the attention of the remaining zombies. Then, Li Ju pulled out the fire axe and started to cut from the bottom up. Different from the previous beheading, Li Ju changed his fighting style. The fire axe fell from the top of the zombie's head. The powerful force made the fire axe almost indestructible, and it split the zombie in half without any hindrance. Li Ju just walked through the two groups of zombies, killing them with an expressionless face, and continuously reaping the lives of the zombies. With a cold expression and emotionless eyes, every swing of the axe can accurately take the life of a zombie. Li Ju's powerful image once again shocked everyone present. As the last zombie was chopped into pieces, Li Ju stood in front of Lu Meng. Go! Li Ju spoke lightly, turned around and led everyone to run downstairs. Without the zombies blocking their way, the crowd's escape speed gradually increased. After a short while, they had shaken off the tide of zombies behind them and entered the third underground floor. Haha dash! The sound of heavy breathing echoed in the darkness, and everyone gathered together, gasping for air. Brother Li, how did you do it? There are so many zombies. Lu Meng took a sip of water and looked at Li Ju with eyes full of admiration. We'll talk about it when we get back. Li Ju nodded towards Lu Meng, then turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and began to observe the specific conditions of the underground parking lot. In the darkness, several weak lights lit up, illuminating the surrounding situation. Chapter 24 Tyrant Attack. Li Ju raised his cell phone, and the weak flashlight light illuminated the surroundings. Under limited conditions, Li Ju's strengthened eyes could clearly see the general situation in the parking lot with the help of the weak light. This is a remarkable manifestation of breaking through the limits of the human body. Li Ju's eyes have initially acquired night vision capabilities. Li Ju observed that the environment inside the parking lot was not optimistic. Many car doors were half open, and there was dried blood on the driver's seat. Some cars crashed into walls or load-bearing columns. This should be because some survivors tried to drive away, but were besieged by zombies and had car accidents, and finally became food. About a dozen zombies were wandering in the underground garage. After Li Ju and others turned on the flashlights, they were attracted by the light. They roared and screamed as if they had practiced hundreds of times, and then pounced on the exploration team with twisted steps. Facing the zombie attack, unlike before, the members of the exploration team did not panic this time. Just because in front of everyone, there is a towering and motionless figure. Li Ju looked at the zombies indifferently. Their faces were covered with rotten flesh, and maggots were constantly surging in and out of the rotten flesh. When the zombies opened their mouths and roared, they revealed their sharp fangs. This was the result of a new mutation, for better hunting. They are ugly, cruel, bloodthirsty, and inhumane. They are driven by instinct and crave flesh and blood. They were once human beings, but now they are no different from wild beasts, or even more terrifying. They are living monsters. Li Ju suddenly felt a little disgusted with all this. How many humans were left in this world? Were there only these endless zombies that could never be killed? So what if I am invincible? Is there any meaning in such a world? What was your original intention in setting up your own camp? At this moment, Li Ju suddenly felt relieved. Lu Meng, do you want to see my true strength? Li Ju said to Lu Meng behind him, but never turned around. Lu Meng was stunned and subconsciously covered his left arm. Then, Lu Meng realized what Li Ju meant, and the flame of expectation ignited in his eyes. I want to! Brotherly, I guess you must be a powerful evolver, but you usually hide your strength. I am looking forward to seeing Brother Li's full strength. Evolver? Li Ju laughed, chewing on the term over and over again. Does this refer to humans who have used evolution crystals and embarked on the path of evolution? How appropriate. Li Ju didn't say anything else, and the familiar feeling touched the giant's heart. Bang! Bang! A heartbeat like thunder sounded out of nowhere, and then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Li Ju turned into a giant more than 3 meters tall. Tyrant sequence loading. Tyrant sequence loaded, Tyrant armor, phase 1 in place. What is this? Lu Meng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and the anticipation in his eyes turned into fanaticism. Is this the boss's true strength? Not only Lu Meng, the rest of the exploration team members and the 3 female students were deeply shocked by what was happening before their eyes. This scene, which only exists in movies and TV shows, appeared before their eyes. Come on! Reptile! Li Ju roared, his high-pitched voice full of fighting spirit. Then the giant rushed out, like a chariot, with a force as powerful as thunder. A dozen zombies just gathered together and ran a few steps, but the next moment they were crushed by the huge body and turned into minced meat on the ground. Amidst the rotting flesh and blood, a dozen blood-red pentahedral crystals sparkled brightly. It's like shedding the broken body and gaining a new life. 3 seconds to end the battle. Woohoo! The boss is awesome! Lu Meng waved his fist vigorously, looking excited. Long live Brotherly! As expected of Brotherly! The crowd, who were immersed in shock, came to their senses and cheered. For them, the stronger Li Ju is, the higher the chance of their survival. In the end times, Li Ju's existence is equivalent to an indestructible wall. Living under Li Ju's protection is equivalent to living in peace. However, Li Ju did not exit the giant form, but stared silently at the dark corner. Seeing that Li Ju did not reply, Lu Meng raised his mobile phone and shone it towards the dark place that Li Ju was staring at. The lights converged, and at the corner, a huge black shadow was seen. In terms of size, this black shadow was comparable to the giant Li Ju, and even more robust. As if awakened by the light, the black shadow took 2 steps, slowly walked out of the darkness, and appeared in everyone's sight. That is, it was a giant zombie that was also over 3 meters tall. Its grayish-white skin was covered with a thin layer of bone, and its elbows, knees, shoulders, and spine were all covered with huge bone spurs. The giant zombie's head was not rotten, and 2 fangs grew out of its mouth, sticking out from the corners of its mouth. This familiar image instantly reminded Li Ju of a zombie that he had slaughtered not long ago. Tyrant. This is a more evolved tyrant. It's even more powerful. Discovered Tyrant sequence mutant zombies, started recording data. Interesting. Li Ju looked at the tyrant zombie, grinned, and took the lead in launching an attack. A stronger tyrant, so what? You are strong, but I am stronger than you. So strong that you can hardly look up to me. He threw a punch, hitting the tyrant in the face. Seeing Li Ju suddenly launch an attack, the tyrant was hit by a punch before he could even roar. The strong impact brought by the powerful force instantly made the tyrant lose his balance and fall to the ground. Without waiting for the tyrant to react, Li Ju took a step forward and kicked him. Click! The sound of breaking bones was heard, and Li Ju broke the tyrant's chest with 1 foot. Then, Li Jusin stretched out his hand and pulled out the tyrant's 2 fangs. Black blood gushed out from the tyrant in the air, splashing all over Li Ju's face. The tyrant didn't seem to understand that as the dominant zombie here, he had always been invincible, but today's experience made him understand what true invincibility meant. Acquiring target data. Acquisition completed. Level 15 mutant zombie tyrant. Strength 35. Agility 18. Perception 15. Spiritual 0. Li Ju glanced at the data displayed by the system, memorized it in his mind, and at the same time stretched out his right hand to grasp the tyrant's head. Faced with the tyrant's constant struggle, Li Ju just smiled coldly, and then suddenly exerted force with his right hand. The next moment, the tyrant's body stopped struggling and there was no movement. The hideous head was crushed by Li Ju with his bare hands. Shaking off the blood and flesh residue on his hands, Li Ju slowly stood up and looked around at everyone. In Li Ju's hand, a bright red pentahedral crystal sparkled with an alluring luster. Chapter 25 Military Major. Ah? This solves the problem? Lu Mang scratched his head, a little confused on his face. When the tyrant was discovered, everyone in the exploration team couldn't help but feel nervous. Human beings' intuitive sense of strength is body size. The larger the size, the stronger the sense of oppression it brings, and most of the time, this also means a power that is comparable to it. The tyrant's size is comparable to that of Li Ju in giant form, and he is even stronger. I thought it would be a tough battle, but what was unexpected was that the seemingly powerful tyrant was easily crushed by Li Ju, and was killed instantly. Li Ju touched the heart of the giant again, and soon withdrew from the giant form and returned to an ordinary human form. Feeling the hunger in his body, Li Ju swallowed the evolution crystal left by the tyrant in one gulp. Suddenly, a huge stream of heat surged out from Li Ju's stomach and penetrated into his limbs and bones. The warm feeling made Li Ju no longer feel tired. At the same time, Li Ju could clearly feel that this heat flow was subtly transforming his body, making his muscles stronger and tighter, and his skeleton more solid. Call! He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a gleam of wisdom flashed across Li Ju's eyes. Host Li Ju. Bloodline Primary Giant Bloodline, 30 of 100. Gene Sequence Tyrant. Strength 18, Giant Form 62. Agility 15, Giant Form 46. Perception 18, Giant Form 60. Spiritual 11, Giant Form 35. After absorbing the tyrant's evolutionary crystallization, Li Ju's physical qualities have been qualitatively improved. His strength and perception have reached 18 points. Even if he does not enter the giant form, he will not be at a disadvantage in the battle against the tyrant. In addition, spirituality also broke through the limits of the human body for the first time, reaching 11 points. It is detected that the host's spiritual power has exceeded the human body's limit, and the host's human genes are automatically compiled. Opening the gene lock. The gene lock has been opened, and you have officially embarked on the road of evolution. Your psychic power is ready. Listening to the continuous prompts from the system in his mind, Li Ju felt dazed. This battle was the most comfortable battle Li Ju had experienced in the past 10 days. Perhaps the process was the same, ending in a crushing battle. However, this released the shackles in Li Ju's heart. Once the shackles were removed, I finally knew who I was. Li Ju decided not to hide his giant bloodline anymore, and from that moment on, he was no longer flawless. Come out, everything is fine outside. I know you've been watching there for a long time. Li Ju raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and led everyone to a wall on one side. There was a heavy iron door on the wall. After hearing Li Ju's words, the person hiding inside the iron gate knew that he had been discovered. He stopped hiding and slowly pushed open the iron gate. Crunch! A harsh friction sound was heard, and a young man walked out. When Li Ju saw his appearance clearly, he was stunned. It was not because of anything else, but because the young man was wearing a military green combat uniform, and the badge on his shoulder indicated his identity. In the entire Xia country, only one department can wear such a badge. Hello, my name is Yimingji. I am an active-duty soldier in the Eastern Military Department of Yuhai City, and I am currently a major. The young man saluted Li Ju and then smiled. We have been hiding here for 5 days. We originally planned to break out today, but we didn't expect the outside world to be so dangerous. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise we would have all died in this underground parking garage. Li Ju also returned the greeting, and then asked, How many survivors are there? Including me, there are still 12 survivors. 5 of them are men and 7 are women. 8 of them have certain combat capabilities. Yimingji showed a bitter smile on his face. He lowered his head in self-blame and sighed. There could have been more survivors, but they felt that hiding here was just a slow death and they would die sooner or later. So they tried to risk leaving here, but unfortunately they failed. Li Ju nodded. With a level 15 tyrant lurking in this underground parking garage, it would be almost impossible to escape. Let all the survivors come out, we need to move. Dalian Mall is already very unsafe, and there is no benefit for us to stay here. Li Ju said to Yimingji, and then pointed to the way behind them. We come from Ping'an community, 6 kilometers away. We have set up a survivor camp there, which currently shelters more than 40 survivors. The ones who followed me out to explore are the exploration team of the camp, who are responsible for going out to obtain food and supplies, as well as looking for survivors outside. We were forced underground by the zombies. We are now preparing to leave through the underground passage. If you don't have a better place to go, why don't you follow us to the camp and make plans first? Yimingji listened to Li Ju's description quietly, and immediately praised Li Ju. It can be seen that you are an excellent leader. We can talk about the extra things after it is safe. I will call them out first, and follow you to the camp is the most urgent thing. After saying this, Yimingji shouted towards the door, and soon a survivor came out. The survivors were in extremely poor condition, with pale and malnourished faces. They all had a strange smell, a mixture of body odor, sweat, excrement, and food residue. It was hard to imagine that these survivors had survived in a completely dark environment for 9 days. The survivors came out of the warehouse. All of them were extremely excited, feeling a kind of joy at having escaped from the sea of suffering. Everything is all right? All the zombies have been killed? Are we all right? Can I go home now? I want to go home, my parents are still waiting for me, woo woo woo. The survivors began to vent their emotions one after another, their voices mixed together, sounding extremely noisy. Seeing this, Li Ju frowned and realized the problem. These survivors live here, isolated from the outside world, and have no idea of the specific situation in the outside world. They don't know that the zombie virus has swept the world, the infection rate is extremely high, and the whole city is full of zombies. They even thought that this was just an isolated incident. Now that they have escaped from the predicament, they actually wanted to go inside Dalian shopping mall to complain, seek help or do other things. Quiet! Li Ju let out a low shout, and a faint sense of oppression spread out, instantly suppressing the commotion caused by the crowd. Looking coldly at these bewildered survivors, Li Ju said expressionlessly, If you don't want to die, follow me. Why should I follow you? Who are you? How can you command us even before Major Yi has given the order? Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Among the many survivors, someone immediately retorted loudly. In an instant, everyone on Li Ju's side looked at the man who spoke with cold expressions. Chapter 26 Werewolf Bloodline. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? What do you mean? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in a suit, and the expensive suit had long been stained by all kinds of filth. Maybe he was a successful person with a successful career, but now he looks more like an unknown homeless person. Being stared at by everyone, the man in a suit adjusted his collar uncomfortably, and then continued. I am the chairman of Qiangshan Group. As long as you protect me back home, I will give each of you a reward of 100,000 yuan afterwards. Strong Group. Before the doomsday, Qiangshan Group was well known in Yehai City and even the entire Xia Kingdom. It was a behemoth that dominated the real estate industry, involved dozens of industries, and covered all aspects of life. In Xia Country, Qiangshan Group can be ranked among the top 10. As the chairman of Qiangshan Group, the man in a suit must have incredible wealth, and it would be easy for him to offer a reward of 100,000. Sadly, the world is different now. In the end times, money becomes waste paper. Li Ju looked at the down-and-out chairman of Qiangshan Group and shook his head. It seems that 5 days of hiding have brought the chairman to the brink of collapse. He is mentally unbalanced and has not yet realized his true situation. Time was running out, and Li Ju didn't want to waste time explaining too much to them, so he just led the exploration team towards the driveway leading to the ground. Yimingji hurried to catch up with the team. Seeing this, the other survivors did not say much and caught up with Yimingji. At this moment, Yimingji's official identity as a major in the military became an alternative insurance, and following Yimingji was the wisest choice. Seeing that everyone was heading towards the driveway, the chairman of Qiangshan Group couldn't help but curse loudly on the spot with a ferocious look on his face. Roar! Suddenly, the roars of zombies were heard behind him, and finally 5 or 6 zombies rushed out from the escalator. Ah! Ah! Faced with the sudden appearance of zombies, the chairman of Qiangshan Group was frightened and screamed in fear. He had never expected that there would be zombies appearing. Then, like dumplings being dropped into a stream, more and more zombies rushed out of the escalator exit, continuously like a torrent. In just a moment, a large number of zombies gathered in the underground parking garage, forming a corpse tide, and the number was even increasing. These zombies were the zombies inside Dian Shopping Mall, and they followed Li Ju and his group all the way to the underground parking garage. They turned their eyes and found the survivors and the man in the suit, and immediately pounced on them like crazy. Ah! Help me! Help me! The chairman of Qiangshan Group let out a heart-wrenching scream, but the only response he got was the sharp fangs and claws of countless zombies. The zombies dealt with the man in the suit and continued to chase the survivors who had already run a distance. When all the zombies were chased out of the underground parking garage, only a horrifying skeleton was left. If you fail to recognize the reality, this will be your only outcome at the end of the world. No matter how brilliant your achievements were in peacetime, it is of no use now. In the end times, only strength is the absolute truth. Lu Meng looked at Li Ju in front of him, only to see Li Ju rushing to the front alone to clear a path, and all the zombies that tried to approach were beheaded with one axe. The scene in front of him became blurry and gradually turned gray. A feeling of depression from the bottom of his heart surged into his brain. Lu Meng bit his tongue suddenly. The stimulation from the pain made his brain regain clarity for a moment, but he soon fell into a trance again. Lu Meng released his right hand that was covering his left arm, and saw 5 bloody scratches on his arm, with blood oozing out. The blood was no longer bright red, but had turned a little black. When rushing into the underground level, Lu Meng came face to face with the zombies. Unexpectedly, the zombies underground were more severely mutated, and they did not lose their lives even after half of their heads were chopped off. It was at that time that Lu Meng was unfortunately scratched by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus. Perhaps because of the use of the evolution crystal, Lu Meng was not transformed into a zombie immediately, but persisted until now. However, this is also Lu Meng's limit. All these symptoms indicate that Lu Meng is not far from transformation. Huang Xiaoyu at the side asked in a low voice, "Lu Meng, how long can you hold on?" She had discovered Lu Meng's abnormality a long time ago, but she never exposed it. As teammates, they had gone out to explore together so many times and cooperated with each other to fight zombies. The exploration team had established a preliminary understanding and affection. For Huang Xiaoyu, Lu Meng's infection was an extremely sad thing. "I can still hold on for a while." Lu Meng bit his tongue again, trying to wake himself up through the pain. However, the repeated self-mutilation made his tongue gradually numb, and the pain feedback became weaker and weaker. Coupled with the invasion of the zombie virus, Lu Meng felt that he had lost his sense of pain. At this moment, Li Ju, who was leading the way in front, suddenly stopped, turned and walked towards Lu Meng. "Boss! What's wrong with you?" When Lu Meng saw Li Ju, he immediately cheered up and pretended nothing had happened, and continued to call Li Ju boss. The one before was brotherly, and the one after was the boss. Li Ju looked at the yellow-haired young man in front of him. His face had gradually changed. His eyes had turned completely white, and the flesh on his face showed signs of decay. Li Ju recalled the scene of his first meeting with Lu Meng, which was the process of Li Ju exploring the community looking for survivors. "Die!" Li Ju swung the fire axe and cut off the head of the zombie in front of him. "Roar!" However, the roar of zombies was heard again behind Li Ju, and it was obvious that a zombie had launched a sneak attack from behind. "Ah!" Just as Li Ju was about to turn around and fight back, the door at the side suddenly opened, and a young man with dyed yellow hair rushed out, holding a frying pan in his hand, and smashed it on the zombie's head. Li Ju was stunned, then swung the axe and chopped off the zombie's head. The yellow-haired young man looked at Li Ju and extended his hand in a familiar manner. "Ha, brother, you are too awesome, aren't you? My name is Lu Meng, what's yours?" "Rogue?" "It's Lu Meng, not a gangster." "Lu Meng, I want to set up a survivor camp to reunite all the survivors." "Brotherly, what do you need me to do?" "I need you to play a role against me, can you do that?" Oh, it's not a big deal, I can take care of it. Don't worry, brotherly. You're infected, but you didn't even tell me? Li Ju snorted coldly and grabbed Lu Meng's neck. Don't I want to cause trouble for you, boss? Lu Meng showed a bitter smile on his face. Detecting the target's hidden bloodline, please wait. Testing completed, obtaining pedigree data. Werewolf blood detected, do you want to activate? Activation. Received instructions, started compiling bloodline code, trying to activate werewolf bloodline. Activation successful. Chapter 27 Werewolf Form. Activation successful. The system prompt sounded in Li Ju's mind. Hearing this familiar voice, a hint of joy flashed in Li Ju's eyes, and he loosened his right hand that was pinching Lu Meng's neck. Li Ju looked at Lu Meng's face. All those zombie-like features had disappeared, and he had returned to his normal human appearance. Ahem, boss, why didn't you strangle me to death? Lu Meng half knelt on the ground, holding his neck with both hands and coughing hard. He raised his head and looked at Li Ju in confusion. Li Ju didn't say anything, and Huang Xiaoyu on the side answered Lu Meng's doubts. Lu Meng, your face, are you okay? Huang Xiaoyu pointed at Lu Meng's face in surprise, then turned to look at Li Ju, his eyes wide open, and said, Brotherly, it was you who stopped Lu Meng's mutation. Li Ju did not deny it. He just crossed his arms and kicked Lu Meng unhappily, saying in a bad tone, Are you okay? If you are, get up quickly. Now you go and clear the way. Hearing this, Lu Meng quickly stood up, stretched out his right hand and made an OK gesture to indicate that he understood. Use your bloodline ability to show me what werewolf bloodline is. Li Ju came out again to remind. Boss, don't worry. Lu Meng walked to the front of the crowd, closed his eyes and imitated Li Ju's usual posture. Unfortunately, every time Li Ju stood in front of everyone, he brought an incomparable sense of security and an invincible momentum to crush the enemy. But when it was Lu Meng's turn, the others only felt a little bit of the monkey claiming to be the king when the tiger is not at home. I felt like laughing, especially when I saw Lu Meng's yellow hair. Similar to how Li Ju entered the giant form by touching the giant's heart, Lu Meng also needed the help of some kind of medium to trigger his werewolf bloodline and awaken his special abilities. This medium was named Werewolf Heart by Lu Meng. It is indeed a tradition passed down from generation to generation, even the level of naming is similar. Ouch! As the werewolf's heart was touched, Lu Meng's body quickly changed. With a wolf howl, Lu Meng's fingernails turned into thick and sharp claws, and the inconspicuous muscles bulged and protruded. Black hair grew on his arms, back, and neck. Especially his eyes, which turned into yellow vertical pupils, flashing a cold light. Werewolf blood, werewolf form. Lu Meng, who had transformed into a werewolf, slowly bent down, and then rushed out with a helper. It was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the small tide of zombies that were besieging from the front. Except for Li Ju, no one present saw clearly how Lu Meng rushed so far. In Li Ju's eyes, he clearly saw Lu Meng moving at an incredible speed, even leaving a trail of afterimages. With werewolf bloodline, the advantage lies in speed. Li Ju nodded slightly and recorded this characteristic. Afterwards, Lu Meng began to sprint forward at high speed. In front of the werewolf's sharp claws, the zombies were as fragile as tofu and were cut into several pieces by the claws without any hindrance. In just a few minutes, the road ahead was clear and there was no sign of zombies. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch up! Li Ju shouted to the people behind him, and then followed Lu Meng's pace. The others were still immersed in this unbelievable change. After being urged by Li Ju, they realized that they were still in danger. They immediately suppressed their shock and followed Li Ju to continue their escape. A group of more than 20 people were walking on the street. Behind them were countless zombies chasing them, and in front of them was Lu Meng, who had transformed into a werewolf and was constantly breaking through. With this formation, they had already left the core area of Dayun Shopping Mall and arrived at the first intersection. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. Li Ju instantly realized that this was the voice of a tyrant, because only a tyrant's roar could be so loud and powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary zombie. Sure enough, after the survivors walked forward for a distance, they saw Lu Meng confronting a huge zombie that was nearly 3 meters in size. Based on the size of the tyrant, Li Ju judged that this tyrant was stronger than the tyrant transformed by Coach Wu in the Redemption Camp, but much weaker than the tyrant in the underground parking lot of Daiyun Shopping Mall. It's probably a tyrant of around level 10. Ouch! Lu Meng faced the huge monster in front of him without any fear, and the fighting spirit on his face was bursting out. Quickly resolve the issue and don't waste time. Li Ju was not worried at all that Lu Meng could not defeat the tyrant, because the bloodlines awakened by the system were all those legendary mythical bloodlines, or some bloodlines that were quite legendary. Giant bloodline, werewolf bloodline, although the latter is not as good as the former, it is also not comparable to the tyrant. Hearing Li Ju's words, Lu Meng slowly bent his legs and began to accumulate strength. The muscles on his sturdy calves were blocky and slowly moved with Lu Meng's movements. Do you know a spring? After being pressed to the limit, once you release your hand, it will spring out at a terrifying speed. This sentence also applies to Lu Meng at this moment. After accumulating strength to the limit, Lu Meng leaped out and turned into a black stream of light. Boom! The next moment, Lu Meng appeared behind the tyrant, his claws covered in black blood. Roar! The tyrant opened his mouth and roared, ready to turn his body and smack the weak human to death. Unexpectedly, as the tyrant turned its body, black blood suddenly gushed out from its right leg. Its upper body turned around, but only half of its lower body was intact. The tyrant's right leg was cut off from the thigh. The tyrant, who had lost his right calf, had difficulty balancing his clumsy body. In addition, he turned his body and swung his arms hard, which caused his center of gravity to be unstable. The tyrant soon fell to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust. Lu Meng also took this opportunity to come to the tyrant's head. The next moment, the wolf's claws stretched out and pierced the tyrant's head. Roar! The tyrant's roar stopped abruptly, and his huge body fell into silence and stopped moving. Pulling his right hand free, Lu Meng returned to Li Ju and spread out his right palm with a smile. In the hand stained with black blood and brain matter, a bright red pentahedral crystal lay quietly in the palm, flashing a strange light. Li Ju raised the corner of his mouth, took the evolution crystal and put it away, then grabbed a handful of evolution crystals obtained from ordinary zombies and handed them to Lu Meng. It takes a lot of energy to activate your bloodline. The longer you maintain your body, the more energy you consume. Taking evolution crystals can effectively replenish your energy consumption. Lu Meng took the handful of evolution crystals and swallowed it in one gulp, imitating Li Ju. Oh, there's one more thing. Seeing Lu Meng eat the evolution crystal, Li Ju stretched out his right hand, raised his index finger, and said, I'll show you a new magic trick. Chapter 28. The Emergence of Psychic Power. New magic? Lu Meng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that Li Ju was preparing to demonstrate his new abilities. So Lu Meng triggered his werewolf heart again and exited the werewolf form, looking at Li Ju with anticipation. Li Ju remembered clearly that after his spirituality broke through the human body's limit, the system informed him that he had awakened his psychic power. After each value broke through the human body's limit, he would gain a corresponding special ability. Li Ju's strength, agility, and perception have the abilities of high-speed healing, instant burst, and danger perception. High-speed healing gives Li Ju a recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary people, and most skin injuries can be restored to their original state in just a few minutes. Li Ju gradually discovered the instant burst after many battles. This allowed Li Ju to mobilize the strength of his whole body in an instant to achieve the maximum attack. Whether it was used for attack or pursuit, it was very effective. You mean running away? Sorry, Li Ju has not yet encountered anyone stronger than himself. Danger perception allows Li Ju to sense hostility towards him within a certain range. This range is quite large. If he is in Daiyun Shopping Mall, it can cover the entire mall, and this is not even the limit. Similarly, psychic power is a special ability brought by spirituality. Regarding spirituality, it involves the degree of development of the human brain and some mystical things. It is said that people with high spirituality can do incredible things, which is what people often call superpowers. Li Ju named his spiritual power Thunder. Let's do an experiment on them. Li Ju turned around and looked at the massive tide of zombies behind him. He raised his right hand and stretched out 5 fingers, pointing them at the vast sea of corpses. Come! The next moment, Li Ju shouted loudly, and a bright blue light flashed from Li Ju's eyes. Then countless blue electric lights burst out from Li Ju's palms, turning into bolts of lightning that shot towards the tide of zombies. Lightning struck the zombies, and an explosion occurred instantly. A dozen zombies were blown away by the impact of the explosion, and their charred remains splashed in all directions. The remaining electric current kept jumping and bouncing on the surrounding zombies. A large number of zombies were shocked by the electric current and convulsed all over and fell to the ground. At the same time, Li Ju could clearly feel his head sinking and his energy decreasing. I can probably release this palm thunder 10 times. Li Ju silently estimated the consumption of releasing lightning and named this move Palm Thunder. Damn it, boss! When did you learn how to discharge electricity? Lu Meng exclaimed and moved closer to Li Ju to observe. This? There was a hint of surprise in Yi Mingji's eyes. He was not an ordinary military non-commissioned officer, but served in a special force. Among the many special forces in Yuhai City, there are many extraordinary people who possess incredible magical abilities. Yi Mingji has seen some extraordinary people before, some of whom can control fire and water, and some of whom can fly in the air. Unexpectedly, this young man who claimed to be the founder of the redemption camp was actually a strange man. Counting the ability to turn into a giant, this Li Ju already has 2 special abilities. Yi Mingji nodded secretly, and other ideas emerged in his mind. If possible, I can try to recruit him to join the Yuhai City military and become a member of the special forces. Unfortunately, the signal is lost now, and there is no way to contact the headquarters. Li Ju fired several more palm mines, blew up a large group of zombies, and then began to evacuate with the survivors. Now they were not far from the redemption camp. After sending all the survivors to the safe zone, Li Ju was ready to turn back and kill everyone and completely get rid of these annoying zombies. While protecting everyone's evacuation, Li Ju looked back at the zombies and soon found something wrong. Most of the zombies in the corpse tide came from inside Dayun shopping mall. After everyone evacuated from the underground parking garage, hundreds of zombies located in the main entrance square of Dayun shopping mall were also attracted and joined the corpse tide chasing the survivors. During the pursuit, other wandering zombies joined in, bringing the size of the zombie tide to thousands, which can be called a medium-sized zombie tide. But now Li Ju discovered that there were some other things mixed in with these zombies. There were cats and dogs infected by the zombie virus. There were also hundreds of birds hovering above the tide of zombies, which were also infected by the zombie virus and turned into monsters. These zombie cats and dogs systematically surrounded the 2 sides of the zombie tide, as if driving the zombie tide forward and always keeping up with the survivors. The zombie birds in the sky were also getting restless, as if ready to swoop down and attack at any time. At the same time, Li Ju once again felt a familiar sense of being peeped. This is exactly the same feeling as that zombie dog, but didn't I deal with it? Li Ju's brain was working rapidly, and he began to think about possible problems that might have been missed. Just as Li Ju was thinking, Lu Meng on the side reminded him. Boss, look ahead. Li Ju looked forward intently, but the scene in front of him made him frown. At the intersection ahead, a huge tiger stood there quietly. The tiger was about the same size as the tyrant in the underground parking garage of Dayun Mall. Its skin was rotten, its face was hideous, huge fangs grew out of its mouth, and its all-white eyes stared at the survivors. This zombie tiger infected with the zombie virus had saliva constantly flowing out of its mouth, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. The saliva was obviously highly corrosive. As the zombie tiger moved, the black scales on its body slowly squirmed, and several tentacles spread out from the rotten part of its abdomen, pointing towards the survivors. The most important thing is that on top of the zombie tiger's head sits a short and deformed big-headed zombie with a huge head. At this moment, the big-headed zombie looked at Li Ju with a weird smile on his face. It's it! It turns out it was spying on me! Li Ju finally knew where that familiar feeling of being spied on came from. What kind of zombie is this? It seems to be able to control animals? Was the zombie dog from before also controlled by it? Li Ju took a deep breath and was ready for battle. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Unknown mutant zombies discovered. Recording started. Recording completed. Level 15 mutated zombie, zombie tiger. Power unknown. Agility unknown. Perception unknown. Spiritual unknown. Unknown mutant zombies discovered. Recording started. Recording completed. Level 15 mutated zombie unnamed. Power unknown. Agility unknown. Perception unknown. Spiritual unknown. Host, please fight with the target and assist the system in obtaining detailed data. Lu Meng, stop the zombies behind, Li Ju said, keeping his eyes on the big-headed zombie. I'll take care of these two. Clear! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ju touched the heart of the giant and turned into a mythical giant. At the same time, the spiritual energy of thunder was activated, and countless blue electric lights surrounded the giant's body, just like the god of thunder descending to the world, shining in all directions. Chapter 29 Bombardment. A bird spread its wings and flew across the sky. As the evening orange sunset cast its last rays of light, a peaceful scene emerged. Gah! The hoarse and mocking bird calls pierced the sky, and a black crow with rotten feathers caught the flying bird in midair. The narrow beak pierced into the bird's neck, and as the crow exerted force, a large piece of flesh and blood was torn from the bird's body, and then it was swallowed whole. Bright red blood fell from the sky and dripped into the ruins below. Pa! The blood left a faint mark on the cement road. With the mark as the boundary, on the left was a tall giant with blue electric light coming out of his body, and on the right was a huge zombie tiger. There was also a big-headed zombie sitting cross-legged on the zombie's head. The two sides were in a stalemate, and at the moment when the blood began to drip, the giant with blue electric light took action. Tyrant sequence loading. Tyrant sequence loaded. Tyrant armor phase 2 activated. Ready. Psychic energy detected. Bloodline decoding started. Catalysis completed. Compilation successful. Storm sequence, at your service. Storm sequence loaded. Storm heart phase 1 in place. Because the evolutionary crystal of the Tyrant in the underground parking garage of Dayan Shopping Mall was used before, the Tyrant with a higher level of evolution supplemented many genetic data of the Tyrant sequence, which also allowed Li Ju to activate the second stage of the Tyrant armor. The second stage is a comprehensive strengthening based on the first stage. The white bone armor covers all parts of Li Ju's body except the head, and its defense is enhanced several times. This was also the first time that Li Ju entered the giant form after awakening his psychic powers, which caused the giant bloodline to resonate with it, resulting in a mutation. The so-called storm sequence was thus activated, and the loading of the storm heart made Li Ju much stronger. The heart of the giant's chest glowed with a blue-white glow, and with Li Ju's breathing, countless lightning bolts shot out from his nostrils. As his chest rose and fell, violent winds gathered around Li Ju, howling like a tiger. Come! Looking at the zombie tiger in front of him, Li Ju roared loudly, and a violent air wave swept in all directions. Countless lightning bolts gushed out from Li Ju's body and struck the zombie tiger together. Seeing this, the big-headed zombie reached out and patted the zombie tiger's head. Ah! A tiger roared, and the zombie tiger, as big as a mountain, was not afraid of Li Ju at all. Instead, it went straight towards him. The huge tiger paw slapped towards Li Ju, and its thick sharp claws flashed a cold light. The zombie tiger's attack was clearly aimed at Li Ju's head, wanting to smash Li Ju's head with one palm. Huh, you want to compete with me in strength? Li Ju sneered and suddenly stretched out a hand to grab the tiger's paw. Bang! The tiger's paw was locked firmly in midair. Li Ju's hand tightly grasped the zombie tiger's forearm, and his other hand slapped the zombie tiger's head, targeting the big-headed zombie. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. After guessing that the zombie tiger might be controlled by the big-headed zombie, Li Ju focused his attention on the big-headed zombie. Just get rid of the big-headed zombie first, and the zombie tiger will be less scary. Wee! As Li Ju's palm was about to fall, the big-headed zombie let out a strange laugh. Driven by the laughter, several tentacles growing from the zombie tiger's abdomen suddenly shot towards Li Ju's palm and wrapped around it. Feeling the pulling force on his hands, Li Ju snorted coldly and exerted force suddenly. Bang! Those tentacles were actually pulled off by Li Ju. Afterwards, Li Ju exerted force again and instantly broke the zombie tiger's forearm in his hand. Palm thunder! Li Ju shouted in a low voice, and countless lightning flashed out from the palms of his hands. Countless lightning snakes frantically drilled into the zombie tiger's body, making crackling sounds. Ouch! The zombie tiger howled after receiving such a severe blow, with ferocity in its eyes. It stretched out its head and bit Li Ju's neck. Looking at the bloody mouth coming towards him, Li Ju clenched his right hand into a fist and continued to release palm thunder, as if he was covering a thunderball. Throw away the thunder tower, mother! As Li Ju shouted, he swung his right fist suddenly, punched into the zombie tiger's mouth, and then penetrated through the back of its head. The next moment, the thunderball exploded, and a huge electric current swept through the zombie tiger's body. The huge tiger body fell to the ground after shaking violently, and at the same time knocked down a large area of buildings. When Li Ju pulled his right hand out from the zombie tiger's mouth, he found a blood-red pentahedral crystal as big as a basketball in his hand. It was the evolutionary crystal of the zombie tiger. Next, it's your turn. Looking at the charred corpse of the zombie tiger, Li Ju locked onto the big-headed zombie that was struggling on the zombie tiger's head and quickly reached out to grab it. However, just when Li Ju was about to catch the big-headed zombie, the flock of zombie birds hovering above the tide of zombies behind suddenly surrounded Li Ju and pounced on him from all directions in a suicidal manner. They used their claws and beaks to tear and bite Li Ju. Unfortunately, their actions were in vain. The Tyrant armor Stage 2 bone armor was surprisingly powerful. No matter how these zombie birds attacked, they could not hurt Li Ju at all. However, the sudden appearance of these zombie birds still blocked Li Ju's vision. The big-headed zombie finally regained its ability to move from the electric shock, but now it had no idea where it had fled to and was never seen again. In desperation, Li Ju had to use both hands to catch and crush these annoying zombie birds to death. At the same time, the system also completed collecting the data of the zombie tiger and displayed it at this time. Level 15 mutant zombie, zombie tiger. Strength 42. Agility 20. Perception 15. Spiritual 0. The strength value of 45 points is almost catching up with the strength of Li Ju when he first transformed into a giant. A faint sense of urgency rose in Li Ju's heart. The speed of zombie evolution was too fast. It was only the 8th day after the outbreak of the zombie virus, but it had already created a terrifying creature like the zombie tiger. Then, after a period of time, after the first month, the first year, or 10 years, to what extent would these zombies evolve? It seems that I have to improve my giant bloodline more actively. Li Ju made up his mind secretly, and then he killed a zombie bird and exited the giant form. The huge evolution crystal from the zombie tiger was also absorbed by Li Ju. The huge energy instantly supplemented the needs of the giant form and greatly enhanced Li Ju's physical fitness. Lu Meng, call it a day! After the battle ended, Li Ju shouted to Lu Meng, who was not far away. Here comes the boss! Lu Meng, who transformed into a werewolf and kept shuttling among the tide of zombies, quickly evacuated the battlefield and escorted the survivors to the redemption camp. After another period of evacuation, the north gate of Pingan community finally appeared in everyone's eyes. Although the zombie tide behind them was sniped many times by Li Ju and Lu Meng, it continued to increase along the way. Now there are tens of thousands of zombies gathered, forming a large zombie tide. Chapter 30 Cleanup Operation. Su Wei, open the door quickly! From a distance, Lu Meng shouted at the top of his voice towards building number 1 where the redemption camp was located. Inside the familiar big iron gate, the patrol members on duty immediately saw Li Ju, who was in the leading position. Just as they were about to greet him happily, roars one after another broke through the sky. Roar! The patrol members were stunned, and then they saw the tide of zombies following closely behind the many survivors. It was a large tide of zombies consisting of tens of thousands of zombies, and it looked like a vast black mass as far as the eye could see. What are you standing there for? Open the door! At this moment, everyone also came to the door of the big iron gate. Seeing that the patrol members did not take any action, Lu Meng urged them again. The two men, as if waking from a dream, immediately unlocked the 3-door locks and opened the big iron gate. Major Yi, please take the survivors to the interior of the camp and calm everyone down. The patrol captain Su Wei in the camp will contact you. Li Ju instructed Yi Mingji, then made way for the iron gate. Mr. Li, please be careful. Yi Mingji solemnly saluted Li Ju, then walked past Li Ju and entered the redemption camp. The exploration team members and survivors followed closely behind, passing through the big iron door one by one and entering the stairwell. After everyone entered, Li Ju pulled the big iron gate together and signaled the two patrol members to lock the door. Li, brother Li, aren't you going to come in? A patrolman asked Li Ju in a trembling voice. Looking at the zombie horde gradually approaching from the outside, his legs couldn't stop shaking. Can you defend against so many zombies with just this old iron door? Yi Fan, the boss has more important things to do. How can you go back to the camp? Lu Meng showed a suppressed smile on his face and raised his eyebrows at the patrolman. Lu Meng had guessed Li Ju's idea a long time ago. Li Ju, who had invincible strength, had no intention of letting these zombies go. Now, all the survivors have entered the redemption camp, and Li Ju no longer has to worry about the others getting into trouble. So what's next? Lu Meng, do you want to compete to see who kills more zombies? Li Ju raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stepped towards the tide of zombies. Why not? I'm not bragging, there is no limit to my speed. Lu Meng raised his head with a proud look on his face. Then, Lu Meng leaned close to Li Ju and whispered, Boss, go easy on me. It depends on my mood. Li Ju said this, then pushed the ground with his right foot and bounced out. The recoil force generated by the powerful force hitting the ground turned Li Ju into a bullet, and he instantly plunged into the tide of zombies. Roar! Countless zombies stretched out their hands and grabbed Li Ju, who fell into the tide of zombies. However, what responded to them was endless electric light. Crackle! Violent electric current exploded from Li Ju's body. All the zombies that approached Li Ju were burned to death by electricity and fell to the ground with thick white smoke. Compared to palm thunder fired from a distance, this method of using psychic power to cover one's body with electric current consumes less energy and is more cost-effective. You should know that Li Ju's every move will cause the death of a large number of zombies, but because there are too many of them, Li Ju's hunting efficiency has always been low. At this moment, with the enhancement of thunder energy, Li Ju's attack was accompanied by electric current, completing the perfect transformation from single physical attack to group magic damage. It took only 5 or 6 minutes from the time Li Ju fell into the zombie tide to the time the killing began, but the dead zombies had piled up into a small hill. The charred corpses were lying on the ground in all directions, and the zombies still on the periphery had to climb on their companions' corpses before charging towards Li Ju. Fuck, boss, you're too strong! Lu Meng couldn't help but swear, then he entered werewolf form and charged into the tide of zombies from the flank. Amid the tide of zombies, Li Ju punched and kicked freely, relying on the free use of his body to fight continuously. System, has the giant bloodline brought some influence to me? Li Ju asked the system in his mind while killing the zombies around him. Before awakening his giant bloodline, Li Ju was actually a relatively gentle person. His way of dealing with people was like a spring breeze, which made people feel quite favorable towards him. With the awakening of the giant bloodline, the continuous increase in strength, and the uninterrupted hunting of various monsters infected with the zombie virus and mutated, Li Ju gradually discovered that his personality seemed to have undergone subtle changes. He became more belligerent, full of desire for battle. He became more calm, with a sense of oppression and coldness of a superior. When faced with many things, he was always decisive. Of course, this is a good thing in the end times. The host has the blood of a giant hidden in his body, which means that the host's ancestor is very likely a giant, or a hybrid born from a marriage with a giant. As the pinnacle species in the mythological era, giants have a powerful force that rivals dragons. The ultimate giant can even ascend to the throne of God and be on par with the legendary gods. Similarly, as a race of giants with supreme dominance and invincible strength, they are ferocious and aggressive by nature, and they value power above all else. As the host becomes stronger, the influence of the giant bloodline will also increase. If the host does not want to be affected, he can adjust it through the special training provided by the system. Li Ju nodded slightly, and at the same time punched and killed 5 or 6 zombies that were besieging him. Looking at the tide of zombies that was still approaching, Li Ju spat on the ground in annoyance. These zombies are just like cockroaches. No matter how hard we try, we can never kill them all. There are even more and more of them. Thinking of this, Li Ju touched the giant's heart and transformed into a giant. Boom! The breathing and heartbeat sounds like a storm resounded throughout the Pinyin community, and a 4-meter-tall giant appeared in the tide of corpses. The 4-meter-tall giant was covered in white bone armor. The bone armor surrounded the giant's head, forming a bone helmet with only the eyes exposed. This white bone armor is not completely airtight. Gaps as thick as chopsticks can be seen at many joints, and countless electric currents are gushing out from the gaps, making crackling sounds. The evolutionary crystallization of the zombie tiger allowed Li Ju's giant bloodline to take a step further, and the giant form also changed as a result. "Oh my god, boss, you are so handsome!" Lu Meng, in werewolf form, scratched the black hair on his body and felt terrible for a moment. "Lu Meng, don't be distracted. Next I will go all out." The words spoken by Li Ju in giant form were like bursts of thunder. As the giant breathed, the surrounding air gradually gathered and surrounded him, and there was even a tendency for a tornado to form. At this time, on the rooftop of the Redemption camp, all the survivors gathered there, watching the battle happening below. Yimingji was once again shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Li Ju, and at the same time he became more determined to persuade Li Ju to join the Yuhai City military. Chapter 31 Post-War Rest. The last ray of sunset fell, and the moonlight enveloped the earth. Under the night sky, blue lightning flashed continuously. The dazzling lightning illuminated the sky, and the thunderous sound suppressed the roar of the zombies. On the rooftop of the Redemption camp, all the survivors stared at the battle below in amazement. This scene was so explosive that it was almost exactly like the plot in the movie. And because this was a real scene happening right in front of them, it was even better than the movie. "Brotherly is too cruel," Su Wei subconsciously commented, staring blankly at the bottom, and then he suddenly shouted, "Awesome! Brotherly is awesome! Good! Good kill! Woohoo, Brotherly is so handsome! With Brotherly here, no matter how many zombies there are, they will be wiped out in a matter of seconds." Encouraged by Su Wei's words, the survivors finally recovered from their shock and cheers were heard everywhere. At the same time, they also realized the problem, that is, the world has changed, and earth-shaking changes have taken place. The appearance of zombies and Li Ju's display of incredible superpowers made all the survivors understand a truth. Everyone has the opportunity to obtain this magical ability, and everyone has the potential to become an extraordinary hero. After an hour-long massacre, the large tide of zombies consisting of tens of thousands of zombies was finally wiped out by Li Ju and Lu Meng. All that was left in Pinyin community were charred corpses and broken limbs, covering the entire ground. There were also some corpses of zombie cats and dogs among them. As the battle ended, some zombie dogs that came from nowhere appeared in the Pinyin community and began to silently eat the zombie corpses on the ground. Li Ju exited the giant form. Thanks to the continuous swallowing of evolution crystals during the battle to replenish the energy consumption of the giant form, this battle did not consume much of Li Ju. After taking some evolution crystals again, he fully recovered and could transform again at any time. After looking at Lu Meng, who was lying on the ground looking for the evolution crystal, Li Ju turned around and shouted to the people on the rooftop, "Everyone come down and pick up the spoils!" "Yes!" The people on the rooftop shouted in unison and rushed into the stairwell one after another and ran downstairs. Yimingji, who followed closely behind, looked at the many camp members and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I didn't expect that Li Ju has such a high prestige, and he was able to organize and build such a survivor camp in the end times. His management ability must be good. Besides this, what else is he hiding?" When everyone came down, Li Ju took out a handful of blood-red pentahedral crystals from his backpack, showed them to everyone and said, "Your task is to collect these crystals from the zombies' brains. I named them evolution crystals. Looking at your reactions, it seems like you have thought of something. That's right, these crystals are called evolution crystals because they can put us on the path of evolution. I call people who use evolution crystals evolvers. When evolvers evolve to a certain level, they will awaken their spiritual powers, which are what ordinary people call special functions or superpowers. For example, my psychic power, thunder." Li Ju snapped his fingers, and a flash of lightning shot out from his fingertips and hit the body of a zombie at his feet. "All the evolution crystals you collected will be stored in the camp's inventory as a public resource. Afterwards, I will give a certain number of evolution crystals as rewards based on each person's contribution. Don't think about secretly embezzling the evolution crystals. If you don't know how to use them, even if you have a lot of evolution crystals, they are useless. Similarly, if I find out that someone has secretly taken the evolution crystal, Li Hu's fate will be yours. For the last sentence, Li Ju used the simple method of Stormheart to make his voice low and like thunder, resounding throughout the entire Pinyin community. Yes. Everyone nodded, took out various tools, grabbed the zombies' heads and began to look for evolution crystals, not daring to slack off at all. Lu Meng on the side became the supervisor, urging everyone while also protecting them. After all, zombies might appear at any time. Major Yi, please come with me. Looking at Yimingji, who was about to join the collection team, Li Ju nodded at him and motioned him to follow him. Yimingji was stunned, then put down the stick in his hand and followed Li Ju into the camp. Sitting on the dark and damp steps, Li Ju looked at the busy crowd outside and said to Yimingji, Major Yi, I have some questions to ask you. Mr. Li, you can ask any questions you want. As long as they do not involve military secrets, I can answer them for you. Yimingji sat down next to Li Ju with a solemn expression. Since Major Yi has said so, I won't waste time. Major Yi, I want to know when the zombie virus first appeared? Why didn't the authorities control it as soon as the zombie virus appeared, but instead allowed it to spread? Li Ju clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and asked in confusion. Yimingji turned his head to look at Li Ju, then sighed. Regarding this matter, it is indeed an official problem. The zombie virus originated in the imperial capital and seems to have spread from its country. Due to the special nature of the imperial capital, a large-scale blockade is impossible. Coupled with many pressure factors within the official, this led to the leakage of the zombie virus and its spread to the entire Xia country. The specific time of appearance, if I remember correctly, should be a month ago, in October. Imperial capital. Li Ju raised his eyebrows, opened his eyes, and looked at Yimingji with some surprise. The Xia Kingdom's imperial capital, Bigheaded, is known as the world's largest and most prosperous megacity, with a population as numerous as the stars in the sky. That is the center of the entire Xia Kingdom. It has been 8 days since Yuhai City entered its doomsday, and a month ago, the imperial capital had already fallen into the predicament of the zombie virus. The huge population base brings more changes, and the 1-month evolution period provides a warm nest for the zombies to grow. At this moment, what will happen to the zombies in the imperial capital? Maybe there are level 20 or 30 zombies? Or even scarier, level 40 or 50 zombies? Level 50 zombies. Li Ju's eyes flickered and his mind was filled with thoughts. Yimingji, who was standing by, observed the changes in Li Ju's expression. He turned to Li Ju and said, Mr. Li, have you heard of the Dragon Group? Dragon Group? Li Ju looked at Yimingji in confusion. Yes, it's the Dragon Group. As if he could see that Li Ju was quite interested in this, Yimingji raised a smile. He took out a red certificate from his pocket and handed it to Li Ju. Li Ju looked at the certificate that Yimingji handed over. The certificate was based on red, and a golden pattern of the Xia Kingdom's dragon was printed on the front. Chapter 32, Every Detail. Mr. Li, actually, before the zombie virus broke out, there were already extraordinary people like you with special abilities. Yimingji looked at Li Ju and said with a smile. Since ancient times, heroes have used martial arts to break the law, and this is still the case in modern society. In order to prevent these extraordinary people from disrupting the stability of social order, the government has organized a special force independent of the Law Enforcement Bureau with the military as the core to control these extraordinary people, and this special force is the Dragon Team. After the Dragon Group discovers these extraordinary people, they generally offer 3 options. The first is to join the Dragon Group and become a member of the official team. As a member of the Dragon Group, you can receive many official subsidies and rewards, and you can also receive official protection. The military will also grant military ranks to Dragon Group members. Second, sign an agreement to ensure that you will not use supernatural powers to disrupt social order. The government will give certain preferential treatment to such extraordinary people, and at the same time conduct reasonable monitoring. Third, those who abuse their supernatural powers, disrupt social order, intentionally harm others, and cause serious consequences will be arrested by the Dragon Team, and can be killed on the spot if necessary. Yu Mingji stood up from the stairs, with a faint white light in his eyes. Then Yu Mingji looked at a survivor from the outside world who was collecting evolution crystals. The white light in his eyes became more and more intense, and in a blink of an eye it turned into 2 bright white light balls. About 2 minutes later, the light balls in Yu Mingji's eyes gradually dimmed, and his eyes returned to normal. According to Mr. Lee, my psychic power is called tracking. After I use psychic power to record the target, as long as the target is within the range of psychic power, I can always grasp the specific situation of the target. Because of the special nature of psychic power, I was assigned to the 13th Squadron of the Yohai City Dragon Group as the deputy captain. Li Ju opened the Dragon Group ID in his hand, and the first page was stamped by the government and the military. The second page was Yu Mingji's personal information, with various information clearly written on it, which was basically the same as what Yu Mingji described. Li Ju closed the certificate, returned it to Yu Mingji, and then stood up. After a moment's silence, Li Ju said, Major Yi, things are different now. Now that the end of the world has come, signals are lost, communications fail, and the government and the military have lost absolute control over the city. So far, I have not seen any military rescue team with armed forces. Has the military given up rescuing us? What is the significance of the Dragon Group's existence now? Hearing this, Yu Mingji patted his chest confidently and said, Mr. Lee, I have no idea about the specific situation of the military. But as a member of the Dragon Group, I know very well that the authorities have not given up on any of the Xiao people. Just a while ago, I sensed a member of the Dragon team that I had recorded. Hearing this, Li Ju immediately understood Yu Mingji's strategic significance in the end times. Without signal, Yu Mingji is a human signal tower. So, you want to invite me to join the Dragon Group? Li Ju directly pointed out Yu Mingji's thoughts. That's right. Yu Mingji put away his smile, saluted Li Ju and said, I see responsibility and commitment in Mr. Lee, and I admire Mr. Lee's strong strength. Joining the Dragon Group and gaining support from the government and the military will effectively help Mr. Lee build the redemption camp. Li Ju did not respond immediately, but paced on the spot and fell into deep thought. It was not until Lu Meng led many survivors to the big iron gate that Li Ju came back to his senses. Give me some time to think about it, and I will give you an answer. Li Ju nodded slightly to Yu Mingji, then led a group of excited survivors back upstairs. He ordered Lu Meng and Su Wei to collect the evolution crystals collected by everyone, and asked Lin Rui to count and register the number of evolution crystals. Li Ju returned to the 9th floor that belonged to him alone, simply washed his body, and threw away the tights that were soaked in zombie blood several times. Although Li Ju's physical strength was intact and his spiritual energy was abundant, he had to fight for a long time and his mental state was tense, which put a lot of psychological pressure on Li Ju. After all, this was only the 8th day before the end of the world. Even though Li Ju was changing very quickly, the time was still too tight. Lying on the bed, the mental fatigue soon made him fall asleep. When Li Ju woke up again, it was 2 days later. November 13th, 2034, the 10th day of the zombie apocalypse. Hiss! Li Ju opened his eyes in bed, and the severe pain in his temple made him groan. Li Ju rubbed his head with his hand and felt a little better. He got up from the bed, picked up a bottle of mineral water on the table and took a few gulps. Call! The cool water moistened his dry throat. Li Ju stretched lazily and opened the curtains. Wow! The rising sun brought warm sunlight, illuminating the room through the glass window. The outside world was silent, and the cold wind brought a slightly chilly winter feeling, blowing on Li Ju's face. Roar! The sudden roar of zombies broke the silence. Li Ju's brows couldn't help but frown, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. It's these damn things again. Li Ju sighed, put on his clothes, left the bedroom, and walked towards the 4th floor of the redemption camp, which was the public area of the camp. As he walked along, Li Ju unexpectedly discovered that there was no one in the camp. It was not until he entered the public area on the 4th floor that he saw Lin Rui sitting on the sofa and writing. Teacher Lin, what are you busy with? The sudden greeting startled Lin Rui. When she saw clearly that the person coming was Li Ju, a smile appeared on her face. Li Ju, are you awake? How was your rest? Not bad. Li Ju nodded, walked to Lin Rui's side, picked up what Lin Rui had written and began to check it. Camp Expansion Plan. Reading the title of the document in a low voice, Li Ju couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at Lin Rui. Seeing this, Lin Rui picked up a notebook from the side and handed it to Li Ju, saying at the same time, "The statistics of the evolution crystals collected before have been completed. There are a total of 13,210 crystals, all of which are placed in the material warehouse on the 10th floor. Because you cleared almost all the zombies around, the area around the camp has become safer. In addition, the number of survivors in the camp has gradually increased, and one building is no longer enough to meet living needs. Therefore, expanding the camp has become an extremely important task." So that's how it is. Li Ju suddenly realized that he was so busy protecting the survivors that he forgot about this problem. However, his subordinates were capable and took the initiative to try to solve this problem. "Where's Lu Meng?" "He took everyone to clean up building number 2 next door. That will be the newest camp building," Lin Rui responded. Li Ju nodded and returned the document in his hand to Lin Rui. At the same time, countless thoughts arose in his mind again. Chapter 33 Camp Rules. Signaling Lin Rui to continue her work, Li Ju turned and went downstairs to see what was happening outside. Coming to the first floor, Yi Fan and Shi Hao were still on duty to guard the camp's iron gate. Yi Fan leaned against the wall, his eyes closed, saliva slowly flowing from the corners of his mouth. Seeing Li Ju coming, Shi Hao, with a resolute look on his face, immediately stood up straight and said loudly, "Good morning, Brother Li." Li Ju waved his hand to signal Shi Hao not to be so restrained, and then looked at Yi Fan, who was still sleeping soundly, with interest. "Call! Call!" A tractor-like snoring sound came from Yi Fan's slightly open mouth, stopping and starting again, quite rhythmic. Li Ju moved closer, put his ear to Yi Fan's mouth, and listened carefully to the faint mumbling in his sleep. Jieli, come on, Jieli! Where's my princess? Call her over quickly." "Hee, bunny girl." After hearing what Yi Fan said, Li Ju showed an awkward but polite smile on his face. He tilted his head to look at Shi Hao and asked softly, "Has he always been so outrageous?" "Brother Yi is usually a very steady person, but he is like this when he falls asleep." Shi Hao's mouth twitched, and he answered loudly again, trying to wake up Yi Fan, who was having a dream. "Call! Moo!" However, not only did Yi Fan show no signs of waking up, but he became even more rampant, and his snoring changed from a simple tractor engine sound mixed with a strange sound like a cow. Li Ju shook his head helplessly and walked out of the iron gate. Since almost all the survivors in the camp were out participating in the expansion of the camp, and Lu Meng was outside for protection, the big iron gate was not locked. Walking out of the camp, a light cold breeze blew on Li Ju's whole body. The slight chill made Li Ju refreshed. He finally broke free from his laziness, and his whole body was filled with strength. Building number 2 is only 50 meters away from building number 1. As soon as Li Ju went out, he saw many survivors gathered on the ground floor of building number 2, and he didn't know what they were doing. Li Ju stepped forward, stood calmly behind a survivor, and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" The survivor looked down at the thing in the crowd. It was a fat, half-dead zombie rat. It was lying on the ground, its body shaking from time to time, which was quite scary. "Just now when we were moving the zombie corpses, we saw many zombie rats gnawing on them. No one paid much attention to them at first, but after we cleared a space, we realized that the manhole cover had been damaged. This zombie rat suddenly jumped out of the sewer. Fortunately, Major Yi reacted quickly and knocked the zombie rat unconscious with a bench in time, otherwise several people would have been bitten." The survivor answered Li Ju's question subconsciously, then he suddenly realized that the voice was familiar, and turned his head to look behind him. After seeing clearly that it was Li Ju standing behind him, the survivor screamed excitedly, "Brother Li! Brother Li, are you awake?" The survivor's shouting immediately attracted the attention of others. They all turned their eyes away from the zombie rats and looked at Li Ju. "Is the boss awake?" Lu Meng's head suddenly popped out of a window on the 3rd floor of building number 2, and then he was seen jumping out of the window and landing in the middle of the crowd. With a pop sound, the zombie rat, which was not completely dead yet, was stepped on by Lu Meng and turned into minced meat. The crowd watching seemed to be used to this. It was conceivable what incredible and bizarre things Lu Meng did during the 2 days that Li Ju was comatose. Boss! Lu Meng looked excited and tried to hug Li Ju with a leap. Looking at Lu Meng's clothes covered with blood and dust, Li Ju immediately pushed Lu Meng away with disgust and rejected Lu Meng's enthusiastic interaction. Mr. Li, how was your rest? Yimingji smiled, picked up the zombie rat's evolution crystal from the minced meat on the ground and handed it to Huang Xiaoyu, who was standing beside him. Huang Xiaoyu took the evolution crystal and put it into a leather bag she carried with her as if she was familiar with it. From the opening of the bag, she could see that there were many evolution crystals inside, and there were quite a few of them. Not bad. Seeing that everyone was in good spirits, Li Ju was relieved. He looked around the road leading to the north gate and found that there were fewer zombie corpses cluttering the road. Boss, we spent a long time dealing with the zombie corpses, but there were too many of them, and we have only cleaned up a small amount so far, Lu Meng said with a smile, and 2 words were clearly visible on his face. Take credit. Well done. Li Ju patted Lu Meng on the shoulder, then said, Go call everyone over, I have something to announce. Yes. 5 minutes later, in the public area of Building 1 and Building 2. After carefully counting the number of survivors, excluding the survivors who gathered in the community when Li Ju set up the camp at the beginning, plus the survivors rescued from the exploration of Dayun Shopping Mall, and the survivors who escaped from nowhere in the past 2 days, the number of survivors in the redemption camp has reached 70 or 80. As time goes by, the number of survivors accommodated in the redemption camp will inevitably increase, and the size of the camp will become larger and larger. The system that was tried out when the camp was first established is no longer sufficient to meet the management needs of the camp. To this end, Li Ju decided to make rectifications. Everyone here, I am Li Ju, the founder of the redemption camp. The original survivors of the camp know me, and the new friends who have joined should also have a preliminary understanding of my story from others. Li Ju paused and asked Yimingji and Lu Meng to come to his side. This is Yimingji, a major in the Yunhai City Military Department. Major Yi has joined the redemption camp and has become an indispensable member of the camp. And this is Lu Meng, a companion who has followed me on the path of evolution, an evolver. What is an evolver? As he spoke, Li Ju looked at Lu Meng. Lu Meng understood instantly and activated his werewolf heart to enter werewolf form. Those who absorb the power of the evolution crystals and embark on the path of evolution and awaken their spiritual powers are the evolvers. And I know how to use the evolution crystal. We all belong to the redemption camp. We are united by the end of the world. Perhaps some of you just want to find a place to stay, but others are definitely not satisfied with the status quo and hope to gain powerful strength to protect themselves. Yes, in the apocalypse, only power is the absolute truth. For survivors who wish to be protected, I will not be stingy with my protection. For survivors who wish to follow me on the path of evolution, I sincerely welcome you to join me. Starting today, the redemption camp will be reorganized. I will serve as the leader of the camp and set up 3 departments: the Law Enforcement Department, the Armed Forces Department, and the Logistics Department. The Law Enforcement Department will be responsible for maintaining order within the camp, while the Armed Forces Department will be responsible for external affairs, protecting the camp's safety while exploring outside to obtain supplies. The Logistics Department will coordinate the distribution of supplies in the camp and the exchange of contributions. Set up a contribution list. Everyone can accept tasks on the contribution list and gain contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies and evolution crystals within the camp. I will lead you to survive the apocalypse and lead you on the glorious path of evolution. Who's for and who's against? With the last sentence, Li Ju activated the storm heart, and the thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire Pinyin community, as if a god was present in the world. Chapter 34: The Road to Evolution. Who's for and who's against? A thunder-like sound resounded through the sky. Li Ju looked at all the survivors present with an indifferent and calm expression. After a long while, seeing that no one raised any objections, Li Ju immediately said, Since everyone has no objections, I will make preliminary arrangements for the position of Director of the 3rd Department. The Law Enforcement Department will be headed by Su Wei. Su Wei's ability is unquestionable, and he will definitely not protect or favor any survivor. The Armed Forces Department, Lu Meng is the Director, Yimingji is the Deputy Director. 2 armed forces teams will be set up to be responsible for external exploration, with 10 people in each team. All members of the previous exploration team will be incorporated into the armed forces teams. Anyone who wants to join the armed forces department can apply to the director or deputy director. Lu Mang is the first evolver among you besides me to embark on the path of evolution. He has enough power to complete the task of leading the exploration. Major Yi is a serving officer in the military. He has sufficient experience in this area and is the only trustworthy candidate. Lin Rui is the head of the logistics department, and she is the one who has summoned 3 survivors to join us. After talking about the personnel arrangements, Li Ju let out a breath and his eyes were like lightning. I am personally responsible for assessing the contribution value of the contribution list, and will give rewards based on the previous contributions to the exploration of Dian Mall. Lu Mang, 50 evolution crystals. Yi Mingji, 30 evolution crystals. Huang Xiaoyu, 20 pieces. As he spoke, Li Ju took out a handful of evolution crystals from the sack on the ground. With a slight flick of his wrist, the handful of evolution crystals flew into Lu Mang's hand, without any falling to the ground. Lu Mang had no reservations and counted the number in front of Li Ju and everyone else. 1, 2, 49, 50. Lu Mang held the evolution crystals in both hands and shouted, "Exactly 50! Li Ju was not surprised by this. Thanks to the substantial improvement in the 4 physical values, Li Ju's control over his body had reached an extremely high level. Li Ju could judge the number of evolution crystals in his hand by grabbing a handful at random. Then, by stirring his body muscles and exerting force skillfully, he could make them fall where he wanted. This seemingly simple scene actually involves many aspects, and shocked everyone. In this way, Li Ju distributed the evolution crystals one by one, including the original patrol members such as Lin Rui and Su Wei who were in the rear. Those who haven't received the evolution crystal don't have to worry. From now on, the first task on the contribution list is to assist in building the camp. Rewards will be given in stages based on the participants' contribution. Li Ju looked at everyone and smiled. Then, those who get the evolution crystal can try to absorb it and embark on the road of evolution. Brotherly, you haven't told us how to use the evolution crystal yet. Yi Fan raised his hand and asked a question. As a patrol member, he was allocated 5 evolution crystals. Ask Lu Mang, he will tell you how to use it. Li Ju replied indifferently, then walked towards the north gate that was blocked by countless zombie corpses. Li Ju knew very well that he couldn't keep the method of using evolution crystals secret for long. This is not something very secretive. We must know that humans are social animals. Once a network of relationships is established, all aspects of each other will be involved. If you knew the method of evolution, would you hide it from your parents or siblings? If a close friend of yours pays a price and asks you for something, will you choose not to give it? Someone with ulterior motives is watching you all the time. Would he not know the secret? All Li Ju wanted was to mobilize a sense of belonging to the camp among some people first, and at the same time train them so that they would have a certain amount of power. By then, this group of people will become the backbone of the camp, making the camp more stable. Until a new apocalyptic civilization is formed. Here we can see how ambitious Li Ju is. He actually wants to establish a new order and civilization. Although this was based on the suppression of inherent civilization and absolute force, it was still an epic-making feat. But before that, Li Ju planned to thoroughly clean up the zombie corpses. Although the bodies of zombies are mostly rotten, they still have some flesh and blood, and even some creatures that feed on rotten flesh will be attracted to them. The zombie rats mentioned earlier are a living example. If these corpses are allowed to pile up, they will not only easily attract a large number of monsters infected with the zombie virus, but may also breed a plague. It is because Yuhai City has entered winter and the rate at which corpses decay has slowed down significantly, which is why no more dangerous changes have occurred. Taking a deep breath, a gleam of lightning flashed in Li Ju's eyes, the giant heart was touched, and the giant form appeared. A 4-meter-tall giant covered in a white skeleton appeared among the zombie corpses scattered all over the ground. Threads of electric current gushed out from the giant's joints and spread away in all directions. The survivors were still actively discussing the contribution list and evolution crystals. The survivors who received the evolution crystals began to ask Lu Mang how to use the evolution crystals. Li Ju's sudden transformation instantly attracted everyone's attention. Whether it was the survivors who had seen Li Ju transform into a giant, or the new survivors who had joined in the past 2 days, they were all in shock at this moment. Even Lu Meng, who had witnessed it many times, couldn't help but swear. "Fuck, boss, you're so handsome again?" Li Ju scooped up a handful of zombie corpses with both hands, and the thunder energy at his knuckles suddenly exploded, and countless electric currents burst out instantly. Suddenly, the corpse in Li Ju's hand completely turned into charcoal. As Li Ju exerted force on his hands, the corpse was crushed into black powder and fell to the ground. After repeating this several times, Li Ju felt that the efficiency was too low, so he bent down and pressed the ground with his hands. "Thunder is coming!" A thunderous roar sounded, and in an instant, countless violent electric currents gushed out from Li Ju's hands, sweeping across the ground in front of him. Crackle! Dazzling blue electric currents flashed between countless zombie corpses, and countless zombie corpses turned into charcoal in an instant. After 10 minutes of continuous discharge, Li Ju stopped what he was doing and slowly stood up. Then, Li Ju took a step forward and started running. The huge paw landed on the black charcoal and crushed it into black powder. About 10 minutes later, all the charred remains of the corpses that had not been cleaned up turned into black powder, covering the ground. These black powders will gradually dissipate in nature over the next period of time, either being degraded, blown away by the wind, or dissolved in a winter rain. At this moment, the exploration of Dian Mall and the transformation of the redemption camp have come to an end. Li Ju looked up at the warm winter sun, and countless inexplicable lights flashed in the giant's huge pupils. Chapter 35, Exploring the Underground. November 14th, 2034, the 11th day of the zombie apocalypse. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go to Dian Mall again today to see what's going on there. This mission is worth 200 contribution points, enough to exchange for 20 evolution crystals. Early in the morning, Lu Meng came downstairs in a hurry. He was wearing tight black clothes and carrying a large mountaineering bag on his back. 9 survivors dressed in the same way followed closely behind him, forming a circle behind Lu Meng. Among them were both original members of the exploration team and newly recruited survivors. The first mission of the first squad of the Redemption Camp Armed Division. I will lead it, and I am applying to go out. Lu Meng said to the 2 law enforcement team members on duty that since Li Ju established the new rules for the camp yesterday, various departments have sprung up and the camp has entered a period of rapid development and is operating at a high speed, which can be said to be very efficient. Okay, please register according to the procedure. The law enforcement officer on duty picked up a white booklet and handed it to Lu Meng. Lu Meng took the booklet and without saying a word, he wrote down his name in a flamboyant style as well as the information of many team members who were going out for exploration. After confirming that everything was correct, the law enforcement team opened the big iron gate and let Lu Meng and others pass. A group of 10 people walked through the iron gate, headed towards the north gate, and soon disappeared. Not long after Lu Meng left, Yimingji also led his team to the big iron gate. The second squad of the Redemption Camp Armed Forces is out on duty and needs to apply for a pass. Yimingji spoke to the 2 of them, and at the same time consciously picked up the white booklet and began to register his information. Seeing that Yimingji was about to finish writing, a member of the law enforcement department on duty whispered, "Major Yi, Deputy Director Yi, what are you going to do?" "Explore the situation over at the south gate." Yimingji returned the white booklet to the 2 of them, signaled the team members behind him to follow him, and quickly passed through the big iron gate. Seeing Yimingji lead his men away, a member of the law enforcement division could not help but whisper to another person, "Did you see that? Yesterday, Deputy Director Yi absorbed 30 evolution crystals, and today I clearly felt the difference in him. Is this the strength of an evolver? Why are you in such a hurry? We can also receive an evolution crystal after our shift ends today." Another member of the law enforcement department curled his lips, seemingly unconcerned. But if you look closely at his eyes, you can see that his expression is full of desire. The impact of the power gap gradually expands, and the survivor's yearning for the path of evolution becomes stronger and stronger. This is a fire that will bring about a qualitative change in the redemption camp. But if the fire is not managed well, it is very likely to burn down the entire camp. Yimingji's eyes lit up with white balls of light, and an imperceptible ripple spread out from the ball of light, radiating outward in circles into the distance. After a moment, the light ball dimmed and Yimingji's eyes returned to normal. What Yimingji said just now was true. He did want to open up the road to the south gate of Pinyin community and investigate the situation there. But he also had a special mission for this outing. That is to lead another member of the Dragon Group into the redemption camp and prove to Li Ju the necessity of the Dragon Group's existence. After using his psychic power to sense the direction of the Dragon Team member, Yimingji began to lead the armed forces team to take the first step out of the south gate. Roar! The team had just walked a few steps out of the south gate when several zombies on the street nearby discovered their whereabouts. They roared as usual and began to move towards the flesh and blood. Tang-san, Huang Xiaoyu, you two go. As soon as Yimingji finished speaking, two survivors walked out from behind Yimingji and walked towards the zombies. Huang Xiaoyu and Tang-san were the members of the exploration team who had previously explored Dayun shopping mall with Li Ju. They both used evolution crystals, their physical fitness was enhanced, and they were evolvers who had embarked on the road of evolution. The two cooperated with each other and quickly eliminated several zombies. They also collected 4 evolution crystals from the zombies' heads. According to the camp's regulations, when going out on a mission, the evolution crystals obtained by hunting zombies belong to you, but you must bring back a certain amount of supplies as a supplement. If there are no supplies, each person must hand in 5 evolution crystals as a supplement. Yimingji looked at the two of them and nodded. The improvement brought by the crystallization of evolution is all round, but because everyone has different physiques and talents, the direction of growth will be different. For example, Huang Xiaoyu's agility and perception have increased significantly, but his relative strength and spirituality are somewhat unsatisfactory. Tang-san was the complete opposite. He gained a lot in strength and spirituality, but his agility and perception didn't increase much. This is just a general statement. After all, there are thousands of people with different views, and it is difficult to generalize. Just when everyone was about to continue exploring, a fat zombie rat flashed past the corner. Crack! Li Ju moved the broken manhole cover away, looked at the dark hole, and jumped into the sewer. In the pitch-black darkness, Li Ju turned on the flashlight he carried with him, and the bright light illuminated the surrounding environment. The wet walkways, the moss-covered walls, the gray-black sewage flowing in the drains, silently creating waves. Li Ju reached out and touched the moss on the wall. He felt a faint suction force. The moss slowly squirmed as if it came alive and continued to spread towards Li Ju's hand. Li Ju frowned and quickly pulled back his right hand, breaking free from the moss. Li Ju wiped off the remaining moss on his hands and narrowed his eyes. These mosses seem to have mutated as well. Are they infected by the zombie virus? Li Ju waved the flashlight to illuminate the road ahead. Shichichi. Suddenly, a series of strange noises came from the darkness illuminated by Li Ju. The next moment, a large group of bats flapped their wings and flew out from the darkness, quickly passing over Li Ju. Li Ju subconsciously covered his face with his elbows, and waited until the swarm of bats flew past before he looked at the road ahead again. Li Ju walked forward slowly and came to the place where the group of bats were hanging upside down. He saw that the walkway in that area was covered with bones of various small animals, mixed with bat feces, emitting a disgusting smell. With Li Ju's arrival, a dozen fat zombie rats jumped out from the pile of bones. As soon as they saw Li Ju, they rushed towards him like crazy. Their scarlet eyes were particularly dazzling in the darkness. Thunder is coming! Looking at the zombies that suddenly appeared, Li Ju shouted softly, and countless electric lights lit up from Li Ju's body, instantly illuminating the sewer space. Before a dozen zombie rats had time to dodge, they were struck by the electric current in the blink of an eye and fell to the ground unconscious. Chapter 36 Zombie Rat King. In the dark and damp sewer, blue electric lights would occasionally appear. After electrocuting a few zombie rats that rushed out, Li Ju finally arrived at the end of this section of the sewer, which was a crossroads. In front of the crossroads was a drainage channel that sloped downwards, only big enough for one person to lie down. On the left and right were other passages, all pitch black with no way forward. Li Ju stood at the crossroads, closed his eyes, and began to listen to the sounds around him. Clatter! Tick-tock, tick-tock! Under his feet was the sound of sewage flowing, accompanied by the sound of water drops from time to time. With his enhanced hearing, Li Ju could capture all the sounds produced in the sewer. Squeak! Suddenly, a faint howling sound came from the left passage. Li Ju tilted his ear and listened carefully to the movement over there. As Li Ju focused his attention on the left channel, his perception of the left channel gradually became clearer. The faint howling sound coming from afar became louder and louder, and finally formed an echo in Li Ju's ears. There are quite a few. Li Ju frowned slightly. The howling sound was made by many zombie rats at the same time, without any order and extremely noisy. After thinking for a moment, Li Ju jumped over the drainage ditch and walked towards the passage on the left. The flashlight cut through the darkness. In the bright light, the moss on the wall looked eerie and dark green. Exploring the passage on the left, I should be heading towards the south gate of Pinyin Community. Li Ju recalled the map in his mind as he moved forward. After leaving the south gate, you will reach Yihai River in about 10 kilometers. There is also a large sewage treatment plant there. I remember Yi Mingji also went to explore the south gate. I wonder how he is doing? Thinking of this, Li Ju couldn't help but speed up his pace. According to Li Ju's speculation, the source of the sound he just heard was most likely between Pinyin Community and the sewage treatment plant. Wow! Suddenly, a strange-looking bighead fish jumped out of the drainage channel nearby. It had no scales on its body, and its flesh and blood had rotted, revealing its bones. Its gills on both sides had mutated and had grown long tentacles. Immediately afterwards, several more bighead carps jumped out of the drainage channel, their blood-red eyes glowing dangerously in the darkness. Li Ju discovered these bighead carps at the first opportunity, and quickly reached out to grab one of them. Looking at the bighead fish struggling in his hand, Li Ju had an expression of, as expected, on his face. It seems that the zombie virus can infect not only humans, but also cats, dogs, mice, and even aquatic creatures and plants. I'm afraid that any living thing may be infected. The changes on land are already so severe, so what about the rivers? What about the sea? Li Ju imagined a huge zombie whale in his mind and was shocked. Fortunately, I have awakened the giant bloodline and have been getting stronger. I also have the assistance of the strongest bloodline system. No matter how the zombie virus mutates, I can always suppress it. As long as I am here, no matter how active these monsters are, they will never be able to cause any trouble. Squeak! The sudden howling sound interrupted Li Ju's thoughts. Li Ju quickly shone the flashlight towards the place where the sound came from, and saw 3 zombie rats rushing out from the darkness and pounced on Li Ju. Li Ju casually crushed the zombie big-headed fish in his hand, raised his left hand, and a palm thunder hit the zombie rat directly. Crackle! With a loud bang, the 3 zombie rats died on the spot. However, Li Ju soon realized that something was wrong. Just after dealing with 3 zombie rats, several shadows appeared in the darkness. Before Li Ju could shoot out the palm thunder again, zombie rats appeared in Li Ju's sight one after another, continuously. For a moment, Li Ju couldn't count how many zombie rats there were in front of him. He only felt that their number was increasing, first dozens, then hundreds, until they formed a large black carpet that seemed to be wriggling. Even though Li Ju was able to run rampant in a large zombie tide consisting of tens of thousands of zombies, facing the dense army of zombie rats, Li Ju couldn't help but get goosebumps. It's really too creepy. Without thinking too much, Li Ju quickly mobilized his spiritual energy and exerted the power of thunder to the maximum extent. The intense use of psychic energy covered Li Ju's entire body with countless blue electric currents, and his eyes lit up with bright electric light. Under Li Ju's guidance, lightning spread out from Li Ju's feet, and countless lightning snakes swam forward and shot into the zombie rat group. Squeak! Squeak! In an instant, a large group of zombie rats were electrocuted into barbecued meat, emitting a rotten and burnt smell. However, more zombie rats poured out from the passage, quickly filling the gaps in front, and pounced on Li Ju fearlessly. It seemed as if something was driving them from behind. Drive away? Thinking of this, Li Ju suddenly looked into the darkness, opened his hands and shot out several palm thunders at the same time. The palm thunder fell into the darkness and exploded. The electric current contained in it instantly blew away a large number of zombie rats and briefly illuminated the environment ahead. In the distance, there was a huge round figure vaguely visible, which was getting closer to Li Ju as the zombie rat moved forward. Watching the zombie rats attacking like moths to a flame, Li Ju growled and chose to charge forward against the rat group to see who that huge round figure was. The crackling sounds of explosions were endless, the wailing and howling of the zombie rats never stopped, and the thunder's psychic energy was constantly activated, forcibly opening up a path forward among the endless swarm of rats. Finally, Li Ju saw the true appearance of the huge round figure. A chill came over my heart. The so-called huge thing is nothing more than the result of countless zombie rats stacked on top of each other. The tails of the zombie rats are tangled and entangled with each other, and then entangled by other zombie rats, sticking together layer by layer to form a huge ball. Many zombie rats inside the sphere have lost their vitality, while the zombie rats on the surface of the sphere have become the power source for the sphere's movement. They run forward screaming madly, driving the ball to roll, and then are crushed underneath. As the sphere continues to move forward, more and more zombie rats are sucked and stuck to it, making the sphere grow larger and larger. This horrifying scene instantly made Li Ju think of a word rat king. Moreover, this is a giant zombie rat king made up of zombie rats. Seeing that the zombie rat king was about to arrive, Li Ju shot out 2 palm thunders again. Puff! However, the palm thunder, which had always been invincible, did not achieve any success this time. It only blew away some zombie rats on the surface of the zombie rat king. This gap was repaired after the zombie rat king rolled for a week, and its body even became bigger. At the same time, Li Ju's attack completely angered the zombie rat king. Countless eyes glowing red locked onto Li Ju, and violent murderous intent erupted. Chapter 37 Mysterious Heart. The height of the sewer is not low, it is 3 meters. If Li Ju enters the giant form, the 3-meter-high sewer will seem a bit short, and will easily restrict Li Ju's movements. Seeing that the palm thunder could not do any good on the zombie rat king, Li Ju immediately changed his strategy and concentrated the electric current on his own hands, forming a layer of electric gloves. The zombie rats under his feet rushed forward in panic, choosing to ignore Li Ju, who was approaching the zombie rat king. Even though these rats were infected by the zombie virus and became crazy, they still had a fear of the Rat King hidden in their instincts, and did not want to become part of the zombie Rat King. Come! Taking a deep breath, Li Ju's eyes were determined, and he stretched out his hands to grab the zombie Rat King. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Countless zombie rats let out miserable screams and wails. The moment they touched Li Ju's hands, the zombie rats went completely crazy. They stretched out their sharp claws to scratch and opened their rotten mouths to try to eat Li Ju's hands. Unfortunately, the electric current gloves formed by the thunder energy isolated Li Ju from direct contact with the zombie Rat King. At the same time, the electric current continued to spread to Li Ju's arms until it turned into a thunder armor covering his entire body. When Li Ju uses psychic power in human form, the strength of psychic power is linked to his spirituality. However, Li Ju's spirituality value is not high, and it is difficult to compare with other physical data. Even though he had been strengthened by absorbing evolution crystals many times, his current spirituality had only reached 13 points. However, 13 points of spiritual power could not support Li Ju's long-term and high-intensity use of thunder power. A lightning full-body armor like this consumed about half of Li Ju's spiritual power, and it lasted for a very short time, and could not exist for a long time. Li Ju pulled the zombie Rat King with both hands and at the same time exerted force with his feet to keep his body standing in place and resist the forward momentum of the zombie Rat King. In this way, the zombie Rat King and Li Ju were deadlocked in the camp, unable to move forward to absorb other zombie rats to replenish and strengthen itself. Holding back the nausea, Li Ju inserted his arms into the body of the zombie Rat King and grabbed the 2 most solid parts among the countless zombie rats. Open! With Li Ju's roar, the huge sphere was instantly torn in half by Li Ju. Li Ju threw the zombie Rat King, which was broken into 2 halves, to the ground, took a step back, and 2 palm thunders began to brew. Squeak! The zombie Rat King, who was forcibly separated, fell to the ground. The place torn apart by Li Ju's forward movement was filled with many half-bodies and broken tails of zombie rats. Black blood splattered everywhere, and all kinds of filth were scattered all over the ground. Even so, the zombie Rat King still has not lost its vitality. The zombie Rat King is just an aggregate of countless zombie rats, and its life is essentially independent. At this moment, the 2 halves of the zombie Rat King stubbornly attacked Li Ju, determined to completely devour this human who was preventing them from merging. Unfortunately, they hit a wall this time. Li Ju raised his hands towards the zombie rat king that was split into two halves, and the next moment the palm thunder was fired and landed on the body of the zombie rat king. Crackle! Boom! A low explosion sounded in the sewer. The impact of the explosion caused the entire sewer to shake uncontrollably. The electric current from the exploding palm thunder instantly swept through the two halves of the zombie rat king. A strong smell of coke rose up, and the two halves of the zombie rat king lay on the ground, motionless. The zombie rats also bypassed Li Ju and fled to an unknown direction. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Li Ju slowly restrained his thunder spiritual power. The first time he used spiritual power at such a high intensity in the human state, Li Ju felt a little tired, which was caused by mental fatigue. In the giant form, Li Ju could feel that the spirituality in his body seemed endless. He always maintained the output and use of spiritual energy at maximum power and did not feel tired. It seems that I can't rely too much on the giant form, and I need to master my own abilities. Li Ju looked at the zombie rat king on the ground with a dim gaze. Next, it's time to reap the spoils. Inside the charred body of the zombie rat king, there is an evolution crystal as big as a basketball, but this huge evolution crystal is different from ordinary evolution crystals. It is composed of countless small evolution crystals. On the surface of the evolution crystal of the zombie rat king, countless cracks can be seen, which is a symbol of the evolution crystals of ordinary zombie rats being gathered and stuck together. Li Ju picked it up and felt its weight, only to discover that this evolution crystal was not solid. In Li Ju's perception, there was a small cavity inside the evolution crystal, and something seemed to be surging inside. Seeing this, Li Ju held the evolution crystal in both hands and exerted slight force. Crack! After a crisp sound, the evolution crystal, which was already full of cracks, broke into two pieces, revealing its internal structure. It turned out to be a heart. Inside the zombie rat king's evolution crystal is actually a black and purple heart. Many vascular tentacles extended from the black and purple heart, clinging to the inner wall of the evolutionary crystal, absorbing the energy inside the evolutionary crystal and beating continuously. As Li Ju broke the evolution crystal apart, nearly half of the blood vessels broke, and black blood gushed out from the black and purple heart, splashing all over half of Li Ju's body. What is this? Li Ju frowned, closed the evolution crystal, and wrapped the black and purple heart inside it again. Afterwards, Li Ju saw a layer of black and purple tissue spreading out from the cracks in the evolutionary crystal, tightly sticking the two together. It seems to have life? It has a certain intelligence? For no reason, this thought popped into Li Ju's mind. Li Ju, who was unable to figure out the origin of the heart, decided to take it back to the camp for a more detailed observation. Looking back at the road in front of the sewer, it was still shrouded in endless darkness. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Ju left without looking back. After an unknown amount of time, faint noises came from the half-body of the zombie rat king. A white zombie rat, only the size of a human's little finger, jumped out from the corpse of the zombie rat king. Its originally shiny and soft fur had now become dry and charred, which was obviously the result of being electrocuted. The white zombie rat looked up in the direction where Li Ju left, then turned and ran into the passage leading to the sewage treatment plant. Signaling everyone to collect supplies from the supermarket as quickly as possible, Yi Mingji went to the clothing store next door alone. Passing through the layers of clothes racks, Yi Mingji saw the man sitting in front of the cashier. This is a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing black casual clothes, and he is smoking leisurely at the moment. Seeing Yi Mingji coming, the middle-aged man was not surprised, but took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Yi Mingji. You know I don't smoke. Yi Mingji waved his hand to politely decline the man's kindness. The middle-aged man just smiled faintly, smoked the cigarette in his mouth and threw it on the ground, then put the new cigarette into his mouth. The next moment, the middle-aged man snapped his fingers. A wisp of flame rose from the man's fingertips. Chapter 38 Dragon Group members, please recommend and collect. Looking at the flames burning on the middle-aged man's fingertips, Yi Mingji couldn't help but sigh. I really envy you evolvers who have offensive psychic powers. In order to avoid zombies, I hid in a warehouse in an underground parking garage for a whole week, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in there. Aji, you are still too young. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, slowly inhaled a puff of smoke, and a faint flame lit up at the end of the cigarette. Captain, how have you been these days? I remember you were still in the base before the zombie virus broke out. Why are you outside alone now? Yimingji showed a wry smile on his face. He took 2 steps forward and sat next to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's name is Xiao Yan. He is the captain of the 13th Squadron of the Yunhai City Dragon Group. His spiritual power is to control fire. Xiao Yan's strength can be ranked among the top 3 in the entire Yunhai City, and his strength is extremely strong. Hearing Yimingji's question, Xiao Yan's expression changed from lazy to serious, and a faint sense of danger spread from him. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and said with the vicissitudes of life. The base has fallen. It has been attacked for several days by a large zombie tide consisting of tens of thousands of zombies. Due to the loss of communication equipment and the serious shortage of manpower, our defense is extremely difficult. I suspect that there is a highly evolved zombie behind the scenes manipulating the zombie tide, and it is very likely to have intelligence. It's been taken? Yimingji's pupils suddenly shrank, and he asked in disbelief. How is it possible? There are many Dragon Team members in the base, and there is heavy firepower suppression. How could it be taken? How is it impossible? Xiao Yan sneered, his voice unconsciously filled with fear. You can't even imagine that scene. Tens of thousands of zombies are attacking from all directions. No matter how the military's cannons and machine guns shoot, how the heavy armed forces break through, or how hard the Dragon Team members work, it's all in vain. Those monsters can never be completely killed. No matter how many you kill, more zombies will appear. At this point, Xiao Yan's pupils were already bloodshot, and his emotions were no longer as calm as before, or it could be said that he had already fallen into despair. Xiao Yan grasped Yimingji's shoulders with both hands, and a hoarse voice rang out from his throat. Humanity is finished, completely finished. Yimingji stared blankly at Xiao Yan, who had lost his composure in front of him. In his mind, he could imagine Xiao Yan fighting desperately in the military headquarters, the endless tide of zombies, the military headquarters defenses being broken through one by zombies, and the tanks being overturned. Then, he suddenly realized the problem. Even the military couldn't face the invasion of tens of thousands of zombies, but Li Ju was able to kill tens of thousands of zombies alone. What a powerful strength this is! Yimingji swallowed subconsciously, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Without a reference before, Yimingji only thought that Li Ju was very strong, but he didn't expect Li Ju to be so strong. Old Xiao, how did you escape? Yimingji let Xiao Yan hold his shoulders, and calmly tried to comfort Xiao Yan's almost collapsed emotions. How do you say I escaped? Xiao Yan's hand holding Yimingji suddenly paused, then he suddenly hugged his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with helplessness. Yeah, how did I escape? Everyone was dead, eaten by zombies without leaving anything. How did I escape? Xiao Yan covered his head with his hands. The cigarette in his mouth had already fallen to the ground. He kept repeating this question, saying some messy and illogical words. Aji, how did I escape? Suddenly, Xiao Yan pinched Yimingji's shoulders again and asked almost crazily. Yimingji looked at Xiao Yan, whose mental state was extremely bad, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Without waiting for Yimingji to say anything, Xiao Yan withdrew his hands and covered his face, letting out a strange laugh. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Of course I did. I killed those soldiers who tried to stop me, and then I escaped. Wouldn't it be certain death if I stayed there? They didn't want to leave. They wanted to die, but they couldn't drag me down with them to be buried with them. Hee hee. I burned a lot of people to death with one fire. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Yimingji felt his brows twitching and a bad premonition quickly arose. The next moment, Xiao Yan put down his hands that were covering his face, revealing an almost insane face. Aji, if you live you will only become food for zombies, why not let me send you off? It's better to die in my flames than to be eaten. Without thinking too much, Yimingji quickly squatted down and rolled forward, then ran forward without looking back. And just as Yimingji squatted down to dodge, a wave of fire passed through where Yimingji had just sat and fell into the densely packed clothes. Puff! The flames quickly ignited these clothes. They were high-quality combustion aids and became excellent fuel for the flames. In just a moment, all the clothes in the clothing store were engulfed by the fire, and the entire store turned into a sea of fire. Ha! Aji, why are you leaving? Stay with me! Xiao Yan's crazy laughter echoed from the sea of fire. Flames ignited on his body and he rushed out of the sea of fire, chasing after Yimingji, who had just escaped not far away. Damn it! Xiao Yan has gone crazy! Yimingji gritted his teeth and ran forward without looking back. He did not choose to go to the supermarket next door where the armed forces team was located, but ran along a completely different road. However, how could such a huge movement not attract attention? Many members of the armed forces team rushed out of the supermarket and saw the clothing store turned into a sea of fire, and Xiao Yan and Yimingji chasing after them. The flames rising into the sky naturally attracted many uninvited guests. Many zombies came from all corners after hearing the sound. After seeing humans, they became excited and crazy, and launched an attack without any prior agreement. Just as Yimingji was fleeing in panic, a manhole cover under Xiao Yan's feet was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Yan, who was about to fall, took a few steps back after receiving the shock, and looked towards the dark sewer entrance in doubt. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure jumped out of the sewer and landed on the ground. When everyone saw the man's appearance clearly, they couldn't help but shout in unison. Brother Li! Yes, the person who jumped out of the sewer holding a huge evolution crystal in his hand was Li Ju. Li Ju raised his head and looked around in a daze, then his gaze rested on Xiao Yan, whose whole body was burning with flames, like a fireman. After a moment, Li Ju opened his mouth and said, What on earth is going on? Chapter 39 Shot dead on the spot. Mr. Li, he is my captain of the dragon team, Xiao Yan. Yimingji stopped running and said hastily, He has gone crazy and wants to kill me now. After listening to Yimingji's narration, Li Ju's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment, and then he threw the huge evolution crystal to Yimingji. After freeing his hands, Li Ju casually adjusted his clothes. When he was fighting the zombie rats in the sewer, the gushing blood had stained Li Ju's body and his clothes. Xiao Yan? Li Ju straightened his clothes and looked at the fireman in front of him with interest. Haha, I thought it was something, but it's just an ordinary person. Today, whether it's you, Aji, or those people, you must die. After Xiao Yan saw clearly that the person coming out of the sewer was a normal human, he regained his arrogant attitude. He laughed grimly, the flames burning on his body became more vigorous, and he rushed towards Li Ju. Seeing this, Li Ju was not willing to be outdone. He activated his thunder power, and countless electric currents burst out, covering his entire body to form a thunder armor. Bang! Two figures, one red and one blue, approached each other rapidly and touched each other in an instant. In a flash, Li Ju threw a punch straight towards Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was worthy of being one of the top 3 evolvers in Yuhai City before the end of the world. Facing Li Ju's attack, he fought back with his sufficient combat experience and excellent physical fitness. He raised his arms to block his face in defense. Crack! A crisp sound of broken bones was heard, and Xiao Yan raised his arms to receive Li Ju's deliberate punch. The huge force instantly broke Xiao Yan's arms. Afterwards, countless lightning snakes spread from Li Ju's fist to Xiao Yan's body, and quickly covered Xiao Yan's entire body. Electricity surged into Xiao Yan's body, causing him to feel numb and tremble all over. Oh! The intense pain made Xiao Yan roar in agony, and the flames burning on his body became erratic, flickering. The desire to survive and the fighting instinct made Xiao Yan want to retreat and avoid Li Ju's electric current attack. However, his body was already paralyzed and completely out of control. No matter how hard Xiao Yan tried, he could not move at all. For a moment, Xiao Yan was filled with thoughts and began to think about how to escape. Li Ju didn't intend to give him a chance to resist. He retracted his right hand and swung out his left fist again. Accumulate and release violently. Crack! The crisp sound of bone cracking was heard again. This punch went straight through Xiao Yan's protective arms, leaving a deep dent in his chest. At the same time, the huge impact force instantly knocked Xiao Yan away, and he fell in midair. The fiercely burning flame also lost its sustaining power, flickered a few times and then completely extinguished. Xiao Yan, who looked like charcoal, flew out more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. His charred body rolled a long distance on the ground, and then there was no more movement. Li Ju retracted the thunder spirit energy, walked to Xiao Yan's side, and said calmly, "Is this all your strength, an ordinary person?" Puff! The dying Xiao Yan spat out a large mouthful of blood and completely lost his life. It took no more than 5 minutes from the time Li Ju crawled out of the sewer to the time he dealt with Xiao Yan. This dragon group evolver, who was famous before the doomsday, died at the hands of Li Ju. Sensing that many zombies were approaching, Li Ju immediately called on many camp members to enter the sewer and prepare to return to the redemption camp through the sewer. As the last survivor entered and closed the manhole cover, the sewer fell into darkness again. Through the manhole cover, everyone could hear the roars of zombies coming from above. They surrounded the manhole cover, constantly searching for signs of survivors. Unfortunately, most of them infected with the zombie virus have abnormal brains and have lost their ability to think normally, so all they can do is feel helpless and furious. Li Ju turned on the flashlight, and the faint light pierced the darkness and illuminated the road ahead. Signaling everyone to follow his steps, Li Ju led Yimingji in front. After walking in silence for a long time, Li Ju slowly said, "What information did you get?" Yimingji opened his mouth, looking distressed. Seeing that Yimingji didn't answer for a long time, Li Ju already had some vague guesses in his heart. Alas! After a long sigh, Yimingji finally spoke out. "I used my spirit to find Xiao Yan and talk to him. According to him, the military base was attacked by a large zombie tide consisting of tens of thousands of zombies and eventually fell. He speculated that the zombie tide was controlled and driven by a highly evolved and intelligent zombie. And he went crazy and killed some military soldiers, then escaped." Li Ju seemed to be thinking about something, and Yimingji's answer confirmed his inner thoughts. The infectivity of the zombie virus is random, and no rules or characteristics have been found so far. A large number of soldiers gather in the military, and once the zombie virus breaks out, it is very likely that a large number of zombies will be created in a short period of time. This is also one of the reasons why the military has been slow to launch rescue operations since the end of the world. After all, the military is already in chaos and unable to take care of itself, so how can it have the time and energy to rescue survivors outside? "Where is that base?" Li Ju asked. "Yohai City is the core of the eastern military of Xia Country, and has 2 sub-district bases," Yimingji said, and pointed to himself and said, "We, the members of the Dragon Team, belong to the East District Base. The East District Base is located near Haichao Port, about 2 hours away from here." Tideport. Yohai City is a trade port connecting the world. It is also the 2nd largest port in Xia Country, and the 5th largest seaport in the world. The East District Base is undoubtedly the best choice. It can take both sea and land into consideration, and the transportation of the Haichao port is extremely developed, and there is an airport nearby. It can be said to have a unique geographical environment. After roughly outlining the road to Haichao port in his mind, Li Ju started planning a new exploration. However, the problem of the fall of the East District Base with heavy firepower was not as simple as Yimingji said. Xiao Yan was definitely hiding something. A highly evolved and intelligent zombie? Thinking of this, Li Ju narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of the big-headed zombie he encountered that day. That big-headed zombie can command flocks of zombie tigers and zombie birds that are stronger than himself, and he escapes at the critical moment, and his whereabouts are still unknown. It seems that the big-headed zombie also has a certain degree of intelligence? Port. To the east of Yohai City is the Heping Ocean, and Haichao Port is also connected to the Heping Ocean. So, could there be marine life infected by the zombie virus involved in the fall of the East District Base? For a moment, countless doubts shrouded Li Ju's heart. Chapter 40 Psychic Weapons. With countless speculations, Li Ju and everyone else climbed out of the sewer and returned to the camp along the original route. After taking back the huge evolution crystal of the zombie rat king from Yimingji, Li Ju returned to the room on the 9th floor. Sitting upright on the sofa in the bedroom, Li Ju placed the evolution crystal on the table and communicated with the system in his mind. "System, what is the use of this special heart? I think it is alive. Please provide specific target information to assist the system in acquiring data." Hearing this, Li Ju once again broke open the evolution crystal, revealing the dark purple heart inside that was still beating slowly. This black and purple heart is only the size of an apple and is round in shape. After the evolution crystal was destroyed for the second time, the tentacles that were attached to the inside also broke off, and the black and purple heart began to contract violently, as if stimulated. Target found, detection started. Highly spiritual biological organs detected, please name them. High spiritual biological organs. Li Ju raised his eyebrows. This meant that this heart was actually an organ from some creature? But this was taken from the zombie rat king. Could it be the heart of the zombie rat king? Li Ju had seen the data of many zombie creatures detected by the system, and found that many zombie creatures had a certain spirituality. So far, the most spiritual one was the zombie tiger. Humans are able to break through the limits of the human body and gain psychic powers. Then other creatures can naturally break through the spiritual limit and gain similar psychic abilities. Let's call it the Rat King's Heart. Li Ju hesitated for a moment before assigning a name to the dark purple heart. Then he continued, System, what is the function of the Rat King's Heart? As a highly spiritual biological organ, the Rat King's Heart maintains a high spiritual reserve, and its spiritual value reaches 15 points. You can increase your spiritual value by eating the Rat King's Heart, but this has certain risks, and you are very likely to be infected by the zombie virus contained in it. Alternatively, you can combine the Rat King's Heart with an artifact to make a special psychic weapon to exert the power of the Rat King's Heart. Psychic weapons. Li Ju heard a new term again. It was not difficult to guess that this kind of weapon should have psychic-like abilities. How do I make a psychic weapon? Completely remove the Rat King's Heart from the evolution crystal, place it in a suitable location before it loses its activity, and continue to input spiritual energy to establish a connection. After the Rat King's Heart stabilizes, feed it a certain amount of evolution crystal to replenish its consumption. During this process, a portion of the host's blood can be mixed in, which can effectively enhance the power of the psychic weapon. Li Ju nodded and began to look for things that could be used to make psychic weapons. Soon Li Ju set his eyes on the fire axe placed in the corner. This fire axe was the one Li Ju used at the beginning, and it accompanied Li Ju in many battles, big and small. But with the awakening of psychic powers and the growing power of the giant form, the fire axe was gradually abandoned by Li Ju and became a display item. If it weren't for the appearance of the Rat King's Heart and the system's proposal to create psychic weapons, this fire axe might have remained in the corner forever. He stood up and picked up the fire axe from the corner. The axe made of alloy was as light as a feather in Li Ju's hand and had no weight at all. This is because Li Ju's physical fitness has been enhanced several times and his strength has also increased accordingly. This weapon weighing more than 10 pounds can no longer bring any pressure to Li Ju. Looking at the dried black blood on the fire axe, Li Ju couldn't help but smile. Old buddy, you're going out again. As he spoke, Li Ju came to the table with a fire axe in his hand, stretched out his left hand and grasped the Rat King's Heart. Afterwards, Li Ju exerted a little force and the Rat King's Heart was picked off the inner wall by Li Ju. Without the energy supply from the evolution crystal, the Rat King's Heart began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its beating amplitude became smaller and smaller until it almost stopped. Li Ju did not dare to delay and immediately placed the Rat King's Heart on the axe of the fire axe. At the same time, Li Ju activated the spiritual energy in his body and slowly injected the energy into the Rat King's Heart. Because of Li Ju's control, the thunder spiritual energy did not show strong aggressiveness, but flowed into the Rat King's Heart like a stream of water and began to supply. After being replenished with energy, the Rat King's Heart regained its luster and began to beat again. Dense and tiny tentacles grew out of the Rat King's Heart and continued to spread on the fire axe. Soon, the entire fire axe was entangled by the black and purple tentacles, forming a pattern-like pattern. The Rat King's Heart seemed to have changed because its parasitic target had changed. The dark purple heart gradually became hard, changing from round to angular. About 5 minutes later, the Rat King's Heart turned into a black and purple cube crystal, firmly attached to the side of the axe, as if it had been embedded in it since birth. Seeing this, Li Ju knew that the creation of the psychic weapon had been successful, and he immediately remembered the system's suggestion that he drip some blood. So, Li Ju cut his palm with a fire axe, and bright red blood gushed out immediately. Li Ju quickly pressed his palm on the black and purple crystal, and an astonishing scene happened. The blood flowing from Li Ju's palm was slowly absorbed by the fire axe, and not a drop of blood fell on the ground. The fire axe that absorbed Li Ju's blood had an inexplicable change. The already complicated patterns became more vivid, as if they were alive. After a while, Li Ju stopped the supply of psychic energy. "Let's call you Black Cutting." Li Ju decisively gave the fire axe that became a psychic weapon a new name. Holding the black cutter in his hand, Li Ju kept slashing in the living room, trying out the special features of the psychic weapon. Soon, Li Ju discovered some of Black Cut's special abilities. First, the sharpness and density of black cutting have increased a lot, and even diamonds can be cut. Second, black cutting has a significant amplifying effect on Li Ju's spiritual energy. Through black cutting, Li Ju can convert a small amount of spiritual energy into a more powerful attack. Third, Li Ju has the bloodline of an awakened giant, and this psychic weapon has the ability to grow larger because it has absorbed Li Ju's blood. As long as sufficient psychic energy is provided, the black cut can grow larger to meet Li Ju's combat needs in giant form. Fourth, because the psychic weapon is made of the Rat King's heart, and the Rat King's heart is the mutant core of the zombie Rat King, it has the zombie virus. The abnormal vitality and evolution of the zombie virus also came to the black cut. In other words, this psychic weapon has the potential to evolve and grow. Call! Exhaling a breath, Li Ju looked at the map on the table with sharp eyes, picked up a pen and drew a new circle on the map. There is Yunhejiang Sewage Treatment Plant. Chapter 41, Overwhelming Power. Yahai River is a tributary of Tongtian River, the largest river in Xia Country, and the last section of the river that flows into Heping Ocean. It runs through the middle of Yahai City, dividing it into two parts, north and south. Far away from the bustling city, there are large factories built here, and the exposed land appears dull gray. Among them, a large factory built on the river bank is the largest. At a glance, you can see many huge water storage tanks standing in it. Countless expensive machines are lined up in a row, and thick water pipes go straight to the bottom of the river. When other places have lost power supply, the sewage treatment plant equipped with a power plant continues to operate according to the program settings, and even without anyone managing it, it still purifies wastewater and sewage. Ding ding ding! A short and rapid whistle sounded, and a man on an electric bike sped past the road and stopped in front of the sewage treatment plant. The sound of the whistle instantly attracted the zombies wandering around the entrance of the sewage treatment plant. These zombies were wearing blue security uniforms, and their bodies were almost completely rotten, with no trace of humanity left. The young man on the electric bike released the footbrake, took out the key, opened the trunk, and took out a black and purple axe covered with gorgeous patterns. Seeing several zombies approaching, the young man smiled and revealed his white teeth. Then, the young man raised the axe and swung it forward. A black electric current flew out from the axe blade and turned into a crescent-shaped arc, passing through the zombies that came after hearing the sound. Roar? The zombies' roar just sounded and then stopped abruptly. A terrifyingly huge charred crack appeared on the waist and abdomen of 5 or 6 zombies, and black and purple electric currents flashed from time to time, making crackling sounds. Then, the zombies broke apart from the crack and fell to the ground. Woohoo, the boss's psychic weapon is so cool! The young man holding the axe showed an excited look on his face. He looked at the axe in his hand and kept stroking it, as if he couldn't let it go. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, a low engine roar was heard, followed by the strange sound of tires rubbing against the ground at high speed. The next moment, a black motorcycle passed by the young man with an axe and drove into the sewage treatment plant without slowing down. Lu Mang, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch up! The axe-wielding young man stood there in a daze. He turned his head to look at the shabby electric bike parked on the side of the road, then looked at the black streamlined motorcycle reflecting the sunlight, and then cursed. Fuck, why is the boss so much more handsome than me every time he appears? Could it be that the boss is the protagonist, and I can only be considered a supporting role? Lu Meng complained, then turned over and rode on the electric bike, turning the handlebars and driving forward, while shouting, Boss, wait for me! A moment later, inside the sewage treatment plant, Li Ju, wearing a black cycling suit, leaned on the motorcycle, quietly wiping the helmet in his hand. Lu Meng stood aside, holding the psychic weapon black cut in both hands, with a serious expression. Lu Meng, have you found anything wrong? Li Ju buckled his helmet on the rearview mirror of the motorcycle, looked at the glass door leading to the factory, and asked thoughtfully. Lu Meng pursed his nose. Ever since his werewolf bloodline awakened, his sense of smell had been enhanced several times. He could pick up special smells from the air, and thus obtain the information he needed. After sensing it, Lu Meng frowned and said uncertainly, "The number of zombies here is very small. Including the ones outside the door, there are no more than 30 at most. Logically speaking, in a factory of this size, even if it has complete automation facilities, it still needs enough manpower to maintain and operate. At least hundreds of people are needed to maintain normal operation." "That's right." Li Ju nodded, thinking of the abnormality he had sensed in the sewer before. It was the peculiar perception brought by the sewage treatment plant that attracted Li Ju here. "Give me the axe." Taking the black cut handed over by Lu Meng, Li Ju suddenly chuckled and said, "How do you think we should explore here?" Lu Meng scratched his head and said tentatively, "Go in and explore? Or I'll lead the way, and after I find something, I'll call you in for support?" Li Ju's smile grew brighter. He weighed the black cut and said softly, "That's too troublesome and too inefficient. Why don't we do this?" "Boss, you said." "Fuck no, buddy, how can you play like this?" Before Lu Meng could finish his words, he stared in amazement at Li Ju beside him rushing forward. With every step Li Ju took, his body became bigger. After running only 10 steps, a giant about 4 meters tall appeared in front of Lu Meng. The giant was covered in white bone armor as smooth as jade, just like the full-body armor of a knight in medieval Western Europe. Blue electric currents gushed out from every joint of the giant, surrounding his entire body. This is not the end yet. The black cutting battle axe with complex patterns expanded inch by inch in an incomprehensible way as Li Ju turned into a giant, until it became a huge battle axe about 2 meters long. Under the sunlight, the patterns on the black cut came alive, and Lu Meng even felt as if it had life and was breathing slowly. Li Ju held the black axe tightly in both hands. The pulse coming from the axe was strong and powerful, as if it was in agreement with Li Ju's heartbeat. The next moment, Li Ju raised the black cutting sword high and swung it towards the factory building in front of him. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky from the black cutting, and the black electric light seemed to gush out from the axe blade endlessly. The patterns were also flashing with dazzling light, like blooming flowers of the gods. A 10-meter-long black and purple crescent arc whizzed out and went straight through the interior of the factory, destroying everything in its path. Destroy with overwhelming force. With this blow, no matter what monster is hidden in the sewage treatment plant, it will have only one end. Or die directly. Or dying on the verge of death. In short, death is certain. Ha ha! So cool! Li Ju's laughter penetrated the white bone armor and echoed all around. Lu Meng in the back was already at a loss, and kept muttering, "Damn, boss, this is too handsome." In the factory building, thick smoke rose from the places where the arc axe blade had cut, and the remaining black and purple electric current bounced up from time to time and fell to the surrounding areas. After a moment of silence, overwhelming howling sounded in the factory. Li Ju was very familiar with that sound. It was the sound made by a large number of zombie rats. As expected. As the howling sounds rang out, countless zombie rats poured out of the factory, endless like a black ocean. This number is probably in the tens of thousands. Chapter 42 Thunder Purgatory. Tens of thousands of fat zombie rats filed out of the factory, covering the entire place. They formed a black tide, created surging waves, and rushed towards Li Ju, who was in giant form with a clear target. At the same time, a shrill howl came from deeper in the factory, which Li Ju still remembers vividly. Sure enough, as the tide of rats poured out, a huge round figure appeared again inside the factory. It was the Zombie Rat King. Moreover, there were 5 Zombie Rat Kings rolling out from different corners, with a clear target aimed at Li Ju. "Lu Meng, protect yourself!" Li Ju's voice sounded like thunder, and then he clenched the black cutting knife with both hands again, slashing out a black and purple crescent arc. Boom! Boom! One after another, crescent-shaped arcs of electricity flew out from the black cut, exploded as they fell into the rat swarm, and the electric current spread in all directions, either blowing up or electrocuting a large number of zombie rats. Lu Meng did not dare to slack off. He quickly activated the werewolf heart and entered the werewolf form, and began to wander around the edge of the battlefield. Li Ju stood in front of the factory, facing the almost endless tide of zombie rats alone, without any fear. He is 4 meters tall and holds a huge battle axe. Every time he swings it in the air, it will create a powerful crescent arc of electricity. He was like a giant in mythology, an invincible god of war. In front of Li Ju, everything seemed so fragile and vulnerable. Seeing that the human wave tactics were ineffective, the zombie rat group suddenly retreated, actively sticking to the zombie rat king like moths to a flame, and in the blink of an eye became a part of the zombie rat king. You know, these zombie rats have retained a certain degree of their instincts in life and are afraid of being assimilated by the zombie rat king. But now, they are doing the exact opposite. Li Ju did not stop the zombie rats from gathering. On the contrary, the gathering of the zombie rats could save Li Ju's physical strength. Dealing with 5 zombie rat kings is much easier than cleaning up tens of thousands of zombie rats. So, in the eyes of Li Ju and Lu Meng, the 5 zombie rat kings became larger and larger, and in a blink of an eye formed 5 giant spheres with a diameter of 5 meters. The surface of the giant sphere is made up of countless zombie rats. Since the zombie rat king was formed recently, the zombie rats inside have not died yet and are struggling and arching their bodies. So, these 5 zombie rat kings kept wriggling, rolling slowly forward like waves. Lu Meng, who saw the zombie rat king for the first time, had already hidden far away. He was lurking on the top of a factory building in another factory, looking at the 5 huge zombie rat kings approaching Li Ju in panic. I can't imagine how disgusting the zombie rat king is. You know, the zombie rats infected by the zombie virus have different degrees of decay on their bodies, and the stench of decay is particularly pungent. Especially when tens of thousands of zombie rats appear at the same time, the power is comparable to biological weapons. And the zombie rat king, which is made up of zombie rats, is even better. Those rotten zombie rats were forcibly attached to the rat king, rotten mucus kept dripping, and countless zombie rats' tails were intertwined with each other, wriggling constantly, causing people to feel physical discomfort. Vomit! Lu Meng finally couldn't help it and lay down to the side and started to retch. Li Ju stood there expressionlessly, watching the 5 zombie rat kings gradually approaching, but he had no intention of taking action. Li Ju had a strange sense of being spied on. This feeling of voyeurism was different from the previous one in the pet shop and when he returned from exploring Daehyun Mall. It seemed darker and gloomier, as well as more crazy and bloodthirsty. Li Ju knew that the previous sense of being spied on came from the mutant zombie that was suspected to have advanced intelligence. So what now? Where does this sense of voyeurism come from? This is also the reason why Li Ju has not taken action yet. Li Ju broke through the limits of the human body and gained special abilities which were also strengthened after he entered the giant form. Like the thunder psychic power, other abilities also had essential improvements. At this moment, Li Ju kept triggering the danger premonition, trying to find the source of the strange feeling of being peeped. Finally, under the domineering blessing of the giant form, Li Ju discovered something wrong. In the deepest part of the factory, in the ruins about a few hundred meters away from him, a pair of scarlet eyes were shining in the darkness. It seems that the owner of the scarlet eyes is hiding behind the scenes, secretly controlling the zombie rat swarm and the zombie rat king. Let's fight! Having found the target, Li Ju raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and immediately clenched the black cutting and roared loudly. Li Ju's roar was extremely loud, like thunder, like a thunder explosion. It was clearly coming from his mouth, but it seemed to fall from the sky, like a punishment from God. An incomparable sense of oppression spread out in all directions with Li Ju as the center, forming an invisible and tangible aura. The white bone armor covering his entire body suddenly shrank into Li Ju's body piece by piece, revealing his exploding muscles. Li Ju's face was revealed from the bone armor helmet, and his eyes were lit with extremely dazzling blue electric light. Tyrant Sequence Tyrant Armor Phase 2 is fully released. The Tyrant domain has been deployed. Exerting spiritual energy. Giant bloodline resonating. The system's urgent prompt sound rang in Li Ju's mind, and countless streams of information flashed quickly past Li Ju's eyes and disappeared. With another roar, Li Ju raised his right hand holding the black cut high into the sky, and opened his left hand towards the ground. Next moment. Sizzle, sizzle! Sizzle, sizzle! Purple-black electric currents spread out from the black cut and flowed down Li Ju's arm. A blue electric light lit up in the palm of Li Ju's open left hand, and blue electric currents continued to gather and spread upwards. Afterwards, the black-purple current and the blue current converged at Li Ju's chest, forming a continuously rotating two-colored lightning ball that resembled yin and yang. At this time, the zombie rat king also came in front of Li Ju, and 5 giant balls came towards him, trying to crush him. Seeing this, Li Ju sneered, grabbed the two-colored thunder ball and pressed it towards the zombie rat king closest to him. Thunder Purgatory! Li Ju's voice rang out again, and was then drowned out by the sound of thunder that resounded through the sky. Boom! The two-colored thunder ball exploded, and endless two-colored electric currents spread in all directions, instantly covering the entire area. Countless two-colored lightning snakes twisted and surged, rampaging wantonly. The entire factory building instantly turned into a sea of lightning, so bright that the sky was invisible. In an instant, this place turned into a hell on earth. Thunder Inferno! Squeak, squeak, squeak! In the endless two-colored sea of thunder, the 5 zombie rat kings were covered by lightning, and the strong electric current quickly swept everything around them. The 5 zombie rat kings that were electrocuted by the electric current screamed one after another, and pieces of charred zombie rats fell off the rat kings and landed on the ground. In the sea of thunder, Li Ju's eyes were fixed on the unknown existence hiding in the darkness. Chapter 43 Virus Mutation. Please collect and recommend. In the Thunder Purgatory, 5 huge zombie rat kings were tortured. Under the continuous shock of extremely terrifying electric currents, the size of the zombie rat kings shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Ju ignored the zombie rat king's obstruction and locked his eyes on the scarlet eyes hidden in the darkness. Bang! Li Ju's legs suddenly exerted force, leaving 2 deep footprints on the concrete floor. Then, Li Ju sprinted forward 2 steps and leaped up. The sudden explosion was soon drowned out by the thunder of the Sea of Thunder. Li Ju was catapulted more than 10 meters into the sky and fell deep into the factory. Bang! When he landed again, Li Ju had already jumped more than 100 meters. Without any buffering time, Li Ju used inertia to sprint forward a few steps, and then jumped again. Bang! This time the explosion caused by the bounce was even louder and deafening. This time, Li Ju landed directly in the depths of the factory, into the endless darkness. At this time, the huge two-color sea of thunder behind Li Ju was also coming to an end. In the violent thunder, the 5 zombie rat kings could not resist for long, and all turned into heroic fragments, forming black charcoal all over the ground. 5 huge evolutionary crystals were exposed in the black charcoal, standing out clearly. Lu Meng, who was hiding on the roof of the factory next door, understood what he meant and went into the black coke consciously without any prompting. He collected the 5 evolution crystals and then returned to the roof of the factory vigilantly to continue watching the battle between Li Ju and him. The whole process was very smooth, without any pause, and it was obvious that the team was very experienced. The tall giant raised his left hand and pointed it at the factory building below his feet. Blue electric currents began to gather and erupted the next moment. Boom! The thunderball exploded, and the factory building could no longer withstand the destruction and completely collapsed into ruins. Roar! And at the moment the factory building collapsed, a white figure rushed out from the darkness and quickly hid in an open space nearby. The white figure had 2 scarlet eyes, and was obviously the target that Li Ju was looking for. However, after the 2 saw the true appearance of the thing, they all expressed doubts. The white figure was just a palm-sized zombie rat. The only special thing about it was that its body was intact and showed no signs of decay. So far, all the animals infected by the zombie virus that Li Ju encountered have the same characteristics. First, their size increases. The most typical example is the zombie tiger, which is like a small mountain. Second, their bodies rot, and the longer they are infected with the virus, the higher the degree of rot. Even mutant zombies that have embarked on a special evolutionary path, will decay to a certain extent. Only this white zombie rat is completely different. Unknown mutant zombies discovered. Recording started. Recording completed. Level 20 mutant zombie? Power unknown. Agility unknown. Perception unknown. Spiritual unknown. The target is suspected to be in an incomplete state. Please fight with the target to assist the system in obtaining detailed data. Seeing the system prompt data of level 20 mutant zombies and 3 question marks, Li Ju couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, especially the system prompt of incomplete state made Li Ju feel alert. This is the first time the system has prompted such a message. The white zombie rat lay prone on the open ground, its scarlet eyes fixed on Li Ju, and it kept roaring. Although the white zombie rat is small in size, its voice is quite loud. Catch it first! With this thought in mind, Li Ju no longer hesitated and turned to rush towards the white zombie rat. Roar! The white zombie rat roared again, dodged Li Ju's outstretched hands with a few jumps, and even had the energy to look back. Its speed is actually several points faster than Li Ju's. You know, Li Ju has absorbed a lot of evolution crystals many times, and his physical fitness has improved dramatically. Especially after entering the giant form, his agility value has reached more than 50 points. 5 times the human limit. So far, the strongest zombie monster Li Ju has encountered, the zombie tiger, has a strength of only 42 points. This white zombie rat actually has an agility of over 50 points. After many unsuccessful attempts, Li Ju immediately changed his strategy and activated his thunder energy to continuously shoot out blue electric currents. Li Ju's spiritual energy reserves in giant form are enormous, and blue electric currents are continuously emitted, like a machine gun that never stops for a moment. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded one after another, but the white zombie rat narrowly avoided these attacks. Hundreds of electric currents did not hurt the white zombie rat at all. Another useless effort. This is also the most difficult battle Li Ju has faced since his debut. In a head-on confrontation, no one can withstand 3 attacks from the giant form. But speed is not Li Ju's strong point. Seeing that the white zombie rat was about to escape, Li Ju narrowed his eyes, clenched the black cutting with both hands, and continued to accumulate strength. The human body's ultimate special ability, burst out instantly and start. Until now, Li Ju has only used instantaneous bursts for pursuit and psychic bursts. This is the first time it has been used for strength. After a short period of accumulating strength, patterns like coiled dragons appeared on Li Ju's arms, and his blood vessels swelled with blood as if they were about to explode. Ha! With a roar, the black cut came out. Buzz! The gorgeous black and purple battle axe spun and flew out, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind tore through the air, like the roar of a charging god of war. In the blink of an eye, the black cut spanned hundreds of meters, and one axe cut off the tail of the white zombie rat. Squeak! Squeak! A shrill scream sounded, and black blood gushed out from the broken tail of the white zombie rat, splattering all over the black half of the axe. Just when the white zombie rat was trying to escape, a black-purple electric current burst out from the black cut, instantly enveloping the white zombie rat. The strong electric current quickly swept through the body of the white zombie rat, paralyzing it and making it unable to move. Seeing the white zombie rat lying on the ground twitching due to the electric shock, Li Ju immediately jumped in front of the black cut and reached out to grab the white zombie rat. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Ju stretched out his hand, the twitching white zombie rat suddenly returned to normal and crawled along Li Ju's arm towards Li Ju's face. Just now, Li Ju freed the defense of the Tyrant armor, released his thunder power to the maximum extent, and was busy hunting white zombie rats. At this moment, his body was not covered by white bone armor. Li Ju was shocked and stretched out his other hand to grab the white zombie rat. Still dodged. Before Li Ju could react, the white zombie rat had already climbed onto Li Ju's shoulders, then jumped onto his face and drilled into his ears. It actually wanted to enter Li Ju's brain directly through his ears to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 44 Crazy Mutation. Seeking Various. Feeling something strange in his ear, Li Ju hurriedly reached out his hand and tried to pull out the white zombie rat. However, the black cutting cut off the white zombie rat's tail, and its speed was too fast. Li Ju couldn't do anything about the white zombie rat that had drilled into his ear for a while. In a hurry, Li Ju decisively activated the giant heart to exit the giant form. Within a few breaths, Li Ju's body quickly shrank and returned to normal human form. The sudden change caused the white zombie rat to be squeezed out of the ear and fall to the ground. Seeing that the white zombie rat had lost its balance and was unable to dodge in midair, Li Ju finally seized the opportunity, burst out in an instant, and caught the white zombie rat. Acquiring target data. Acquisition completed. Level 20 mutant zombie? Strength 15. Agility 51. Perception 35. Spiritual 20. Note: the target is in an incomplete state, and the data reliability is currently insufficient. Such luxurious data is almost twice that of the zombie tiger. This is definitely not a normal level 20 mutant zombie. Li Ju's strength was much greater than that of the white zombie rat. At this moment, Li Ju held the white zombie rat tightly with both hands, and no matter how it struggled, it was of no avail. Squeak! Roar! Seeing that its resistance was futile, the frantically struggling white zombie rat suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. After spitting out that mouthful of black blood, the white zombie rat's body suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. The original white short hair suddenly retracted into the body, revealing the black skin. The originally smooth and intact black skin was rapidly rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a foul odor. At the same time, a crackling sound was heard from its body, and its palm-sized body grew bigger inch by inch. Li Ju immediately threw the mutated white-haired zombie rat forward, and at the same time quickly retreated to create distance from it. In just a moment, the palm-sized white-haired zombie rat turned into a 2-meter-tall, hairless, black-skinned, rotten monster. A mutation has been detected in the target, and the target has entered the complete state. Psychic energy fluctuations detected. Target gene lock has been opened. Target psychic energy is in place. Interesting, really interesting. However, Li Ju, who had just dodged a fatal move, not only did not show any fear, but his face was full of smiles, and his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Being invincible will naturally make you lonely, right? Simply crushing others is certainly satisfying, but defeating a strong opponent is even more enjoyable. But before that, Li Ju needed to replenish his energy. The thunder purgatory he used to kill the 5 zombie rat kings had consumed a lot of energy, and the current energy reserve was not enough for Li Ju to fight at a high intensity. Seeing Li Ju's gaze, Lu Meng quickly entered the werewolf form and rushed to Li Ju's side carrying several huge evolution crystals. The mutated white-haired zombie rat naturally would not let go of the prey in front of it, and quickly attacked in an attempt to kill both with one blow. Unfortunately, Lu Meng, who had entered the werewolf form, was extremely fast and quickly retreated with Li Ju, away from the mutant zombie rats. The zombie rat that had entered its complete form was somehow much slower than before, but by observing its explosive muscles, it could be concluded that it possessed extremely terrifying power. Taking the 3 huge evolution crystals handed over by Lu Meng, Li Ju quickly activated the giant heart and entered the giant form. The 3 evolution crystals were sucked dry during Li Ju's transformation and turned into colorless crystals, which turned into powder with a slight touch. Then, a huge giant more than 4 meters tall appeared again in the ruins. Tyrant sequence loading. Tyrant sequence loaded. Tyrant armor, 2nd stage activated, in place. Storm sequence loading. Storm sequence loaded. Storm heart phase 1 activated, in place. The white bone armor quickly spread out from the giant's body, forming an inseparable piece, just like the full body armor of a knight in Western Europe in the Middle Ages, majestic and full of vigilance. Blue electric currents gushed out from every joint, surrounding the giant's entire body. An invisible and substantial air wave spread out, bringing a full sense of oppression. As the giant breathed, the wind howled and dark clouds gathered. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city and are about to destroy it. The storm is coming. The next moment, heavy rain poured down and thunder roared in the sky. Pa! A thick bolt of lightning struck the lightning rod on the factory building, and the dazzling flash illuminated the giant's face covered with white bone armor. In those eyes that sparkled with blue electric light, there was endless brutality and fighting spirit. Full firepower. Roar! The mutant zombie rat roared, a bloodthirsty light flashed in its scarlet eyes, and it sprinted directly towards Li Ju. When Li Ju saw this, without any hesitation, he suddenly stepped forward and hit the mutant zombie rat. Bang! The dull impact echoed, and the mutant zombie rat flew backwards, fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Li Ju directly gained a significant advantage. With a crushing attitude. Come on! You trash! A surge of blood and anger continued to surge into Li Ju's heart. Li Ju, dominated by fighting spirit, roared and rushed towards the mutant zombie rat. Boom! Another bolt of lightning. A dazzling light flashed past, illuminating Li Ju's face. Raindrops dripped down the white bone armor, and the eyes could no longer see their original appearance, only two blue balls of light. Roar! Roar! The mutant zombie rat lying on the ground had not yet recovered when it saw the giant coming in front of it with his fist raised high. Die! A roar sounded, and the giant punched suddenly. This punch was built up with great force and thrown out with great force. This punch is unmatched. This punch is earth-shattering. Bang! Li Ju hit the fallen mutant zombie rat with one punch, penetrating its body. Roar! The mutant zombie rat let out mournful screams and wails. Its abdomen had been pierced, revealing a big hole. Then came the second punch. The third punch. No. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! After a long time, Li Ju stopped swinging his fists, and saw that there were no mutated black-skinned, rotten zombie rats in front of the giant. All there was a pool of black flesh and black blood splattered everywhere. The mutant zombie rat was beaten into a paste by Li Ju. Die without a complete body. Li Ju exhaled a breath and exited the giant form. The storm sequence stopped, and the field effect of the heart of the storm dissipated. The dark clouds also quickly dissipated, and the sky became clear again. The only evidence was the mud and water stains on the ground, which indicated that the area had experienced a heavy rain. Li Ju opened his right hand, and a red hexahedral crystal was quietly lying in the palm of his hand, reflecting gorgeous light. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, Li Ju burst into laughter, and the laughter kept echoing like thunder. What an exciting battle! Fighting is awesome! Chapter 45 God King Sequence. Li Ju looked at the blood-red hexahedral crystal in his hand. This evolutionary crystal produced by the mutant zombie rat was completely different from the evolutionary crystal of ordinary zombies. It is a hexahedron, with one more side than the pentahedral crystal obtained previously. System, is there anything special about this evolution crystal? If you are in doubt, you can ask the system. Li Ju immediately recited the question in his mind and asked the system. Mutational evolution crystal detected, data collection in progress. Collection completed, analysis completed. Absorbing this evolution crystal will help the host acquire evolution genes and open up new gene sequences. Oh? Li Ju raised his eyebrows. The first gene sequence he obtained was the Tyrant sequence, which came from the Tyrant zombie transformed by Coach Wu. After that, Li Ju also encountered and hunted Tyrant zombies many times and absorbed their evolutionary crystals. Precisely because of the continuous absorption of the evolutionary crystals of the Tyrant zombies, Li Ju's Tyrant sequence has become more and more developed, and the Tyrant armor has also entered the second stage. The second gene sequence Li Ju obtained was the Storm sequence, which was born after Li Ju broke through the limits of the spiritual human body, awakened his psychic power, broke the genetic lock, and resonated with the giant bloodline. The storm heart that came with the storm sequence gave Li Ju's psychic power a terrifying boost, and was able to change the celestial phenomena in a small range, thus creating storms. It can be said that each sequence has a unique evolutionary direction, and they are all very powerful. This mutant zombie rat can control the zombie rat tide and drive the zombie rat king. It is also extremely fast. In critical moments, it can also mutate again to enter the complete form and become a monster with strength as the main factor. Li Ju pondered for a moment and began to speculate. Then, after absorbing this evolution crystal, the gene sequence obtained should also be reflected in these two aspects. It's either a genetic sequence for mental or psychic power, or a genetic sequence for physical strength. But it can make me stronger. There was a gleam of light in Li Ju's eyes. He had never concealed his desire for power. In the end times, only power was the absolute truth. Immediately, Li Ju stopped hesitating and thinking, and directly swallowed the evolution crystal into his stomach. Wow! After a long time, Li Ju heard the sound of blood flowing again. Just like a big river, the sound of blood flowing turned into the roar of crashing waves. Amidst the raging waves, a warm current rose from the abdomen and flowed to every part of the body. Li Ju felt as if there was a small sun in his stomach, emitting heat continuously. It was as if he was lying in a hot spring, feeling extremely comfortable and relaxed. Acquiring evolutionary genes, catalyzing the primary giant bloodline. Special evolutionary gene detected, bloodline compilation started. Catalysis completed, compilation successful. God King sequence, welcome your coming. Clang! 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 Just after the system prompted the information, Li Ju obtained a new gene sequence. However, at this time, Li Ju did not regain consciousness as before, but fell into a hallucination. The dull and grand sound of the bell echoed long and deep, layer upon layer, like a divine song from heaven, resounding through the sky. In the rugged and majestic hall, countless huge figures hundreds of meters tall stood silently. The endless bright light obscured their faces, making it impossible to see their appearance clearly. There was no other sound in the hall except the ringing of the bell. Li Ju suddenly felt that he could move. He looked down and saw that he was walking on the red carpet in the middle of the hall. He looked up and saw that at the end of the red carpet and the end of the hall, there was an extremely huge throne. The throne was inlaid with 12 jewels of different colors, emitting endless 12-color light. Somehow, Li Ju followed the feeling in his heart and slowly walked towards the throne. Countless huge figures standing on both sides of the hall looked at Li Ju walking on the red carpet quietly without any sound. This is an extremely solemn and dignified scene, an epic picture. Amid the ringing of bells from heaven, Li Ju walked step by step to the end of the red carpet and arrived in front of the throne. Li Ju's heart moved, and he turned around, facing the countless huge figures in the entire hall, and then slowly sat down. Sitting on the throne. Boom! The moment Li Ju sat down, the whole hall was filled with lightning and thunder, as if the wrath of the God King had descended upon the world, wantonly bragging about his own power and invincibility. Suddenly, a huge figure whose face could not be seen clearly appeared behind the throne. He stretched out his hand and gently placed the crown on Li Ju's head. The moment the crown was put on, the whole hall was boiling. Countless huge figures shouted passionately. They sang loudly at the same time, speaking incoherent words. Their expressions were fanatical and full of awe. They worshipping the gods and welcoming the king's coming. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the sound of thunder woke Li Ju from his hallucination. Li Ju opened his eyes and saw the nearby ruins. The scene that just happened in the hallucination was still vivid in Li Ju's mind, making him feel a little dazed. That is, what? Li Ju was still in shock, but the system revealed Li Ju's current physical condition in the form of information. Host Li Ju. Bloodline, primary giant bloodline, 99 of 100. Gene sequence, Tyrant sequence / Storm sequence / God King sequence. Strength, 20, giant form, 85. Agility, 20, giant form, 70. Perception, 20, giant form, 80. Spiritual, 20, giant form, 95. Li Ju came back to his senses and looked at the data panel provided by the system, and he had a premonition in his heart. After the primary giant bloodline is catalyzed and upgraded to the intermediate giant bloodline, Li Ju's 4 data will exceed 21, which is the second human limit. According to the system's supplement, every 10 points represent 1 level of human limit. Every time you break through the human limit, you break the gene lock. As the level of evolution increases, the shackles of the genetic lock will become more and more dead and difficult to break. This is also one of the main reasons that limit evolution. On the contrary, creatures infected by the zombie virus seem to have no such restrictions and their evolution speed is extremely abnormal. Li Ju moved his eyes to the gene sequence column. As his attention was focused, this column changed and presented more detailed data. Gene sequence, Tyrant. Sequence ability 1, Tyrant power, one of the advancement directions of the Tyrant sequence, which will affect the direction of bloodline evolution. The Tyrant power will enhance the power to the greatest extent, increasing it exponentially. The higher the degree of evolution, the more obvious the increase. Sequence ability 2, Conquering body, one of the advanced directions of the Tyrant series. This will gradually evolve into a powerful body born for combat, capable of conquering any hostile environment, with unparalleled adaptability and growth potential. Sequence ability 3, Tyrant domain, one of the advancement directions of the Tyrant sequence. Tyrant is synonymous with power and is the ruler of power. The resulting Tyrant domain will suppress all creatures in the domain and weaken their strength. Gene sequence, Storm. Sequence ability 1, Psychic tsunami, one of the advanced directions of the Storm sequence, focusing on improving the quality and quantity of psychic energy, and amplifying psychic energy in all aspects. Sequence ability 2, Storm is coming, one of the advanced directions of the Storm sequence, possessing the catastrophic ability to influence and change celestial phenomena. Gene sequence, God King. Sequence ability 1, Throne domination, one of the advancement directions of the God King sequence, able to directly control the bodies of other creatures through mental power. Sequence ability 2, Divine Might as Prison, one of the advancement directions of the Divine King sequence, evolving into a huge spiritual realm, able to see through everything within the range of spiritual power. Sequence ability 3, Divinity? Chapter 46, Zombie Toad. Li Ju withdrew his gaze from the system's data panel, feeling the surging power in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A wanton and arrogant smile. Next, we will go to Haichao Port to explore the situation there and find out the specific situation of the government and the military. At the same time, we will explore the situation in the center of Yahai City. Li Ju narrowed his eyes, and the map of Xia Kingdom unfolded in his mind. After the matter in Yahai City is over, we will head north to Jinling, and then to Bizixing. Let's call it the Northern Expedition Plan. Boss! Boss! After the battle, Lu Meng came to Li Ju with the remaining 2 evolution crystals and asked with concern, Boss, are you okay? The battle just now was thrilling to Lu Meng, especially when the white zombie rat drilled into Li Ju's ear, which made Lu Meng break out in a cold sweat, and he wished he could enter werewolf form and go forward to help. But Lu Meng knew very well that using his own strength to help Li Ju would only cause trouble and have a counterproductive effect. In addition, Li Ju's battles had always been overwhelming, crushing his opponents every time, which established Lu Meng's absolute trust in Li Ju. So Lu Meng resisted the urge and chose to wait quietly. As expected, this battle ended with Li Ju's victory. It's okay. Li Ju waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and then turned his attention to the 2 evolution crystals of the zombie rat king in Lu Meng's hand. Just now, when fighting with the mutant zombie rats, Li Ju absorbed 3 evolution crystals of the zombie rat king, thereby replenishing his body's energy and having enough strength to enter the giant form again. At that time, Li Ju discovered something was wrong. There is no heart of the rat king in those 3 evolution crystals. The reason why Black Cut can become a psychic weapon is because Li Ju obtained a Rat King's heart from the evolution crystal of a zombie Rat King, and used the Rat King's heart to forge the psychic weapon Black Cut. Logically speaking, as the evolutionary crystallization of the zombie Rat King, they should also have the heart of the Rat King inside them. The reality is quite the opposite. Thanks to the enhancement of absorbing the hexahedral evolution crystals, Li Ju's 4 physical values have reached 20 points, which is the critical value of the double human body limit. Li Ju's powerful perception allowed him to discover that there was no heart of the Rat King inside the 2 evolution crystals in Lu Meng's hands. This made Li Ju's idea of mass-producing psychic weapons fail. System, why is this happening? Li Juzi immediately asked the system in his mind. The birth of highly spiritual biological organs is accidental, and requires a long period of accumulation before it can be born. It is not absolute. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Ju suddenly realized that the 5 zombie rat kings were just a temporary aggregation under the control of the mutant zombie rats. They had only existed for a short time, and the evolution crystals were only initially fused, and they had not yet formed the Rat King's heart. You absorb these 2 evolution crystals. I will explore the surrounding area. If there is any danger, please protect yourself. Li Ju looked at Lu Meng, who was soaked all over, and whispered. Now absorbing the evolution crystals of these zombie rat kings cannot catalyze Li Ju's primary giant bloodline and allow it to break through to the intermediate giant bloodline. Their role is only to allow Li Ju to accumulate energy and support Li Ju to enter the giant form. Since it is of no use for the time being, let Lu Meng absorb and strengthen it. As a confidant who was promoted and trained by himself, and also an evolver who awakened the werewolf bloodline, Lu Meng's strength improvement is also a good thing for Li Ju. Got it, boss! Lu Meng did not shirk his responsibility with Li Ju. In his mind, he would do whatever the boss told him to do. It was the boss who took him in during the apocalypse and guided him on the path of evolution. He also gave him special abilities when he was infected with the zombie virus, saving him from the tragic fate of mutating into a zombie. Li Ju's existence is the lighthouse in Lu Meng's heart, and also a guiding light. Li Ju nodded, then walked into the ruined factory building and began searching for useful food. In the ruins of the collapsed factory building, those expensive sewage treatment machines suffered varying degrees of damage and lost their ability to operate. The largest sewage treatment plant in Yuhai City was completely declared scrapped. In the ruins, you can see many traces of zombie rats' lives. There were densely packed corpses everywhere, including those of other animals and humans. There was not a trace of flesh and blood left on them, as they had all been eaten clean. Some of the corpses met an even more miserable end. They were used as teeth-grinding tools by zombie rats. The corpses were eaten into pieces, leaving only remaining fragments. A lot of rotten mucus accumulated together, forming stains after drying, emitting a strong stench. In some gaps, Li Ju could even see extremely tiny zombie rats, which seemed to be zombie rat pups that had just been born. These zombie rats were infected with the zombie virus before they were born, and the infection became more serious after they were born. Their skin was almost completely rotten and pus continued to ooze out. Their bodies have even mutated, growing a 5th or 6th claw, and their blood is black and corrosive. This is the zombie creature in the doomsday. Li Ju wandered among the ruins with an expressionless face. All the zombie rat cubs found were blown into pieces by the palm bombs shot by Li Ju. After checking for an hour and making sure that there was nothing else in the factory ruins, Li Ju came to the bank of the Yuhai River. The sewage treatment plant also has many devices on the shore. These devices are connected to many thick water pipes that hang down into the Yuhai River and absorb the sewage in the river. Of course, since the factory building was destroyed and turned into ruins, the facilities responsible for maintenance and operation were also damaged, and these pumping facilities were also shut down. Li Ju stood on the river bank, watching the water of Yuhai River flowing freely. From time to time, an aquatic creature infected with the zombie virus jumped out of the river, looking deformed. Looking far across the Yuhai River, Li Ju could see dense swarms of zombies wandering there, including traces of the Tyrant. That is the core area of Yuhai City, which gathers the largest population in Yuhai City, and there are countless people living there. Before the end of the world, that was a real wealthy area, and all the top wealthy people in Yuhai City lived there. Now that the zombie virus has broken out and the doomsday has arrived, the central area of Yuhai City has completely fallen and turned into a purgatory on Earth, a paradise for zombies. Just as Li Ju was about to leave the river bank, he looked down and saw something unusual on the river surface. I saw a large black shadow approaching rapidly under the river surface, and soon arrived at the edge of the river bank. Out of caution, Li Ju retreated a few steps and moved away from the river bank. Then, the black shadow broke through the water and landed where Li Ju had just stood. This black shadow was actually a huge toad, almost as big as a hill. All the pustules on the giant toad's body burst, and dark green pus flowed out. The skin on its body was completely rotten, emitting an extremely pungent stench. The bloated and disgusting zombie toad squatted on the river bank, looking at Li Ju with its huge white eyes, looking extremely weird. The next moment, the zombie toad opened its mouth and a purple tongue shot out. It's not a tongue, but it might be more appropriate to call it a tentacle. The tongue has completely mutated into a forked tentacle with countless suckers and barbs all over it, which is extremely disgusting. Li Ju did not panic. He rolled sideways to avoid the attack of the tentacles. However, what he did not expect was that the tentacles also began to wriggle and adjusted their direction, continuing to chase Li Ju. Upon seeing this, blue electric light flashed in Li Ju's eyes, and a circle of invisible ripples spread out. The ripples quickly passed over the zombie toad, covering it within the range of Li Ju's mental power. The next moment, Li Ju suddenly exerted force. The Order of the God Kings, the Throne Rules. Chapter 47, Changes at the Bottom of the River. In Li Ju's mental vision, everything around him appeared dull grayish-white. The zombie toad in front of him was a very eye-catching red color. Mental power, this is something that is hard to describe. It is produced by the brain but is independent of the brain. It is similar to pianism but is completely different from it. Psychic energy is tangible and has substance, while mental power is intangible and intangible. When the tyrant's domain is unfolded, a faint wave of air can be seen and felt. However, when his mental power was unfolded, only Li Ju himself discovered the difference. Li Ju only felt as if he had an extra hand, an extremely flexible hand. Li Ju controlled this invisible hand and reached out to the zombie toad. The moment the invisible hand grabbed the zombie toad, Li Ju's whole body shook and countless fragments of memories flashed through his brain. These memory fragments include scenes of the zombie toads hiding from predators when they were still tadpoles, scenes of the zombie toads becoming small toads, hunting for flying insects on the riverbank, and scenes of the zombie toads being infected with the zombie virus, constantly hunting other aquatic animals at the bottom of the Yahai River, and gradually mutating and growing. This is the information Li Ju obtained from the spirit body of the zombie toad. As the invisible hand tightly grasped the zombie toad, Li Ju's control over the invisible hand changed instantly. He could clearly feel every part of the zombie toad's body, and could even drive the zombie toad's body. Li Ju's heart moved, and his mental power was activated. The next moment, the zombie toad jumped on the spot, causing the ground to shake. Oh! Li Ju raised his eyebrows. In his perception, the zombie toad was still alive, but its spirit had lost control of its body and was being suppressed by Li Ju. As long as Li Ju lets go of the invisible hand, the zombie toad will regain its freedom. This is the power of the God King sequence. Moreover, Li Ju can do much more than that. With the stimulation of mental power, the zombie toad jumped into the Yahai River under Li Ju's control. Suddenly, another perspective appeared in Li Ju's mind. This is exactly the perspective of the zombie toad. This perspective is similar to the split screen of a mobile phone, independent of the picture seen by Li Ju's two eyes. It only takes a little familiarity to get used to it. The zombie toad dived to the bottom of the Yahai River and synchronously transmitted the images it saw with its eyes to Li Ju's mind. The turbid water was full of zombie fish and animals infected by the zombie virus, including shellfish and turtles. You could even see some zombies that had somehow fallen into the river, drifting along the current without realizing it, drifting on the bottom of the river. The same was true for the plants at the bottom of the Yahai River, all of which were infected by the zombie virus. The original branches and leaves turned into something like tentacles. Once they found other creatures passing by, these tentacles would quickly reach out and wrap around the prey, and finally swallow and digest it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a black shadow swam towards the zombie toad at an extremely fast speed. Li Ju immediately controlled the zombie toad to move to the side, trying to avoid the attack of the black shadow. What was unexpected was that this black shadow was unexpectedly agile in the water. Seeing the zombie toad change its direction, the black shadow also changed its direction and headed straight for the zombie toad. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. Finally, when the black shadow reached a distance of 2 meters in front of the zombie toad, Li Ju saw the true face of the black shadow through the zombie toad's vision. That's a zombie. This is a zombie that is almost inhuman. This zombie was slender, about 2 meters tall, with tentacles and fin-like organs growing from its hands and feet, and gills opening and closing on its rotting face. As the zombie approached, the tentacles growing on its body began to lengthen, quickly spreading to the zombie toad's body and beginning to wrap around it. The moment the tentacles touched the zombie toad's body, Li Ju instantly felt the fear coming from the zombie toad's spirit body. The intense fear came from instinct, causing the zombie toad's spirit to constantly resist the restraint of the invisible hand, trying to break free from Li Ju's control and stay away from these tentacles. Li Ju snorted coldly, and his invisible hand firmly grasped the zombie toad. At the same time, his spiritual field spread out and quickly covered the zombie. Under Li Ju's control, a second invisible hand condensed and grabbed the zombie's spirit body in an instant. Suddenly, a crazy and bloodthirsty impulse spread from the zombie's spirit body to Li Ju. Fortunately, Li Ju's mental strength is far from ordinary, and he has experienced the amplification of the God King sequence. Just a trance made him immune to the mental shock of the zombies. Li Ju used the invisible hand to control the zombie's body. Under Li Ju's control, the tentacles on the zombies were retracted one after another and separated from the zombie toad. But in just a dozen seconds, the size of the zombie toad shrank a lot, as if the tentacles had drained away all the essence of its flesh and blood, and it became shriveled. Two zombie creatures swam out of the road and returned to the river bank. Looking closely at the zombie in front of him, the image he had observed underwater was not accurate enough. Now exposed to the air, Li Ju could clearly see that the zombie's skin had changed from gray to black, and was covered with a thin layer of mucus. Unknown mutant zombie detected, starting to obtain target data. The target data has been acquired. Please observe. Level 15 mutant zombie, deep diver. Strength 15. Agility 20. Perception 20. Spiritual 8. Deep diver! Li Ju murmured in a low voice. This was a brand new type of zombie. It had adapted to life underwater and had begun to evolve under the catalytic power of the zombie virus. Its fins, gills, and skin that were easily accessible in water were the best body shape. The zombie virus is so scary! A cold light flashed in Li Ju's eyes, and at the same time, a strong interest was born. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. I want to see whether the zombie creatures you evolved are stronger or the giant bloodline is better. Thinking of this, Li Ju activated his invisible hand and crushed the spirit bodies of the deep diver and the zombie toad. With their spiritual bodies destroyed, the deep diver and the zombie toad suddenly collapsed to the ground. Although their life characteristics were still intact, they had lost the ability to move. Like a vegetable. Li Ju raised the black cutting axe and split the zombie toad's head with an axe, taking out the evolution crystal from it. Then he followed the same method and cut open the deep diver's head. However, Li Ju discovered that the evolutionary crystal in the deep diver's head was not blood red, but a navy blue pentahedral crystal. Li Ju was stunned, then put away the diver's evolution crystal and turned to look for Lu Meng. By the time Li Ju came back, Lu Meng had completed the absorption of the evolutionary crystals and was now enthusiastically practicing his new abilities. Seeing Li Ju, Lu Meng hurried forward, showing his signature smirk on his face, and said stealthily, "Boss, guess what I found? You have awakened your psychic powers." Li Ju answered decisively. After hearing Li Ju's answer, the smile on Lu Meng's face gradually disappeared, and the light in his eyes disappeared. "I just want to show off. Why is it so difficult?" Chapter 48 Ambition of Building a City. Please give me some votes. What is your psychic power? Li Ju asked Lu Meng while sitting astride the motorcycle and checking the fuel tank reserves. Hey boss! You better watch this! Lu Meng made an exaggerated pose, then pointed at the concrete road and said, My spiritual power should be controlling the soil. I named it Earth. As Lu Meng concentrated, his eyes glowed with a faint yellow luster. However, since Lu Meng had just suddenly reached the limit of his human body and awakened his psychic power was still weak and he lacked control over it. After continuous attempts, Lu Meng finally fully activated the spiritual energy of the earth. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the concrete floor, and a pile of earth emerged from the crack, gradually rising until it formed a solid earth wall about 2 meters high and half a meter thick. Huff, huff, huff! After the earth wall was formed, Lu Meng immediately stopped mobilizing the earth's spiritual energy. However, in just a short while, Lu Meng's expression had become slightly pale, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, as if he had overdrawn his energy and exhausted his spiritual energy. This? Looking at the earth wall built by Lu Meng, Li Ju's expression changed. He got off the motorcycle and walked to the front of the earth wall. After weighing the earth wall for a few times, Li Ju got into position and suddenly punched out with his right fist. accumulate, and release violently. Bang! A huge crash was heard, and countless pieces of earth splashed everywhere. A hole appeared in the middle of the earth wall. Li Ju's arm passed through the hole and reached the other side of the earth wall. Li Ju punched through the half-meter thick earth wall. Ordinary evolvers, even with a strength of 20 points, would find it difficult to do this because their bones were not strong enough. If they wanted to penetrate this extremely dense earth wall, they would have to withstand a very high reaction force, which would most likely cause their hands to break. Li Ju is different. The giant bloodline not only gives Li Ju a giant form, but also affects the evolution of Li Ju's body. The sequence obtained by the giant bloodline is also effective on Li Ju's body, but the effect is not as significant as in the giant form. If necessary, Li Ju can also let his body produce tyrant armor to provide protection. Interesting, Lu Mang, how many such earth walls can you make now? Li Ju pulled out his fist and asked Lu Mang next to him with interest. With my spiritual energy reserves, I can build 3 such walls at once. After that, I need to restore my spiritual energy. Lu Mang wiped the sweat from his face and smiled. How about it, boss? I have great abilities. Bar? In addition to making earthen walls, what else can you do? Li Ju pondered for a moment, and then continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Mang scratched his head, reached out his hand and grabbed the ground, and a ball of soil flew from the ground into Lu Mang's hand. Then, Lu Mang grabbed the soil ball with both hands and pulled it, and the soil ball was pulled into a thin and sharp spear like plasticine. After testing the feel of the spear in his hand, Lu Mang threw it out suddenly. Hey! The earth's spear pierced straight into the branch of an old tree in the distance, and the end kept vibrating. As long as I want, I can do almost anything with mud, Lu Mang said, and then he shaped some earthen axes and swords. Try it, shape the stairs as you walk, Li Ju reminded. Hearing this, Lu Mang took a step forward, and at the same time activated the spiritual energy of the earth to create a relatively rough earthen step where his feet landed. Stepping on the earthen step, Lu Mang took another step and used the same method to create a second earthen step. After walking like this for about 10 steps, a staircase consisting of a dozen earthen steps appeared out of thin air. Lu Mang also stood on the steps and looked back at Li Ju, his face full of excitement that he could hardly suppress. Boss, this is so cool! Yes. Li Ju nodded and then said, The last question, can you control the stone? Upon hearing this, Lu Mang began to activate the spiritual energy of the earth. With his full strength, the yellow light flashing in his eyes became brighter and brighter, until 2 yellow light balls were formed, and the outlines of the eyes disappeared. Hey! With a low shout from Lu Mang, a thin layer of stone slab covered the first step of the earthen steps that had been made earlier. After doing all this, Lu Mang's severe yellow luster completely dimmed, and the needle-like pain made Lu Mang collapse to the ground, groaning constantly. After a while, Lu Mang, who had recovered a little, stood up, holding his head, and said with a grin, It can be controlled, but because my spiritual power is still too weak, it is difficult to control the stone. Very good! Li Ju smiled. He picked up Lu Mang and threw him on the motorcycle. He turned around and pointed at the stone wall Lu Mang had built and said, Your spiritual power has given me some ideas. What's the idea? Lu Mang covered his head and asked instinctively. Fortification. Build a city? Building a city is good. Build. Lu Mang subconsciously echoed the praise, and after repeating it twice, he suddenly closed his mouth. Afterwards, Lu Mang stopped covering his aching head and looked at Li Ju with shock on his face and said, Boss, did I hear you right? Building a city? Fortification. What is the concept? Build a city. In ancient times, walled cities were popular in the Xia Kingdom, and the smallest of these cities could accommodate thousands of people. As time went on, the Xia Kingdom reached its peak during the Great Xia Dynasty, whose capital was a megacity that could accommodate millions of people and was one of the centers of the world at the time. In modern times, cities have long abandoned the concept of building walls. As long as there are houses, it is called a city or part of a city. When Li Ju pointed to the earth wall and talked about building a city, it was obvious that he was referring to a city with city walls. Lu Mang knew that Li Ju had established the redemption camp and had accepted and rescued survivors to join the camp many times, with the intention of establishing his own power. However, it was not until now that Lu Meng truly realized how huge Li Ju's ambition was. Li Ju actually wanted to use Lu Meng's spiritual power to build a city with walls. In this way, Li Ju will turn from a camp manager to the lord of a city. In the end times, the government and the military are busy with their own affairs, and the survivors are just trying to survive. What will happen to Li Ju, who owns the city? More and more survivors join Li Ju's forces, and they obeyed Li Ju's orders in exchange for shelter. In the end times, only those living here can survive being eaten by zombies. Li Ju will become the well-deserved overlord in the end times. Become the founder of the end time civilization. Become the founder of a new order. Become. Lu Meng dared not imagine many more things, but at this moment, he understood Li Ju's goals and ambitions. There is just one thing that Lu Meng is still unsure of. What is the significance for Li Ju to establish a doomsday civilization and rescue these survivors? Chapter 49: Human Nature is Evil. The only thing that Lu Meng couldn't understand was Li Ju's reason for setting up a survivor camp. In Lu Meng's heart, Li Ju possesses unparalleled strength and is synonymous with invincibility in the end times. The survivors seemed to be of no use to Li Ju, and more often than not they were a burden. After awakening his werewolf bloodline, Lu Meng also possessed the ability to be immune to zombie virus infection, which was his greatest reliance in the apocalypse. A person who is not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus and possesses invincible strength chose to set up a survivor camp. In this doomsday where selfishness is supreme, this seems to be a very stupid move. As if seeing Lu Meng's doubts, Li Ju chuckled and replied calmly, "You seem to think my idea is amazing? Now that I have the power to override the world, there is nothing in this world that can limit me. I can follow my inner thoughts and do whatever I want. You have also awakened your bloodline and entered werewolf form many times. You know very well that using this power consumes a lot of energy. Gathering survivors can help us collect evolution crystals and replenish our consumption. The survivors join us and contribute their own strength in exchange for our protection. This is an equal exchange. Secondly, we were born in Xia country. As Xia people, we have the blood of Xia country. Even before the apocalypse, in the peaceful times, when I met someone in trouble who needed help, I believe many people would lend a hand and would not be stingy with this little effort. Since I'm invincible, saving some survivors is just a matter of convenience. Why not? It's just that if someone wants to challenge my fists, then Li Hu is an excellent ending. The road to invincibility is too lonely. It would be nice to play a development game. What do you think?" Lu Meng was greatly shocked as he listened to Li Ju constantly expressing his thoughts. This is too cool, right? It feels like a god is looking down on everything from above, playing with the world in his hands. Damn, he is still the boss. He is worthy of being the boss. The boss is mighty. The boss is domineering. Looking at Lu Meng, who was constantly licking his ass in front of him, Li Ju was speechless for a moment. He couldn't help but suspect that what Lu Meng awakened was not the werewolf bloodline, but the dog-licking bloodline. The ultimate dog-licking bloodline. Go play somewhere else." Li Ju rolled his eyes at Lu Meng unhappily, sat on the motorcycle again, and signaled Lu Meng to get ready. "Sit tight, don't fall down." After saying that, Li Ju twisted the handle and stepped on the accelerator, and the black motorcycle let out a wild beast-like roar. The next moment, the black motorcycle suddenly accelerated and sped away into the distance. Pooh! The burly man with a ferocious face spat on the ground and kicked the young woman lying on the ground viciously. The woman was only in her early 20s, with a slim figure and pretty looks. Before the apocalypse, she was considered a beauty with excellent looks and temperament, and had many suitors. But the woman was in a very bad situation at this time. She was lying unconscious on the ground, her hair was messy and dirty, her clothes were in disarray, and her exposed skin was covered with bruises and scabs. It can be seen that the woman has just experienced humiliation. "Brother, you calm down, calm down." Beside the burly man, a thin and wretched-looking middle-aged man smiled apologetically, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to the middle-aged man skillfully, and took out a lighter to light it for him. The fire flickered and the smoke was billowing. The burly man took a deep puff of his cigarette, a look of enjoyment on his face. "You're the one who's on top." The burly man was named Wan Yu, who was an unemployed vagrant who had just been released from prison before the apocalypse. He had been imprisoned several times for robbery, extortion, and rape, and had been involved in gangs for many years, and was called General Yu by the gangsters. When the apocalypse broke out, Wan Yu was spending money in a nightclub. The massage therapist who was giving him a massage suddenly mutated into a zombie, which scared him. Seeing that the technician zombie wanted to bite him, the experienced Wan Yu didn't care about other things. He picked up the tables, chairs, and benches on the spot and smashed the zombie's head. With the strong physical fitness gained from years of hard work and familiarity with the inside of the nightclub, Wan Yu quickly escaped from the nightclub with a few others. Wan Yu, who was ruthless and unscrupulous, quickly suppressed several people and became the leader of this small group. Since the apocalypse, Wan Yu has led this small group to live in this street. Their base is a small supermarket with a backyard. As for the original owner of the small supermarket, because he was unwilling to shelter Wan Yu and others, he was brutally murdered. The woman lying on the ground is a resident living nearby. Because the food at home has been consumed, she has been hungry for a long time and was forced to come to this small supermarket to find some food to fill her stomach. Unexpectedly, Wan Yu, who was lurking here, caught him directly, beat him up, and humiliated him. "This woman is really pretty. She is so much better than those sleazy girls in the nightclub. There is no comparison at all." Wan Yu narrowed his eyes, finished the cigarette in his mouth, then threw the burning cigarette butt at the woman and turned to walk into the room. "Brother Yu, this woman. You and the other brothers can enjoy it." Brother Yu is so generous." The skinny middle-aged man could no longer bear it. After hearing Wan Yu's words, his eyes flashed with lust, and he reached out to touch the woman. Several younger brothers who were sitting in other places also laughed strangely, surrounded the woman and started to touch her. In a daze, the woman woke up from her coma. When she found that many men around her were humiliating her, she couldn't help but scream in fear. At the same time, her mind recalled the scenes that happened after she came to the small supermarket, which only stopped after she was abused by Wan Yu and fell into coma. Endless fear and despair enveloped the woman. She cried bitterly and covered her body with her hands in vain, trying to resist the humiliation of the crowd. But how could a weak woman like her defeat several men in their prime? "Shut up! Are you trying to attract those zombies by shouting so loudly?" Seeing that the woman's screams showed no sign of stopping, the skinny man slapped her on the spot, and 5 bright red finger marks instantly appeared on her fair face. The woman who was hit hard was stunned for a moment, and stopped yelling. Tears kept flowing from her eyes, and her face was covered with tear marks. Okay, old dog, take it easy. We only have this one woman, and we want to play with her for a long time. What if you hurt her?" The others quickly stopped the skinny man and prevented him from continuing to beat the woman. The skinny man, called Old Dog, stared at the woman viciously and said, "Damn it, if you yell at me again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." After saying that, several people let out chilling laughter and completely let go of their restraints. The woman lay on the ground with a blank expression, with only endless despair in her eyes. Chapter 50 First Contact. Li Ju did not return in the same direction he came. Since he was already out, it was only natural for him to explore the surrounding situation as well. The motorcycle was driving arrogantly on the road. The zombies who came after hearing the sound had just poked their heads out when a bright blue lightning struck their heads, electrocuting them to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Feeling the pleasure of the strong wind blowing on his cheeks, Li Ju couldn't help but shout out loud. "Woohoo!" Before the apocalypse broke out, Li Ju, as a corporate slave, lived a life of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. He had to work overtime from time to time and had no time to rest even on weekends. The meager salary limits Li Ju's dreams, and he can only express his feelings about many things by watching short videos on his mobile phone. After the apocalypse broke out, Li Ju completely liberated himself. All the repression, flattery, and servility of the past have vanished into thin air, and there is no need to continue struggling for a meager salary. In the end times, there is no order and everyone can do whatever they want. It was Li Ju's first time driving a motorcycle, and even though he could instantly transform into an invincible giant who could control the celestial phenomena, he still enjoyed it very much. Let me ask you, who hasn't had a dream of riding a motorcycle? On the contrary, Lu Meng, who was sitting behind Li Ju, was not so optimistic. Boss! Boss, drive slower! Ah! Lu Meng begged for mercy loudly. The strong wind blew his yellow hair wildly. If you ignore the flying snot, Lu Meng is indeed quite handsome. Just as he was about to turn the corner, Li Ju suddenly discovered something unusual. This is a small supermarket located on the edge of the street. The roller shutter door of the supermarket has long been lowered, completely isolating it from the outside. This is an effective way to fight zombies. As long as you don't make too much noise and the rolling door blocks the view, it will be difficult for zombies to find out whether there are survivors hiding behind the rolling door. What attracted Li Ju to stop was two human skeletons. Li Ju parked the motorcycle on the side of the road and led Lu Meng towards the two human skeletons. It looks like it was eaten by zombies. Li Ju squatted down and carefully observed the traces on the corpse. The two corpses looked like they had been here for a while. There was no trace of flesh and blood on the bones, but there was a shadow of dried blood on the ground. This should be a man and a woman. Lu Meng added, there are significant differences between the two corpses, especially the position of the pelvis. One is wider and the other is narrower. Why did they die here? Li Ju frowned, then raised his head and looked at the rolling door thoughtfully. Lu Meng looked at the supermarket with the plaque and said uncertainly, is it possible that they are nearby residents who chose to go out because of lack of food and tried to enter this supermarket to obtain supplies? It is a pity that the rolling shutter door cannot be opened. Was he also discovered by zombies and died as a result? There is a certain possibility. Li Ju did not rush to deny it, but narrowed his eyes and listened quietly. Li Ju's perception has now reached 20 points, which is the second level of human body limit. The so-called perception is actually a general term for the 5 senses of the human body, including vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. As an evolver in the second stage of evolution, Li Ju's hearing is already extraordinary. At this moment, as Li Ju listened attentively, he noticed a faint movement behind the rolling door. That was the sound of people talking. Li Ju looked at the two corpses on the ground, then at the locked rolling door, and some bad thoughts arose in his mind. Lu Meng will act according to circumstances. What? Act according to circumstances? Lu Meng was still observing the corpse when he suddenly heard Li Ju's reminder. Hearing this incoherent sentence, Lu Meng was confused for a moment. Without waiting for Lu Meng to react, Li Ju took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to knock on the rolling door. Bang, bang, bang! The rolling door was hit and suddenly made a loud noise. Some zombies had heard the sound and came over. When they saw the two of them, they raised their heads and roared, and started to rush over. Li Ju was still listening. He heard hurried footsteps and hurried conversations coming from behind the rolling door. Although separated by a rolling door, Li Ju could still hear the conversation between the survivors inside. Old dog, is there someone outside? Should I open the door? Are you crazy? Do you know how many zombies there are outside? What if you attract zombies here? Do you want to become food for the zombies? Should we ask Brother Yu? Go to the backyard and see if there are any women here. Brother Yu said he only wants women. Listening to the conversation inside the door, Li Ju remained calm and slammed the shutter door again, shouting loudly. Help! Open the door! Lu Meng on the side was a little dumbfounded. He looked at Li Ju with a blank expression and a cold look, but he begged for mercy and help in a vivid voice. Quite funny. However, after hearing Li Ju's cry for help, everyone behind the shutter door paused, and then the sound of conversation sounded again. Fuck, they're 2 men! Then don't let them in, let the zombies eat them. I thought there would be a woman. What bad luck. But the taste of that chick in the yard is really... Hee hee. Do you think they saw the remains of the couple? I'm sure they saw us, right at the door. They deserve it, for letting us in. Hee hee, the last people you can trust in the apocalypse are other people. Listening to the conversation of everyone inside the door, Li Ju's eyes became colder. He could probably guess the origin of the 2 corpses at the door. The 2 corpses were probably the original owners of the supermarket, who hid in the supermarket to survive after the apocalypse. This group of people fled here, and the supermarket owner took them in out of kindness. What was unexpected was that this group of people were so vicious that after entering the supermarket, they turned around and killed the original owner of the supermarket who took them in. It's not that they were stupid. In the peaceful times, the officials of Xia State had a strong control over order. The couple thought that this doomsday would soon pass and rescue from the government, and the military would arrive soon. But who could have known that this doomsday was sweeping the world, and the government and the military were so overwhelmed with their own affairs that they had no time and energy to rescue the survivors. All we can say is that they did not have a clear understanding of what the end of the world was, and were not sufficiently vigilant or prepared. So, they died like this. Are the people inside the door wrong? If it were before the end of the world, in times of peace, they would all be sentenced to death. But in the end times, only those who are fierce enough, ruthless enough, and crazy enough can survive. The redemption camp founded by Li Ju is like an ivory tower, protecting all the survivors and isolating them from the dangers of the end of the world. It was not until now that Li Ju truly understood what human nature was. Chapter 51, Show Mercy. Bang, bang, bang! They knocked on the rolling door again. The surrounding zombies had surrounded Li Ju and Lu Meng, but no matter how Li Ju shouted for help, the rolling door never opened. Even the laughter of several people could be heard from inside the rolling door. Those of you out there, you're just unlucky. Now that you've met us, you better be more cautious in your next life. Ha! Li Ju stopped knocking on the door and looked gloomy. Seeing the expression on Li Ju's face, Lu Meng took a breath. If nothing unexpected happened, this place would soon face destruction. After scanning the zombies around him, Li Ju opened his right hand, and countless electric currents flew out from his palm in an instant, landing accurately on each zombie. Under the high-intensity electric shock, the zombies twitched wildly, and then turned into black charcoal and fell to the ground. After dealing with the annoying zombies, Li Ju turned his attention to the rolling door again. Then, Li Ju raised his right fist and swung towards the rolling door. Accumulate and release violently. Bang! A huge explosion and the creaking sound of the rolling door deforming were heard at the same time, and the rolling door was punched through by Li Ju. The noise caused by this punch scared the people behind the door. For a moment, they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Li Ju didn't intend to give them time to think and immediately threw a second punch. The third punch. After 3 punches, the rolling door was deformed and twisted beyond recognition, and the part connecting to the gate above was shaky and could fall off at any time. Li Ju sneered, raised his right foot, and kicked hard. Bang! The rolling door could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed. The falling rolling door made a loud noise, and countless dust and sand were splashed up, blocking the view. Old dog, why don't you go and see what's going on? A bearded man pushed the old dog and took a few steps back without showing any expression. Damn, why don't you go and see? Do you want me to die? Li Go was not polite at all. He picked up a drink bottle on the ground and threw it forward. With a pop, the drink bottle fell to the ground, and at the same time 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone could see the true faces of the 2 figures. They were Li Ju and Lu Meng. Something's wrong, bearded man, go and call brother Yu. The old dog narrowed his eyes and motioned the bearded man behind him to go to the backyard. The bearded man was eager to get away from danger, so he ran away immediately and left the crowd. Li Ju looked coldly at the people in front of him. Including the bearded man who had just left and the brother Yu they were talking about, there were 7 people in total. At this moment, the skinny middle-aged man named Lao Go was in the leading position, constantly looking at Li Ju. Who are you? Lao Go decided to find out the origins of the person in front of him first. He had always had a sharp eye and had already noticed the black charcoal scattered on the ground outside. The one who killed you. Li Ju had a blank expression on his face, but suddenly a blue electric light flashed in his eyes. 5 lightning snakes flew out at lightning speed and entangled several people. Awaya! Under the electric shock of the razor, the 5 people rolled their eyes, convulsed all over, and screamed in pain. In just 3 seconds, 5 pieces of black charcoal appeared on the ground. Then, Li Ju walked into the supermarket. Lu Meng swallowed and looked at the 5 charred bodies with some horror. After this period of training, Lu Meng has grown a lot. He dares to fight alone in the face of zombies. But this is his first time to kill someone. Previously, Li Wu had his arms crippled by Li Ju and was driven out of the camp. He eventually died from being eaten by zombies. And this time, Lu Meng witnessed Li Ju killing someone with his own eyes. Since the boss killed them, it means these people are not good people and deserve to die. The boss can't be wrong. Lu Meng kept repeating this thought in his mind, and quickly adjusted his mentality, following Li Ju into the supermarket. Brother Yu, it's them! At this time, inside the supermarket, the voice of a bearded man was heard from a small door leading to the backyard. Afterwards, the bearded man and a burly man with a fat face walked through the small door and came into the supermarket, just in time to meet Li Juren. Where are Lao Go and the others? Damn, they couldn't have run away! The bearded man looked around but did not see any of the 5 people from before, and immediately started cursing. Shut up, old man! Wan Yu kicked the bearded man hard, then walked calmly to Li Ju, lowered his head slightly and looked at Li Ju. Li Ju's body benefited from the awakening of the giant bloodline and underwent secondary development, from 1.78 meters to 1.82 meters. But even so, Wan Yu was still a head taller than Li Ju, at a height of 1.9 meters. Different from Li Ju, who looks thin when dressed but has muscles when undressed, Wan Yu's body is almost all fat wrapped in muscles, which makes his body not only burly but also more oppressive. What's the matter, kid? Wan Yu did not rush to attack Li Ju. Instead, he asked in a restrained manner. This person has the aura of a superior. I have only felt this aura in Master Gui-san. This person is definitely not a simple person. He dares to walk in the apocalypse, and is not afraid of the threat of zombies. I think they have some special skills. First, find out their intentions. It's not advisable to make enemies with them. If we can resolve it peacefully, that would be the best. If we must resort to violence. Thinking of this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Wan Yu's eyes. I, Wan Yu, have been in the underworld for so many years, living on the edge of a knife. If they must take action, I don't mind letting them know why I am called General Yu. Li Ju naturally didn't know what Wan Yu was thinking, so he just replied calmly. I'm not happy with you, so I'll take your head. Hearing this, Wan Yu couldn't help but laugh. I laughed out of anger. Although he didn't want to conflict with Li Ju, it didn't mean that Wan Yu was afraid. Boy, it seems that I have given you the face by making you feel that you are capable enough to brag to me. Wan Yu grinned and stretched out his palm as big as a palm fan to grab Li Ju. Seeing this, the bearded man on the side also turned his target to Lu Meng. In his opinion, this skinny yellow-haired boy looked easy to bully. How could he, as a younger brother, just stand there and do nothing while Wan Yu dealt with Li Ju? Puff! Now it was Lu Meng's turn to laugh. No, buddy, who gave you the courage? Looking at the bearded man in front of him, Lu Meng lifted his drooping yellow hair and showed a sarcastic smile on his face. That expression looked as if he deserved a beating. Before the bearded man could react, Lu Meng slapped him in the face with a big slap. Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard as the bearded man was slapped by Lu Meng. The huge force caused his body to spin twice on the spot, and then he fell to the ground with stars in his eyes. Then, Lu Meng flashed in front of Wan Yu and stretched out his right hand to grab Wan Yu's hand that was grabbing Li Ju. Don't think that Lu Meng always acts silly and likes to lick Li Ju in front of her. But he is an evolver who has awakened the werewolf bloodline and psychic power after all. He is a leader who follows Li Ju in the forefront of the evolutionary path. Deal with these ordinary people? More than enough. Chapter 52. The knife falls with a swift movement. You! Wan Yu looked at Lu Meng with some doubt, then his face turned ferocious, and he kept exerting force with his right hand in an attempt to break free from Lu Meng's restraints. However, no matter how Wan Yu struggled or twisted his wrist, Lu Meng's hand locked Wan Yu tightly like an iron clamp, unshakable. Even if Wan Yu used both hands, it was still of no use. No, buddy, have you not eaten? You look tall and strong, but in fact, you are sissy and have no strength at all. Lu Meng had a teasing smirk on his face and kept provoking Wan Yu. Mad! Mad! Wan Yu was burning with anger, and his face turned red in an instant. He stared at Lu Meng with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, as if he wanted to swallow Lu Meng in one bite. You, brother, you! After lying on the ground for a long time, the bearded man finally stood up, but he saw a very shocking scene. General Yu, who was usually so high and mighty, was now being manipulated like a chicken. Even if he was stupid, he could see the situation clearly at this time. "Brothers, please spare my life. Wan Yu and the others and I are irreconcilable. It's just that the end of the world is dangerous, and I have to rely on Wan Yu for survival. Looking at the bearded man kneeling on the ground and crying loudly, shouting that he was innocent, Li Ju chuckled and thought of the bearded man's face just now. Arrogant, greedy, ugly, and taking advantage of others. "This is human nature," Li Ju murmured softly. His eyes passed through the small door behind Wan Yu and saw the female corpse lying motionless on the ground. The female corpse was meticulously dressed, with bruises and scars all over her body, and her eyes were never closed. Die with eyes open. Li Ju raised his right hand and pointed it at the bearded man. The next moment, a palm thunder flew out. Boom! The palm thunder landed accurately on the bearded man, and then exploded. Countless flesh and blood flew all over the sky, like a bloody cherry blossom rain. "You!" Seeing Li Ju using the thunder spirit energy, Wan Yu's pupils suddenly shrank into needles, and he exclaimed in horror. "You are also an evolver!" "You too? What do you mean? Have you seen other evolvers?" Li Ju raised his eyebrows and looked at Wan Yu. At this moment, Wan Yu also knew that there was no way he could defeat the two evolvers. The only way he could have a chance of survival was to cooperate with them. He gritted his teeth, made a face full of reluctance, and finally answered. "After the zombie virus broke out, I fled with many of my brothers. At that time, I had about 20 men under my command. There were too many zombies, so I took my men to hide here and there, and accidentally came to a martial arts gym. The owner of that martial arts school is definitely not an ordinary person. He can climb walls and fly over rooftops, lift huge rocks with one hand, and is not afraid of swords, guns, sticks, or clubs. The most important thing is that the master of the martial arts hall can actually breathe fire. It's not some kind of trick or magic show, it's just spurting fire out of the mouth. That flame burned several zombies to death. The gym owner told me that he was an evolver, and this special ability was called psychic power. After seeing the gym owner's extraordinary strength, many of my men chose to stay in the gym and seek his protection. I didn't want to be inferior to others, so I left the gym with a few brothers who were willing to follow me, wandered all the way, and finally settled here." Li Ju nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, the martial arts gym owner had also discovered the secret of evolutionary crystals, and thus embarked on the road of evolution. As a martial arts master who has been training hard for many years, the owner of the martial arts gym has a physical fitness that surpasses that of ordinary people. With the help of evolutionary crystals, it is natural and logical for him to break through the first level of the human body's limit. "Where is the martial arts school?" "Wuji Martial Arts School, Rosewood Street, 2nd Ring Road, East District, Yahai City." "Rosewood Street? It's about 20 kilometers away from here." The map of Yahai City appeared in Li Ju's mind. The two were now above the south bank of Yahai River. If they went northwest, they would return to the redemption camp. If they went directly north, they would reach Rosewood Street. To the northeast of Zeton Street, there is Haichao Port, which is where the military base is located. After silently planning the way forward, Li Ju came back to his senses from his contemplation and signaled Lu Meng to release his hand that was holding Wan Yu. Snort! Lu Meng snorted coldly, withdrew his hand and stood sideways behind Li Ju, looking at Wan Yu with a cold expression. Wan Yu looked at the black charcoal all over the ground, and couldn't help but smile flatteringly. "Brother, please be generous and let me go. If you have any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." "Yeah?" Li Ju spoke lightly, walked through the small door without looking back, and went to the backyard. Seeing this, Wan Yu hurriedly followed and then saw Li Ju stopped in front of the female corpse. "Don't be surprised, brother. My brothers have been holding it in for too long, and we finally met a woman, so we captured her and released her. We didn't expect this woman to be so useless. She was killed in just half a day." Wan Yu apologized with a smile. In his eyes, Li Ju was a high-ranking man who had been in the gang for many years and killed people without blinking an eye. He was not surprised by such things. "Brother, you know that before the apocalypse, human life was worth very little. Moreover, now is the apocalypse, and human lives are like weeds on the roadside. You can cut them in a handful." Li Ju nodded in agreement. Wan Yu saw this and struck while the iron was hot, saying, "If you need a woman to relieve your fatigue, I will go find those female survivors right away. Just give me an address and I will guarantee to send the women over." This was Wan Yu's little trick, an attempt to escape. Once Li Ju agreed, he would leave immediately. What's the point of searching for a woman? Her life is not as important as his own. You're right. In the end times, human life is worthless and not worth mentioning. So how much is your life worth? As soon as the words fell, the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy and dark, and a storm was about to come. In the last days, my words are the truth. A roar like thunder resounded through the sky. Li Ju turned around, and bright blue lightning flashed in his eyes, as if a god had descended to the earth. The majestic power of heaven is like a divine punishment. The next moment, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky and landed accurately on Wan Yu. Wan Yu is dead. There is not even a slag left. The bright lightning illuminated Li Ju's face, which was full of endless dignity, majesty, and the indifference of judging the world. Lu Mang, bury her. After taking back the thunder energy, Li Ju walked into the bedroom in the backyard, found a bed, lay down, closed his eyes and rested. Upon hearing this, Lu Mang hurriedly activated the spiritual energy of the earth, and immediately a crack appeared in the ground, swallowing the female corpse. Afterwards, Lu Mang also found a bed, sat on it, and quietly watched the scene outside the door. As Li Ju fell asleep, the wind howled outside and heavy rain fell in an instant. The violent rain washed away all traces, just like Li Ju's heart, which was in turmoil. Chapter 53 Why Not? My name is Li Ju, and I was born in an ordinary family in Jiangnan City, Xia Country. I was a premature baby, so shortly after I was born, my mother died due to various pregnancy complications. My father was so grief-stricken and heartbroken that he chose to jump off the building. He was an irresponsible father. He ignored my young child and went to his death resolutely. He was a reckless son. His grandparents were still alive, but he let them bury their young children. But he is also a passionate man. I don't resent my father. Everyone is independent and has his or her own choices. Fortunately, my grandparents did not abandon me, but raised me. I lived up to the expectations of my parents and was admitted to Yahai University of Finance and Economics. Yahai University of Finance and Economics is the top university in Yahai City and also the top university in the entire Xia Country, famous for its finance major. However, before I could complete my studies and start to develop my talents, my grandmother unfortunately passed away due to overwork. I was very confused, but my grandfather was there to accompany me and support me. But when I graduated from Yahai University of Finance and Economics, my grandfather also passed away. So, I became a lonely person. After graduation, I went to work in a company. My meager salary forced me to run around for a living every day. But I did not get discouraged because of this. My grandfather's education and companionship since I was a child taught me that this is how life is, and there is no need to deny one's efforts because of a temporary failure. Similarly, my grandfather also taught me why we are called human beings. Life hasn't gotten back on track yet, and a sudden virus swept the world. This virus is extremely contagious. Almost 90% of the world's human population has been infected by the virus, turning into monsters that feed on human flesh and blood. Therefore, this virus is called the zombie virus, and the humans infected by the zombie virus are called zombies. In the doomsday, I accidentally awakened the strongest bloodline system. The bloodline tapped the giant bloodline hidden in my body and gave me the power to be fearless of infection and invincible in the world. With the help of this power, I was able to thrive in the apocalypse, and at the same time, I established a redemption camp to shelter the survivors. Of course, this also contained my selfish motives. But this makes sense, it's just an equal exchange. They need my strength to fight the zombies, and I need them to collect evolution crystals for me. Win-win cooperation. Under my protection, the survivors lived in harmony. Even if there were some troublemakers, I killed them as an example and fed them to the zombies. Under such circumstances, the situation in the camp was almost the same as before the apocalypse. Although they lived in a rather miserable state, at least they lived like human beings. It was not until today that I realized that this is the end of the world, and not a joke. The supermarket owner who kindly took others and was instead driven out of his home and eaten by zombies to death on the roadside. Innocent survivors sought help but were tortured to death by the crowd. Admittedly, these dead people have nothing to do with me. We have never met each other and never even knew each other existed. Admittedly, there is nothing wrong with what these people did. In the end times, moral laws have completely collapsed, human nature is distorted, and the only way to survive is to do whatever it takes. But I just feel unhappy. People should at least live like human beings. If we abandon even the essence of being human, what is the difference between us and zombies? Since there is no difference, you are zombies, and I just killed a few zombies. Is there a problem? No problem! Lu Meng chuckled, took out a bottle of milk and some food from his backpack and handed it to me. Li Ju. He picked up a sandwich and started to eat it. He looked like a starving ghost who wanted to eat himself to death. Li Ju shook his head helplessly, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the end times, people feel depressed, and it is really good to have a lively person like Lu Meng. Human comfort dog. Boss, where are we going next? Should we go back to the camp to rest for a while? Lu Meng asked Li Ju hesitantly while stuffing food into his mouth. Li Ju took a sip of milk and recalled what Wan Yu said before he died. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Go to Wuji Martial Arts Hall and try to contact the Evolver. If possible, invite him to join the camp. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be quite a few survivors gathered in Wuji Martial Arts School. With the addition of the powerful martial arts school owner, their joining will be a great improvement to the camp. Similarly, these are also an excellent group of candidates for building the city." Hearing this, Lu Meng's mouth twitched constantly, and he almost choked on his saliva. I originally thought that Li Ju was just mentioning it casually, but I didn't expect that Li Ju really had this idea and was already preparing for it. What is this for? Are they arresting people to build the Great Wall? Lu Meng could already imagine himself working hard to build the earthen wall, while the people around him rushed forward to reinforce and modify the wall in various ways. Well, that's quite interesting. After simply filling their stomachs, Li Ju led Lu Meng to get on the black motorcycle again, ready to ride to Wuji Martial Arts School. Ka ka ka. The handlebars of the motorcycle were twisted several times, and the sound of the engine starting continued to be heard, but the motorcycle did not move. Li Ju lowered his head and looked at the oil gauge. The needle had already fallen on the 0 line. This car is out of gas. Li Ju had a dark face and had to get off the motorcycle. He said to Lu Meng, "The car is out of gas. Let's find a nearby gas station and fill up some gas before we go." Okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng took out his mobile phone, opened the map and prepared to navigate. However, after waiting for a long time, the map navigation was still blank and nothing was displayed. Don't try it. Satellite positioning and signals are paralyzed. I suspect that these zombie viruses have the ability to block the communication system. Now the only thing that can be used normally is wired electricity. Li Ju stepped forward, grabbed the base of the motorcycle with one hand, and then lifted the motorcycle in front of Lu Meng's stunned expression. That's right, one hand lifted the motorcycle and held it above his head. You should know that the average weight of a motorcycle is between 300 and 500 kilograms, which is nearly half a ton. Although Lu Meng himself could lift the motorcycle, it was only the result of momentary explosive force. How could he lift it as easily as Li Ju? Moreover, looking at Li Ju's expressionless face, lifting a motorcycle seemed like a trivial matter. But boss, I've never been here before, and I don't even know where the gas station is, Lu Meng said with a bitter face. Haha, isn't this easy? Li Ju smiled faintly, then bent his legs slightly, and the next moment he bounced up and leaped 10 meters high. You know, at this moment Li Ju is holding a motorcycle weighing at least 300 kilograms in his hand. Is the boss still a human being? Lu Meng swallowed and scratched his head. With the help of high-altitude vision, Li Ju quickly found a gas station through the gap between the buildings. Chapter 54, Encountering an Acquaintance. Such a strange combination appeared on the streets where zombies were roaming. A young man carrying a black motorcycle was walking in front, and a young man with a head full of yellow hair was following behind. The two of them were walking on the street unscrupulously, one in front and one behind. The streets were densely populated with zombies roaming around. When they saw the two humans, they immediately howled to the sky and rushed towards them. Then I saw the young man carrying the black motorcycle raised his left arm and opened his palm, shooting out countless blue lightning balls like a machine gun. The lightning ball fell into the zombie group and exploded immediately, with countless blue lightning snakes ejected indiscriminately. Every time a thunderball falls, it will clear out a large area of corpses. No zombie could get close to the two of them. These zombies are just like cockroaches. You can never kill them all. Li Ju's expression was cold. He estimated the distance to the gas station in his mind and immediately quickened his pace. As Li Ju accelerated, the frequency of the lasers shot out from his palm became higher and higher, and the roar of the explosion became louder and louder. Several pairs of eyes looked at Li Ju from afar through the window. "Is the military here to help?" a young woman lying on the ground in the dim room asked. Her left arm was broken and tied up with bandages, and her face was weak and pale. "Sister Lu, there are 2 survivors," a girl lying on the window answered, her expression shocked and full of disbelief. "Find a way to remind them that too much noise will attract a large number of zombies. Even with fire suppression, they won't gain any advantage." Hearing this, the woman lying on the ground judged that the 2 survivors outside might have heavy firepower and a large amount of ammunition, and were currently clearing the zombies on the streets. However, these zombies cannot be killed completely, and the best option is to temporarily avoid them. However, the girl who told the woman the situation immediately interrupted her and said in a trembling voice, "Sister Lu, those 2 people have nothing and are walking on the street with bare hands. The leader is holding a black motorcycle in one hand and shooting thunderballs out of thin air with the other hand. Those explosions were caused by the explosion of thunderballs." "What?" The woman was startled when she heard this. She supported herself on the ground and prepared to get up, regardless of her weak body due to the heavy bleeding from the amputation. The 2 girls reacted quickly, helped the woman up, and came to the window. Through the window, the woman also saw the scene on the street clearly. "Boom! Boom! Who's looking at me?" Li Ju, who was having a lot of fun, felt something in his heart. His strong perception allowed him to quickly discover the source of the feeling of being peeped at. Li Ju turned his head and saw 3 heads leaning against the windows of a 20-story building, staring at him. There were 3 women, about the same age, around 20 years old. Especially the woman in the middle, although her face was pale and bloodless, her beautiful appearance could still be seen. Her frail look made her look even more delicate, making people feel sympathy for her. The moment he saw her, Li Ju raised his eyebrows with a look of surprise. This is an acquaintance, and Li Ju is quite familiar with her. "Lu Ruyan? Why is she here?" Yes, this person is Li Ju's college alumnus and classmate of the same major. Lu Ruyan was ranked first among the 4 campus beauties in Yunhai University of Finance and Economics in her first year of admission, and she held the title for 4 consecutive years. During her 4 years at Yunhai University of Finance and Economics, Lu Ruyan had countless suitors. Because of a performance at an event, she became famous outside the circle and became famous in all the colleges and universities in Yunhai City. What is even more enviable is that Lu Ruyan is the only daughter in the family. Her father Lu Anghua founded the Lu Group, which is a real giant enterprise in Xia State. This is not the end yet. Lu Ruyan's grandfather, Lu Zhengwo, was once the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Military of Xia State. Although he has now retired to the second line, his influence in the military is still huge. Do you think this is the end? There is much more. Lu Ruyan's mother came from the North Star, the capital of Xia State, and was a descendant of a large family. This family had a long history, and its history could even be traced back to before the founding of Xia State. It can be said that Lu Ruyan was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. In addition, as the only daughter in the family, Lu Ruyan is loved by her parents, and is also talented and hardworking. This is truly a gifted girl from heaven. However, such a gifted girl had a 2-year-long relationship with Li Ju. However, Li Ju, who knew very well that the 2 had completely different identities and were not from the same world, finally chose to break up with Lu Ruyan and return to an ordinary life because he could not bear the pressure and the influence of his grandfather's death. For a moment, countless memories flashed through Li Ju's mind, and finally stopped on the day of the breakup, turning into a sigh. Her hand is broken? Li Ju, who had excellent eyesight, saw at a glance that Lu Ruyan's left arm was wrapped in bandages. There was nothing under the bandage, and the entire forearm disappeared. It's him! Lu Ruyan, who was in a high building, was extremely shocked, and she also recognized the true identity of the person below. Sister Lu, what's wrong with you? The round-faced girl next to her saw Lu Ruyan's expression change and thought it was related to the wound, so she asked with concern. It's okay. Lu Ruyan shook her head and continued to watch Li Ju. The reason why these 3 weak women who are powerless were able to survive in the zombie-filled apocalypse is thanks to Lu Ruyan's psychic power. That's right, Lu Ruyan is also an evolver, and has awakened her psychic powers. In fact, she had already embarked on the road of evolution long before the apocalypse broke out. Lu Ruyan's psychic power is called space cutting, which is a psychic power with extremely terrifying lethality. She can instantly create a space blade that is invisible to the naked eye to fight against the enemy. So far, no material can resist the cutting of the space blade. Relying on this spiritual power, Lu Ruyan took the 2 of them to hide from place to place and survived until now. She was even unfortunately bitten on the arm by a zombie during a battle. In order to avoid being infected and becoming a zombie, Lu Ruyan cut off her right arm on the spot in exchange for her life. Li Ju withdrew his gaze and looked at the endless and still increasing number of zombies. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Li Ju threw the motorcycle aside and stretched his body. Lu Mang, take the motorcycle away, so that the battle later won't damage the motorcycle, Li Ju said calmly while rushing towards the tide of zombies. When Lu Mang saw that Li Ju was retreating instead of advancing, he instantly realized that Li Ju was ready to start cleaning, so he immediately dragged his motorcycle to an unmanned shop nearby. Sure enough, as Li Ju got closer and closer to the tide of zombies, his body was also changing little by little. When Li Ju entered the tide of zombies, a huge giant who was more than 4 meters tall and covered in white bone armor appeared in his place. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. The killing began. Chapter 55. The brothers' position is hard to preserve. The clear sky suddenly turned gloomy, thick dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. In the rain, a huge giant more than 4 meters tall stood among the tide of zombies. His white bone armor looked like the armor of a god of war, which was terrifying. After entering the giant form, Li Ju felt a burning flame in his heart, which had been burning his heart for a long time. At this moment, after the anger was amplified by the giant bloodline, Li Ju could no longer control the murderous intent in his heart, and completely turned into a killing machine, reaping the lives of countless zombies. Roar! The zombies roared and screamed, and the giant also roared to the sky, then slapped them down, and several zombies turned into meat paste on the spot. Looking at the zombies who were not afraid of death, the giant opened his arms and aimed at the tide of zombies. The next moment, endless electric light was released from the giant's palms, and the violent thunder swept everything around. In the rain, only the blue lightning was clearly visible. Thunder, purgatory! The giant roared, and more lightning snakes rolled over, turning into a violent sea of thunder. After releasing lightning for 5 minutes, the giant stopped activating his lightning energy. Countless white mists rose from the giant's body, and heat also emanated from the joints of his white bone armor. There were about hundreds of zombies in the zombie tide, but now only 2 or 3 zombies are left. The black charcoal left on the ground is the only trace of the existence of those zombies. After the battle was resolved, the giant raised his hand, and countless blood-red pentahedral crystals suddenly floated in the black charcoal. These crystals seemed to have self-awareness, and they flew into the giant's hand and became part of the giant's energy replenishment. After absorbing the evolution crystal, the giant slowly shrank and returned to the form of Li Ju. Come out, let's go find a few people. Li Ju waved to Lu Mang in the shop, then turned around and walked in front, heading towards the high-rise building where Lu Ruyan was. Here comes the boss. Lu Mang grinned and followed, dragging his black motorcycle. Soon, Li Ju arrived at the tall building. Starry Sky Building. Li Ju looked at the LED sign hanging on the high-rise building, and his mind was filled with thoughts. This high-rise building was originally a commercial building, and it must have been operating normally before the doomsday, so there must be a lot of zombies in the building. But what if there are more zombies? When Li Ju saw Lu Meng following him, he stopped hesitating and reached out to lift Lu Meng's neck. "Boss, what are you doing?" Lu Meng, who was lifted up like a chick, was confused and looked at Li Ju at a loss. A strange smile appeared on Li Ju's face, and the next moment, he lifted Lu Meng and jumped into the sky. "Shit! Help!" The sudden leap made Lu Meng extremely frightened. In addition, he was held up by Li Ju and lost control of his body. This feeling of helplessness made Lu Meng even more frightened. "Although I know Li Ju won't hurt me, but..." "Boss, I'm afraid of heights." Bang! Li Ju landed on the window guardrail, then broke the iron railing as thick as his forearm with his bare hands, and rolled into it with Lu Meng. Lu Rian and the other two in the room were already stunned by Li Ju's actions. They did not come to their senses until Li Ju broke in through the window. They all looked at Li Ju with vigilance. "It's outrageous. Too outrageous." Lu Meng, who was tormented and dizzy, half knelt on the ground, retching continuously. After finally recovering, he stood up with a choke and looked at the three girls. "Haha, you guys are so handsome, right? I'm the boss, but this..." Lu Meng, whose face was as pale as Lu Rian, showed his signature smile and stretched out his hand to give a thumbs up. "Okay, don't be afraid, I know him." Lu Rian spoke softly to the two girls, signaling them to let down their guard and not worry. Li Ju looked at Lu Rian in front of him with a complicated expression. "How come you are here? And one of your hands is broken?" After a moment's silence, Li Ju spoke first to break the silence. Lu Rian's home is located in the city center of Yahai City. The community is called Yungong. Those who are qualified and able to live in Yungong are the top of the top in Yahai City. Not everyone with money can live there. "Before the doomsday broke out, Xiao He and Xiao Lian came here to eat, but we didn't expect the zombie virus to suddenly break out." Lu Ruyan showed a wry smile on her face. Looking at her ex in front of her, her heart was filled with emotion. The big boy who once lacked self-confidence and came from a difficult family has now turned into a giant who ignores zombies and mows down enemies in the apocalypse. Fate is unpredictable and unpredictable. "What about your hand?" "While avoiding zombies, I was ambushed by a mutated zombie, which bit my hand. In order to avoid being infected, I had to cut off my arm." Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly and couldn't help coughing. Her body, which was bleeding heavily due to the amputation, could no longer support itself, and she fell backwards after shaking a few times. "Sister Lu!" The two girls exclaimed and were about to step forward to support Lu Ruyan. However, someone was one step faster than them. Li Ju flashed to Lu Ruyan's side, put his arms around her waist, and stabilized her body. Seeing Lu Ruyan in a semi-conscious state, Li Ju's heart tightened. His lips moved slightly, and he finally said, "You two will die if you stay here. Come with us." The two girls looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Lu Ruyan's condition is very bad, and there is no medicine to stop the bleeding here. If she continues like this, she won't be able to hold on for long." Seeing that the two were still hesitating, Li Ju said seriously, "I have set up a survivor camp where many survivors have gathered. If you are willing, I can take you back to the camp to get shelter." The round-faced girl looked at the unconscious Lu Ruyan and said to the girl beside her, "Sister Lu said she knew him, and they have no ill intentions. You just saw that he can turn into a giant. We will die if we stay here, and we will die if we go out. It's better to follow him, maybe there is a way to survive." The other girl nodded in agreement. Seeing that both of them had made their choice, Li Ju no longer wasted time, jumped out of the window, and brought Lu Meng and Lu Rian back to the ground. Following the same procedure, Li Ju brought the two girls down as well. The motorcycle has not had time to be refueled, but even if it was refueled, it would not be enough for use now. There are 5 of us in the group, and one motorcycle alone cannot carry them all. Of course, there are always more solutions than problems. Li Ju smashed the window of a car on the roadside with one punch, crushed the head of the zombie sitting in the driver's seat, and then threw the body out. Open the car door, turn the key, and the car starts smoothly. "You're in luck, get in the car." Li Ju held the steering wheel and urged everyone. Chapter 56 Return to Camp. Ding ding ding! The white car braked suddenly and stopped at the south gate of Pinyin Community. Pinyin Community at this time has undergone considerable changes compared to before the doomsday. The gate of the community, which was originally open, is now blocked by 3 cars, many sandbags and cement bags fill the gaps, and more than 10 branches are placed across the gate. Although these simple arrangements cannot completely prevent the invasion of zombies, they do play a certain role in resistance. At the crack of the gate, 2 members of the law enforcement department quietly waited there, monitoring the situation outside at any time. If there were signs of a large number of zombies gathering, they would issue a warning immediately. These 2 members of the law enforcement department are also old acquaintances. They are the members of the previous patrol team, Yifan and Shihao. The sound of the car horn instantly made the 2 of them alert. Yifan quickly observed the situation outside the south gate through the gap. Soon, Yifan saw 2 familiar faces getting out of a white car. The founder and manager of the Redemption Camp, the camp's strongest evolver, the chief mentor on the road to evolution, and the invincible giant Li Ju. And Li Ju's bootlicker, Lu Meng. Li Ju opened the car door, took out the unconscious Lu Ruyan from the back seat, and jumped into the Pinyin community. "Boss! You're back!" Yifan shuddered and quickly greeted Li Ju. "You guys go and pick up Lu Meng, I'll take the injured to treat their injuries." Li Ju nodded, and disappeared from Yifan and Shihao's sight in a few jumps. Yifan and Shihao looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "Hey! Yifan! What are you standing there for? Open the door for me!" Lu Meng shouted outside the door. He had already seen several zombies coming towards him following the sound. "No, man, the south gate has been blocked. Not to mention coming in, we can't even get out." Through the gap, Yifan responded to Lu Meng's greeting helplessly. "My hair?" Lu Meng was stunned. He looked at the gate composed of obstacles nearly 3 meters high and was speechless for a moment. Turning around to look at the 2 girls, they also noticed the zombies and approached Lu Meng timidly. "Oh, really?" Lu Meng sighed, touching the werewolf's heart, and instantly turned into a werewolf covered with hair. Ouch! The long-awaited transformation made Lu Meng unable to help but howl with pleasure. Feeling the power surging through his body, Lu Meng licked his lips excitedly and looked at the 2 girls. "You!" The 2 people who witnessed Lu Meng's transformation were shocked and trembled for a moment, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, they had seen Li Ju turning into a giant before, so they were more able to withstand the fact that Lu Meng could also transform. However, there are still differences between the 2. When Li Ju turned into a giant, they were in a high building, watching from afar. However, Lu Meng's transformation happened in front of the 2 of them, which was more intuitive. "I'll send you in first." Lu Meng smiled, and his eyes turned into vertical pupils that reflected the figures of the 2 people. Afterwards, Lu Meng followed Li Ju's example and jumped into the Pinyin community carrying 1 person in each hand. "Wow, Lu Meng, you also tried this trick?" Yifan was envious and wished he could show off his skills. "The boss taught me well," Lu Meng responded with a smile. Then he jumped out of Pinyin community and came to the side of the white car. Looking at the zombies slowly gathering together, Lu Meng licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his wolf eyes. "Boss, I didn't give you any chance to perform all along. Now that I finally have the chance, I must enjoy it to the fullest." As soon as he finished speaking, the werewolf pounced into the tide of zombies and began killing crazily. "Where is Dr. Sun?" Li Ju walked into the public area on the 4th floor of building number 1, where a dozen camp members were sitting and talking. "Director Lin Rui has planned a medical room on the 8th floor, and all the medicines and drugs have been moved into the medical room. Dr. Sun should also be on duty there." A clever camp member immediately found Lu Ruyan, who was unconscious with a broken arm, and quickly answered Li Ju's question. Dr. Sun's name is Sun Huichan. He was a general practitioner before the doomsday outbreak. He has been in the profession for 10 years and is very experienced. When the apocalypse broke out, Sun Huichan had just gotten off work and was eating in a restaurant. A sudden change swept through the restaurant, and many diners turned into zombies and began to kill blindly. Sun Huichan and several diners reacted quickly and hid in the kitchen, thus avoiding the tragic fate of becoming zombies. After hiding in the hotel for a few days, the food in the kitchen was exhausted and everyone had to move to another location to look for supplies. Fortunately, there is always a way out. During the transfer, Sun Huichan and others met the exploration team members of the Redemption Camp. After knowing that Sun Huichan was a doctor, they were immediately protected and returned to the camp. Soon, Sun Huichun saw the return of the manager of the redemption camp, a young man named Li Ju. Subsequently, the camp was reorganized and the third department was established. As the only doctor in the camp, Sun Huichun was assigned to the logistics department and began to organize the medical department and served as the director of the medical department. At this moment, Sun Huichun is counting the number of various medicines in the medical room. Bang! The door of the medical room was suddenly opened, and Li Ju walked into the medical room holding Lu Ruyan. Dr. Sun, I leave it to you. Li Ju immediately spotted Sun Huichun in a white coat and spoke quickly. Mr. Li, what's going on? Sun Huichun dragged out a simple plank bed without hesitation and motioned Li Ju to put Lu Ruyan on it. She was bitten by a zombie. In order to avoid infection, she cut off her right arm. Now she is in a coma due to heavy bleeding, Li Ju replied calmly. Don't worry, let me check it first. Sun Huichun took out sterilized scissors, a scalpel and other equipment, and skillfully removed the gauze on Lu Ruyan's right arm. Wow! What was exposed to the two men was a joint with only the right upper arm left. The forearm from the elbow down and the palm had disappeared, and the broken wound was neat and smooth, as if it had been cut off by some sharp weapon. Space cutting! Li Ju recalled Lu Ruyan's spiritual power in his mind. The situation is not good. The wound was not disinfected properly and has become inflamed and festered. Sun Huichun frowned, took out a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine and began to wipe the wound on his broken arm. Li Ju heard the sound and looked over, only to see that many pustules had grown at the broken wound. Several of the pustules had burst, and white pus was constantly oozing out. As the wound became more severe, Lu Ruyan's face became paler and paler, and her expression became distorted, as if she was in great pain. Inflammation is not a big deal. There are enough antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs in the camp. The key is the heavy bleeding. Her physical condition is very bad. If she can't get a blood transfusion in time, I'm afraid she won't survive this disaster. Sun Huichun was examining and analyzing at the same time. The serious look on her face almost told Li Ju one thing. Lu Ruyan can't be saved. Chapter 57, Miraculous Rejuvenation. Listening to Sun Huichun's words, Li Ju's expression was solemn. He took out a handful of evolution crystals and said, Let her absorb the evolution crystals? This? Sun Huichun was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm just an ordinary doctor. I haven't even embarked on the road of evolution. I don't know anything about the things between evolvers. Maybe I can give it a try. What if it works? Hearing this, Li Ju picked up a scalpel from the table and chair beside him. A faint electric current quickly spread from Li Ju's fingertips and covered the surface of the scalpel. Immediately afterwards, Li Ju extended the scalpel to the rotten wound on Lu Ruyan's broken arm. Puff! With one cut of the knife, the white pustules and rotten flesh were cut off. The high temperature generated by the electric current provided an excellent bactericidal and disinfecting effect, and quickly charred the flesh around the wound, sealing the wound. It effectively alleviates the problem of continuous bleeding. Sun Huichun did not stand there in a daze. She quickly picked up a syringe, drew out antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, and injected them into Lu Ruyan one by one. After doing all this, Li Ju pinched the evolution crystal and pressed it on the wound on Lu Ruyan's arm. The evolution crystal glowed faintly, and the blood-red luster gradually dimmed. The energy contained in it gradually flowed into Lu Ruyan's body, providing her with an opportunity to evolve. However, this speed is extremely slow, far less than the speed at which ordinary people absorb evolutionary crystals. I observed the process of many survivors in the camp absorbing evolution crystals and did some research. I inferred that the absorption of evolution crystals requires the participation of a large amount of blood. The evolvers absorb the evolution crystals and transmit the energy throughout the body through blood circulation, thus assisting absorption. Sun Huichun looked at the evolution crystals and quickly deduced the conclusion. In the final analysis, this lady lost too much blood, and the effect of the evolution crystals was greatly reduced. If she cannot receive a blood transfusion in time, her chances of survival are still very slim. Mr. Li, do you know this lady's blood type? Typo. Li Ju gave the answer without hesitation. As lovers who had been together for 2 years, how could they not know each other's specific situation? Time is tight, and the facilities in the camp are simple, so I can't do a blood type test, Sun Hui-chun said seriously. The only way is to find someone with type O blood to give her a blood transfusion. Hearing this, Li Ju stood up and prepared to look for survivors in the camp who also had O blood type. Li Ju can't do that, he has type B blood, so he can only pretend to be cool all his life. The host can provide his own blood. After awakening the giant bloodline, the host's blood no longer has the traditional blood type classification. At the same time, the host's blood contains a lot of energy and powerful gene sequences. Transfusing the host's blood can achieve a certain degree of evolution. Because the giant bloodline is too strong, if the recipient cannot withstand the enhancement of the giant bloodline, their genes will collapse and they will die on the spot. The sudden prompt from the system made Li Ju stunned. He raised his eyebrows. He never thought that his blood had such a special effect. However, the risks are real. If you can't withstand the strengthening of the giant's blood, your genes will collapse and you will die on the spot. Li Ju fell into deep thought. There are currently 3 ways to save Lu Ruyan. One is to find a survivor with type O blood and give him a blood transfusion. This is the safest method, but it takes some time. Lu Ruyan's physical condition is very poor now, and she is relying on the evolution crystal to keep herself alive. Second, Li Ju gave him a blood transfusion. As long as he could withstand the enhancement of the giant ninja's blood, he would definitely be able to escape from the plight of near death. He could even turn a disaster into a blessing and evolve. Besides this, there is another way. That is to catalyze the hidden bloodline in Lu Ruyan's body and awaken her bloodline. For example, Lu Meng. After being catalyzed by Li Ju, Lu Meng awakened his werewolf bloodline and gained the ability to be immune to the zombie virus, thus avoiding being infected and becoming a zombie. However, the system catalyzes bloodline at a price. The authority and functions of the system are linked to Li Ju's bloodline. Currently, Li Ju only has the primary giant bloodline, and can catalyze the bloodline once a month. When Li Ju advances to the intermediate giant bloodline, this time will be shortened to once every 15 days. It has been less than 10 days since Li Ju catalyzed Lu Meng's werewolf bloodline, so Li Ju is temporarily unable to catalyze Lu Ruyan's bloodline through the system. In the end times, no one can ignore risks, nor can anyone rely on others. It is better to rely on oneself than on others. Only by becoming stronger can one gain a foothold in the end times. A gleam of light flashed in Li Ju's eyes. He returned to the bed and said to Sun Hui-chun, "Give me my blood." Mr. Li Yu. Sun Hui-chun was slightly stunned when she saw Li Ju coming back. Just do your best. As for whether she can survive, it depends on herself. Li Ju's expression returned to its usual calmness, and no emotion could be seen. Sun Hui-chun also understood that time waits for no one, and seeing Li Ju so determined, she immediately started the blood transfusion operation. After being disinfected, the simple blood transfusion equipment was used to pierce the arms of Li Ju and Lu Ruyan respectively, and the blood transfusion began. Because Li Ju's degree of evolution far exceeds that of ordinary people, coupled with the enhanced amplification of his giant bloodline, the blood-drawing needle cannot even penetrate Li Ju's skin. In desperation, Li Ju had to bite open the wound with his teeth before he could insert the blood-drawing needle. In fact, the wound had just appeared, and the next second it began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is because Li Ju's special ability high-speed healing was passively triggered. "Hey, Mr. Li, why is your blood this color?" Sun Hui-chun exclaimed in surprise as he watched Li Ju's blood pouring into Lu Ruyan's body through the pipe. When Li Ju heard the sound, he saw that in the transparent hose between them, the pale golden blood with a faint luster continued to flow, and was injected into the other end of the hose. Li Ju's heart moved. This was probably due to the influence of giant blood. When he first awakened to the giant bloodline, Li Ju was less affected by the giant bloodline and showed no significant characteristics. However, as the time for awakening the giant bloodline became longer and longer, the degree of evolution became deeper and deeper, and the giant bloodline became closer to the intermediate level, and many influences gradually appeared on Li Ju. The previous change in personality was only an internal manifestation, but now the change in blood color is an external manifestation. As the giant's blood continued to flow into Lu Ruyan's body, Lu Ruyan's face gradually became rosy after receiving the blood supplement, and she was no longer in the anemic state. But soon, something strange happened. Golden lines suddenly appeared on Lu Ruyan's arms. These lines seemed to have life and quickly spread all over Lu Ruyan's body. Whether it's the hands, face, or body, there are these golden lines everywhere. As a look of pain appeared on Lu Ruyan's face, these golden lines began to rise and fall slowly, as if they were breathing. Chapter 58, Regeneration of Broken Arm. Boom boom! Boom boom! A huge heartbeat was heard, and it was Lu Ruyan's heartbeat. The golden lines rose and fell with Lu Ruyan's breathing. Every time her heart beat, the golden lines would light up, just like the rhythm of her breathing. However, as these golden lines appeared, a look of pain rose in Lu Ruyan's brows and her face wrinkled involuntarily. As if unable to bear the pain, Lu Ruyan let out a faint moan. Sun Huichen on the side was already at a loss as to what to do. She was just an ordinary general practitioner. Even though she had treated many diseases and faced many cases, they all became so pale and powerless in the end times. Dr. Sun, stop the blood transfusion. Li Ju pulled out the needle that had pierced the blood vessel and instructed Sun Huichen. Ordinary blood transfusions require a large amount of blood. But Li Ju's blood was different, it was the blood of a giant. The huge energy contained in the blood of a giant was enough to make up for the lack of quantity. Quality over quantity. Sun Huichen was indeed an experienced doctor. She reacted quickly and rushed forward to remove the blood transfusion equipment and put a bandage on Lu Ruyan's wound. So, under the gaze of Li Ju and Sun Huichen, Lu Ruyan lay quietly on the bed, with golden lines on her body faintly visible. About half an hour later, Lu Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes. Before Li Ju could speak, a golden glow flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Her eyes were also covered with golden lines. Immediately afterwards, changes also occurred on Lu Ruyan's broken right arm. Countless granulations grew out of the wound where Li Ju had used thunder power to stop bleeding. This scene was very creepy, just like an alien creature. At the wound of the broken arm, a piece of white bone slowly grew longer. Originally it was just a piece of white bone, but those golden lines quickly spread along the wound to the new bone, and then the bone began to fork, and 5 fingers slowly grew out. The same was true for the granulation tissue, which grew slowly along the golden lines and gradually covered the new arm and hand bones. During this process, Li Ju could even see many spider web-like veins forming, followed by a large number of blood vessels spreading and interweaving. These are nerve cells and blood vessels. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes, and a brand new arm had grown from Lu Ruyan's broken arm. Apart from the fact that the skin color was slightly different from the original skin, there was nothing unusual about it. Oh my God! This is simply unbelievable! Sun Huichen, who was standing by, witnessed the scene of the severed arm being regenerated. She covered her mouth with both hands in shock, her eyes wide open. I have been practicing medicine for more than 10 years, but this is the first time I have seen such a miracle. Sun Huichen murmured to herself, not knowing that there was a deep yearning in her eyes. At this moment, Sun Huichen is looking forward to embarking on the road of evolution and becoming an evolver. Of course, what she didn't know was that ordinary evolvers didn't have the ability to regenerate a severed arm. The reason why Lu Ruyan was able to regenerate after having her severed arm was because she absorbed the giant blood of Li Ju. Giant's blood can allow the inheritor to evolve. This is similar to Western fantasy novels. After the dragon slayer kills the dragon, he bathes in the dragon's blood, which improves his body in all aspects, thus giving rise to special professions such as Dragon Blood Knight and Dragon Blood Swordsman. Perhaps Lu Ruyan, who absorbed the blood of the giant, can be called a little giant. After the broken arm was regenerated, the golden lines covering Lu Ruyan's body gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. Lu Ruyan sat on the bed in a daze. After a long time, she suddenly shuddered and regained consciousness. Looking at the good man Sun Huichen in front of her, Lu Ruyan subconsciously covered her chest and said, "Where am I?" More than a dozen fully armored vehicles were driving in the front, followed by many fully loaded jeeps. Both the armored vehicle and the jeep appeared scarred, with traces of dried blood covering their surfaces. The blood on some of the cars was still fresh. As the vehicles moved forward, the black blood dripped onto the ground, forming black plum blossoms of death. At this moment, in an armored vehicle, "General, We have evacuated 20 kilometers away from the base. The man in military uniform in the co-pilot seat spoke, holding a strangely shaped machine in one hand and constantly recording something in a notebook with the other hand. Qin Song, who was sitting in the back seat, had his eyes closed, but when he heard this, he immediately opened his eyes. It can be seen that the lieutenant general looks very bad, and his eyes are full of fatigue. About 10 days ago, a zombie virus broke out in Yunhai City and swept across the entire Yunhai City in just one day. Even though he had received intelligence from Jinling and Bizixing and had made sufficient preparations, it was not until the zombie virus actually broke out that Qin Song realized how terrifying it was. The entire Yunhai City's military system was completely paralyzed and in chaos. Just a few days ago, Qin Song was still stationed at the East District base of Haichao Port, relying on the surviving military soldiers and heavy firepower to barely fight against the zombie army. For some reason, there are a lot more zombies in Haichao Port, and their attacks and retreats are methodical. They don't seem like mindless and bloodthirsty monsters. At that time, Wang Donghai, a top biologist in charge of studying the zombie virus, had just achieved certain results. Before they could speed up the experiments, a tide of zombies suddenly broke out and besieged the base. Tens of thousands of zombies, regardless of cost, day or night, no fear of life or death. They rushed towards the base without stopping, like moths to a flame. In that battle, Qin Song saw huge zombies that were 3, 4, or even 5 meters tall. They had white bone armor on their bodies and were not afraid of small caliber bullets. Once they got close, even a tank would be overturned by them. In addition, there are also fast-moving deformed zombies with 4 legs and 4 arms, resembling spiders. In just a blink of an eye, they can break through a distance of 100 meters and come to the soldier's face to kill. The same is true for the aerial battlefield, where large flocks of zombie birds are constantly circling and harassing from the air. These zombie birds infected with the zombie virus are so large that they can easily grab soldiers and feed on them in the sky. Qin Song even saw the underwater zombie creatures crawling out from the Haichao port. After 3 days of holding out, the base was declared captured. An endless stream of zombies poured into the base and began to eat frantically. Qin Song had no choice but to order the military to evacuate. After the defense of the base was over, the military suffered heavy losses and now only has about 300 people left. This is also the only remaining combat power of the Yunhai City East District base. You know, before the doomsday broke out, the East District base had as many as 20,000 military soldiers. After the zombie virus broke out, only 2,000 military soldiers survived. The base defense battle suffered 80% losses. What a horrific casualty ratio! Chapter 59 Gene Medicine. Qin Song rubbed his temples. The fatigue from the tense mind for many days surrounded his heart all the time. But Qin Song can't sleep. As a commander, Qin Song needs to keep a clear mind at all times to ensure that he can come up with the best response plan when facing any difficulties. Are you safe hiding in an armored vehicle? No, this is like catching a turtle in a jar. Once surrounded by zombies, it will only be a slow death. Send scouts to investigate the situation nearby. Once it's safe, set up camp and rest. After thinking for a moment, Qin Song issued an order. Under the pressure of fleeing for days, the more than 300 military soldiers were already exhausted. If they could not rest in time, they would most likely fail in the next battle. The convoy slowly stopped at a relatively open road. 20 kilometers north from the Haichao base was already a long distance. The military had long left the core area of Yunhai City and was about to enter the suburbs of Yunhai City. Qin Song also took advantage of this break to get off the car and stretch his body. He is not a young man anymore and his physical fitness is not as good as before. Shortly after Qin Song got off the car, a man in a white coat jumped out from an armored vehicle behind. This is none other than Wang Donghai, Xia Country's top biologist and researcher, and the person in charge of zombie virus research in Yunhai City. Wang Donghai's situation was not much better. His originally clean and white coat was now stained with all kinds of filth. The stubble on his face and his hair were messy and disordered, making him look like a homeless person. Wang Donghai walked quickly to Qin Song with a test tube full of red liquid in his hand, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. General! I have made a major breakthrough in my research! Oh, Dr. Wang, please sit down and talk. Qin Jin Song patted Wang Donghai's shoulder to calm him down. Wang Donghai suppressed his excitement and sat next to Qin Jin Song. He handed the test tube to Qin Jin Song and said impatiently, General, I extracted some genes of the zombie virus from the evolution crystal, deciphered it, combined it with human blood, and finally obtained this reagent. I call it gene medicine. Listening to Wang Donghai's narration, Qin Jin Song raised his eyebrows. He knew Wang Donghai very well. He was always calm in most cases, and only showed emotional fluctuations when faced with things that could affect the progress of human civilization. This genetic drug could actually make Wang Donghai lose his composure like this. Its significance must be extraordinary. Dr. Wang, what is the effect of this gene drug? What are the side effects? Can it be mass-produced? Qin Jin Song said in a deep voice. His mentality was not affected by Wang Donghai's words, but he asked the most important questions in time. The effect of genetic medicine determines its value, which will directly affect the extent of Qin Jin Song's subsequent support for it. Side effects are the core element that must be focused on for any medicine. Even if the effect of the medicine is amazing, if the side effects are too severe, the medicine will become useless. And whether it can be mass-produced. If the effect and side effects are excellent, but its production cost is high and cannot be mass-produced, then its significance will be completely different. As a commander, Qin Jin Song holds the lives of all military soldiers in his hands, and any decision he makes will affect the life and death of everyone. Therefore, he must focus on the overall situation, be cautious, and not play chess lightly. Wang Donghai's face flushed. He pointed at the gene medicine and said, After the medicine is injected, the evolutionary genes contained in the gene medicine will transform the genes of the injector, allowing the injector to better adapt to the process of absorbing evolutionary crystals, thereby accelerating the evolution speed and achieving twice the result with half the effort. It can even allow people to gain evolutionary abilities that are comparable to the mutation speed of the zombie virus. The side effects are still unknown. I have not conducted any human trials, and it is difficult to make an accurate judgment based on the current experimental data. As long as there are enough evolution crystals, we can realize the mass production of genetic medicines. The more powerful the zombies, the more powerful the genetic medicines made from their evolution crystals. Listening to Wang Donghai's analysis, Qin Jin Song nodded slightly. The method of absorbing evolution crystals to strengthen the body and thus embark on the road of evolution is currently the most mainstream path. Long before the doomsday outbreak in Yahai City, Qin Jin Song had obtained relevant information from North Star through special channels. At that time, the communication system had not yet completely collapsed. However, according to research, the efficiency of directly absorbing evolution crystals is relatively low, and the human body's absorption efficiency of evolution crystals is less than 50%. Most of the energy of evolution crystals evaporates mysteriously after entering the human body, and the specific situation is unknown. Genetic drugs can improve the efficiency of the human body's absorption of evolutionary crystals, which is a potential aid in improving the strength of evolvers. The most important thing is that it allows people to achieve an evolutionary speed comparable to that of the zombie virus mutation. How fast does the zombie virus mutate? You know, it's only been more than 10 days since the zombie virus broke out in Yahai City, and zombies as high as level 20 have appeared in the defense of Haichao base. Where is Jinling? Where is Bizixing? It has been more than a month since the zombie virus broke out on the North Star. What will the scene be like there? How many people do you need to conduct the experiment? Qin Jin Song said in a deep voice. At least 10 people, 50 is best. Wang Donghai's red eyes were full of fanaticism, and he immediately reported his needs. 50? Impossible! There are only about 300 soldiers left. If we take out 50 of them for the experiment, the defense of the convoy will be greatly reduced. Qin Jin Song shouted sternly, and then said, Issue a call to recruit 10 volunteer soldiers to cooperate with Dr. Wang's experiment. Yes. The messenger at the side immediately left Qin Jin Song and walked towards the group of soldiers who were camping in the rear. Wang Donghai took the genetic medicine back from Qin Jin Song, suddenly aimed it at his arm, and pressed the injection button. This medicine has the function of hole-free injection. In just a few seconds, the full tube of genetic medicine was injected into Wang Donghai's body. What are you doing? Qin Song stood up suddenly, pulled out his gun and pointed it at Wang Donghai. Anything related to the zombie virus, no matter how safe it is, has unpredictable risks. What's more, this is a genetic drug whose side effects are not even known. After Wang Donghai was injected with the genetic drug, his body twitched. He raised his head, looked at Qin Song, smiled and said, "Researchers should take the lead and walk at the forefront of the road of exploration. If researchers themselves don't dare to use what they develop, then what qualifications do they have to promote it?" Qin Song and Wang Donghai stared at each other for a long time and finally parted unhappily. Chapter 60 Wuji Martial Arts School. November 20th, 2034, the 17th day of the zombie apocalypse. Li Ju stood on the rooftop, overlooking the Pinyin community below. After returning to the camp, Li Ju did a lot of things, and he had an idea of the preliminary plan for building the city, and the plan began to be implemented. At present, Lu Meng has started the construction of the periphery with many camp members. Lu Meng used the Earth's spiritual energy to build the stone wall, and the camp members reinforced it in various ways after the stone wall was formed, such as building wooden supports and cement walls. At this moment, from Li Ju's perspective, a circle of khaki-colored rings surrounded the Pinyin community, leaving only the north and south gates. Li Ju had also completely cleared out the zombies near Pinyin community, and no zombies would appear in the short term. It would also take some time for zombies from other places to wander over. Therefore, the Redemption Camp entered an era of large-scale construction and rapid stockpiling of supplies. The 5 residential buildings in the camp have been cleared, and building number 1 no longer accommodates survivors and has been completely transformed into the administrative area of the Redemption Camp. The 10th to 5th floors were converted into warehouses for storing supplies. The 2nd to 4th floors are offices for the Armed Forces Department, Law Enforcement Department, and Logistics Department. The first floor is a public area as usual, but it is only for the 3 division members to rest. Thanks to the elimination of zombies, the survivors hiding in the surrounding areas gradually went out to search for supplies, and then found the Redemption Camp or were discovered by members of the Armed Division, and finally chose to join the Redemption Camp. To date, the number of members of the Redemption Camp has reached 125. It is 4 times the amount when the camp was first established. "It's time to explore Wuji Martial Arts School." Li Ju's eyes tightened and he murmured softly. The clue of Wuji Martial Arts School came from Wan Yu, who was accidentally found by Li Ju after he dealt with the Yunhejiang sewage treatment plant incident. Wuji Martial Arts School is on the way to Haichao Port. Li Ju's original plan was to explore the situation of Wuji Martial Arts School first, and then set out to enter Haichao Port. Unexpectedly, on the way to Wuji Martial Arts School, Li Ju accidentally met Lu Ruyan. Because Lu Ruyan was seriously injured and facing death, Li Ju had to return to the camp to save Lu Ruyan first. After some delay, it's time to set off. Thinking of this, Li Ju jumped down from the rooftop and landed on the ground. The 2 members of the Law Enforcement Department who were on duty at building number 1 were Yi Fan and Shi Hao. After seeing Li Ju jumping down from the rooftop, they were no longer surprised. There was no other reason. Every time Li Ju set out, he would jump off the rooftop. He had seen it so many times that he naturally got used to it. It is worth mentioning that Yi Fan and Shi Hao have also officially embarked on the road of evolution and become quasi-evolvers. The reason why they are quasi-evolvers is that they have not yet awakened their psychic powers. Only those who have awakened their spiritual powers can be called true evolvers. "Boss!" Yi Fan smiled and greeted Li Ju. "Well, tell Lu Meng that I'm leaving. I'm leaving first." Li Ju nodded, then he jumped with all his strength and flew directly out of the wall and landed outside the Pinyin community. Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he looked at Shi Hao beside him with a strange expression and said, "Do you think the boss has any hobbies recently? He always likes to jump around like a grasshopper." "What do you know?" Shi Hao's square face was solemn. He directly rejected Yi Fan's complaint and replied, "Boss, you are exercising your leg muscles. Do you think the old man is like you, sleeping all day long? Lazy and cowardly." "Shi Hao, what do you mean? Are you targeting me? When I awaken my psychic powers, the first person I'll beat up will be you. If you can awaken your spiritual power, I will not save Shi Hao anymore. What's your name?" "Call Yi Fan Dad," Grass radical. Lu Ruyan stood by the window on the 4th floor, watching Li Ju leave quietly. Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Rui looked at Lu Ruyan standing in front of the window for a long time and couldn't help asking. Not only she, but many people were very curious about the identity of Lu Ruyan, the mysterious woman who was brought back to the camp by Li Ju himself. You know, in everyone's eyes, Li Ju has always been cold, overbearing, and invincible, and has never shown special care to anyone. Even Lu Mang only exists as Li Ju's confidant. But Lu Ruyan was able to let Li Ju personally give her a blood transfusion. This has to make everyone curious. It's okay, Sister Rui, just continue working. Lu Ruyan turned around and smiled faintly, and the charm she revealed in an instant stunned Lin Rui. Ruyan, you are so pretty! Lin Rui couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ruyan's appearance is far better than those stars and internet celebrities on the screen, especially her cool temperament, which greatly enhances Lu Ruyan's charm. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Rui. Lu Ruyan accepted Lin Rui's compliment without any shyness, then picked up the notebook beside her and began to count the quantity of supplies with Lin Rui. Whoa! The violent engine sound roared past, and the black motorcycle dragged a black afterimage and quickly passed through the street. The zombie had no time to dodge and was instantly knocked away by the black motorcycle, falling to the ground and unable to move. After a few drifts, the black motorcycle stopped at the entrance of the square. Li Ju got off the motorcycle and looked at the huge building in the center of the square. It was a huge martial arts hall, covered in fiery red paint. The doors of the martial arts hall were closed, and on the 2 doors there was a yin-yang fish pattern, symbolizing Tai Chi, which was the origin of the name of Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Tai Chi means Wuji. The symbol of Tai Chi is the yin-yang fish, which means Tai Chi gives birth to 2 opposites give birth to 4 symbols, 4 symbols give birth to 8 trigrams, and 8 trigrams give birth to Wuji. Wuji means endless, infinite, and without limit. It can be seen that the founder of Wuji Martial Arts School had great ambitions. That was the desire to dominate the martial arts. However, in the peaceful era before the outbreak of the apocalypse, the significance of martial arts has always been controversial. Many people compare martial arts to a show, a kind of acrobatics for performance. Some people also call it aerobics, which may be good for health preservation. It was not until the zombie virus broke out and doomsday came that people truly realized the power of martial arts. Especially for warriors who have embarked on the road of evolution and whose physical fitness has been terribly enhanced. Splitting mountains and cracking rocks with one punch is no longer a myth. However, no matter how powerful the warriors are, they are all afraid of the zombie virus. Once infected, they will die. Either they become zombies that only know how to devour flesh and blood, or they commit suicide. This also reflects the problem indirectly. Once a powerful evolver is infected by the zombie virus, what will happen to the zombies that mutate based on the evolver? Zombies with psychic powers, terrifying physical fitness, and extremely fast mutation speed? Still, Li Ju looked at Wuji Martial Arts School, and a faint blue electric light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 61 Discussion. Li Ju crossed the marble square and came to Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Looking at the door in front of him with the yin-yang fish engraved on it, Li Ju took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and pushed it forward. Crunch! As expected, the gate of Wuji Martial Arts School was sealed from the inside, making it almost impossible to enter from the outside. Of course, nothing is impossible in front of Li Ju. What? You said your door is very thick and made of several layers of titanium alloy steel plates. I'm too lazy to say anything and you don't deserve to hear it. Just take my giant punch first. Li Ju did not choose to use brute force to break through the door. After all, he came here for the purpose of friendly communication. How could it be appropriate to start a fight over a disagreement? Looking at the airtight Wuji Martial Arts School in front of him, Li Ju speculated that Wuji Martial Arts School must have a back door or something. Otherwise, how would the survivors in Wuji Martial Arts School go out to look for supplies? Li Ju walked around Wuji Martial Arts School and finally found a small door on the side of the school. The small door is also made of titanium alloy steel plates, which is very strong and can withstand shooting from small caliber guns. There is a palm-sized piece of transparent glass in the middle of the small door, with a pair of eyes visible inside. After seeing Li Ju again, the eyes behind the door blinked quickly. After confirming that Li Ju was not a survivor of Wuji martial arts school, the person behind the door quickly left the small door and went to an unknown place. Li Ju naturally noticed that there was someone behind the door, so he immediately took 2 steps forward and gently knocked on the small door. Bang, bang, bang! Anyone there? No one responded. Li Ju was patient and stood at the door waiting quietly. Not long after, a pair of eyes appeared behind the door again. These eyes were more mature and steady than the previous ones, and there was a firmness in their eyes. After looking at Li Ju, a deep voice came from inside the door. Brother, where are you from? What is your purpose for visiting Wuji martial arts school? Li Ju smiled slightly. It seemed that the management system of Wuji martial arts school was quite effective. They did not allow him to enter the school just because he came alone. It's good to be vigilant. My name is Li Ju, an ordinary survivor. Li Ju paused, a warm smile appeared on his face, and then he said, I have something to discuss with the owner of your martial arts hall. I wonder if you can let me into the martial arts hall to discuss it in detail? The person behind the door hesitated for a moment and replied, I can't make the decision. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait at the door for a while. I will go and inform the master. Okay. Li Ju nodded. This person behind the door called the owner of the martial arts school, master. He must be a member of Wuji martial arts school and a martial artist. After a while, the small door was suddenly opened and 3 men walked out. The leader was wearing a black and white training suit, and his walking posture was like a dragon or a tiger, looking very powerful and majestic. This man was about 40 years old, with a ruddy complexion and no beard. His pair of meaningful eyes looked directly at Li Ju, and he looked at Li Ju silently. The owner of Wuji martial arts school, Zhuge Chunfeng. The leader clasped his fists towards Li Ju and introduced himself. Li Ju, Master Zhuge, I have long heard of you. Li Ju also clasped his fists in return. Please come in. Zhuge Chunfeng turned sideways and made way for the small door. Seeing this, Li Ju did not hesitate at all and walked straight past Zhuge Chunfeng and the other 2 and entered the martial arts hall. After passing through the narrow passage, the scene in front of him suddenly became open, and a huge stadium appeared in front of Li Ju. There are many tents set up in the stadium, with clear boundaries between them and standardized and symmetrical distribution, which is obviously the product of careful arrangement. Zhuge Chunfeng sent away the 2 people who were following him and walked to the upper side of the stadium with Li Ju. As they walked, they gradually began to talk. Mr. Li, I see a divine light between your eyebrows, and your body is covered with rich blood. Although there is no sign of martial arts training, you are a natural martial saint. Zhuge Chunfeng's eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. He put his hands behind his back and said in a relaxed tone, A person like Mr. Li who can walk alone in the end times must have amazing means. And why did Mr. Li come to visit me today? Li Ju did not rush to answer Zhuge Chunfeng, but silently looked at the situation in the stadium. There are at least 2 people living in each tent, and there are more than 30 tents in the stadium, which means that there are at least 60 survivors gathered in Wuji Martial Arts Hall. It's comparable to the population of a redemption camp. Master Zhuge, you should have embarked on the path of evolution, awakened your psychic powers, and become an evolver, right? Li Ju stopped and turned to look at Zhuge Chunfeng. That's right. Zhuge Chunfeng smiled slightly without hiding anything. He even opened his right hand, letting a flame ignite in the palm of his right hand, and took the initiative to admit the matter. Very good. Li Ju nodded and said with a smile. I admire strong people like Zhuge Pavilion Master, who are powerful but willing to protect these ordinary people. To be honest, I have founded a survivor camp, which has gathered more than 100 survivors so far, and completely cleared the zombies around. There is an old saying in the Xia Kingdom, 10,000 people wield bows and shoot one move, and all the moves will hit. In the apocalypse where the zombie virus is raging, only by uniting everyone's power can we have the possibility to fight against the zombies. I am here, we just hope to reach a consensus with Zhuge Hall Master and achieve alliance and cooperation. If possible, I even hope that everyone in Wuji Martial Arts Hall will move to my redemption camp. Listening to Li Ju's words, Zhuge Chunfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp edge, but he still acted calm on the surface. Mr. Li is right in what he said. In the last days, only through unity can we survive the difficulties. As long as we survive this period and wait for the support of the military, all disasters will be over. Zhuge Chunfeng's words affirmed Li Ju's idea, and at the same time he also implicitly rejected Li Ju's attempt to win over him. The implication was that each of them guarded 1/3 of an acre of land, and the water in the well did not interfere with the water in the river. Li Ju shook his head. He was not at all surprised by Zhuge Chunfeng's choice. How could a transcendent who has embarked on the road of evolution, awakened psychic powers, and gained powerful strength be willing to be inferior to others? After experiencing the feeling of being superior to others, the power to hold great power and decide the life and death of others at will is enough to make people immersed in it and unable to stop. Power, no matter when, is addictive. Since Zhuge Chunfeng was unwilling to join the redemption camp, Li Ju did not intend to force him. He was not a saint, and he was too lazy to do such a thankless task. Li Ju's real purpose for coming here this time was something else. Master Zhuge, I've heard that the Wuji Fist, the unique martial art of Wuji Martial Arts School, is very powerful. I wonder if you could teach me a little bit. Zhuge Chunfeng looked at Li Ju deeply, then smiled and said, How about we discuss it first? Chapter 62 The Loser Has No Rights. There was an open space in the middle of the huge stadium. Zhuge Chunfeng, wearing a black and white training suit, stood quietly on the right side of the space with his hands behind his back. Li Ju was standing on the left side of the open space. The open space was filled with survivors from the Wuji Martial Arts School. They were whispering to each other, talking, and constantly looking at Li Ju, the outsider. From Zhuge Chunfeng's disciples, everyone already knew that Li Ju was the founder of another survivor camp and that he came here to seek cooperation and merger, but the specific details of the discussion were unknown. However, since Li Ju and Zhuge Chunfeng wanted to have a discussion, it can be guessed that the conversation between them was not going smoothly. Watching the fun is an innate talent of the Xia people. Even in the end times, the battle between the two evolvers is particularly eye-catching. Mr. Li, thank you for giving way. Zhuge Chunfeng clasped his fist towards Li Ju, indicating that Li Ju should take the first move. In Zhuge Chunfeng's eyes, Li Ju was just an evolver who happened to embark on the road of evolution. Although he was physically strong, there was no trace of martial arts training at all. On the contrary, Zhuge Chunfeng himself has been immersed in martial arts for many years, and embarked on the road of evolution by chance. His Wuji boxing skills are extraordinary, and his strength should be superior to Li Ju. As the elder, it is only right to be courteous. Li Ju smiled. He was too lazy to waste words with Zhuge Chunfeng. If he wanted to fight, he just had to fight. Why put on airs? What? Zombies will also salute you and let you bite them first, and then bite them back. Bang! As soon as Zhuge Chunfeng finished speaking, Li Ju suddenly exerted force with his feet, instantly leaving a deep footprint on the ground. With a powerful explosive force, Li Ju instantly came in front of Zhuge Chunfeng and threw a punch at the same time. Explode in an instant, accumulate, and release violently. What? Zhuge Chunfeng's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart was shocked. Before he could react, Li Ju had already attacked him. Zhuge Chunfeng didn't even see clearly how Li Ju acted. The strong wind from the fist blew in his face, and the muscle memory from years of immersion in martial arts made Zhuge Chunfeng instinctively make a parrying posture to counter Li Ju's punch. Boom! This punch landed right on Zhuge Chunfeng's arms, and the powerful impact instantly shattered the training clothes on Zhuge Chunfeng's arms. Accompanied by a huge roar, Zhuge Chunfeng's body slid backwards dozens of steps. Hey! As his body moved backwards, Zhuge Chunfeng's steps changed continuously, and it seemed that he was trying to stop the retreat. He lowered his head to check the condition of his arms, only to see that they were covered with bruises and a feeling of numbness was slowly spreading. What great strength! Mr. Li, you are worthy of being the reincarnation of the Overlord! Zhuge Chunfeng shouted loudly, with a hint of hatred and fighting spirit in his eyes. What he hated was that Li Ju acted so ruthlessly, causing him to suffer a loss and lose face at the first moment. The desire to fight is because Zhuge Chunfeng, as a martial artist, has always been eager to fight against strong enemies. Especially after embarking on the road of evolution, Zhuge Chuanfeng's desire for battle is even greater. Fighting zombies is absolutely unacceptable. Once infected, life is worse than death. Therefore, after seeing that Li Ju was not as fragile as he thought, Zhuge Chuanfeng's heart was filled with high morale. He half knelt down, stood firmly in a horse stance, drew a Tai Chi shape with his arms in the air, and then clenched his fists at his waist and abdomen. Wuji boxing. Li Ju did not answer Zhuge Chuanfeng's words. His expression turned cold, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he repeated his old trick and rushed to Zhuge Chuanfeng again. Another punch. Boom! In a flash, Zhuge Chuanfeng's pupils contracted, and he suddenly threw 3 punches to counter Li Ju's punches, and with great difficulty he neutralized Li Ju's strength. However, before Zhuge Chuanfeng could react, Li Ju attacked again. Another punch. Bang! This time, Zhuge Chuanfeng failed to withstand Li Ju's attack and flew backwards. With a thud, Zhuge Chuanfeng fell to the ground. 3 punches will crush your martial arts dream. At this moment, Li Ju saw a completely different scene. The target data has been acquired and the specific data is being displayed. Target, Zhuge Chuanfeng. Bloodline unknown. Strength 13. Agility 11. Perception 13. Spiritual 12. With the help of the system, Li Ju instantly understood all the specific data of Zhuge Chuanfeng. Zhuge Chuanfeng did break the human limit for the first time, and all the data exceeded 10 points, which was relatively balanced. Even against the tyrant zombies, he had the strength to fight. With the help of Wuji boxing, he could burst out a strength of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Unfortunately, he was facing Li Ju, who had the bloodline of a giant. Li Ju's 4 physical data have all reached 20 points, which is the critical point of the second human limit. With just one opportunity, Li Ju can break through the second human limit and become a second evolutionist. And this opportunity, it will be here soon. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuge Chuanfeng propped himself up with his hands, coughing up blood uncontrollably. Compared to before, Zhuge Chuanfeng's face now had an unhealthy ruddy color, and his black and white training clothes were even more tattered. Damn it! You have no sense of propriety in your actions. Do you want to kill someone? Master! Are you okay? This person has bad intentions. He talks about cooperation, but he is so cruel. Brothers, come together and teach him a lesson. A dozen or so members of the martial arts school glared at Li Ju and were about to beat him up the next moment. Everyone go down. It's so disgraceful to make so much noise. Zhuge Chuanfeng waved his hand and shouted at everyone. He got up from the ground, stood up straight, and saluted Li Ju again. Mr. Li's strength far exceeds mine. Although Wuji boxing emphasizes the use of softness to overcome hardness and the use of a little force to overcome a great force, Mr. Li can break all methods with one force. He is really powerful. Even if I use all my strength to activate Wuji boxing, I am still no match for Mr. Li. As the saying goes, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Since I am not as strong as Mr. Li, I have to show off in other aspects. As he finished speaking, a raging flame suddenly ignited on Zhuge Chuanfeng's body. The scorching flame burned up the black and white training clothes, leaving only residue all over the ground. Zhuge Chuanfeng's black eyes were also covered with flames, and 2 fireballs were burning in his eye sockets. In an instant, Zhuge Chuanfeng turned into a burning fireman. The flames burned the air, the high temperature distorted his vision. Zhuge Chuanfeng turned into a cannonball and rushed towards Li Ju. Well done! Li Ju laughed loudly, and activated his lightning energy. The next moment, endless blue lightning emerged from Li Ju's body, covering his entire body in a moment, forming a fully armed lightning armor. Li Ju raised his hand and aimed at the oncoming fireman Zhuge Chuanfeng. Palm! Heart! Thunder! A faint smile appeared on the corner of Li Ju's mouth, and a blue thunder ball the size of a basketball shot out from his palm and flew towards Zhuge Chuanfeng. Chapter 63 Wuji Boxing Manual. Palm Thunder! As Li Ju gently uttered these 3 words, a blue lightning ball as big as a basketball flew out from his palm and landed directly on Zhuge Chuanfeng, who had turned into a fireman. Bang! The palm thunder exploded the moment it made contact, and countless thunder snakes rushed out in all directions, turning into a small thunder pool in an instant. Ayawa! Juga Chunfeng, who was taking the palm thunder head-on, was electrocuted by the violent electric current, and the flames burning on his body swayed and flickered. The electric shock from the palm thunder made Juga Chunfeng scream with his mouth open and his whole body twitching. In the end, Juga Chunfeng fainted 3 steps in front of Li Ju. The flames on his body slowly went out, revealing his strong body. Looking at Juga Chunfeng's dark face, Li Ju retracted his thunder power and smiled faintly. Li Ju only used 50% of his strength in this palm thunder. If he had used all his strength, Juga Chunfeng would have been a piece of charcoal by now. You! Master! Master! This time, the martial arts school disciples who were watching could no longer hold back. They rushed up and surrounded Juga Chunfeng, glaring at Li Ju. However, they originally wanted to outnumber the enemy. However, Juga Chunfeng, the only evolver in Wuji martial arts school, couldn't even take 5 moves from Li Ju, so what was the point of them all attacking together? All the martial arts school disciples could do was to rage helplessly, and then rage again. The survivors of Wuji martial arts school who were watching the battle nearby were also filled with shock. They had lived here for some time and had witnessed Juga Chunfeng fighting the zombies with their own eyes. At that time, Juga Chunfeng used his Wuji boxing and psychic power to easily eliminate dozens of zombies. But why is it that when it comes to Li Ju, he can't even take 5 moves? Don't get excited, Master Juga will be fine. Li Ju looked at the many martial arts disciples with an indifferent expression. That's right, with the powerful physique of an evolver, and Li Ju's deliberate holding back, this palm thunder could not kill Juga Chunfeng. What's more, Juga Chunfeng's strength has broken through the limits of the human body for the first time, and he should have special abilities related to his physical fitness. For example, Li Ju's high-speed healing. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Juga Chunfeng gradually regained consciousness and slowly got up with the help of many martial arts disciples. Ahem. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of Juga Chunfeng's mouth. With a dark face, Juga Chunfeng saluted Li Ju again, and then said weakly, Mr. Li, I underestimated you. Although you are not proficient in martial arts, your strength is comparable to that of a grandmaster who has immersed himself in martial arts for decades. I lost to you because I am not as skilled as you. As agreed, I will teach you the secrets of Wuji Fist. Please follow me. Master! As soon as Juga Chunfeng finished speaking, a martial arts disciple who was supporting him immediately exclaimed. The disciple from the martial arts school was the one who met Li Ju behind the small door earlier and informed Juga Chunfeng's disciple. Master! Wuji Fist is the unique martial art of Wuji martial arts school. Even as a direct disciple, I am not qualified to learn it. How can you teach it to such an outsider? While saying these words, the martial arts school disciple looked at Li Ju angrily, with jealousy and resentment in his eyes. Tang-san! Don't let others laugh at you! Hearing the indignant words of his direct disciple Tang-san, Juga Chunfeng immediately scolded him in a low voice, and his majesty as a teacher was evident without any anger. Since ancient times, there has been a saying in martial arts that one can challenge another. The winner of a challenge can ask to learn the loser's unique skills. This is a collection of the strengths of hundreds of schools and is a tacit rule in martial arts. Any martial arts master will not stick to one school or one sect. Learning from all the best is the path of martial arts. I didn't teach you Wuji Fist because you are not good at martial arts and are not qualified to learn it. Besides, I am the master of a martial arts school, and you are just a disciple. How can you have the courage and guts to teach me how to do things? Juga Chunfeng's words immediately left Tang-san speechless. He had no choice but to lower his head and silently support Juga Chunfeng. However, Li Ju noticed that the moment Tang-san lowered his head, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Mr. Li, follow me. After a rest, Juga Chunfeng gradually regained his ability to move. He immediately sent away the other martial arts disciples and led Li Ju to the passage outside the stadium. On both sides of the passage, there are many rooms. These rooms are where the people in the martial arts hall live, different from the survivors who live in tents. Juga Chunfeng took Li Ju to the room at the deepest part of the passage, where he lived. As soon as he entered the room, Zhuge Chunfeng came to the head of the bed. As he turned the bedside lamp, a dent appeared on the wall next to it, revealing a cavity. In the cavity, there was a finely crafted safe. Zhuge Chunfeng squatted down, skillfully entered the password and fingerprint, and opened the safe. In the safe, there were some red leather books and paper materials, among which a yellowed ancient book was at the bottom. Li Ju saw the 3 big words, Real Estate Certificate, on the red booklet and thought it was the Real Estate Certificate of Wuji Martial Arts School. Zhuge Chunfeng carefully took out the yellowed ancient book and handed it solemnly to Li Ju. Mr. Li, this is the Wuji Martial Arts School's unique martial art, the secret that is never passed on the Wuji fist. Wuji boxing has a history of thousands of years. It is actually a branch of Taijiquan. However, after so many years of development, it has gradually developed its own style and routines, thus becoming independent. Zhuge Chunfeng looked at the yellowed ancient books, a look of nostalgia appearing on his face. I don't have much talent, and I have only comprehended half of the essence of this Wuji boxing manual. I hope Mr. Li can understand it. Li Ju nodded and said to Zhuge Chunfeng, Give me some time to observe the boxing manual, and then I will return it to you. In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Li anymore. Zhuge Chunfeng clasped his fists and bowed, then turned and left the room, leaving Li Ju alone in the room. After Zhuge Chunfeng left, Li Ju began to flip through the yellowed ancient books with great interest. This Wuji boxing manual does not contain much content, only more than 10 pages. The first page tells the origin and inheritance of Wuji boxing, and the second page records the essentials and essence of Wuji boxing. The next 10 pages were all pictures, showing little men practicing the moves of Wuji boxing, which were quite lifelike. Li Ju read it carefully and gradually immersed in it. He looked at the contents of the boxing manual, and from time to time his hands performed 1 or 2 Wuji boxing moves, meticulously and embodying the essence of martial arts. After turning the last page of the boxing manual, Li Ju finally came back to his senses from his immersion and looked around in a daze. It was only after Li Ju saw the clock on the bedside that he realized it. It took 3 hours to observe and learn the Wuji boxing manual. You know, it was only 11 o'clock when Li Ju arrived at Wuji Martial Arts School, and now it is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 64, Martial Arts School Rebellion. Since embarking on the road of evolution, Li Ju's physical fitness has been strengthened in all aspects, and his memory has also increased terrifyingly. Although he couldn't reach the level of photographic memory, after concentrating on studying the Wuji boxing manual for 3 hours, Li Ju had already memorized the Wuji boxing technique by heart. He only needed to practice diligently, and would soon be able to master it. In this way, Li Ju's primary purpose of visiting Wuji Martial Arts School was achieved. Putting the Wuji boxing manual on the bedside table, Li Ju left the room and prepared to find Zhuge Chunfeng to say goodbye. Since Zhuge Chunfeng is unwilling to merge Wuji Martial Arts School into the Redemption Camp, then I don't need to stay here. Let's rush to Haichao Base as soon as possible while there is still time. While thinking about the next plan, Li Ju walked and soon walked out of the passage and came to the outside of the stadium. However, while Li Ju was deep in thought, he did not notice that 2 disciples of Wuji Martial Arts School in black and white training uniforms were lying in ambush on both sides of the passage. Seeing Li Ju coming out, the 2 martial arts disciples attacked at the same time, chopping towards Li Ju with 2 fire axes at the same time. This move went straight to Li Ju's head. The danger premonition triggered Li Ju's feeling, and he felt a throbbing in his heart, and he instantly came out of his thoughts. Li Ju's powerful perception made him aware of the situation he was facing. With his advantage of agility, Li Ju instantly stepped back and avoided the attack of 2 fire axes. Seeing that the long-planned fatal blow failed, the 2 martial arts disciples showed murderous intent on their faces. They knew that they were no match for Li Ju, so they immediately threw the fire axes at Li Ju and ran away. Li Ju, who had come to his senses, was still a little confused. Why did these disciples of Wuji Martial Arts School suddenly try to kill him? Could it be that Zhuge Chunfeng didn't want the Wuji boxing to fall into the hands of outsiders, so he wanted to kill people to silence them? If this is true, then Li Ju will let them see the wrath of the giant. Li Ju is not one to suffer losses. He was faced with a sneak attack for no reason. How could it be so easy for the 2 martial arts school disciples to return empty-handed? Looking at the flying fire axe, Li Ju stretched out his hands and caught the two axes accurately. It's a long-lost feeling. Feeling the touch of the fire axe in his hand, Li Ju smiled and couldn't help but think of the fire axe that accompanied him through the beginning. The fire axe has been made into a psychic weapon by Li Ju and is now called Black Cut. With Li Ju's current strength, the benefit provided by Black Cut is not great, so Li Ju left it in the redemption camp and gave it to Lu Meng to use. Lu Meng couldn't let go of the black cutting. Seeing that the two martial arts disciples were about to run away, Li Ju put away his smile and narrowed his eyes. Woo! The next moment, the sound of breaking wind was heard. Li Ju suddenly threw out two fire axes, which flew towards the two martial arts disciples at a faster and more terrifying speed. Puff! The two fire axes instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and accurately embedded themselves into the back of the heads of the two martial arts disciples. Since the fire axe was thrown vertically, the heads of the two martial arts disciples were also cut vertically. White brain matter and blood burst out instantly. The two martial arts disciples instinctively ran forward a few steps and then fell to the ground, leaving behind two corpses with burst heads. He who kills others will be killed. Since you want to kill Li Ju, you must be prepared to be killed. Li Ju never suppressed his murderous intent. The purpose of establishing a redemption camp and sheltering survivors is to drive the survivors to collect evolution crystals for themselves. For obedient survivors, Li Ju would not mind giving them a hand so that they can gain a foothold in the apocalypse and live well. Li Ju will never give his enemies any chance. After witnessing what Wan Yu did in the supermarket, Li Ju's state of mind changed completely, and his concept of the end of the world became clear. Ma Hongjun! Dai Mubai! However, as soon as the two martial arts disciples died, cries of surprise were heard nearby. Li Ju looked in the direction of the voice and saw a female martial arts disciple in black and white training clothes hiding in the corner with a look of fear on her face. Seeing that Li Ju noticed her, the female disciple covered her mouth and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Li Ju quickly walked up to the female disciple and said coldly, "Who sent them here? Why are you here? Tell me the whole story, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, their fate will be yours." The female disciple collapsed instantly and told everything. "It's Brother Tang San. Brother Tang San was not happy with the owner teaching you Wuji Fist, so he organized people to capture the owner and ordered Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai to assassinate you. I came to inquire about the situation. I never thought that I would see you killing them as soon as I got here." "Oh?" Li Ju raised his eyebrows, and Tang San's gloomy face and the murderous intent that flashed in Tang San's eyes flashed through his mind. "How is Pavilion Master Zhuge's current situation?" "Master, Brother Tang San cut off your hands and feet. Now you are tied up in the middle of the stadium." A trace of astonishment appeared on Li Ju's face. He never expected that such a drastic change would happen in Wuji Martial Arts School in just 3 hours. Li Ju had a pretty good impression of Zhuge Chunfeng. "What's your name? You seem to have a good relationship with Tang San?" Listening to Li Ju's questioning, the female disciple who had already collapsed revealed her identity all at once. "My name is Xiao Wu, and I'm senior brother Tang San's girlfriend. We've always had a good relationship." Li Ju nodded, picked up Xiao Wu and walked towards the stadium. Soon, Li Ju arrived at the vicinity of the stadium. From a distance, he saw a large circle of people gathered in the center of the stadium. As expected, all the people in Wuji Martial Arts School gathered there. Seeing this, Li Ju carried Xiao Wu and walked to the center of the stadium. As Li Ju gradually approached, someone soon noticed Li Ju's figure. "It's him! The infected one! What? He's still alive? Didn't Master Tang San send people to deal with him? How could he still be alive? What if he turns into a zombie? Stay away! Be careful, or he might go crazy suddenly." Everyone looked at Li Ju and stepped back, revealing a path leading to the center. Li Ju walked through the crowd with an indifferent expression and came to the center of the stadium. Here, he saw Zhuge Chunfeng tied to a wooden stake for training and Tang San with a gloomy face. Seeing Li Ju appear here intact, Tang San's expression became extremely ugly. Looking around, he found that there was no sign of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, so Tang San guessed that the two of them were probably dead or alive. After seeing Xiao Wu in Li Ju's hand again, Tang San's eyes quickly became bloodshot, and he became crazy. He looked up, looked into Li Ju's eyes, and said loudly, "Mr. Li, what are you doing here?" "Me?" Li Ju looked at Tang San and the dying Zhuge Chunfeng, and answered in an even louder voice, "I can go wherever I want. Are you qualified to ask me?" Chapter 65, Cleaning Up the House. "I can go wherever I want. Are you qualified to ask me?" Li Ju's voice sounded like thunder, and quickly echoed throughout the stadium. As Li Ju made a sound, the surrounding air began to stir. It was obviously a closed indoor stadium, but a violent wind blew for no reason. The sequenceability of the storm sequence. The storm is coming. As Li Ju breathed, the strong wind raged, and everyone present was shaken. Many people fell directly to the ground, and some were even blown into the air. Boom! Outside, thunder rang out of thin air. "Damn it! What kind of monster are you?" Tang San grabbed the practice stake to fight against the howling wind. He knew very well that the change that occurred at this time originated from Li Ju. At the same time, Li Ju's strength once again refreshed his understanding. "I thought I had solved Zhuge Chunfeng. Even if Li Ju is stronger than Zhuge Chunfeng, he is not incapable of dealing with it as long as he plans properly. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Li Ju is really strong. He is a complete and utter crusher." Tang San opened the book and checked. There was nothing else in the book. On every page, the word, Li Ju, was written crookedly. He couldn't sleep anyway, so he read it carefully for half a night. Only then did he find the clues from the gaps between the words. The whole book was written with the word, invincible. Li Ju is the synonym of invincibility, the embodiment of invincibility. The noisy sound also woke up the unconscious Zhuge Chunfeng. His hands and feet were chopped off and his face was pale due to heavy bleeding. He looked at Li Ju as if he was regaining consciousness, with a bitter smile on his lips. "Mr. Li, I failed to teach him well and taught him such a crooked person. I beg you to help me clean up the mess. I will be grateful." After saying this, Zhuge Chunfeng lowered his head and never closed his eyes until his death. Die with eyes open. Li Ju looked at Zhuge Chunfeng's body and recalled the first time he met Zhuge Chunfeng in the morning. At that time, Zhuge Chunfeng was wearing a black and white training suit. He was full of energy and looked upright, with the demeanor of a master. Zhuge Chunfeng's hands and feet were cut off and tied to a wooden training stake, like a human pig. The black and white training clothes on his body were also tattered and soaked in blood. A martial arts master, the owner of Wuji Martial Arts School, and the inheritor of Wuji Boxing, died at the hands of his own disciple. This is the end of the world. The evil of human nature is infinitely magnified in the end times. Things that we dared not think of before can now be imagined. Things that we dared not do before can now be boldly tried. Order collapses, only power prevails. Zhuge Chunfeng is a kind person, a strong person, and a weak person. Li Ju took a deep breath, and the raging wind gradually subsided, but the scene became a mess. Tang San stood up with difficulty, looked at Li Ju and said, "Mr. Li, this is a private matter of our Wuji Martial Arts School, and has nothing to do with you. Since the old master is dead and you have learned the Wuji Boxing, please leave here as soon as possible." "Oh?" Li Ju sneered, looked at Tang San, and said with disdain, "If I don't leave, what can you do?" Tang San was speechless for a moment, and the expression on his face became more stiff and ugly. Yes, Li Ju's strength is there. Even if all the people in the Wuji Martial Arts School attack together, they are still no match for Li Ju. It wasn't even enough for Li Ju to hit with one hand. Tang San gradually discovered this fact. He had no way to deal with Li Ju. "Master Zhuge and I have never met before, but we became friends because of a sparring match. I didn't want to get involved in your private affairs, but Master Zhuge asked me to help him clean up his mess before he died." Li Ju picked up Xiao Wu in his hand, looked at Tang San teasingly and said, "You said so much, but it's all bullshit. The most important thing is that I don't like you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ju's hand exerted force instantly and crushed Xiao Wu's head. Blood and brain matter spurted out, Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious. But the next moment, a figure like the god of death appeared in front of him. "Palm thunder!" Li Ju's voice rang out like a fatal bell, and the next moment, a huge palm thunder exploded on Tang San's body. Boom! The thunderball exploded, lightning spread, and lightning snakes surged. Countless charred fragments were ejected in all directions, and Tang San disappeared in an instant. After dealing with Tang San, Li Ju looked at the crowd. Now there were only 8 disciples of Wuji Martial Arts School wearing black and white training uniforms. According to the impression in my mind, a small group of 7 people was formed with Tang San as the core. Now 4 of them have died at the hands of Li Ju, and the remaining 3 are mixed in this crowd. Li Ju quickly discovered Tang San's accomplice, and 3 palm thunders flew out, blowing them into pieces. In the end, there were only 5 disciples left in Wuji Martial Arts School. Although these 5 people did not participate in the assassination of Li Ju and the ambush of Zhuge Chunfeng, they did not stop these things. Instead, they just stood by and allowed these things to happen. At this moment, after seeing Li Ju's horrific methods, the 5 people knelt down to express their submission to Li Ju, expressing their willingness to actively merge Wuji Martial Arts School into the Redemption Camp, and to assist Li Ju in relocating the survivors in the martial arts school. In this regard, Li Ju chose to accept all of them. Seeing the strange looks from the survivors, Li Ju was too lazy to explain. He glanced at the 5 martial arts school disciples, and they quickly stood up and explained to the survivors the whole story of this farce. Tang San backstabs. Kill the master in public. Assassinate Li Ju. Frame up. The truth of each case came to light, and countless insults and blame were put on Tang San and his 7 companions. Many survivors who understood the whole story stood up for Zhuge Chunfeng and expressed their willingness to join the Redemption Camp and become a part of it. However, some people still felt that the outside world was too dangerous, zombies were everywhere, and going out was tantamount to seeking death. So they gave up migration and chose to stay in Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Li Ju had no objection to this. Do whatever you want. I don't have time to care about you. Walking to the wooden pole for training, Li Ju looked at Zhuge Chunfeng, who had already died, with an indifferent expression. At least he didn't die at the hands of zombies. He still looks like a human being. That's not bad. Lightning flashed, and Zhuge Chunfeng's body quickly carbonized, turning into a charred corpse. Li Ju patted the charred corpse, and it immediately shattered into countless black dust, which disappeared with the flow of air. After waiting for half an hour, Li Ju and many survivors left Wuji Martial Arts School and came to the outside world. Mr. Li, there are 56 people who are willing to go with us, and there are 11 people who are unwilling to leave and stay in the martial arts school. A disciple of the martial arts school looked at Li Ju eagerly and asked Li Ju where he was going next. Li Ju didn't say anything, but looked down at the yellowed ancient book in his hand. That was the original copy of the Wuji Fist Manual, which was taken out by Li Ju. A cold wind blew, blowing the pages of the ancient book, and the pages turned and stopped at the last chapter. There is a sentence left in the corner of the last chapter. There is no limit to martial arts. The signature is Zhuge Chunfeng. Chapter 60-60 Tide Base. Lu Mang stretched out his hands and aimed at the earth wall in front of him. As the spiritual energy of the earth was activated, yellow light filled Lu Mang's eyes. Then, the thick earth walls suddenly trembled, and the next moment, the earth walls slowly rose up, and another wall rose up under the earth wall. At this point, 2 2-meter-high earth walls were stacked together in a stacked state, forming a wall about 4 meters high. The earth wall, which is twice as high as an ordinary person's, doubled the sense of security and oppression. Many camp members looked up at the earth wall with extremely complicated expressions on their faces. The Redemption Camp had been completely surrounded by 2-meter-high earthen walls, and the appearance of the first 4-meter-high earthen wall was a sign and a new beginning. With the first side, there will be a second side, a third side, until the entire Redemption Camp is surrounded by a 4-meter earth wall. In everyone's eyes, they seem to be able to see the outline of a new wasteland city. Li Ju's ambition to build a city is slowly being realized. Of course, all this is inseparable from the existence of Lu Mang. It is precisely relying on Lu Mang's earth spiritual energy that it is possible to build the city. Building the earth wall consumes a lot of Lu Mang's spiritual energy. Therefore, after Lu Mang has exhausted his spiritual energy, he absorbs the evolution crystals and relies on the energy of the evolution crystals to quickly restore his spiritual energy. This cycle has led to the current result. Because of the large amount of absorption of evolution crystals, Lu Meng's body was also strengthened by the evolution crystals, and various physical values increased by about 1 to 2 points. Just as Lu Meng was preparing to build a second 4-meter earth wall, there was suddenly a commotion at the south gate. The sudden noise attracted the attention of all members of the camp. They quickly picked up tools and weapons and stood ready facing the south gate. Lu Meng even walked in front of everyone, ready to trigger the werewolf heart and enter the werewolf form at any time. Although the zombies around the camp have been completely eliminated, after a few days, there might be zombies wandering around. In the last days, we must never let our guard down. After some observation, Lu Meng saw clearly the source of the noise. They were a group of survivors in disheveled clothes. The leader was holding a yellowed book in his hand with a cold expression. "Boss! It's the boss!" Lu Meng recognized the identity of the leader at the first moment. It was Li Ju who left in the morning. "Don't work for now. It looks like the boss has brought back a lot of survivors. Go and pick them up." Lu Meng instructed the people in the camp behind him, and at the same time said to Huang Xiaoyu on the other side, "Xiaoyu, go notify Director Lin Rui and ask her to arrange accommodation and work for these newcomers." "Okay." Huang Xiaoyu nodded and walked towards building number 1. Soon, Li Ju led the survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School through the south gate and into the camp. Looking at Lu Meng who was coming towards him, Li Ju nodded lightly and handed him the Wuji Fist manual in his hand. "What is this?" Lu Meng took the boxing manual with a confused look on his face, flipped through a few pages and started reading it casually. Lu Meng knew every word above, but he couldn't understand them at all when they were put together. "The main gain from this exploration of Wuji Martial Arts School is the Wuji Boxing, the school's most unique martial art. If you are interested, you can learn it." Li Ju patted Lu Meng on the shoulder and said, "Go call Yimingji over. I have something to ask him." Oh. Lu Meng, who was confused, walked towards the north gate with the Wuji Fist manual. Yimingji had just led a team to complete an exploration in the morning and was now sorting out the results of the exploration at the north gate. As soon as Lu Meng left, the people surrounding the camp and the survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School formed two groups, vaguely opposing each other. Both parties looked at each other warily, sizing each other up secretly. For the members of the Redemption Camp, they had joined the Redemption Camp for some time, and survived together in the apocalypse, so they had a certain social foundation. However, the sudden survivors of the Wuji Martial Arts School were outsiders, and they subconsciously resisted outsiders. Similarly, the members of the Redemption Camp were also unfamiliar to the survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School. They left the Wuji Martial Arts School where they had been stationed for a long time, and came to the Redemption Camp. Facing a number of people twice their own, they were inevitably a little afraid. This is human nature. Li Ju knows it, but he doesn't intend to care about it. Li Ju is the leader, and under him are 3 departments: the Armed Forces Department, the Law Enforcement Department, and the Logistics Department. How to accept and deal with the survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School is the task of each department. If this can't even be done, then there is no need for the camp to exist. Soon, Huang Xiaoyu led Lin Rui to the scene, accompanied by Lu Rian and some camp members who had joined the Logistics Department. Lu Rian had recovered by this time, her wounds were completely healed, and her face was rosy. Seeing Li Ju, Lu Rian nodded to Li Ju with a complicated expression, as a greeting. "Mr. Li, thank you for your hard work in bringing back so many survivors." Lin Rui greeted Li Ju, then took out a pen and paper and instructed many members of the Logistics Department to start registering the identity information of the survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School in order to make a preliminary statistics. Among the people who remained in the camp, more than 20 members from the Law Enforcement Department walked out. These members of the Law Enforcement Department have all absorbed evolutionary crystals and have embarked on the road of evolution. Their physical fitness has been enhanced, so they can easily deal with ordinary people. As the members of the Law Enforcement Department were on guard and the personnel of the Logistics Department approached, there was a gradual sense of unrest in the Wuji Martial Arts School, and there were signs that the situation was gradually getting out of control. Seeing this, Li Ju just snapped his fingers, and the next moment a thunderclap sounded in the sky for no reason. Boom! The sudden thunder frightened the survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School, and their restless hearts instantly calmed down. The scene of Li Ju controlling the strong wind and driving the lightning in Wuji Martial Arts Hall was still vivid in their minds. The death of Tang San and the other 7 was still fresh in their memory. No one dared to provoke the dissatisfaction of this god of death, for fear of being struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. Soon, with the assistance of the Law Enforcement Department, the survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School completed the registration. Under Lin Rei's allocation and arrangement, they were divided into small groups and entered different buildings one after another. More than 50 survivors of Wuji Martial Arts School were thus absorbed into the redemption camp. It only takes a period of time for them to fully integrate into the redemption camp and become the perfect labor force for building the city under Li Ju. Of course, they also gained the shelter of the redemption camp and the protection of Li Ju. Where Li Ju is the only pure land in the end times. At this time, Lu Mang also brought Yimingji to Li Ju. "Mr. Li, you're looking for me?" There was black blood on Yimingji's body, from which it can be inferred that he participated in the battle to hunt zombies. "Major Yi, get ready and follow me to the Haichao base." Hearing Li Ju's words, Yimingji's pupils suddenly contracted. "Finally, we are going to the Tide base." Chapter 67 Tideport. November 21, 2034, the 18th day of the zombie apocalypse. After a night of rest, Li Ju and Yimingji left the redemption camp and headed for Haichao port. From the redemption camp to the Haichao port, it almost spans half of Yunhai City. Before the doomsday, even if the traffic was smooth, it would take an hour to get there. Today, the apocalypse has broken out, traffic has collapsed, and the streets and alleys are full of cars that have stopped suddenly. Countless traffic accidents have occurred, but there is no sign of the driver. They were either infected with the zombie virus and became wandering zombies without wisdom, or unfortunately became food for the zombies and were devoured. Even if there were survivors who managed to escape the infection of the zombie virus and the hunting of zombies, they would have already fled the uncovered streets and were hiding carefully in every corner, trying hard to survive. As a result, many means of transportation cannot be used normally. The best way to travel is to walk, which will not make noise and attract zombies, and is flexible and able to adapt to circumstances. The next are bicycles, electric vehicles, and motorcycles. Smaller vehicles can squeeze through gaps and pass through places where larger vehicles cannot. And don't worry about scratching other cars. As for Li Ju's previous driving of the car to transport Lu Rian and others, it was a temporary solution in an emergency. Along the way, whenever he encountered a place where cars could not pass, Li Ju would get out of the car and lift it over. That's right, just lift the car over and then get in and drive. It sounds outrageous, and it is actually outrageous. This time when going to Haichao port, Li Ju chose to drive a motorcycle. There is a car dealership near the redemption camp, which has many motorcycles and electric vehicles. Based on the environmental protection idea of recycling, Li Ju once again requisitioned 2 motorcycles from the dealership. Woo! 2 motorcycles, one black and one white, sped through the street, leaving the roar of their engines echoing. Yimingji, who was driving a white motorcycle, constantly activated his spiritual energy. White light shone from the bottom of his eyes, forming 2 white light balls. Yimingji's psychic power is called tracking, and its effect is to record target information. As long as the target is within the range of psychic power, Yimingji can use psychic power to grasp the target's specific situation at any time. To put it bluntly, Yimingji, who possesses the ability to track people, is a human-shaped self-propelled radar that radiates the surroundings all the time. Yimingji had previously found Xiaoyan, a member of the Dragon Group, based on his tracking psychic energy. He was also the captain of the 13th team of the Dragon Group in Yuhai City. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also one of the top 3 strongest evolvers in Yuhai City before the doomsday outbreak. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan deserted the battlefield during the defense of Haichao base, killed his companions, and betrayed the military. For unknown reasons, Xiaoyan's mental state seemed to have been greatly impacted, and he went insane. Facing his former teammate Yimingji, he actually chose to kill him. If Li Ju had not arrived in time, Yimingji and the camp members who went out to explore would probably have been killed. The reason why Li Ju chose to bring Yimingji along was very simple. The headquarters of the Yuhai City Dragon Group is located in the Haichao base. As a member of the Dragon Group, Yimingji often travels back and forth between Tideport and is quite familiar with the situation there. In addition, Yimingji's tracking power has marked many Dragon Group members and military generals, and he might be able to find these survivors on the road or in the Tideport. The members of the Dragon Group are evolved beings with psychic powers, and they can serve as the frontline combat force of the redemption camp. The military generals must know more about the zombie virus, and this is also a direct way for Li Ju to contact official forces. As they moved forward, soon, an extremely wide road appeared in front of Li Ju and Yimingji. This is a two-way 10-lane road that fully serves the terrifying trade volume of Haichao Port. There are tens of thousands of vehicles entering and leaving Haichao Port every day. Therefore, it was also jokingly called the Broad Road by the Xia people. Across the broad avenue, Li Ju could clearly see the Haichao Port at the other end of the avenue. Dozens of large ships were docked at Haichao Port, including cruise ships, cargo ships, and even 5 military ships with military logos printed on them. However, Li Ju discovered that many ships had left the Haichao Port and were floating on the nearshore waters. Several ships had been carried away by the sea and were drifting unsteadily on the surface of the distant sea. Perhaps, when the doomsday breaks out, the ship drivers will want to leave the Tideport and head out to sea to avoid the invasion of zombies. What was unexpected was that the vast majority of people on those ships were infected with the zombie virus, turning into zombie monsters that fed on flesh and blood and mutated and evolved infinitely. A riot broke out on the ship, and everyone died in the end. The ship, which had lost control, was forced to drift with the current. "Mr. Li, I sensed traces of survivors." Suddenly Yimingji spoke. The white light in Yimingji's eyes was even more brilliant, comparable to 2 light bulbs. As the tracking psychic energy continued to be activated, invisible ripples entered Yimingji's brain, providing him with a lot of information. After a moment, Yimingji said seriously, "I sense the life signs of 2 survivors, one is over there, and the other is over there." As he spoke, Yimingji pointed out 2 directions. Li Ju looked in the direction Yimingji pointed, and one of them pointed to a ship on the sea, which was a large cargo ship floating on the nearshore water. The other direction is to the left of Haichao Port, where there is a dark cluster of buildings. There were 2 flags erected on the building complex. One was the flag of the Xia Kingdom, and the other was the flag of the military. There is no doubt that that is the Haichao base. After stopping the tracking psychic energy, Yimingji's face turned a little pale. This was the after effect of excessive use of psychic energy. Activating spiritual energy consumes spirituality, which is a combination of the human body's essence, energy, and spirit. The stronger the body, the stronger the spirituality. However, Li Ju found something wrong. Li Ju himself awakened his spiritual power only after his physical fitness broke through the human limit for the first time. This is consistent with the concern that the combination of essence, energy, and spirit, the enhancement of spirituality, and the qualitative change that produces spiritual power. But whether it was Yimingji or Xiaoyan, although their physiques were far superior to those of ordinary people, they had not reached the level of breaking through the human body's limits for the first time. Logically speaking, their energy and spirit are not enough to support the awakening of spiritual power. But what goes against common sense is that they have psychic powers. This reminded Li Ju of the prompt the system gave him when he first entered the giant form. Because the energy level of the current world is too low, it is not enough to support the giant bloodline to exist as an explicit characteristic. Therefore, each time you enter the giant form, you need to consume a lot of energy from the host. The longer you maintain the giant form, the more energy you consume. Before the body's energy is replenished, you cannot enter the giant form again. So, before the zombie virus broke out, the world's energy level remained at a low level? The outbreak of the zombie virus has caused the world's energy level to slowly increase, and has become the first shot on the road to evolution. Gunshots in Lexington? Chapter 68, Entering the Base. "Mr. Li, which side should we go first?" Yimingji looked at Li Ju and asked. Li Ju pondered for a moment, and finally pointed in the direction of the Haichao base and said, "Let's explore the base first." This decision was not a blind choice. Compared to the unknown ocean, the tidal base on the ground is obviously safer. People always tend to gravitate toward things that are familiar to them. Hearing this, Yimingji nodded and turned the handlebars. Suddenly, The motorcycle engine roared and then drove forward. It was Li Ju's first time to come to Haichao Port, and he didn't know much about the situation here, so he asked Yimingji to lead the way. 2 motorcycles, one black and one white, sped across the wide road and soon arrived at Haichao Port. However, as soon as he entered Haichao Port, Li Ju was warmly welcomed. Countless zombies roamed around the Tideport. They moved around aimlessly, gnawing at each other from time to time, and their roars and growls were endless. Among the huge crowd of zombies, in addition to these ordinary zombies, there are also many mutant zombies. The tyrants are tall and strong, and each tyrant is at least 3 meters tall, comparable to the tyrant in the underground parking garage of Dayun Shopping Mall. What's more, he already has a height of 4 or even 5 meters. Their appearance is like Li Ju's giant form, and their bodies are wrapped in thick white bone armor. At a glance, preliminary statistics show that there are hundreds of tyrants. Among them, the largest tyrant stood quietly in the center of the corpse group, seemingly falling into sleep. And above the head of the tyrant, Li Ju saw a familiar figure. Big-headed zombie. The owner of the zombie dog was the mastermind behind the attack on Li Ju by driving the zombie tiger. When faced with Li Ju's fatal blow, the big-headed zombie escaped by controlling a flock of zombie birds. After the encounter, Li Ju lost all traces of the big-headed zombie. He never thought that he would encounter it unexpectedly today. Li Ju once suspected that this big-headed zombie was a mutant zombie with advanced intelligence. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. In addition, Li Ju also discovered other mutant zombies that he had never seen before in the zombie group. The hunter, with the deformed torso and long limbs. The skeleton man, whose body is pierced by bone spurs. The corruptor is covered in mucus and has many tentacles on its body. A devourer, with twisted mouths all over its body. Looking at the countless data and contents that popped up in the system in an instant, Li Ju felt dazzled. The levels of these mutant zombies are generally above level 15, especially the tyrant controlled by the big-headed zombie, which is as high as level 25. And the big-headed zombie itself is only level 20. Just because Li Ju hadn't encountered these mutant zombies before doesn't mean they don't exist. Now, the emergence of these mutant zombies has once again refreshed Li Ju's understanding of the zombie virus. What a terrifying mutation rate! The zombie virus outbreak in Yuhai City has only lasted for 20 days, so what about a year later? To what extent will these zombies evolve? Just as Li Ju was thinking, the big-headed zombie perched on top of the Tyrant King suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at Li Ju. The big eyeball that occupied 2/3 of the entire face instantly reflected Li Ju's figure. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. The big-headed zombie who recognized Li Ju opened his mouth and let out a sharp roar, then a scarlet light flashed in the big-headed zombie's big eyes, and then countless zombies looked at Li Ju and Yimingji. The dormant Tyrant King also opened his eyes. The moment he woke up, his scarlet eyes burst out with endless cruelty and murderous intent. Things are different now. Li Ju, who has obtained the God King sequence, naturally had some clues. The moment the big-headed zombie roared, Li Ju sensed a familiar force. Mental power! Yes, while the big-headed zombie was roaring, it emitted a circle of manic mental power from it. The mental power spread outward like ripples, and all the zombies swept by the mental power ripples were controlled by the big-headed zombie. In the blink of an eye, the big-headed zombie controlled tens of thousands of zombies. The ability to do this, apart from the big-headed zombie's own powerful mental strength, is also due to the zombie's stupidity. Zombies whose brains have been damaged by the zombie virus have low intelligence, almost no mental strength, and act entirely on instinct. It is precisely because of this that the control of the big-headed zombies was so successful, and it was easy to gain control of tens of thousands of zombies. Interesting. Li Ju looked at the big-headed zombie with interest. From its big eyes, Li Ju clearly saw a smug look. A zombie with a smug look on his face? I let you run away last time, but this time, don't even think about leaving. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. The corners of Li Ju's mouth rose slightly, and then he touched the heart of the giant. Boom, boom, boom! The heartbeat sounded like a drum and gradually got louder. After several beats, it was like the roar of thunder. The next moment, the sky was filled with wind and clouds, and countless dark clouds gathered. Within a few breaths, the sky above Tideport was covered by thick dark clouds. In the dark clouds, lightning flashed from time to time, accompanied by thunder, like a punishment from God, extremely violent. A thunderclap struck, and Li Ju's body expanded inch by inch. The clothes on his body turned into light and disappeared on his body. Then, white bone armor as smooth as jade quickly took shape on his skin, covering Li Ju's whole body in an instant, like the knight's armor of medieval Western Europe, solemn and majestic. When the thunder dissipated, a giant nearly 5 meters tall appeared in Li Ju's place. Afterwards, invisible air waves swept out in all directions with the giant as the center. The tangible and intangible tyrant domain was instantly unfolded, and a terrifying sense of oppression spread wantonly. This is not over yet. This is far from Li Ju's limit. The next moment, a mental power wave that was dozens of times stronger than that of the big-headed zombie spread out, instantly covering the entire Tideport, and all the zombies in Tideport. The God King sequence ability, divine power is like prison. The mental power that originally belonged to the big-headed zombie was completely distorted and shattered. The mental power that belonged solely to Li Ju became the master of this place, ruling over all the creatures here. Li Ju instantly refined the big-headed zombie's control over the zombie army. Roar! Even the big-headed zombie itself only had time to let out a roar before it was forcibly invaded by Li Ju's mental power and became Li Ju's plaything. Yi Mingji on the side widened his eyes. The shock in his heart at this moment was beyond words. Yi Mingji knew about the existence of the big-headed zombie, and also deduced that the big-headed zombie's ability was to control other zombies. What Yi Mingji couldn't imagine was that Li Ju could actually control zombies. And Li Ju is even more terrifying than the big-headed zombies. He even controls the big-headed zombies. Apart from the zombies at the Haichao base, the tens of thousands of zombies in the Tideport, regardless of their species and strength, are all in Li Ju's hands. So horrible. Chapter 69 Two Big Heads? The ripples of mental power rose and fell like the tide, spreading outward in circles, persistently affecting all the zombies affected, allowing Li Ju to exert absolute control over them. Different from the pure mental control of the big-headed zombies, what Li Ju possesses is the powerful sequence ability derived from the giant bloodline, the God King sequence, the throne domination. The big-headed zombie's mental control is only a crude application on the surface, and can only provide vague guidance to the zombies it controls, such as driving all zombies to attack a target or go somewhere. However, Li Ju was able to completely master the living body he controlled and achieve the perfect state of following his heart. With the cooperation of the sequence ability, Divine Might as Prison, Li Ju's mental power range has become extremely large. Any target within the range of Li Ju's mental power will be controlled instantly. This is the God King sequence. This is the ruling power of the Giant King. Although the big-headed zombie's evolutionary mutation direction is also spiritual, it is still too weak compared to Li Ju. How dare the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? What's more, it's Li Ju's big sun. The sun is high in the sky, and it will be invincible in the last days. Feeling the zombies in Tideport, Li Ju closed his eyes silently. Judging from the feedback from the mental waves, there are probably more than 20,000 zombies in the Tideport, including more than 100 tyrants, more than 30 hunters, more than 30 skeletons, more than 20 corroders, and a dozen devourers. In other words, there are more than 200 mutant zombies among more than 20,000 zombies. The probability is almost 100 to 1. For every 100 ordinary zombies, there will be a mutant zombie. How many people are there in Xia Kingdom? A total of more than 3 billion people. Li Ju speculated that more than 90% of the humans in Xia country were infected with the zombie virus and turned into zombies. In other words, there are 2.7 billion zombies in Xia country alone. As the survivors continue to be infected by zombies, the number will only increase, while the number of survivors will decrease. In the entire Xia country, there are at least 2.7 million mutant zombies. Li Ju opened his eyes and emitted fluctuations of mental power, causing the Tyrant King and the big-headed zombies to approach him. As the Tyrant King got closer and closer, the big-headed zombies who felt the fatal threat began to resist, and violent fluctuations in mental power came like a tide. But no matter how hard the big-headed zombie tried and resisted, its mental strength was never enough in front of Li Ju. The ants also want to shake the mountains, a wishful thinking. Finally, the Tyrant King stopped in front of Li Ju, and following Li Ju's control, he squatted down, grabbed the big-headed zombie on his head, and handed it to Li Ju. Seeing the big-headed zombie that was only 1 meter tall standing in front of him, Li Ju couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. This big-headed zombie seems to be different from the big-headed zombie in the previous Dayun shopping mall sniper battle. The big-headed zombie driving the zombie tiger has a very distinctive feature, that is, there is a deep scar on its belly. The big-headed zombie that controls the zombie king has intact skin and no scars on its body. So, the reason they attacked us earlier was not because they were enemies? It was simply because of their instinct as zombies. They wanted to hunt and devour humans. Li Ju looked at the big-headed zombie in front of him thoughtfully. After a moment, he suddenly made a move, stabbed into the big-headed zombie's big eyes, and instantly penetrated the big-headed zombie's head. Then, thunder spiritual energy exploded, and the big-headed zombie's head instantly exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. When Li Ju took back his right hand, a blood-red pentahedral crystal appeared in his palm. It is the evolution of the big-headed zombie. He crushed the evolution crystal with one hand, and the blood-red energy passed through the skin of his palm and poured into his body, gradually becoming an aid to Li Ju's evolution and strength. Feeling the vague stimulation in the body, the shackles of the second human limit seemed to be shaky, and could be opened at any time. After dealing with the big-headed zombie, Li Ju turned his attention to the Tyrant King. The Tyrant King has evolved to a very high level, with his entire body covered in thick white bone armor. Except for the style being different from the Tyrant armor of the Tyrant sequence, other aspects are very similar. After all, the Tyrant sequence originated from the Tyrant zombie, and was produced by absorbing the evolutionary genes in the Tyrant zombie's evolutionary crystal and fusing them with the giant bloodline. No matter how things change, the essence remains the same. If Li Ju wants to make the Tyrant sequence more perfect, he also needs to absorb a large amount of the evolutionary crystals of the Tyrant zombies. At this time, there were hundreds of Tyrant zombies among the zombie army at Tideport. This is the perfect opportunity. After absorbing the evolutionary crystals of hundreds of Tyrant zombies, maybe I can break through the second limit of the human body. Just as Li Ju was about to mobilize his mental power and use the absolute suppression power of the throne to force the Tyrant King to commit suicide on the spot, a terrifying mental power wave that was several times stronger than that of the big-headed zombie came. The ripples of mental power were like a violent tsunami, roaring towards Li Ju. Oh? And there's a cake maker? Li Ju raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the source of the mental power ripples. That was the direction from which Li Ju and Yimingji came, and that was the entrance to the broad road. On the broad road, a gigantic zombie black bear was running towards them. It looked like a huge black tank, giving off a very oppressive feeling. The fur of the zombie black bear was rotten, and mucus continued to ooze out as the zombie black bear moved. Black blood and mucus mixed together and dripped onto the ground, and the ground was instantly corroded and thick white smoke came out. This zombie black bear is larger and stronger than the previous zombie tiger. The most terrifying thing is that this zombie black bear has 2 heads on its neck. A head covered in black fur, revealing 2 scarlet eyes, and the fangs in the mouth were extremely huge and sharp, stabbing forward. The other head was a bloody head without hair or skin. Its 6 dark green eyes were filled with murderous intent and madness, revealing a strong desire for flesh and blood. On top of the hairless, skinless, bloody head, stood a zombie that also had 2 heads. The 2-headed zombie was short, only about 1.2 meters tall, but it had 2 heads on its neck, both of which had only 1 eye, which was huge and took up 2/3 of the entire face. The most important thing is that there is a deep scar on the 2-headed zombie's belly, revealing the rotten and smelly internal organs in the abdomen. The 2-headed zombie's mental power waves confronted Li Ju's mental power waves, and at the moment of contact, they retreated at several times the speed. Sensing the familiar mental power, a scarlet light flashed in the eyes of the 2 big-headed zombies, and the zombie black bear ran even faster. Then Li Ju saw that the zombie black bear was followed by many zombie creatures. Zombie dogs, zombie cows, zombie leopards, zombie snakes, zombie gorillas. Quack, quack. There was a shrill sound of birds singing in the sky, and then a large dark cloud quickly flew over. Looking closely, the dark cloud was actually made up of countless black zombie birds. Oh, an old friend is here? A faint smile appeared on Li Ju's face, and the next moment, lightning suddenly lit up. Chapter 70 Zombie War. Old friend, long time no see. Li Ju looked at the two-headed big-headed zombie riding on the head of the two-headed zombie black bear, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, dazzling blue electric light flashed from Li Ju's eyes, announcing the start of the battle. Boom! In an instant, countless dark clouds swept in from other places in Yuhai City, and quickly gathered into a black sea of clouds above the Haichao port. As the black sea of clouds formed, rain began to fall. Between the clouds, lightning and thunder roared. The dazzling lightning tore through the dark sky, and the noisy and violent thunder roared like the roar of a god, shocking the world. The rain was getting heavier, from a drizzle to a heavy rain, then from a heavy rain to a downpour, and finally from the heavy rain to a pouring rain. The sea breeze was also attracted and turned into a howling gale, which drove the heavy rain, making the rain even more severe. Above the sea, the waves are surging, and as the tides recede, tsunamis are imminent. The violent tsunami continued to strike from the distant sea, gradually approaching the Haichao port. As it got closer and closer to the Haichao port, the scale of the tsunami became larger and larger, gradually covering the sky and the sun. Crack! Several bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds, striking the broad road and the path of the zombie two-headed black bear. Lightning as thick as a bucket passed through the flock of zombie birds, electrocuting a large number of them along the way. The zombie birds that were struck by lightning died on the spot and fell from the sky like dumplings, leaving many dead and injured. Roar! The two heads of the zombie two-headed black bear roared one after another, and the roars drove the countless zombie beasts behind them. After receiving the order, the zombie herd immediately quickened their pace and sprinted at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the wide road and arrived at the Haichao port. Seeing the zombie herd coming, Li Ju sneered and the throne domination was activated again. Whoa! In the darkness, a vague sound of a horn sounded. The sound seemed to come from heaven, dignified and solemn, and it completely sounded the clarion call for battle. The huge mental power ripples echoed throughout the Haichao port in just 1 second. All the zombies affected had scarlet light flashing in their eyes. They stood up and looked towards the broad road. Afterwards, under Li Ju's control, the zombie army swarmed in and rushed towards the zombie herd. Countless zombies or mutant zombies passed by Li Ju and Yi Mingji. They ignored them and rushed towards the zombie herd frantically. Of the two people caught in the tide of corpses, Li Ju's expression remained the same, with a sneer on his lips and an indifferent look. Yi Mingji's face gradually turned pale, and countless cold sweats broke out from his forehead. He looked at the zombies passing by with some fear, with an ugly expression. He did not have the blood of a giant, and was not immune to the infection of the zombie virus. His physical body had not broken through the limits of the human body, and his only psychic power was still auxiliary psychic power, and he had no ability to fight the enemy directly. Although Yi Mingji believed in Li Ju's strength, he couldn't help but feel afraid when he was surrounded by so many zombies. Don't be afraid, let them kill each other. Li Ju glanced at Yi Mingji and said lightly. Soldiers versus soldiers, generals versus generals. Our old acquaintances haven't even taken action yet, so why should we rush? Being invincible is lonely too. We have to find some fun. Yi Mingji swallowed his saliva and silently activated his tracking spiritual power. Huh! A person's vital signs disappeared? However, as soon as Yi Mingji activated his tracking spiritual power, he discovered something wrong. The marked target located in the Haichao base lost its trace, making Yi Mingji unable to sense its existence again. At this moment, the zombie army and the zombie beast group also came into contact with each other. Under the control of Li Ju and the two-headed big-headed zombie, the two armies started a full-scale war. Roar! Ouch! Call! The roars of various monsters sounded one after another. They bit their opponents with their teeth, pierced their opponents with their claws, and cut their opponents with their blades. A zombie dog bit off a zombie's neck, and the next moment it was trampled into a pulp by a tyrant zombie. Just as a few zombie wolves cooperated to hunt a tyrant zombie, several hunters surrounded them and quickly hunted down the zombie wolves. A zombie tiger entered the deserted area and slaughtered a large number of zombies crazily. The next moment, the Tyrant King held down its head and smashed it with one punch. There are countless scenes like this, happening all the time. The Tideport has completely turned into a meat grinder, a bloody battlefield. Every second, countless zombies or zombie beasts die, and every second, countless minced meat and paste are produced. The violent rainstorm never stopped for a moment, constantly washing away the traces on the ground, and the blood was washed away by the rain and flowed everywhere. The earth was covered with black blood, it was pitch black. The battle lasted for a long time, and in the end, the zombie army with larger numbers gained the upper hand and won the battle with a slight advantage. However, the situation of the zombie army is not optimistic. The remaining zombies are scattered, and there are only less than 30 left out of more than 20,000 zombies. The Tyrant King, who was invincible in the battle, now lost a leg and 2 arms, and had countless bloody wounds on his body, revealing rotten flesh. Finally, the 2-headed zombie black bear roared to the sky and joined the battle. "Look, the opponent can't help it," Li Ju said lightly, with a sinister smile in his eyes. The 2-headed zombie black bear is indeed a terrifying zombie beast, especially with the blessing of the 2-headed bigheaded zombie. Once it joined the battle, it instantly turned the situation around. It was like entering an empty land, killing indiscriminately. Even the Tyrant King was no match for it, and his head was smashed to pieces. The white bone armor shattered and splashed, and the 2-headed zombie black bear quickly cleared the battlefield. At this moment, the zombie beast herd consisting of tens of thousands of zombie beasts, and the zombie army consisting of more than 20,000 zombies were all wiped out, leaving only blood foam and black blood all over the ground. And the tsunami also came to Tideport. A tsunami nearly 10 meters high rushed down, and then hit me hard. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater turned into a bulldozer, washing away everything on the Tideport like a tornado. Whether it was the original human buildings or the ships staying in the near sea and ports, they were all submerged. The flesh and blood all over the ground were washed away and all swept into the sea by the tsunami. After the tsunami, only the 2-headed zombie black bear, the 2-headed big-headed zombie above it, and Li Ju and Yi Mingji were still standing on the Tideport. In the distant sea, several ships were shaky and luckily avoided the tsunami. Looking at the 2-headed zombie black bear and the 2-headed big-headed zombie, Li Ju raised his right hand and aimed at them. The next moment, a dazzling blue light appeared in the palm of his hand. Palm Thunder. Chapter 71. How many heads? The 2-headed zombie black bear slaughtered all the remaining zombies as soon as it came on the scene. Whether they were the Tyrant King or other mutant zombies, they all died under its bare paws. After dealing with the small fry, the 2-headed zombie black bear began to circle around Li Ju and Yi Mingji, and slowly approached. Li Ju's figure was reflected in the 2 big eyes of the 2-headed big-headed zombie, with bloodthirstiness and hatred coexisting in his eyes. For the 2-headed big-headed zombie, the human in front of him slaughtered the first zombie dog that he had subdued when he was weak, which put him in a difficult situation for a while. Its body is not that strong, not to mention the tyrant, even ordinary zombies are far inferior to it. After losing the zombie dog, the 2-headed big-headed zombie hid from place to place, struggling to avoid the covetousness of other mutant zombies. For other mutant zombies, big-headed zombies are extremely delicious food, even a little bit better than humans. Eating big-headed zombies can make the zombie virus mutate quickly, thus becoming more powerful. As a zombie that has evolved in the direction of spirituality, the big-headed zombie has become an outlier among the zombie population. It is guarded against by humans and hunted down by its own kind. In order to survive, it had to use its mental power to control the zombies to protect itself, and at the same time, it opened up a path for itself by forming a group of zombies and seeking opportunities for evolution. For big-headed zombies, the best way to evolve is to devour other big-headed zombies and plunder their evolutionary crystals. The second head of the big-headed zombie came from this. After the failure of the sniper ambush on Li Ju in Dalian Shopping Mall, the big-headed zombie lost its high-end combat power like the zombie tiger, and a large number of zombie beasts, and was almost killed by Li Ju in one blow. Fortunately, the big-headed zombie controlled the flock of zombie birds in time to block them, and escaped from the chaos, luckily escaping the disaster. 2 consecutive defeats made the big-headed zombie's hatred for Li Ju reach its peak. It vowed to take revenge and all humans deserved to die. In the following days, the big-headed zombie roamed around every corner of Yohai City, constantly conquering zombie beasts to expand his own power. By chance, during an outing, the big-headed zombie came to Tideport and embarked on a smooth road. Here, it witnessed a shocking battle with its own eyes. The two big-headed zombies joined forces and drove tens of thousands of zombies to attack the human base. That was also the first time that the big-headed zombie witnessed how terrifying human heavy firepower was. The tall tyrant zombie instantly turned into blood foam under the explosion of a rocket. The hunter, known for its speed advantage, was shot in the head by a human sniper. The 25mm diameter sniper bullet, powered by gunpowder, directly shattered the hunter's head. Even the most tenacious corruptor was burned to death under the attack of kerosene. There are even some human survivors who possess powerful abilities and are good at using natural forces such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Their existence has become the biggest obstacle to the advancement of the zombie army. What impressed the most about the big-headed zombie was a human survivor with 2 white wings. When the battle to defend Tide Base began, the winged human survivor spread his wings and flew high into the sky, his whole body blooming with endless light and heat, like a new sun hanging high in the sky. Then countless feathers shot towards the zombie army like sharp arrows, easily harvesting the lives of countless zombies. Any life that is hit by the feathers will ignite with golden flames, and eventually nothing will be left. Originally, with so many evolvers confronting them, the zombie army's attack had difficulty making any progress, but a man with flames all over his body broke the deadlock. The human evolver named Xiao Yan suddenly went crazy, slaughtering his teammates and military soldiers around him, and even destroyed a lot of armaments. Several evolvers joined forces, but not only did they fail to stop Xiao Yan, they were burned to death by the flames. The humans suffered heavy losses and were thrown into disarray for a moment. Xiao Yan took this opportunity to escape, and the zombie army also got an opportunity to take advantage. Seeing this, the 2 big-headed zombies immediately launched a fierce attack on the zombie army. Under the zombie army's suicidal offensive without fear of loss and regardless of cost, the Haichao base, which was caught in civil strife, was quickly captured. Countless zombies poured into the Haichao base and began a carnival feast. Even the winged evolver hanging high in the sky was seriously injured by the swarm of zombie birds. His wings were broken, and he fell into the base. Seeing the base fall and the defense line breached, the survivors in the Haichao base decisively gave up defending the base and fled by car. It was at this time that the big-headed zombie took action. As a big-headed zombie that is also evolving in the direction of spirituality, it is extremely aware of its own weakness, which is that after controlling a large number of creatures for a long time, it will fall into a period of weakness. The big-headed zombies in their weak stage are unable to use their mental power. Except for the few zombies under their complete control, they will lose control of the other zombies. And this is the opportunity that the big-headed zombie has been waiting for a long time. It is like a poisonous snake that has been lurking for a long time, revealing its venom and fangs to its prey. Hit the target in one shot. The scar-headed zombie used the zombie snake to strangle a big-headed zombie that participated in the defense of the Haichao base, and left the place under the horrified gaze of another big-headed zombie. The scar-headed zombie absorbed the evolutionary crystals of the big-headed zombie and absorbed the evolutionary genes, thereby catalyzing its own zombie virus and gaining evolution. It grew a second head, a second big head. From then on, it became a 2-headed big-headed zombie. After evolving, the 2-headed big-headed zombie gathered the zombie herd again, preparing to return to the Haichao base to hunt down the remaining big-headed zombie. But soon after embarking on the smooth road, the 2-headed big-headed zombie met one of the 2 people he hated most in his zombie life. That's Li Ju! The fire of revenge was burning in the heart of the 2-headed big-headed zombie. It immediately controlled the zombie herd to launch an attack, attempting to hunt down Li Ju. At the same time, the 2-headed big-headed zombie also saw the evolution crystal in Li Ju's hand. Through the perception of mental ripples, the 2-headed zombie knew that it was the evolutionary crystallization of another big-headed zombie. However, before the 2-headed big-headed zombie could make the next move, it saw Li Ju crush the evolution crystal and absorb it. It was furious. Therefore, whether for revenge or for evolution, the 2-headed big-headed zombie must attack Li Ju. Let's settle all new and old grudges together. But what was beyond the two-headed big-headed zombies' expectations was that Li Ju could actually control the zombies. In fact, the number of zombies he controls is more than himself. The Tyrant King was almost the same as the two-headed zombie black bear under his mount, and the odds were 60:40. If the zombie herd had not consumed a lot of the zombie army, the two-headed big-headed zombie would have had to pay a certain price to deal with the Tyrant King. At this moment, all the small fish have been consumed, and it is the turn of the main generals of both sides to go down. Chapter 72 Intermediate Giant. Li Ju waved his hand and a strong wind whistled past. The fierce wind swept up the evolution crystals all over the ground and turned into a red torrent that rushed towards Li Ju. The evolutionary crystals of more than 20,000 zombies and the evolutionary crystals of tens of thousands of zombie beasts gathered together, shattered in the strong wind, and turned into streams of energy. This huge energy poured into Li Ju's body, and a thick beam of light enveloped Li Ju's figure. The body continued to absorb the energy of the crystallization of evolution. Feeling the cheers of the cells in the body, Li Ju stretched out his arms and embraced the sky. Call! As the last wisp of energy entered Li Ju's body, a vast and huge aura rushed straight into the sky. The breath that soared into the sky pierced through the dense dark clouds. The long-lost daylight and winter sun illuminated the Tideport, shining through the heavy rain and refracting colorful luster. A rainbow spans the sky. High concentration of evolutionary energy detected. High concentration of evolutionary energy detected. The giant bloodline is awakening. Catalysis is in progress. Bloodline is being compiled. Bloodline compilation completed. Primary giant bloodline purified. Intermediate giant bloodline awakened. Warning! Warning! Too much evolutionary energy absorbed. The giant bloodline rioted. You are out of control. You are out of control. You are out of control. Awaya! The system's prompt sound and Li Ju's roar sounded at the same time. Yimingji, who was standing aside, was still in a daze. Hearing Li Ju's sudden roar, he turned his head in confusion and looked at Li Ju. Then, Yimingji's eyes widened and he stepped back in disbelief. Following Yimingji's gaze, he saw that Li Ju's body was undergoing horrific changes. His body was twisted inch by inch, as if being kneaded like plasticine. Bones pierced his body, revealing the eerie white bone streaks, and from time to time, his internal organs could be seen turned inside out. After a while, Li Ju's body returned to normal, but his eyes were closed. The two-headed big-headed zombie, sensing something was wrong, did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately controlled the two-headed zombie black bear under him to attack Li Ju. Roar! The two-headed zombie black bear immediately roared to the sky and pounced on Li Ju. The next moment, Li Ju opened his eyes. Two blue lightning bolts shot out from its eyes and landed directly on the two-headed big-headed zombie. The horrifying electric current instantly knocked the two-headed big-headed zombie off the top of the two-headed zombie black bear, causing it to fall to the ground. The sudden attack and the paralysis caused by lightning made the two-headed big-headed zombie tremble all over, and lost control of the two-headed zombie black bear. The two-headed zombie black bear, which lost the control of the two-headed big-headed zombie, became more violent. It immediately increased its running speed and pounced on Li Ju. However, what appeared in front of the two-headed big-headed zombie was no longer a short human, but a huge giant about 10 meters tall. That's right, after Li Ju, who had awakened the bloodline of an intermediate giant, lost control, he automatically entered the giant form, and his height went from over 4 meters to directly breaking through the shackles of 10 meters. The 10-meter-tall giant is twice as tall as the 5-meter-tall two-headed zombie black bear. In the eyes of the giant, the terrifying two-headed zombie black bear was just a small black dog with 2 heads. The giant wore a glazed crown on his head, with 3 symbols of the sun, moon and star on the crown, in gold, silver and other colors. The originally heavy tyrant armor, which looked like the knight armor popular in Western Europe in the Middle Ages, also changed, becoming a more refined and complex Xia armor, covering the giant's whole body and revealing his face. It was a picture of Li Ju's face magnified countless times. There was no sign of emotion on his face, only endless indifference. Like divinity. Behind the giant, at the connection point of the tyrant armor, a huge blue cloak fluttered in the wind. Every vibration would bring up countless lightning flashes and thunder. These correspond to the Tyrant sequence, God King sequence, and Storm sequence respectively. After Li Ju awakened the giant bloodline, these gene sequences were strengthened and changed, becoming even more powerful. Looking at the two-headed zombie black bear, the giant slowly raised his right hand and aimed at the head of the two-headed zombie black bear. The next moment, a huge thunder ball with a diameter of 3 meters took shape instantly. Palm Thunder Pro Max. Because the two-headed zombie black bear was running at high speed and its body was affected by inertia, it had to get close to the giant. So, this scene was like the two-headed zombie black bear pounced on the huge palm thunder that was falling. Roar! Roar! A trace of human fear flashed in the eyes of the two-headed zombie black bear, and the next moment, the huge palm thunder fell down like a blow to the head. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and countless lightning snakes swam in all directions. The entire Haichao port was shaking uncontrollably and might capsize at any time. When the lightning faded, where was the two-headed zombie black bear? Yes, it's just black dust all over the ground. The black dust gradually disappeared under the continuous heavy rain and disappeared without a trace with the howling wind. The giant turned his head and looked at the two-headed big zombie lying on the ground. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Host Li Ju. Bloodline, intermediate giant bloodline, 1 out of 100. Gene sequence, Tyrant sequence / Storm sequence / God King sequence. Strength, 28, giant form, 180. Agility, 25, giant form, 150. Perception, 26, giant form, 160. Spiritual, 30, giant form, 200. Improvement in all aspects. Double the improvement. In human form, all 4 data items exceeded 20 points, breaking through the secondary human limit, and even the spirituality reached 30 points, which is the threshold of the third human limit. As long as you break the shackles of the human body's limits, you can go further at any time. The increase in the giant form is even more terrifying, it has doubled. You know, the strongest enemy Li Ju has encountered so far, the two-headed zombie black bear, has a maximum strength of only 60 points. The giant form is 3 times as big. This is the intermediate giant bloodline. However, Li Ju didn't know these specific data at the moment. Just as the system said, Li Ju had completely lost control. Roar! Seeing the two-headed zombie black bear being killed instantly, the two-headed big-headed zombie suddenly felt something was wrong, and a familiar feeling of fear surged in his heart. Just when it was about to take action and try to fight to the death to save its life, Li Ju's palm thunder fell again. Boom! A huge explosion sounded again, and the two-headed big-headed zombie died completely. This time, this two-headed big-headed zombie full of revenge will no longer have the chance for revenge. Whether it was Li Ju or the person who left the scar on it. After dealing with the two-headed big-headed zombie, the giant turned his head again and looked at Yimingji. Chapter 73 Sun Angel. Mr. Li, are you okay? Seeing that the giant easily dealt with the two-headed big-headed zombie and the two-headed zombie black bear, Yimingji gradually regained his composure and shouted to the 10-meter-tall giant. However, the giant did not choose to respond to Yimingji, but raised his right hand and pointed it at him, and countless blue lightning began to gather in the palm of his palm. Yimingji's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong sense of life and death crisis surged into his heart. He had just seen with his own eyes the giant's 2 palm mines blasting the zombies into pieces. Now, the giant is ready to attack him again. Damn, what happened to Li Ju? Yimingji bit his teeth. With his speed, there was no way he could avoid the giant's attack. Am I going to die here? Boom! Just as the palm thunder was about to take shape, a huge explosion sounded deep in the Haichao base. The sudden sound attracted the attention of Yimingji and Li Ju at the same time, and they both looked towards the source of the explosion. The next moment, a huge figure took off from the sea tide base, hovering in the sky with its wings spread. Behind the 3-meter-tall figure, there was a pair of huge hairless wings with a wingspan of about 10 meters. The hairless wings were covered with rotten flesh and blood. With every flap of the wings, countless black blood fell from the sky and splashed in all directions. Wherever the black blood stained the place, no matter what the substance was, strange black flames would ignite. The black flames were like the abyss fire from hell, silent and emitting sulfur and a foul smell. All objects burned by the black flames were slowly melting and turning into black water. The newcomer was in human form, but could no longer be called a human. Its feet were like bird claws, and its arms were twisted and distorted into the backbones that connected to its hairless wings. It had no facial features, but a five-faced face. However, the moment he saw it, Yimingji couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Dong!" Feeling the marks disappearing and reappearing in the tracking spiritual energy, Yimingji was extremely certain that the monster floating in the sky before him was the former member of the dragon team, the strongest evolver in Yuhai City, the well-deserved uncrowned King Lin Dong. Yimingji's mind quickly recalled the information about Lin Dong. Different from the spiritual power awakened by ordinary evolvers, the spiritual power awakened by Lin Dong is called Sun Angel. This is a spiritual power that directly acts on the body. From the first time the spiritual power was activated, Lin Dong's body underwent irreversible changes. He first grew white wings covered with feathers, and then gained the ability to flap and fly. As his spirituality continued to grow, Lin Dong's psychic power also gradually strengthened, and the changes in his body became more and more obvious. Gradually, Lin Dong gained the ability to glow. Whenever he flapped his wings and soared high into the sky, his two white wings would emit endless light and heat. Under Lin Dong's control, friendly forces bathed in the light of the wings would be strengthened in all aspects, while the enemies would be weakened or even suppressed. By now, Lin Dong has developed the ability to shoot out feathers as a means of attack, and any object or life hit by the feathers will be burned by the golden sun fire. Possessing such powerful spiritual power, Lin Dong soon became the strongest evolver in Yuhai City, and even one of the best evolvers in the entire Xia country. However, Lin Dong's current situation. This person has been infected by the zombie virus and turned into a zombie monster. Cry! The zombie Lin Dong floating in the sky let out a shrill roar, turned around, faced the giant Li Ju, and flapped his wings violently. Crash! Crash! Every time the hairless, rotten flesh wings vibrated, the air exploded and a loud bang was heard. Countless black blood was driven by the powerful impact force and shot towards the giant Li Ju like sharp arrows. Seeing the black blood approaching, the giant Li Ju raised his right hand and fired the palm thunder that had been ready for a long time, directly facing the black blood in the sky. Boom! The palm thunder exploded in midair, transforming into countless blue lightning snakes. The lightning snakes surged and swallowed every drop of black blood accurately. The divine might spread rapidly like a prison, and the surging mental power swept out with the giant Li Ju as the core, aiming directly at the zombie Lin Dong. The powerful mental force was like a sea tide, spreading towards the sky with unstoppable force. In just a few breaths, Li Ju's mental ripples covered Lin Dong, the zombies floating in the sky. The giant opened his 5 fingers, aimed them at the angel with flesh wings, and clenched them hard. The God King sequence, the throne dominates, start. As the giant bloodline transformed from primary to intermediate level, the God King sequence was also terribly strengthened. Both the divine power like prison and the throne dominance were enhanced. At this moment, as the throne's control was activated, endless golden light threads spread out from the giant's 5 fingers and entangled the flesh-winged angel at lightning speed. Seeing that the throne's domination took effect, the giant pulled his right hand back suddenly, and the controlled flesh-winged angel also moved closer to the giant. But soon, a thick black light emanated from the body of the flesh-winged angel. The black light was like ink, gradually eroding the surrounding sky. It was a black color deeper than the night sky. As the black light appeared, several of the golden rays wrapped around the body of the flesh-winged angel suddenly broke. Then, in this gap, the flesh-winged angel seemed to have briefly escaped from Li Ju's control, and suddenly flapped its wings to fly high into the sky. The giant Li Ju looked at the flesh-winged angel who was trying to escape and slowly raised his left hand. The God King sequence, throne domination, starts again. 2 palms and 10 fingers, connected by countless golden rays, tightly wrapped the flesh-winged angel, like a golden cocoon of light, suspended in the sky. The next moment, the giant Li Ju put his hands together, the golden light shrank violently, and the huge cocoon of light was compressed to the extreme in an instant. Cry! A painful wail came from the light cocoon, and black blood continuously seeped out of the light cocoon and dripped onto the ground below. The continuously overflowing black blood gradually contaminated the golden light cocoon, causing half of the golden light cocoon to be dyed black while emitting black light. Just as the giantly Jew was about to continue to shrink the golden light cocoon and directly strangled the flesh-winged angel inside, the light cocoon that had been completely contaminated into black suddenly exploded, revealing the flesh-winged angel inside. The flesh-winged angel's body was covered with fine marks of strangulation, deep enough to see the bones. The two huge hairless, rotten flesh wings were also broken at this moment, hanging unnaturally on both sides. The flesh-winged angel, whose wings were severely damaged, fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Seeing this, the giantly Jew quickly moved his legs and rushed towards the place where the flesh-winged angel fell. Yimingji, who had escaped the disaster by chance, was not willing to be outdone. He immediately chased the giantly Jew to the place where the flesh-winged angel was. The heavy rain was still continuing, and dazzling lightning occasionally tore through the dark clouds, illuminating the Tideport. Chapter 74 Sun Sequence. The 10-meter-tall giant moved his legs and strode towards the tide base. Behind the giant, Yimingji followed closely with difficulty. Soon, the giantly Jew stepped into the Haichao base. Haichao Base, as the base in the eastern district of Yahai City, is a top-level military base with a high degree of modernization. It is fully covered with heavy firepower and is guarded to the extreme. Not even a fly can fly in. However, the Haichao base, which had such complete defenses, eventually lost its composure due to an internal rebellion, and was eventually breached by the zombie army and completely destroyed. All I can say is that human nature is what we need to guard against most in the end times. The giant stepped over the tall security wall covered with black blood. The black blood from the zombies had long since dried up, leaving only black bloodstains on the security wall. Yimingji also entered the Haichao base through the wall that was breached by the zombies. Soon, the giant and Yimingji simultaneously discovered the flesh-winged angel in the assembly square of the tide base. The wings of the flesh-winged angel were twisted beyond recognition, and the white bones penetrated the rotten flesh, revealing the eerie bone stumps. It lay on the ground, flapping its hairless fleshy wings on its back in an attempt to fly. But it was all in vain. No matter how hard the winged angel tried, its severely damaged wings could hardly lift its huge body into the sky, so it had to struggle to get up from the ground. After losing the ability to fly, the huge hairless wings have become the biggest burden for the flesh-winged angels. Its huge, hairless wings make it difficult for it to maintain its balance. Even if it stands up, it still staggers and may fall at any time. The flesh-winged angel also discovered the giant who had arrived here, and immediately raised his faceless head and let out a sharp and piercing roar. Cry! The giant looked exactly like Li Ju, remaining indifferent and calm. When he saw the flesh-winged angel preparing to attack, he immediately raised his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers. The golden light quickly spread from the 5 fingers and connected to the body of the flesh-winged angel. The God-King sequence, the throne dominates, start. The 5 fingers moved, the golden light slowly shrank, and the body of the flesh-winged angel twisted into a strange posture. The sound of broken bones sounded like firecrackers. Cry! Feeling the life and death crisis, the flesh-winged angel immediately oozed black blood, which quickly covered the golden light and contaminated it into black. It wanted to use the same trick again to get rid of the control of the golden light. However, how could Li Ju, who had learned from his mistakes, be tricked by the same trick? The next moment, thunder spiritual energy exploded. Endless violent blue electric current burst out from the giant, and the violent electric current quickly spread along the golden light, all the way to the flesh-winged angel. The black blood encountered along the way was instantly turned into white smoke by the lightning energy. The polluted black thread turned back to gold and was wrapped with blue electric current. Soon, the thunder energy followed the golden thread and reached the flesh-winged angel. Sizzle! The powerful electric current instantly paralyzed the body of the flesh-winged angel, causing it to lose control of its body. Under the attack of thunder and lightning, the rotten flesh and blood turned directly into black charcoal and fell to the ground. Roar! The immense pain made the flesh-winged angel wail continuously, but no matter how it resisted, the only way that awaited it was death. Finally, Under the dual attack of the control of the golden thread and the lightning, the flesh-winged angel turned into a 3-meter-tall black charcoal and completely lost its life. The giant, who had consumed a large amount of energy, also shrank in size and returned to his human form. Divine biological data detected, being acquired. Acquisition completed, displaying data. Level 25 mutant zombie, Sun Angel. Strength 45. Agility 80. Perception 60. Spiritual 120. Divinity Sun. With his mind in a mess, Li Ju could only hear a series of system prompts in his mind and the data panel that appeared in his eyes. Before he could figure out what happened after absorbing a large amount of evolution crystals, a strong feeling of hunger surged in his heart. Li Ju was very familiar with this feeling. It was a manifestation of excessive energy consumption when entering the giant form. Just as Li Ju was about to look for zombies to obtain evolution crystals, the black charred corpse in front of him gave off a strong attraction. This attraction was extremely strong, like the mutual attraction of magnets, making Li Ju want to pounce on the black charred corpse on the spot. Li Ju suppressed the impulse in his heart and came to the black charred corpse. As he got closer, Li Ju realized that the charred corpse in front of him was different. It actually has a pair of huge wings. If Li Ju was not very familiar with his own power, and was not 100% sure that the energy that created the black charred corpse came from his own thunder psychic power, he would definitely fall into deep thought. This black charred corpse was so powerful when it was alive. Who hunted it down? Soon, Li Ju, attracted by his heart, punched through the heart of the black charred corpse and took out a decahedral golden evolution crystal from it. The moment he saw the golden evolution crystal, Li Ju could no longer suppress the urge in his heart. He immediately crushed the golden evolution crystal and began to absorb it. Energy as warm as the sun poured into Li Ju's body, and the incomparable feeling of comfort and pleasure made Li Ju moan involuntarily. Divinity detected, absorption begins. Acquire evolutionary genes, intermediate giant bloodline begins to catalyze. Special evolutionary genes detected, bloodline compilation started. Catalysis completed, compilation successful. Sun sequence, we look forward to your brilliance shining upon the universe. The golden evolution crystal was completely absorbed by Li Ju, and his body also changed as a result. A pair of wings with golden feathers grew out from Li Ju's shoulder blades and flapped their wings. The golden wings flapped gently, and Li Ju flew high into the sky, hovering in the sky. After asking the system and understanding the whole story, Li Ju finally came to his senses, opened his eyes and looked around. Under his feet was the empty Haichao base. The only survivor, Yi Mingji, stood on the open space in the assembly square, looking at himself in amazement. Looking up, there are dense dark clouds. The heavy rain gathered by the storm sequence never stops for a moment, washing away everything on the earth diligently. As Li Ju spread his golden wings, endless light burst out from his body, forming a pillar of light that reached the sky and pierced through the clouds. The dark clouds dissipated in an instant, the heavy rain stopped, and the strong wind ceased. In the sky, only Li Ju, with his golden wings fluttering, was hanging high in the sky, like a rising sun, illuminating the world. Feeling the hot energy in his body, Li Ju's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an extremely confident smile. Is this the powerful force? Chapter 75, Dark Shadow. Gene Sequence, Sun Sequence. Sequence Ability 1, Eternal Blazing Sun, one of the advancement directions of the Sun Sequence, a characteristic of divine manifestation. Where the endless radiance of the eternal blazing sun shines, the pervasive darkness can no longer hide. Sequence Ability 2, Burning Heaven Divine Fire, one of the advancement directions of the Sun Sequence, the essence of divine power. Burning Heaven Divine Fire burns all the evil in the world, and the world will restart as a result. Sequence Ability 3, Ladder to God, one of the directions of advancement in the Sun Sequence, the path to advancement to divinity. The Sun Angels walking in the human world step onto the ladder to godhood, and one day, the glory of the new sun will illuminate time. Looking at the solar sequence gene capabilities displayed by the system, Li Ju couldn't help but frown. Divinity? This was not the first time this term had appeared. long before Li Ju absorbed the evolutionary crystallization of the white zombie rats from the Yohai City sewage treatment plant and awakened the God King sequence, these two words appeared on the data panel provided by the system. It's just that at that time there were 3 question marks after the word divinity, and there was no useful information. After absorbing the zombie sun angel, the awakened sun sequence is closely related to divinity. This couldn't help but attract Li Ju's attention. The huge golden wings folded gently, and eventually turned into golden dust and dissipated. Li Ju also slowly landed on the ground and walked towards Yimingji. This was the first time that Yimingji accompanied Li Ju on a mission and explored the end of the world. Although Li Ju was very powerful in his heart, it was only after witnessing it all with his own eyes that he understood Li Ju's true strength. That cannot be described by just the word powerful. That's called invincible. Well-deserved invincibility. Suppress all enemies in the world. Yimingji's heart had been broken many times today, and his mood was turbulent. However, as an evolver in the military and an official member of the Dragon Group, Yimingji had come into contact with many evolvers over the years, and his acceptance of the evolver world was far beyond the ordinary. What's more, the zombie virus has broken out and the end of the world is coming. Being in such a chaotic apocalypse, it is only natural to encounter even more outrageous things. Seeing that Li Ju had regained consciousness, Yimingji finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to talk to him. Mr. Li, my tracking power has changed. One of the 2 targets I marked earlier has disappeared. Now there's only one person left on the ship in the distant sea. The target that disappeared was the zombie winged angel from before. He is also a member of the Dragon team and an official evolver. Then, Yimingji told Li Ju detailed information about Lin Dong's resume, psychic powers, etc., and reminded Li Ju of the things that had happened when he lost control and self-awareness. After listening to Yimingji's narration, Li Ju nodded gently. He lost consciousness when he lost control and entered the giant form. When he turned back to human form and woke up, he found that he had lost his memory of the period when he lost control. Through Yimingji's narration, Li Ju roughly understood the abilities of the mutant zombie flesh-winged angel, as well as his own performance in fighting against it. Now that the target in the Haichao base has been solved, let's head directly to the sea. Li Ju looked at the sea level. When the 2 came, there were still many ships docked at the harbor and near the coast. However, with the 10-meter tsunami brought about by the storm sequence, all those ships were overturned and sank to the bottom of the sea. The zombies that fell from the ship into the sea were like rootless duckweed, drifting unsteadily on the turbulent sea. Suddenly, an extremely huge black rotten fish mouth emerged from the bottom of the sea and instantly swallowed countless floating zombies. After swallowing the zombies, the black rotten fish mouth, which was 4 or 5 times larger than the ship, sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. Its movement created a tsunami, and the distant ocean gathered waves and gradually rushed towards the tidal port. Seeing the tsunami approaching, Li Ju snorted coldly, and his heavy heartbeat sounded. The tsunami that was roaring and coming with its fangs and claws suddenly collapsed and returned to the sea. Walk! As soon as he finished speaking, golden wings spread out from behind Li Ju. He grabbed Yimingji's shoulders with one hand, flapped his wings, and the 2 of them seemed to soar into the sky quickly. As the golden wings vibrated, dazzling and blazing golden light shone from the wings, illuminating all directions. The brilliant golden light instantly penetrated the dark seabed, revealing what was beneath the surface. It was a huge dark shadow that was 2 kilometers long. Under the shining light, the surface of the dark giant shadow reflected a cold light. Its body surface showed signs of overlooking, and its sharp scales like blades cut through the sea water, opening up a path forward. The huge fish mouth that swallowed countless zombies was just the tip of the iceberg of this dark giant shadow. When Li Ju saw the true appearance of the giant creature under the sea, a faint sense of crisis surged in his heart. Even a mid-level giant, 10 meters tall and nearly invincible on land, is as small as an ant compared to this dark giant shadow. Body size is often directly linked to strength. The larger the body, the stronger its strength will certainly be. Just imagine, a 10-meter tall intermediate giant has a strength of 180 points. So, how powerful would this huge dark shadow that is 2 kilometers long be? 800 points? Or 1,800 points? Li Ju did not fight with the giant dark shadow, so he had no way of knowing these things. However, the only thing that is certain is that with Li Ju's current strength, he is most likely no match for this giant dark shadow. This is a fact, and there is no need to hide it. No matter how strong you are, just give me some time to improve myself. With the blood of giants, I will definitely dominate the ocean. Li Ju was not arrogant enough to challenge the dark giant shadow. Although he was conceited and had absolute confidence in his own strength, he knew how to judge the situation better. A truly strong person will never try to show off his abilities for a short period of time. Only by being patient can you return triumphantly in the future. The huge dark shadow quickly dived into the deep sea. Even with the light of the eternal scorching sun, it could not penetrate the inky black sea water and reach the bottom of the sea, so Li Ju quickly lost the trace of the huge dark shadow. However, Li Ju's goal this time was to find the survivors of Yimingji's psychic mark, so Li Ju quickly buried the matter of the dark giant shadow in his heart and flapped his golden wings to fly towards a cruise ship in the distant sea. Soon, Li Jijio took Yimingji and flew over the cruise ship. Looking down, I saw that the deck of the cruise ship was full of wandering zombies. They had been trapped on the cruise ship since the moment the zombie virus broke out. After devouring all the human survivors, they continued to wander the deck, searching for flesh and blood. The zombies on the deck were bathed in the light of the eternal sun, and golden flames ignited on their bodies out of thin air. Burning heaven divine fire. The burning heaven divine fire burned silently, and soon all the zombies on the deck were burned to ashes, leaving no trace. Chapter 76 Researchers. The burning heaven divine fire burned to death the zombies wandering on the deck. After confirming that it was safe, Li Ju brought Yimingji to land on the deck. Folding his golden wings, Li Ju looked at Yimingji and motioned him to lead the way. Yimingji immediately activated his tracking spiritual energy, and his eyes glowed white. Soon, Yimingji sensed the location of the marked target through his tracking psychic power. "Mr. Li, follow me." The two walked along the deck and soon came to the entrance leading to the interior of the cabin. Yimingji opened the hatch, and several zombies lying in ambush in the passage smelled the scent of flesh and blood and immediately swarmed out. Seeing this, Li Ju gently waved his right hand, and several lightning snakes sprang out from his palm and quickly moved to the zombies. With crackling sounds, the zombies turned into black charcoal and fell to the ground. After dealing with a few zombies, Yimingji continued to move forward and came to the bottom floor of the cruise ship, the storage room where supplies were stored. There were still many zombies lying in ambush along the way, but they were all dealt with by Li Ju in different ways. It could be the violent lightning strike of thunder psionic energy, or the traceless burning of the burning heaven divine fire, or the mental control dominated by the throne. In short, during this period, Li Ju continued to adapt to his many sequence abilities. These gene sequences changed due to the advancement of the giant bloodline. Only by clearly knowing the role of his abilities, mastering them thoroughly, and using them skillfully, can he improve his combat effectiveness. A strong person is not born strong. Any success is inseparable from talent and hard work. The giant bloodline has given Li Ju the most powerful talent, but it still requires Li Ju's own efforts to integrate it. This is Li Ju's way of survival. Arriving at the storage room, Yimingji stopped activating the tracking energy. He turned his head to look at Li Ju behind him and said solemnly, "Mr. Li, due to the special nature of the tracking energy, I have marked many important personnel with sensitive identities according to the requirements of my superiors. Some of them are members of the military, some are members of the Dragon Team, and some are scientific researchers serving the Haichao base. This is both for protection and to prevent them from betraying the Xia Kingdom." As he spoke, Yimingji showed a strange look on his face. He pointed to the storage room behind him and said, "The closer we get to the target, the more detailed information the tracking psychic energy will provide. I roughly know who the survivor hiding in here is." "Oh?" Li Ju raised his eyebrows and motioned Yimingji to continue. "He is the first scientist of Xia country, the master of the world's scientific research, the monument of human biological research history, the founder of the theory of evolution, and a legendary figure respected by Xia country netizens as the Ruthless Emperor. Mr. Hao Niobi." "So awesome?" Li Ju touched his nose and was amused by Yimingji's words. "When I left Haichao base to carry out a mission, Mr. Hao Niobi had just returned from visiting relatives in Fuzhou. General Qingjin Song, the commander-in-chief of Haichao Base, asked me to mark Mr. Hao Nyobi. However, not long after I left Haichao Base, the zombie virus broke out and the signal disappeared, so I lost contact with Haichao Base. Logically speaking, Mr. Hao Nyobi should be in the Haichao Base. Even if the defense of the Haichao Base fails and the base falls, General Qingjin Song will ensure Mr. Hao Nyobi's safety and will never abandon him. So, how did he appear on this cruise ship far away from the Haichao port and hide in the storage room for so long without being discovered by the zombies? Li Ju's eyes flashed with interest. He looked at the heavy door of the storage room and said, "It's easy. Just go in and find him and ask him." After saying that, Li Ju reached out and grabbed a corner of the cabin door. Crunch! With a teeth-grinding creaking sound, Li Ju actually bent the 5-centimeter thick titanium alloy hatch with his bare hands, revealing a gap large enough for someone to pass through. What the hell? Alert! Alert! As soon as the gap appeared, hurried voices were heard in the storage room, and several red dots appeared on Li Ju's body through the gap. The next moment, continuous gunshots rang out. Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da-da! Countless bullets flew out from the gap and hit Li Ju's body accurately. These 7.62mm bullets, which were powerful enough to tear apart any flesh and blood, only stayed on Li Ju's body for a moment before falling to the ground as their power was exhausted. After a round of volleys, there was a pile of yellow bullets under Li Ju's feet. There was no damage on his body, but his clothes were completely destroyed, with only a few strips of cloth hanging on his body. Number 1, go check the situation outside. Number 2, Number 3, be ready to provide fire support at any time, cover Number 1. Number 4, protect Dr. Hao and evacuate. Clear! Low voices of conversation could be heard in the gap, but in front of Li Ju, these deliberately suppressed voices seemed to be shouting in his ears, and he heard every word. A moment later, there were subtle sounds of footsteps in the storage room, and a face covered by a tactical helmet poked out from the gap and looked into Li Ju's eyes. The moment he saw Li Ju, the man raised the gun in his hand and aimed at Li Ju. "Who are you? How did you get here? Put your hands on your head and squat down, or I will shoot." Listening to the familiar words, Li Ju suddenly felt at home. In the end times where there was only killing and conspiracy, being able to hear the language used by official personnel in peacetime made people feel dazed, as if they were living in the ordinary life before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Yu Mingji stepped forward and showed the red ID of the Dragon Team members to the visitor, and said quickly, "Deputy Captain of the 13th Squadron of the Yuhai City Dragon Team, Yu Mingji. Rank Major, codename Diding. Which unit are you from? Why are you staying here?" The soldier in the gap took the Dragon Team ID from Yu Mingji, checked it carefully, and said excitedly, "I am Su Hua, a member of the 2nd Squad of the Panlong Special Operations Force, Haichao Base, Yuhai City Military Headquarters. We were ordered by Commander Qingjin Song to escort Dr. Hao to Beijing Tianjin to collect experimental specimens. During the mission, a zombie virus broke out and everyone on the cruise ship was infected by the zombie virus and turned into zombie monsters. In order to protect Dr. Hao's safety, we hid in the storage room and have been here for a full 18 days. There were originally 10 members in the team, and 5 of them left the storage room to explore the outside world 3 days later and never came back. Currently, there are only 5 members and Dr. Hao left in the storage room. Major Yi, what's the situation outside? Has the military controlled the zombie virus?" Listening to the Special Forces soldier's words filled with excitement and expectation, Yu Mingji fell into silence. After a long silence, Yu Mingji responded in a hoarse voice. "The situation is very bad. Haichao Base has fallen. Not only the Haichao Base, but the entire Yuhai City, as well as the neighboring Jinling and the imperial capital Bizixing, have all fallen. The entire Xia Kingdom, the entire world, has fallen." Chapter 77, Can't Look Directly. Fallen. The Tide Base has fallen. Yuhai City has fallen. Xia Kingdom fell. The whole world has fallen. Every word and sound that came out of Yu Mingji's mouth was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the will of the members of the Panlong Special Operations Team. He clenched the gun in his hand excitedly, and asked in a trembling voice, "Major Yi, this can't be true? With the armed forces of Haichao Base, it's just a new type of zombie virus, how could it fall?" Looking at the Special Forces team members who had already broken through the defense in front of him, Yi Mingji also felt extremely heavy. He opened his mouth again and again, but he could not say any words of comfort. After all, no one knew that this sudden outbreak of zombie virus would be so terrible. Even a powerful evolver like Lin Dong was infected by the zombie virus and turned into a terrifying zombie flesh-winged angel. If the people who came today were not Li Ju, they would probably all die at the hands of the flesh-winged angels and become nutrients for their evolution and growth. With the powerful psychic energy of the Sun Angel, in time, the flesh-winged angel will definitely evolve into an extremely terrifying zombie monster. Fortunately, Li Ju discovered it and destroyed it. When Yi Mingji thought of this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. There are still invincible people like Li Ju among humans. One day, the zombie virus and zombies that are sweeping the entire world will be completely eliminated, and everything will return to normal. The most urgent matter is not to discuss whether the Haichao base has fallen. Please let us meet Dr. Hao. We have important matters to communicate with him. Yi Mingji pointed at the Dragon Group ID and said seriously, "Take my ID and ask Dr. Hao. I have met him once before, and he will agree to our meeting." "Major Yi, please wait a moment." The members of the Panlong Special Operations Team took a deep breath and forced themselves to calm down the chaos in their hearts. As the elite soldiers in the military, the selection criteria of the Panlong Special Operations Team were quite strict, and those who could enter were all the best in the military. Every member of the Panlong Special Operations Team can be called the King of Soldiers. Holding the Red Dragon Group certificate in his hand, he left the hatch and turned to disappear into the darkness of the storage room. Soon, the hatch was opened from the inside, and 3 fully armed members of the Panlong Special Operations Team came forward. When the leader saw Yi Mingji, he quickly saluted, then took off his tactical helmet and revealed his face. "Captain of the 2nd Team of the Panlong Special Operations Team, Yi Mingda. Major Yi, your arrival is really timely." When Li Ju saw the face revealed under the tactical helmet, he was slightly stunned. This team leader actually looked 70% similar to Yi Mingji. After hearing him report his name, Li Ju had some vague guesses in his mind. As expected, when Yi Mingji saw the newcomer, he suddenly stepped forward and hugged him, saying excitedly, "Mingda, you are still alive! Brother, are you okay?" Yi Mingda could hardly suppress his inner excitement, and immediately responded with a warm hug from Yi Mingji. "My experience is a long story, and now is not the time to reminisce about the past. I was able to get here thanks to Mr. Li." Yi Mingji released his arms from hugging Yi Mingda, took 2 steps back, and introduced to everyone. "This is Mr. Li Juli. He established a survivor camp to shelter many survivors. At the same time, he is also a powerful evolver. Xiao country's strongest evolver." After hearing Yi Mingji's story, the 3 of them quickly stood up and saluted Li Ju. They had no reason to doubt Yi Mingji's words. It was meaningless to fabricate a fictitious identity in the end times. "Please follow me. Dr. Hao is eager to meet you." Yi Mingji nodded, turned around and said to Li Ju, "Mr. Li, let's go in together." "Good." Li Ju was also quite interested in the famous Dr. Hao Neo-Bihao. Moreover, the purpose of coming to Haichao Port this time was to explore the specific situation of the Haichao base and gather survivors. The strategic significance of Hao Neo Bai is self-evident. The group passed through the hatch and entered the dark storage room. After walking dozens of meters and passing through several shelters built with crates, they soon saw the remaining 2 Special Forces members and Hao Neo Bai, who was wearing a white coat. Hao Niobi is nearly 80 years old, with gray hair, but his body is not stooped at all. Under the dim light, he is leaning over the table, writing and drawing on a mountain of materials. His eyes, full of wisdom, have no signs of aging, but only endless fighting spirit and research. "Dr. Hao, Major Yi and Mr. Li are here." Yi Mingda approached Hao Niobi and spoke softly. "I got it, Xiaoye, go and take a rest. Keeping sufficient energy is the best choice to deal with all difficulties." Hao Niobi's voice was full of energy. He stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked at Yi Mingji and Li Ju with a bright smile on his face. "Major Yi, I had a feeling that you would come to see me. It seems that I was right. Dr. Hao, we meet again." "Who is this?" Hao Niobai looked at Li Ju beside Yi Mingji. His brows tightened, and a faint silver light flashed across his eyes. The next moment, a look of horror appeared on Hao Niubai's face, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. He was so scared that he took many steps back, looking at Li Ju with fear in his eyes. Li Ju raised his eyebrows. He just felt a vague sense of observation. With his high perception, he accurately discovered that the source of the observation came from Hao Niubi in front of him. But what made him curious was what Hao Niubi saw in him that made him lose his composure like this. Is it the giant bloodline? Or is it the gene sequence? Or maybe divinity? Many speculations kept emerging in Li Ju's mind, and he vaguely knew why Hao Niubi was so afraid. Sure enough, Hao Niubi stammered out a few words. Gods? You can't look directly at the gods. Can't look directly at gods? Is it really because of divinity? Li Ju secretly remembered the saying that gods should not be looked directly at, and prepared to spend time to study what divinity is. But now, let's focus on solving the problems at hand. Dr. Hao, I have cleared all the zombies on this ship. Staying here is not a foolproof plan after all. I have set up a survivor camp where many survivors have gathered. Why don't you all follow me and leave here and take refuge in the survivor camp? Looking at Hao Niubi in front of him, Li Ju spoke slowly. Chapter 78 Scientific Research Results. Why don't you follow us to the redemption camp? It's safer there. What do you think, Dr. Hao? After hearing Li Ju's narration, Hao Niubi gradually came back to his senses from his panic. He looked at Li Ju and said with lingering fear, It is undoubtedly a wise move to go to the redemption camp founded by Mr. Li. But before we set off, I need Mr. Li to go to the Haichao base to find something. What? Seeing that Hao Niubi valued that thing so much, Li Ju didn't mind making an extra trip. The zombies in the entire Haichao port were controlled by him using the throne, and all died in the battle with the zombie herd controlled by the two-headed big-headed zombie. Now, the entire Haichao port is empty, and the only survivors are Hao Niubi and 5 members of the Panlong Special Operations Team on the cruise ship. That's a new product that I researched with a very outstanding young man, Wan Donghai, after returning to Yahai City. I named it Gene Medicine. Hao Niubi's eyes were full of memories. He sighed and said, Due to time constraints, I was assigned by General Qin Jinsong to go to Fuzhou that night to participate in a new research project on zombie viruses. I left the Haichao base on this ship. The genetic drugs developed at that time were only initial prototypes and had not yet been tested in experiments. Not long after we left the Haichao base, a zombie virus suddenly broke out. Most of the humans on the ship were infected and turned into zombies. The other survivors were hunted by the zombies and became food. Under the cover of these young people, I hid in this storage room. Originally, there were 5 young men who went out to explore the situation and never came back. I'm afraid. Alas! Originally, the purpose of Wang Donghai and I researching genetic drugs was to eliminate the activity of the zombie virus and inject it into the human body, so that humans can obtain zombie virus antibodies and at the same time achieve an evolutionary speed comparable to the zombie virus mutation. During this period, zombies occasionally wandered into the storage room. They killed the zombies and brought back corpse specimens for me to study. After being trapped on the ship for so many days, I used the equipment I carried with me to make a more detailed and in-depth observation of the zombie corpses. Finally, I discovered a very serious problem. With our current level of technology, there is absolutely no way to eliminate or contain the activity of the zombie virus. In other words, the blueprint of that batch of genetic drugs is not the key to lead mankind to the door of evolution, but a deadly poison that turns people into zombies. Even the zombies transformed by injecting genetic drugs will be even stronger and evolve faster. I'm worried that Wang Donghai might not have discovered the secret and might promote it widely in the military. If that happens, humanity will destroy itself. Therefore, Mr. Li, I need you to go to the Haichao base to find the blueprint of that batch of genetic medicines. You must not let it leak out. After listening to Hao Niubi's impassioned speech, Li Ju nodded lightly. Although his attitude towards the survivors was to use them to collect evolution crystals for himself, in exchange, Li Ju provided them with shelter. However, as a native of Xia, Li Ju also treated the survivors with kindness with the same compassion. A strong man, a truly strong man, will not be limited to conspiracies and psychological calculations. The mentality of the strongest person is a big picture view that encompasses the world. It is based on his own invincibility and his generosity towards those with good intentions. The Xia people are a united group and an ethnic group with shared blood. Perhaps there are many conflicts and interests between people. But in the last days, they also help each other and unite with each other. Although there are some malicious people among them, for Li Ju, I am invincible, I am the truth. I am invincible, I can do whatever I want. If I am in a good mood today, I will protect the weak. If you provoke me tomorrow, I will electrocute you into a fool. What, you have any opinion? If you have any objections, I'll turn into a giant and trample you to death. In that case, let's go together. After all, I'm just an ordinary person and I don't know the specific situation inside the Haichao base. When Yimingji heard Li Ju call himself an ordinary person, the corners of his mouth twitched. Who was the one who turned into a 10-meter giant and slaughtered zombies brutally without recognizing any relatives? Go crazy and even kill teammates. Thinking of this, Yimingji took 2 steps back with lingering fear, fearing that Li Ju would kill him with a palm thunder. Let's go together. Yimingda looked at Li Ju strangely, pointed to the road leading to the outside world and said, Could it be that Mr. Li and Major Yi came here in a lifeboat? Lifeboat? Li Ju glanced at Yimingda and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, I fly. As he spoke, golden wings stretched out from the shoulder blades behind Li Ju. The moment the wings appeared, the gentle golden light completely illuminated the entire dark storage room, leaving no blind spots of darkness. Sun Angel? Lindong's spiritual power? Yimingda looked at the familiar scene in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. As members of the Panlong Special Operations Team, they often cooperate with the Dragon Group in battle and know more or less about the affairs of the Evolvers. Especially a top Evolver with such a prestigious reputation as Lin Dong, basically all members of the Panlong team know him. Li Ju ignored Yimingda's question. The golden wings behind him projected endless golden light, shining on the cabin wall. The next moment, golden flames ignited on the bulkhead. As soon as the golden flame was ignited, signs of melting appeared on the bulkhead. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a large area of the bulkhead melted, creating a passage large enough for 3 people to pass side by side. The sound of surging seawater could be heard from outside the passage. 3 meters below the storage room was the dark ocean. From time to time, zombie fish with rotting flesh could be seen flying under the sea surface, followed by black blood, and a zombie creature lost its life. Li Ju stepped into the bulkhead passage and flapped his wings to fly out of the cruise ship. Then, he turned his head to look at the people standing inside the storage room and waved his hand. The next moment, golden flames enveloped everyone. Before everyone could react, the flames flew into the air and followed closely behind Li Ju. Are you ready? Li Ju's indifferent voice came, and just as the words fell, the golden wings flapped suddenly, and Li Ju's figure turned into a golden stream of light and quickly flew towards the Haichao port. The golden flames that enveloped everyone also flew along, always following under Li Ju's wings. Everyone in the golden flames was horrified, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. Only Hao Niobi and Yimingji looked relatively calm. As a scientific research expert, Hao Niobi has seen countless strange things. In addition to his own peculiarities, he was mostly interested in Li Ju's performance, and only secondarily shocked. But Yimingji's situation was much simpler. He was used to seeing Li Ju showing off and had already developed a resistance to it. No one could have imagined that underneath Li Ju's indifferent attitude towards everything, he actually had a crazy and pretentious heart. That's really interesting. Chapter 79. The situation is serious. Tianka suddenly saw light, and then he saw a man with golden wings on his back flying over the sea. Behind him, a ball of golden flame was burning slowly, enveloping 7 humans. 8 people crossed the ocean and arrived above the Haichao base. As the man folded his wings and landed on the ground, the floating flames behind him also extinguished silently, revealing the people wrapped in it. Everything exposed in the Haichao base was washed away by the tsunami summoned by Li Ju through the storm sequence. The dried black blood all over the ground during the base defense battle was washed away, revealing the original metallic luster of the base buildings. Mr. Li, go to the command center. After landing, Hao Niobi pointed to the tall building in the center of the Haichao base and said, "The Haichao laboratory is below the command center. If the blueprints of the genetic drugs have not been taken away, then they must still be stored in the laboratory." Hearing this, Li Ju nodded and led everyone to the command center. Since all the zombies in the Haichao base had been cleared out by Li Ju, the Haichao base was empty at this time. Without the obstruction of zombies, the group quickly arrived at the building where the command center was located. The command center in front of us is 9 stories high and is also the tallest building in the Haichao base. However, the command center, which was the core of the entire Haichao base, was in a mess at the moment. The doors and windows on the ground floor were all destroyed violently, many load-bearing walls were smashed and twisted, and there was a lot of dried black blood on the inner walls. These traces are enough to imagine the tragic situation during the defense of Haichao base. Countless zombies broke through the base's defenses and swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Whether it was the military soldiers outside the base or inside the command center, they were all turned into flesh and blood food for the zombies to feed themselves. After entering the command center and bypassing many passages, under the leadership of Hao Niobi, everyone quickly arrived at the elevator leading to the underground laboratory. However, the elevator entrance was empty at this moment, and the elevator car had disappeared. Li Ju walked to the elevator entrance and stuck his head out to look down. He saw the elevator car stuck in the elevator shaft leading to the underground. The familiar roaring and screaming of zombies could be heard from inside. Seeing this, Li Ju suddenly jumped down from the elevator entrance and landed on the car with a loud bang. Roar! The noise made by Li Ju instantly attracted the attention of the zombies in the car. Several zombies dressed in military uniforms raised their heads and roared, using their sharp claws to try to drag Li Ju into the car to share the food. But this time, they met Li Ju. "Hey, isn't this an old friend? Long time no see." Li Ju smiled and greeted, and the next moment, endless electric light lit up from his body. The violent and ferocious lightning snake couldn't wait to get into the car under his feet. With the sound of crackling, there were a few fewer zombies in the car, and a few more charcoal bodies. After dealing with the zombies, Li Ju raised his right leg and stomped down suddenly. Boom! The already shaky car was hit so hard that it could no longer hold on. It instantly slid down the elevator shaft and crashed into the underground laboratory, completely falling apart and turning into many steel plates. Li Ju walked out of a steel plate safely, then waved to the people above. The golden flames enveloped everyone again and slowly descended into the underground laboratory with them. Everyone was already accustomed to Li Ju's many powerful abilities. After landing, several members of the Panlong Special Operations Team quickly turned on the searchlights on their tactical helmets, illuminating the dark underground laboratory. The high-density glass walls of the laboratory were all broken. The zombie test subjects imprisoned in it were all gone. The workbench was tilted, and countless documents were scattered on the ground. There were no bodies of any scientific researchers inside, only an eerie silence. Hao Niobi went straight to the main workbench, skillfully turned on the emergency power supply, and started the metaverse computer. Identity verification is in progress. Please open your left eye for iris sampling. Iris information verification is complete. Please place your right hand on the sensing platform for palm print detection. Your identity has been verified. Dr. Hao Niobi, welcome back to the Haichao Laboratory. The scientific path of mankind needs your participation in the development. After a series of identity verification, Hao Niobi passed the computer audit of the main workbench metaverse and successfully started the backup power supply of the entire Haichao Laboratory. With a swoosh sound, a soft yellow-white light illuminated the entire tidal experiment. Immediately afterwards, Hao Niobi opened the safety of a biological refrigerator through the metaverse computer. Before walking to the biological refrigerator, Hao Niobi once again underwent iris collection and palm print testing, and finally opened the door of the biological refrigerator. There wasn't much in the biological freezer, just a row of containers for storing test tubes and a broken glass test tube. The strange bright red liquid and the glowing glass fragments mixed together made people swallow their saliva. However, after seeing the situation inside the biological refrigerator clearly, Hao Niobi's expression changed drastically. He quickly held his breath, closed the door of the biological refrigerator, and quickly moved away from the biological refrigerator. After doing all this, Hao Niobi looked at Li Ju solemnly and said in a serious tone, "We are still too late. The blueprint of the genetic medicine has been taken away, and one has been damaged and leaked. No trace of scientific researchers was found here. Many key experimental data files and experimental products were taken away. I suspect that after the fall of Haichao Base, some military personnel and scientific researchers evacuated here with those things. Only Wang Donghai and I know the details of the genetic medicine. At the critical moment of life and death, Wang Donghai still remembered to take away the blueprint of the genetic medicine. He must still be alive. God of Mazu, I hope nothing worse happens." After listening to Hao Niobai's narration, although Li Ju didn't quite understand the effectiveness of the genetic drug, he could feel the seriousness of the situation. Hee hee. Suddenly, a low laugh came from Li Ju's throat. At this critical moment, Li Ju's laughter was so abrupt and discordant that it caused everyone to stare at him in astonishment. Interesting. Very interesting. I am now more and more curious about where the zombie virus came from and why it could sweep the entire world in such a short time. Such an abnormal mutation speed, such a terrible mutation effect, such a huge infection range. From humans to plants and animals, from the sky to the earth, and from the earth to the ocean. There is almost no creature that cannot be infected by the zombie virus. Interesting, really interesting. I want to see whether this so-called zombie virus will completely destroy the world, or whether I will kill them all.